Barack Obama once quoted, "Reading is the gateway skill that makes all other learning possible." A very warm good morning to all on this remarkable day. Today, we are gearing up to make a history: 40 hours of relay reading. It's another milestone in the glorious history of Indian school Salala. I would like to thank God Almighty for this beautiful beginning, and with humble reverence, I seek Almighty's grace and mercy to accomplish this noble task. On behalf of the entire fraternity of Indian School Salala, I would like to extend my warm wishes and sincere gratitude to His Majesty Sultan Haitham bin Tariq for his benevolence and generosity. May God Almighty grant peace and prosperity to this beautiful nation and to our beloved Omani brothers and sisters. The 40th year celebration is to recall the glorious past of the school and to bring more glory and honor to Indian School Salala. The school has a rich history of great achievements, and today I would like to salute all those founding members for their selfless action, which has laid the strong foundation of this institution. The 40th year celebration, spanning across the full academic year, started with a noble gesture of blood donation, followed by tree plantation, cleanup drive, farm art, and other activities. Last weekend, we witnessed the thrilling football shootout event, and today we are here to witness the phenomenal initiative of 40 hours of non-stop relay reading. On this auspicious day, with a thankful heart, we do remember all the former SNC members, school administrators, teachers, non-teaching staff, our beloved alumni, and other community members who have supported the school and have nurtured the school to its current stature. Indian School Salala has created many eminent professionals, and we vouch to create many more. Reading is an excellent activity that has the ability to create progressive thinkers and lifelong skill bearers, which is one of the missions of our school. This relay reading is a witness to the sincere efforts taken by the school to achieve its mission. This non-stop relay reading, which will span across 40 long hours, is going to prove the grit and mettle of every stakeholder of Indian School Salala and will be etched into their heart forever. With this note, I would like to invite Dr. Syed Aksan Jamil, President, School Management Committee, to begin this historical relay reading journey, which is going to add yet another golden chapter in the success story of Indian School Salala and will be cherished by every reader who is a part of this mission.
Thank you and greetings to all. Today I read from a book, You Are Unique, Skills Knew How, by Thoughts in Action, APJ Abdul Kalam. Unique you. The aims of one life should be to reach one's full potential in body, mind, heart, and spirit. When we see the light of the electric bulb, our thoughts go to the inventor, Thomas Alva Edison, for his unique contribution towards the invention of the electric bulb and the electric lighting system. When we hear the sound of an aeroplane going over our house, we think of Wright brothers, who proved at a heavy risk and cost to them that man could fly. The telephone rings reminds us of Alexander Graham Bell. When everybody considered sea travel as an experience or a voyage, a unique person during the sea travel from United Kingdom to India was pondering why the horizon where the sky and the sea meet looks blue. His research resulted in explaining the phenomena of scattering of light. This unique scientist, Sir C.V. Raman, was awarded the Nobel Prize. The world is fortunate to have a great leader of the 20th century, father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, who got India its freedom and also paved the way for South Africa's movement against apartheid. One woman scientist got two Nobel Prizes, first in 1903 and the second in 1911. One was for discovering radium The other was for her pioneering work in chemistry. She is the discoverer of radiation that saved and is saving thousands and thousands of lives of cancer patients. And also now, by irradiating the seed, certain types of agricultural crops are giving very high yield. The same radiation phenomenon is used both for power generation and also nuclear weapon system. Who is this great lady who made history in discovering radium that changed the nuclear material world and the healthcare world? The scientist is Madame Marie Curie. All these people and so many others like them have walked into the unexplored path and strive to be unique. They are remembered for their contribution to the humankind. The question is, are you willing to become a unique personality? I have so far met more than 11 million youths in India and abroad. I have learned that every youth wants to be unique. That is you. But the world all around you is doing its best to make you just everybody else. The challenge is to fight the hardest battle which any human being ever can ever imagine, and never stop fighting until you arrive at your destined place, and that is unique you. You have to decide, do you want to be unique you or everybody else? If you have to be unique you have to do what Alexander Graham Bell suggested in 1905. Don't keep forever on the public road, going only where others have gone. Leave the beaten track occasionally and drive into the woods. You will be certain to find something you have never seen before. It will be a little thing, but do not ignore it. Follow it up. Explore all around it. One discovery will lead to another. And before you know it, you will have something worth thinking about. Quote unquote. The following poem inspired me during my school days. Title is Wings to Fly. You were born with potential. You were born with goodness and trust. You were born with ideas and dreams. You were born with greatness. You were born with wings. You are not meant for crawling. So I don't have wings. I will learn to use them to fly. Jalaluddin Rumi, the 30th century Persian Sufi poet. The message is that the education gives you wings to fly. Achievement comes out of the fire in our subconscious mind that I will win. What is needed for realizing uniqueness is the culture of excellence and unique performance. Excellence is not achieved by accident. It is a process where an individual or an organization or nation continuously strive to better itself. For those who achieve excellence, the performance standards are set by themselves. They work on their dreams with a focus and are prepared to take calculated risks and do not get deterred by failure as they move towards their dreams. Then they step up their dreams as they tend to reach the original targets. They strive to work to their potential. In the process, they increase their performance, thereby multiplying further their potential, and this is an unending life cycle phenomenon. They are not in competition with anyone else but themselves. This is the culture of excellence. The culture of excellence need an organization with youth, with creativity, who strive to be unique.
For achievements, how does one achieve what one wants? What will be your tool to fight this battle to be unique? There are four tools for building unique personality. Have an aim in life, continuously acquire the knowledge, work hard, and pursue to defeat the problem, succeed and realize the aim. These are the four proven steps. If you are acquire these four qualities, then you can achieve whatever you envision. Let me now share one poem which I had written for the parliamentarian, but which helps to imbibe the vision of one's life. The vision of the youth. I climb and I climb. Where is the peak of dream, my Lord? I plug and plug. Where is the knowledge treasure, my Lord? I sail and sail. Where is the island of a peace, my Lord? Almighty bless my nation with vision and sweats resulting into happiness. Once we have the vision, what is needed to realize that vision is knowledge? Fundamental to becoming a unique you is a knowledge. The equation of knowledge is a knowledge, creativity plus righteousness plus courage. Creativity. Invention and discoveries have emanated from creative minds that have been constantly working and imagining the outcome of in the mind. With imagining and constant efforts, all the forces of the universe work for that inspired mind, thereby leading to invention and discoveries. Learning gives creativity, creativity leads to thinking, thinking provides knowledge, and knowledge makes you great. Righteousness. How do you inculcate the righteousness in the heart? In my opinion, there are three sources which can build a personality with the righteousness in the heart. One is a mother, second is a father, and both is a spiritual environment. And the third and the most important is the teacher, particularly primary school teacher. Courage. Another component is getting knowledge is courage. What kind of a courage can shown by the youth? Courage to think different, courage to invent, courage to travel into an unexplored path, courage to discover the impossible, courage to combat the problem and succeed. These are the unique qualities of the youth. As a youth of my own nation, I will work and work with the courage to achieve success in all the missions. The sources of knowledge are homes, good books, teachers, and teaching environment. Coming into contact with good human being and teaching websites in the internet, when the school will teach the student to use the knowledge with creativity, practice, and courage, a nation will have a large number of empowered and enlightened citizens. Knowledge with creativity, righteousness, and courage is a vital for the growth of individual, growth of family, growth of nation, and promotion of peace in the world.
Building confidence. The next important quality required in you is building confidence. Building confidence comes out of the company of great human beings. They generate confidence in you by their life and their teaching style. When I was studying in fifth standard, many of us used to get less than 40 marks in mathematics. My mathematics teacher asked us, when you are getting more than 80 marks in other subjects, why you are getting low marks in mathematics? Immediately, he evolved a method of teaching and creation of confidence for all class. How did of teaching how did the teacher inject confidence in us? He conducted a class and gave us an exercise of 10 problems. In that exercise, more than 90% of the class, including me, got 100 out of 100. We were bubbling with happiness. Then onwards, our mathematics performance improved. It was after many years we could realize that our teacher injected the confidence in us. I can do it by his teaching and also formulation of the problems to make us succeed and promote self-confidence. So to succeed in life, each one of you has to cultivate the confidence in you that I can do. As nation, we should build the confidence that we can do. Nothing is impossible. One of the main characteristics of scientists is that they never say impossible because what is impossible today can become possible tomorrow. Let not thy wings days be spent in vain. As you all know, the earth rotates in its own axis once in a day, having 24 hours or 1440 minutes or 86,400 seconds. Earth itself orbits around the sun. It takes nearly 1 year for an orbit. With the completion of one rotation of the Earth around the Sun, your age is added by 1 year as you are living in planet Earth. Seconds fly, minutes flies, hours flies, days flies, and years flies. You have to control over it. The only things that we can do while the time flies, we can navigate the time. Let not thy wings days be spent in vain. Save or better someone's life. The advice of Gandhiji's mother to her son was, son, in your entire life, if you can save better someone's life, your birth as a human being and your life is success. You have the blessings of Almighty God. Every one of you should think how you can evolve yourself to save or better someone's life in your lifetime. What I will be remembered for, finally, I would like to you think that what would you like to be remembered for? You have to evolve yourself and shape yourself. You should write or in a page. The page may be very important page in the book of human history. And you will be remembered for creating that one page in history of nation. Whether that page is the page of innovation, the page of innovation may be the page of discovery or the page of creating societal change or the page of removing the poverty or page of fighting injustice or planning the executing mission of networking of rivers. My best wishes to all of you in your endeavor to make a better nation and the world. We will win, win, and win with your mighty will. When God is for me, who can be against? The poems in you are unique, might have so appeared in some of my other works, but they are presented here in unique way by APJ Abdul Kalam.
Preserve your divine light. My father, Janab Abul Fakir Jainulabadin, taught me a great lesson when I was a young schoolboy. It was just after India had won its independence. At the time, Panchayat Board elections took place at Rameshwaram. My father was elected a member of the Panchayat Board, and on the same day, he was also elected the president of the Rameshwaram Panchayat Board. Rameshwaram Island was a beautiful place with a population of 30,000. My father was elected president of the Panchayat Board not because he belonged to a particular religion or a particular caste or spoke in a particular language or of his economic status. He was elected only because he had a noble mind and was a good human being. The following incident took place on the day he was elected president of the Panchayat Board. I was studying my lesson. Those days we did not have electricity and we used to study under kerosene lamps. With kerosene bought in ration, I was reading the lesson loudly when I heard a knock at the door. In those days, we never used to lock the door of our house in Rameshwaram. Somebody opened the door, came in, and asked me where my father was. I told him that my father had gone for evening namas. Then he said, I have brought something for him. Can I keep it here? Since my father was away for namas, I shouted for my mother to get her permission to receive the item. Since she was also on the namas, there was no response. I asked the person to leave the item on the cot. After that, I continued my studies. I used to learn by reading aloud in my younger days. I was reading aloud and fully concentrating on my studies. My father came in and saw a tambalam kept on the cart. He asked me, what is this? Who has given that? Somebody came and has kept this for you, I told him. He opened the cover of the tambalam and found a costly dhoti and angavastram, some fruits and some sweets. He also saw the slip that the person had left behind. I was the youngest child, and my father loved me a lot. I also loved and respected my father a lot. He was upset at the sight of the tambalam and gifts left by someone. That was the first time I saw him very angry, and it was also the first time I got a thorough beating from him. I got frightened and started weeping. My mother embraced and consoled me. Then my father came and touched my shoulder lovingly with affection and advised me not to receive any gift without his permission. He quoted an Islamic hadith which states that when the Almighty appoints a person to a position, he takes care of his provision. If a person takes anything beyond that, it is an illegal gain. Then he told me that taking gifts like this was not a good habit. Gift is always accompanied by some purpose, and so a gift is a dangerous thing. It is like touching a snake and getting the poison in turn. This lesson always stands out in my mind even when I am in my 80s. The incident is deeply embedded in my mind. It taught me a very valuable lesson for my life. I would like also to mention the writing in Manusmriti, which states that by accepting gifts, the divine light in the person gets extinguished. Manu warns every individual against accepting gifts for the reason that it places the acceptor under an obligation in favor of the person who has given the gift, and ultimately, this results in making a person do things not permitted by law. I'm sharing this thought with all of you, particularly the young people. Do not be carried away by any gift which comes under the cover with a purpose and through which one may lose one's integrity.
Chapter 2, Righteousness. When you have a mission to become a great corporate or entrepreneur, you need to possess two important qualities: righteousness in life and indomitable spirit. Righteousness is inherent in our culture and is part of our cultural strength. Righteousness gives us nobility. One of the greatest indicators of the nobility of the soul is to be just and even in the midst of trials and tribulations. Righteousness makes a man or woman carry on his or her business without any grief and without feeling proud of his ability to be of use to the society. I am reminded of a Tamil classic, Silapadikara, which brings out the power of righteousness and provides the code of conduct for the people in high and responsible positions. It means that if people who are in high and responsible positions go against righteousness, the righteousness itself will get transformed into a destroyer. Whoever deviates from righteousness, whether it is the individual or the state, it is no more than a passing shadow. The errors of great men are like eclipses of the greater lights. Let this thought dwell in all of us and blossom into righteous actions, which are all the more important for those who deal with the affairs of the people. This message is brought out very clearly by Elango Vadigal in Silapadikaram. Silapadikaram is one of the five great epics written nearly 2000 years ago in Tamil language. The story of Kannagi plays an important role in the history of Madurai. Kovalan, a successful businessman, married Kannagi, who was the beautiful daughter of a merchant, Manikan. Later, Kovalan's life changed due to his association with the dancer, Madhavi, and he lost all his property. This led Kovalan now go back to his wife for help. Both went to Madurai to start trade after selling their only property, a pair of anklets called Silambu. In the meantime, the Kuno Pandian king, Nerungerian, lost her anklets. Actually, the court jeweler had robbed the queen's anklets. Once, the witch jeweler happened to see Kovalan with the Kannagi's anklets in market. He seized the anklet from Kovalan and informed the king about it. The king sent guards to arrest Kovalan. Kovalan was accused of having stolen the queen's anklets and was killed as per the king's order. When Kannagi came to know about the news, she went out into the town with her eyes ablaze with anger, carrying the other anklet in her hand. as a proof of her husband's innocence. She made the king realize the truth by breaking her anklets, which was made of manicum. When the Pandyan king came to know that he had punished an innocent, he died in his throne, saying, "Oh, I am the thief, and he is not the thief." The queen also died at that spot. Kannagi burned Madurai into ashes in consequence to the injustice done to her husband. Since the Pandyan king had failed to preserve justice and punished an innocent person, righteousness transformed into a destroyer. This shows the importance of righteousness in our day to day life. How to be righteous? Listen to the inner voice for being righteous. Conscience is the light of the soul that burns with the chambers of our psychological heart. It is as real as life is. It raises the voice and in protest whenever anything is thought of or done contrary to righteousness. Conscience is a form of truth that has been transferred through our generic stock in the form of the knowledge of our own acts and feeling as right or wrong. A virtuous and courageous person alone can use the instrument of conscience. He or she alone can hear the inner voice of the soul clearly. In a weak person, this faculty is absent. The sensitive nature of conscience has been destroyed by sin or corruption in a weak person. Hence, he or she is unable to discriminate right from wrong. Leading organizations, business enterprises, institutions, and governments should develop this virtue of the ability to use their own conscience. This wisdom of using the clean conscience will enable them to enjoy the freedom, nobility of mind. I had another unique experience many years back that reveals how a single leader can inspire a large population. I happened to meet in Delhi the granddaughter of Mahatma Gandhi, Mrs. Sumitra Kulkarni. She narrated to me an incident about her grandfather, which she had personally witnessed. Mahatma Gandhi used to have a prayer meeting daily at a fixed time in the evening. After the prayers, there used to be a collection of voluntary gifts for the welfare of the underprivileged sections of society. The devotees of Gandhiji used to collect whatever was given by the people, and this collection was counted by the supporting staff of Gandhiji family. Gandhiji was informed the details of the collections before his dinner, and the next day morning, the money was handed over to a bankman who visited them every morning. One day, the bankman reported that there was a discrepancy of a few paise in the money given to him and the money collected. On hearing this, Mahatma Gandhi went on fast, saying that the contributions being collected is a donation for the poor and every paisa should be accounted for. Such was Gandhiji's integrity. His act of righteousness should be practiced by all of us.
Indomitable spirit. If you have a mission to become a great leader who can change the competitiveness index of an institution, I would like to share with you the need for possessing an important trait for success: indomitable spirit. Let us study what constitutes the indomitable spirit. It has two components. The first component is that there must be a vision that would lead to higher goals of achievement. I would like to recall a couplet from Tirukkural written 2500 years ago by poet Saint Thiruvalluvar. It means that whatever may be the depth of the river or lake or pond, may be the condition of the water, the lily flower always blossoms out. Similarly, if there is a definite determination to achieve goal, even if it is impossible to achieve, a man will always succeed. Many of us have initiated and have also been part of large programs and projects. During the process of progress of these programs, we would have many times experienced that success is not in sight and there are many hurdles. The same poet, through another couplet, reminds us what we should never be defeated by any problems. We should become the master of the situation and defeat the problems. I consider that these two rules, two Tirukkurals, characterize the indomitable spirit. Such a spirit is crucial in improving the competitiveness of the institutions which can develop great human resource for adding value and generating wealth for the nation. Indomitable spirit, that which we have imagined will surely and certainly be manifested. For this, we should have a vision, desire from the heart and spirit, defeat the defeatist tendency. No night is without a dawn, power of the mind. During my visit to Bulgaria, I was visiting with the students of the Sofia University. One of the Indology students asked me, I am a student practicing yoga. I read your book, Wings of Fire. I am keen to know from you about your experience with Swami Sivananda, which you have referred to in the book. I narrated the incident which took place way back in 1957. I had gone for my selection in the Indian Air Force to Dehradun and was ranked ninth in the selection results. But only 8 candidates were commissioned. I knew that the days ahead would be difficult. I left Dehradun and reached Rishikesh on my way to Delhi. I took a bath in the holy river Ganga and walked to Sivananda Ashram, which is situated a little away up the hill. I met Swami Sivananda, a man who looked like Buddha. I was struck by his irresistible, childlike smile and gracious manner. Before I could speak, he inquired about the cause of my sorrow. I told him about my unsuccessful attempt to join the Indian Air Force and my long cherished desire to fly. His smile washed away all my anxiety and he said, desire, when it seems from the heart and spirit, when it is pure and intense, possess an awesome and electromagnetic energy. This energy is released into either each night as the mind falls into a sleep state. Each morning it returns into the conscious state, reinforced with the cosmic currents. That is which has been imaged will surely and certainly be manifested. You can rely, young man, upon this ageless promise as surely as you rely upon the eternally unbroken promise of sunrise. So defeat the defeatist tendencies. That was the unique interaction that I had with Swami Sivananda. Achieve a goal with will and determination, defeat the defeatist tendency, have a indomitable spirit.
A vision. Without a vision, we cannot hope to look into the future. The first step to achieving a goal is to have a dream. Dreams turn into thoughts, and thoughts generate action. And it's only concreted action that would result in achievement of our goals. The stories of vision and dreams in this journey of life very rarely some great human beings influence one's life. I had a privilege of working with three such personalities. Space visionary. I was fortunate to work with Professor Vikram Sarabhai for 7 years. While working closely with him, I saw the dawn of the vision for the space program in a one-page statement, witnessing the evolution and implementation of this one page by many years of ceaseless work by a cosmic ray physicist and a great scientific mind was really a great learning for me. Also, I was thrilled to see the famous vision statement Professor Vikram Sarabhai made in the year 1970, which states India, with her mighty scientific knowledge and powerhouse of young, should build her own huge rocket system and also build her own communication, remote sensing and meteorological spacecraft and launch from our own soil to enrich the Indian life in satellite communication, remote sensing and meteorology. When I look at this vision statement in the present context, I overwhelmed to see the results of this statement. Today, India can build any type of satellite launch vehicle, any type of spacecraft and launch from Indian soil, and also it has all the capability which its my great soul Professor Vikram Sarabhai had imagined while starting his career in the laboratory of Sir C.V. Raman at the Indian Institute of Science. Have you heard about Tumba? It's in Kerala on the seashore and is the place from where the Indian space program commenced. There is an interesting story how Tumba was selected for the space program. Professor Vikram Sarabhai, a cosmic ray scientist, and Dr. Homi Bhabha, a nuclear scientist, were searching for a place from where they could launch sounding rockets for atmospheric research, ionospheric research, and meteorological research. After seeing various places, they came to conclusion that Mumbai is the right place as it is very close to the equator, which will help the space research in equatorial zones. Make Zone, a two-stage rocket, was launched in November 1963. That was an Indo-US Apache cooperation program. Professor Vikram Sarabhai, within 6 years, unfurled the space mission for India that should build satellite launch vehicle capability to put India's communication satellite in the geosynchronous orbit and remote sensing satellite in the polar orbit. Also, he envisaged the launch vehicle built in India should be launched from the Indian soil. This is one visionary thought led to intensive research in multiple fields of science and space technology. Today, India, with thousands of scientific, technological, and support staff in the multiple space research centers, has the capability to build any type of satellite launch vehicles, any type of rockets, and launch them from Indian soil. Sri Harikota is the fortunate place in India from where all the space launches take place. I had the fortune to be the part of Professor Vikram Sarabhai's vision and with my team participated in India's first satellite launch vehicle program to put the satellite in the orbit.
Vision of Vivekananda. This thought came to me when I was in the beautiful environment of the renovated ancestral house of Swami Vivekananda in Kolkata. I recalled an event that took place in a ship which was sailing from Japan to Canada in 1893 when India was under British rule. Two great human beings were traveling in the ship. They were Swami Vivekananda and Jamsetji Nasrwanji Tata. They introduced each other, and Swamiji asked Jamsetji Tata about where he was going and what was the mission of his visit. Jamsetji Tata said, Swamiji, I'm going with a mission to bring the steel industry to our country. It was the year 1893 when India was ruled by the Britishers. Swamiji said, it's indeed a beautiful mission. My best wishes. However, I would like to give you a small caution. Whatever amount you spend to get the process of making steel, simultaneously, you should learn the metallurgical science of making steel also. I would prefer that you start an institute, a laboratory to do advanced research on the subject. What a prophetic statement that came in the year 1893. Many things happened after that. Jamsetji Nasrwanji Tata could not get the technology for manufacturing steel from the UK. Jamsetji went to London and there he met the steel magnates and discussed about steel fabrication technology. He informed them that he had the resources to set up in a fabrication facility. The British steel industrialists told Jamsetji, if you Indians can make steel, we Britishers will eat it. But Jamsetji was not discouraged. He crossed the Atlantic and got the steel production technology from USA with all the blueprints, and he prepared a roadmap and selected Jamshedpur as a place to locate the first steel plant. A large-scale planning took place. It had two parts. The first part was to start steel manufacturing plant at Jamshedpur, presently in Jharkhand. Simultaneously, he donated 1/6 of his property for establishing an institute of material research at Bangalore. He gave all the details to his successors, and today, the Tata Iron and Steel Company, Jamshedpur, produces nearly 5 million tons of steel. The vision of Jamshedji Tata had two objectives. One, to bring the technology, and another, to make the country strong so that it could fight for its freedom. Jamsetji was responsible for putting the seedling for establishing the Indian Institute of Science for research in areas of material science. At Jamshedpur, we can see the fruits of Jamsetji Nasrwanji Tata's vision. Tata Iron and Steel Company, TISCO. Due to his foresight, today, India is self-reliant in steel technology. The other part of his vision, at Bangalore, the seedling for the research laboratory has been transformed into a great learning center, the Indian Institute of Science. This incident demonstrates the vision of the great Swami Vivekananda. His vision was to have a strong and developed India. He clearly foresaw the role that science, technology, and industry had to play for such a development. It was Swamiji who made Jagdish Chandra Bose to get a patent for his invention. Swamiji's call for awakening of India was not merely in spiritual fields, but for all round economic and social progress. The vision of J.N. Tata, three missions. Jamsetji Nazawanji Tata laid the foundation for three important projects. The first was the Tata Iron and Steel Plant. The second was the creation of a hydroelectric power station. And the third was the establishment of an educational and research institute, popularly known as Tata Institute, and now the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Though Jamsetji Nasawanji Tata envisioned all these institutions before his death in May 1904, but the Indian Institute of Sciences, Bangalore, opened its doors in 1911. The first ingot of steel rolled out from Tata Iron and Steel Plant in 1912, and the hydroelectric power was switched on in 1915 in Mumbai. Today, after 100 years of its demise, we see all these institutions flourishing and in full bloom. The Indian Institute of Sciences, Bangalore, has become a world-class institution. Tata Steel has crossed the 5 million tons per annum steel output. The Tata hydroelectric station has been followed by many other power plants in the country. Tata's vision has brought a revolution in steel industry, power generation, and education. I admire this great visionary, a visionary revolutionist who evolved a new method of working towards India's freedom through the development of industry, power, and scientific research. The light he lit in our country has lit many lamps and is still lighting many more. These are some of the examples that show how a vision gives a blueprint for future development. Vision helps to look into the future. Without a vision, we cannot plan for the future. Vision becomes a signpost for others and gives them direction and enthusiasm. The first step in achieving a goal is to have a dream. Dreams turn into thoughts, and thoughts generate action. It's only concerted action which can result in achievement of our goals.
Vision to mission. Working in a mission mode. During 1960s, India was the state of ship-to-mouth existence in food. If the American ships did not bring wheat, it would result a famine immediately. But there were two visionaries who worked together with the farming community and brought the first green revolution. The political thinker Sri Subramanian and the agriculture scientist Dr. M.S. Swaminathan. Around the time Dr. Varghese Kurian materialized the white revolution. Today, we produce 200 million tons of food grains, not only sufficient for us, but most of the time available for export as well. Similarly, the white revolution resulted in placing India at the top of the world map of milk producers. The need for a mission and its role. In India, much innovations and creative thinking took place during the various phases of our development. Dr. Vikram Sarabhai said in the 60s that India sought design and develop large satellite launch vehicle and put communication satellite and remote sensing satellite and geosynchronous orbit and polar orbit respectively.
This vision statement ignited hundreds of scientists, technologists, and thousands of technicians. Today, India is capable of building all types of satellite launch vehicles and satellites. Similarly, in missile area, we had a mission orbited program at DRDO and led the placement of two strategic missiles and establishment of the capability to design, develop, and produce any type of missiles. Due to the vision of our nuclear program, a series of nuclear power plants have been established adding 7,000 megawatt power, our electrical grid of 1 lakh megawatt. There is proposal to increase the nuclear power to 20,000 megawatt by 2020. In the year 1980, India had just started the work of information technology. Some young entrepreneurs, with their innovative and creative thoughts, within the difficult way of our country's rule and regulations, demonstrated how IT-enabled service can fetch export revenue. Subsequently, even the government had to bring out innovative and liberalized IT policies. Now our young IT entrepreneurs are generating export revenue of $50 million. This is expected to grow in more than $100 million by the year 2020. Similarly, the pharmaceutical industries are making a positive impact on Indian economy. Our garment industry and our export of pearls and diamonds are not far behind. Our auto compartment and automobile industry have made remarkable breakthroughs. Our cement industry has recorded great achievement in energy efficiency. Fly ash utilization, which is just 3% in 1993, is now close to 25% after mission mode approach. It will further grow as fly ash has multiple applications. These successful missions give us a confidence that as a country, we have the resources and ability to succeed in challenges missions if only we decide to achieve them. Our development should not merely in the pattern of going with West like USA, Europe, or Russia. We have to ensure that we achieve the development goals, keeping our civilization's heritage intact. Then alone, we prosperity and peace land together. We must ensure that development brings harmony at home, orders in the nation, and peace in the world. For that, righteousness is the basic requirement, which is the paramount among all citizens of the country. A course vision aunt by everyone turned to a common mission. During one of the visits to Dubai, I met the ruler of Dubai. He said that Dubai planned to increase its tourist arrival by 5 times. Once the decision was taken, I found a current plan of workings started getting implemented. The aviation minister was planning for a new airport and purchased new types of aircraft needed for attracting the tourists. The surface transport minister was planning a number of additional lanes required in the highways. The works minister was planning for an increase in the hotel accommodation for the tourists. The health minister had roadmap for the waste management, additional cleaning water requirements. This was the type of integration that spawned all the government to fulfill the national object. A leader should appreciate the message out of this experience. For any successful mission, we should plan to work together with foresight in a mission mode for the multiple requirements of development of any country.
Transforming an identity missile launch complex. I was working for India's missile program from 1982 to 1999. Even though my place of work was Hyderabad, my theatre of action was always Chandipur and Wheeler Islands of Orissa coast, where the developed missiles were flight testers. I would like to narrate an interesting experience which happened during that period. In October 1993, the development of Prithvi missile was almost over. However, the army desired to have a confirmatory test on a land range to validate the circular error probability (CEP) of the missile. Our efforts to conduct the test in our desert range could not take off due to the range safety problems. To overcome this, we were looking for an uninhabited island in the eastern coast. On the hydrographic map supplied by the Navy, we saw a few islands in the Bay of Bengal of Thamra, Orissa coast, indicating that there was some land. Our range team, consisting of Dr. S.K. Salva and Sri V.K. Saraswat, hired a boat from Dhamra and went in search of the islands. On the map, these islands were marked as Long Wheeler, Coconut Wheeler, and Small Wheeler. The team carried a directional compass and proceeded on the journey. They lost their way and could not locate the Wheeler Island. Fortunately, they met few fishing boats and asked them for the route. The fishermen did not know about the Wheeler Island, but they said there was an island called Chandrachud. They thought that this could be the Wheeler Island. They gave the approximate direction for proceeding to Chandrachud. With this help, the team could reach the Chandrachud Island, which was later confirmed as the Small Wheeler Island. By this time, it was late in the evening and was dark. The boatman refused to move in the night, and the team had to stay in the Small Wheeler Island in the boat for the night, counting the stars. The next morning, the team returned to Thamra. On the physical survey of the three islands, it was found that Long Wheeler Island had eroded over a period of time and was not useful for range activities. In view of this, we chose the Small Wheeler Island, which had adequate width and length required for range operations. The team also found some signs of boats from other countries visiting the Small Wheeler Islands. A study of the hydrographic data of a number of years indicated the erosion characteristics of the island. After taking over the islands from the Orissa government for range activities, we created permanent stony bunds on the periphery of the selected islands to prevent any future erosion. This one tiny island has since been transformed into a world-class missile range complex in a very short period. What we learned from this experience is aim for a great mission, work for it, and you will succeed. Vision should translate into mission leading to organization goals. Mission creates an energy in the organization to achieve goals. Aim for a great mission, work for it, and you will succeed. Success of a mission is possible when everyone owns it and works in a coherent manner to achieve it. Developmental goals should keep our civilization heritage intact. Evict, erase, and stop not till the goal is achieved. Swami Vivekananda.
Removal of self-doubt, one of the keys for the progress of human beings. Dr. Stephen Hawking of Cambridge University is one of the most accomplished physicists of our time. This great scholar was affected by motor neuron disease, which deteriorated so much that it threatened his research career. His speech became
slurry, and many people predicted that he would not live to complete his PhD. His determination and the help that he received from the modern technology as well as from some close friends made sure that he not only lived to complete his PhD, but also made the most invaluable contribution to physics, the string theory. He is a great living example that glorifies the confidence to win despite a number of physical disciplines. During my visit to Bulgaria in 2003, I visited the National Art Gallery of Bulgaria. There I saw an exhibition of paintings, mostly done by Bulgarian painters, which inspired and impressed me. I also saw the 100th birth anniversary exposition of the famous Bulgarian artist Zlatko Bajadidi. Hundreds of paintings were done by him using his right hand as is normally done. I was told that his right hand was subsequently paralyzed, but the indomitable spirit in him made him paint using his left hand, and these more beautiful paintings, which were also displayed, were painted with his left hand. What struck me was that constructive people cannot be humbled by a physical defect, as the power comes from which it to make one go ahead with their life's mission. Nani Kalkiwala started his life as a middle class boy who suffered from stammering, but his father, noticing his clear thinking and incredible debating power, repeatedly advised him to take up the legal profession. Nani aspired for the ICS, but fate destined otherwise. What a great boon to the nation it was to have had the spectacle of Palkiwala in his lawyer's robes appearing before the Supreme Court and the judges remarking, such arguments will not be heard in this court of centuries. Sir C.V. Raman was ahead of teaching and research in physics and created great scientific leaders and was also instrumental in the inception of Ram Research Institute, Bangalore. At the age of 82, Sir C.V. Raman, while addressing young graduates, said, I would like to tell the young men and women before me not to lose hope and courage. Success can only come to you by courageous devotion to the task lying in front of you. I can assert without fear of contradiction that the quality of Indian mind is equal to the quality of any Platonic, Nordic, or Anglo-Saxon mind. What we lack is perhaps courage. What we lack is perhaps the driving force which takes one anywhere. We have, I think, developed an inferiority complex. I think what is needed in India today is the destruction of that defeating spirit. We need a spirit of victory, a spirit that will carry us to our rightful place under the sun. A spirit which will recognize that we, as inheritors of a proud civilization, are entitled to a right place on this planet. If that indomitable spirit were to rise, nothing can hold us from achieving our rightful destiny. These were the words from the Nobel laureate scientist of India that always reverberate in my mind. Self-doubt is the biggest hurdle in our way to progress. Productive people cannot be humbled even by physical defects.
The love for one's work. Srinivasa Ramanujan lived only for 33 years and did not have a formal higher education or a means of living. Nevertheless, his inexhaustible spirit and love for his subject made him contribute to the treasure house of mathematical research, some of which is still under serious study and has been engaging efforts of mathematicians all over the world to establish formal proofs. Ramanujan was a unique Indian genius who could melt the heart of the most hardened and outstanding Cambridge mathematician, Professor G.H. Hardy. In fact, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was Professor Hardy who discovered Ramanujan for the world, and Professor Hari rated various geniuses on a scale of 100. While most of the mathematicians got a rating of around 30, with rare exceptions reaching to 60, Ramanujan got a rating of 100. There cannot be a better tribute to either Ramanujan or to the Indian heritage. His works cover vast areas, including prime numbers, hypergeometric series, modular functions, elliptic functions, Mach theta functions, even magic squares. Apart from serious side works on geometry of ellipses, squaring the circle, etc. One of the tributes to Ramanujan says that every integer is a personal friend of Ramanujan. Number theory and spiritual connectivity. Ramanujan used to say, an equation means nothing to me unless it expresses a thought of God. For him, the understanding of numbers was a process of spiritual revelation and connection. In his investigations into pure mathematics, he drew extraordinary conclusions that mystified his colleagues, but were usually proven to be right. He opened a universe of theory that until today is reaping applications. The landscape of the infinite was to Ramanujan a reality of both mathematics and spirit. He would talk for hours on the relationship he saw between God, zero, and infinity. He spoke of the quantity 2 to the power n minus 1, 2n minus 1, explaining that it stood for the primordial God and several divinities. When n is 0, the expression denotes 0. There is nothing. Where n is 1, the expression denotes God. Where n is 2, the expression denotes Trinity. When n is 3, where n is 7, the expression denotes Saptarishis, a group of 7 rishis called the Great Bear. And he continued with the idea that 0 represents absolute reality. Infinity is the myriad manifestations of that reality. Their mathematical product, infinity into 0, is not one number, but all numbers, each of which corresponds to individual acts of creation. For Ramanujan, numbers and their mathematical relationship were the measure of how the universe fits together. Each new theorem he explored was one more piece of the infinite to fathom. Communication models. One of the important applications of the number theory is in designing error correcting codes which are robust against most introduced in communication channels. The idealistic communication models can be described as follows: source to encoder to channel added with noise to decoder to receiver. Working for the beauty and purity of work, not for immediate gains. The problems of defining a suitable measure of information and of the efficiency of coding have been satisfactorily solved. The second problem of coding is concerned with finding a method whereby for each message received, we can identify the message transmitted with the least amount of error, even when the transmitted message is corrupted by noise. The fundamental theorem of information theory assures us that under certain conditions, this can be done. The construction of error correcting code has been difficult and fascinating mathematical problem, and its more or less successful solution has made it possible for us to think of channels or great reliability to work with computers and automation equipment. In the area of analog signal processing, a mathematical technique called Fourier transform is used. When one enters the digital world, a different tool called the discrete Fourier transform is used. Whereas if one has to analyze noise signals, engineers have recently come to conclusion that an efficient mathematical tool would be the Ramanujan Fourier transformation, or in short, RFT. This once again demonstrates that through Ramanujan did the work on RFT purely to satisfy his urge to explore the beauty of mathematics. It has come to be of use in day-to-day applications like communications almost 6 decades later.
Information security. Number theory once epitomized pure mathematics. Today, the applied number theory usually refers to cryptography, which enables secure communications. Very simple mathematics used cleverly occasionally produces spectacular practical results. Indeed, the first public key crypto systems needed only the most rudimentary number theory, but the modern elaborations of the number theory use all the number theoretical tools one can reasonably expect from an undergraduate. Thus, cryptography motivates a new generation of students to study the number theory. Cryptography aside, applied number theory might also mean communication networks. Expanded graphs are basic building blocks in the design of networks and have vast number of applications in areas of network and communication sciences. In the last 2 decades, the theory of Ramanujan graphs has gained prominence primarily for two reasons. First, from a practical point of view, these graphs resolved an external problem in communication network theory. Second, from a more aesthetic point of view, in the digital world, bits and bytes represent knowledge, which in turn represent the nation's wealth. For example, the source codes of the software that a company sells, the long-term strategies of companies, bank accounts, the purchase through e-commerce, and even our land records are in digital form today. Movement of bits across the network creates further wealth in the digital era. More than 25% of the nations soon will be directly or indirectly connected with information and communication products. In this new world, the economic and physical securities are closely intertwined by information security. Nations that are capable of generating and managing information in a secure way will become world leaders and world superpowers. Cryptography, the art of hiding information, is central to information security. There are two major ways by which information can be cryptographically secured in computer mediated communication. One is the symmetric cipher, where the same key is used for encryption as well as decryption. The other is the asymmetric key cryptography, wherein the encryption key and the decryption key are different. The latter can be also used for public key encryption. The asymmetric key cryptography, like the widely used RSA, is dependent on the complexity of calculations needed for finding out the two prime numbers P and Q, given their product n equal to P into Q. This is where the number theory comes in a field wherein Ramanujan made long-lasting contribution. Had Ramanujan lived for a few more years, had we continued to maintain the lead that Ramanujan gave us in the field of number theory, today we would have become the leaders in secure communication and possibly made many innovations that would have made our nation proud and also rich. Ramanujan, in making contributions to number theory, was well ahead of his time, blissfully unaware of the potential of his work either in securing information or in creating wealth. He did what he did simply for the beauty and purity of it. What Ramanujan said is so much, what he implied is even more. What he left behind is the legacy that many generations would never forget and perpetuate his mission. Information and communication technology. ICT has established that the data transformed into information has a business proposition which is given a competitive advantage. I am sure that by the end of this decade, countries like India will have IT enabled services in the field of human resources, customer interaction, finance and accounting, data search and integration, e education, telemedicine, and e governance. Core competencies that can be exploited in addition to the above include information security, scientific software development that can spearhead a strong domestic market, entertainment, education, hardware and chip design and wireless. In India, the software industry is exploring these areas to create a wealth of 80 billion in a few years. We strongly believe that with a proper planning and the ability to move up the value chain, we may even touch a target of 150 billion in a decade. Work done with passion and sincerity has its own reward. The contribution of such work may not be measurable immediately, but its fragrance may inspire generations to come. Institutions are made by the sincere work of individuals who work for the love of it. Let history judge the value of footprints of your work that you leave on the sand of time.
Nurture the unique you, National Mission for Nurturing Mathematicians. When we all talk about the nation's strides in it, space, defense, agriculture, and academic institutions, we have not yet fully recognized the importance of mathematics. It is becoming more and more difficult to get bright young students taking mathematics, the purest of the sciences, as a career. This dearth of students will, in the next few years, stifle innovations. There is a need to launch a national mission to generate mathematicians in large numbers and also create suitable employment potential for them so that we may be able to enrich our scientific work and a national tradition of mathematics that goes back to thousands of years. This is eminently possible since India for several centuries had been the home of some of the best talents in mathematics, a tradition that should be nurtured for the world to benefit. There may be hundreds of minds spread over the country over mathematical bent of mind. They are looking for the gifted senior scientists and professors to encourage their thinking to make the best contribution in the field. We have to shed the minimum educational qualification syndrome for the sake of discovering and encouraging the dreams of young minds. Throughout the country, the educated community, blessed with higher educational potential, should spot and encourage the creative minds wherever they are, irrespective of their regions.
The genius in Ramanujan had to be discovered by Professor Hart. Commenting on the fact only Namasiva had said with anguish, "It is the destiny of our nation that an Indian brain requires an acknowledgement from a foreigner." Why are our people hesitant to appreciate such a personality? I would like to narrate another incident which took place a few years back. A young man, Lovian, from a remote area of Kerala, who could not complete PUC, wrote to me saying that he had discovered a new mathematical theory and that he would like to talk to me. I could sense from the letter that the boy was very sincere. I thought our specialist team could study his work and direct him to the right type of researchers. I followed this boy to Delhi for a few days. What surprised us was that he had arrived at part of the equations of the Ramanujan's number theory, which this boy was not at all aware. He had discovered something and added some points to it, and the result was new. To a great extent, the achievements in the field of mathematics seem to come out of a desire to look into the beautiful aspects of nature, including natural phenomena such as star-shaped skies, which have interested the astronomers from time immemorial. An additional contributory factor seems to be an inherent drive towards recognition of patterns, even if it had to be in the sense of mathematical sequences or series.
He delved into the equally exciting topic of power sequences and series. What I felt was that he needed a good mathematical education or a patronage of a good mathematics teacher. It is like having Professor Hardy for Ramanujan for the mathematics genius to flower. I asked this boy why he hadn't met a mathematics teacher. He said meeting a mathematics teacher was an expedition. Most of the teachers felt it below their dignity to meet somebody who was not even a graduate. How do we promote these kinds of young and enthusiastic minds? Can our teachers and philanthropists or the social activists spot these buds and help them to blossom? Those who spot such talents and make them blossom will themselves be a different kind of a flower, as described in the Bhagavad Gita. See the flower, how generously it distributes its perfume and its honey. It gives to all, gives freely of its love. When its work is done, it falls away quietly. Try to be like the flower, unassuming despite all its qualities. What a beautiful message for all generations of this nation. I have asked Dr. R. Chidambaram, Dr. R. A. Mashilkar, and Professor N. Balakrishnan, great scientists and teachers, to evolve a system to provide an outlet for innovativeness in the budding mathematicians. One of the suggestions that I have is that to nurture Indian talents, like the way Hardy did for Ramanujan, many of the mathematicians must agree to host these talents at least for a few months in their institutions. People like the ones mentioned earlier could become great teachers of tomorrow by helping to shape the uncut diamonds to polished jewels that we could be proud of. We should create more Ramanujans in the field of mathematical sciences. For this, we also need persons with a mind like Professor Hardy to spot geniuses and nurture them in all walks of their lives.
When students come out of the university, certain capacities are required to be built in them for enabling them to face the challenges of the real world in their professional career and also to facilitate the participation in the task of national development. I suggest that the ingredients for capacity building must be embedded right from the beginning of the student's life. The educational model is the means of the hour to ensure that the students grow to contribute towards the economic growth of a nation. For participating in the nation building task, the following capacities are required to be developed among the students in the formative years by the educational institutions: the capacity for research or inquiry, the capacity for creativity and innovation, particularly the creative transfer of knowledge, the capacity to use technology, the capacity for entrepreneurial leadership, the capacity for moral leadership, research and inquiry. The 21st century is about the management of all the knowledge and information we have generated and the value addition we bring to it. We must give our students the skill of lifelong learning with which they can find a way to the sea of knowledge that has been and been created. Today, the technology has enabled us to teach ourselves to become the lifelong learners. This is required to sustain economic development. As an example, I would like to share with you the discussion I had with one of my friends on how to activate both sides of the brain in a balanced way so that the child can have concentration and high efficiency learning. We discussed the use of abacus in developing the capability of the child. Immediately, I searched for the information on the abacus and its tools on the internet. I found a number of sites that provide stimulated training through computers and animated packages for self-learning, as well as various other related tools in the form of mathematics games, which made the learning process a beautiful experience. Faculty members should inculcate this capacity of inquiry among the students, and universities should provide the environment and infrastructure for the students to learn by themselves with the help of live examples.
Inquiry, creativity, technology, entrepreneurship, leadership are the five capacities required to be built through the education process. If we develop in all our students these five capacities, we will produce autonomous learners, self-directed, self-controlled, lifelong learners who will have a capacity of both to respect as well as question the authority in an these are the leaders who would work together as a self-organizing network and transform any nation into a developed nation in a time-bound manner. Employment generation through entrepreneurship. There has been a substantial growth in our higher educational system all over the country. Around 3 million students graduate per annum from 300 universities. However, our employment generation system is not in a position to absorb the graduates passing out from the university, leading to an increase in educated unemployed in the region year after year. There is a large mismatch between the skills required for the modern employment and the education imparted to most of the students. In addition, economic growth and investments haven't kept pace with the availability of human resources. The situation will lead to instability in the social structure. We need higher education that focuses on and is oriented towards high value and productive employment opportunities. A three-pronged strategy is needed that makes education more attractive, imparts skills, and generates employment potential in an individual. How do we do that? Firstly, the educational system should highlight the importance of entrepreneurship and students during the college. Education should be oriented towards setting up the enterprises, which will provide the creativity, freedom, and ability to generate wealth. It should be taught to all the students that diversity of skills and personalized work makes an entrepreneur. In addition, college syllabi for art, science, and commerce courses should include topics and practical skills and entrepreneurship training. Secondly, the banking system should provide venture capital from the village level to the prospective entrepreneurs from undertaking new enterprises. Thirdly, there has to be an economic pull for human resources, for example, the generation of marketable products, purchasing power, not the people through the implementation of national missions. The educational institutions, government, and the private enterprises should become facilitators for creating entrepreneurship schemes through the support of the banking system and the marketing system. Entrepreneurs have to produce competitive products for becoming successful in their missions. I am sure that in this way, the capacities of many graduates will be built for becoming entrepreneurs and being employers rather than the employees. Nurture talents and create new leadership in every field. We are mentor providing an encouraging environment for inherent genius and capacities to flourish. Inquiry, creativity, technology, entrepreneurial, and moral leadership are the five capacities required to be built through the education process. Diversity in skills and perseverance in work make an entrepreneur.
What can I do? One evening, a beautiful evening, I was in a mission of thanksgiving to my families of nature. Reached the hut in the middle garden, in the midst of dense banyan grove. Herbal fragrance filled all around. Musical fountain with rhythm of Shehnai. Hundreds of intoxicated parrots by the music. One young banyan tree talked to me. O Kala. In all seasons, with trunks rooted on earth, we absorb all the heat in the middays. We give shelter to so many birds, give shade and cool breeze to animals and humans all around. What man gives? Tell me, Kalam. Oh, my young friend, you have given a great message of giving. Continue your God's mission of giving and giving. Suddenly, many parrots came and sat all around the branches of the trees in the serene banyan grove, lighted the place beautiful and glittering. One parrot shot a question to me. We the parrots are beautiful, as your poetic words picture us. Oh Kalam, can you fly on your own? Oh, no, my friends, you are blessed. Continue the mission of spreading happiness. My human pride completely melted. A new scene emerged, with a family of 8 peacocks and pigeons surrounding me seated in the hut. Three of the peacocks, beautifully unfurled wings, danced and danced. It was a heavenly sight. Never seen 3 peacocks in my garden, all dancing in a place same time. Time stood still. A younger one looked at me. Kalam sir, can you remember me? Oh friend, you are all alive. The peacock said, I was the one lying semi-conscious in front of your office. You brought the doctor, Sudhi. You touched me with kindness. Then I did not know anything, except I was on the operation table of Sudhi. The tumor in my throat was removed, medicine given, and I was fed and cured. The doctor handed over me to you. You blessed me and let me fly in biodiversity park with happiness rising. Today, Kalam sir, we gave you a final thanks, giving dance. Oh, my young friend, God has blessed you with a great quality called gratitude. Continue spreading it wherever you go.
entered into the biodiversity park. Deer herds were their little ones. They ran and ran, the leader marching with horns straight, glanced at me and said, I'm the leader of the deer. There was a formation of deer. The horned leader was bowing his head. Then a miracle happened. One lovely deer, a young one, slowly and slowly advanced towards me and started licking my hand, looked at me and said, I'm the little one. You daily feed me with milk. When my mother had forsaken me, as I could not walk or run to reach her. Thank you, sir, feeding me milk many a days, and for curing my injuries. You and Sudhir gave me life to me. This event electrified me, bowing their heads with tears rolling from the return of kindness. The deer herd slowly advanced. The sun was setting. Full moon was rising from the horizon. Spiritual garden was welcoming. O Kalam, we have a message for you. We are a family of dates, olive, tulsi trees, and many more. Look at us. We grow together. We live together. Muslims, Christians, and Hindus, and those from other religions, adore us individually. Trees embraces all of us in all seasons. We give freshness and fragrance. Kalam, you can tell about us to all your citizens. Oh, my spiritual gurus, you are indeed giving a great message on unity of minds. That was indeed for me a treat from the University of Learning. I could answer, what can I give? The nature's citizens inspire. What can I give? Yes, removing the sorrow of the needy, gladdening of the sad heart, and above all, I realized in giving, happiness radiates all around.
The great tree in my home. Oh, the tree in my home. You are great among trees. So many generations were enriched through decades with your help so kind. Many now live under your sagely care. Your song of life I love to hear. Oh, my friend Kalam, I crossed 800 like your father and mother. Every day morning you walk an hour. I also see you on full moon nights walking with a thinking moon. I know, my friend, the thoughts in your mind. What can I do? When in April you look at me again and again with deep concern, seeing me shed thousands of leaves, you ask me, my friend, what is my burden? Leaves I shed, I give, leaves I shed to give birth to new leaves. Flowers bloom, attracting butterflies and bees. So, Kalam, it's not burden for me. It's a beautiful phase of my life. Year after year, says the tree, I give and give, so I remain young and happy. Now, Kalam, take a tour with me. See closely inside in my dense branches. A large beehive full of honey, built by thousands of worker bees. Honey collected by their ceaseless work. Honey hive so heavy with sweet honey drops, guarded well by thousands of bees. For whom this honey is collected and guarded, is for you all, rich and poor. Our mission is to give to every life. Oh, Kalam, it will be so many more.
Birds in my branches. Most of the top branches of my tree attract hundreds of parrots as their home. You have rightly called me parrot's tree. Nowadays, you call me also honey tree. When I hear you talking to your grandson about me, I smile and smile. I give many homes to birds in my branches and trunk holes. I have heard songs of birds and seen love, birth, and growth. The birds are flying and flying around me, sharing happiness, and also sometimes with fear of eagles. Nowadays, Kala, daily during your walk, you come close to me to see my route, all around dense flower garden with a velvet grass bed to a peahen, the peahen giving warmth to the eggs, all the time giving safe breeding with motherly love. It is a beautiful sight in your home, the peahen with its 7 kids, majestically walking all around and guarding the children day and night. Now, you question, Kala, what is my mission? Mission of 100 years of my life. My mission, I enjoy giving what all I have. Lunch, flour and honey, give abode to hundreds of birds. I give and give, so I remain always happy and young.
Effective leaders. Leaders are central to any major change effort, and we can conclude that transformation equals leadership. Without a strong and capable leadership from many people, restructuring, turnarounds, and cultural changes either do not happen at all or do not happen effectively. In addition, there is a need to manage the change process in such a way that the operation does not go out of control. A sound managerial support is essential for this. Hence, highly successful transformation efforts combine good leadership with good management. Such a combination I would call creative leadership. Creative leaders at the top of the enterprises today will encourage others to lead into the future, help them overcome natural fears, and expand the leadership capacity in their organization. It is a great victory to conquer the people's hearts and preserve our democratic traditions. India has demonstrated its immense capabilities and core competence to the world with its large talented manpower. It is a nuclear weapon state, self-sufficient in space efforts and defense research, capable of combat technology, denial regimes, largest producer of milk, self-sufficient in food, leader in pharmaceuticals, competent in information technology, and has large natural resources. What else do we need? We have such capabilities and strengths in individual domains, but when one looks at India's per capita income, we stand at the 105th place in the world. Why? What is pulling us down? What do we need? We need more and more unique individuals who can be great leaders and managers. As great leaders and managers will fill you up vacuum in India and collectively make India reach the highest place. What should be the purpose of management education? I think management education should transform a person into a leader. Who is a leader? A leader is the one who thinks that he can give to others instead of expecting what others can do for him. The second most important thing that a leader needs to have is the ability to manage and lead the change. What type of change do we need here? The entrepreneurs should not be just homegrown industrialists, but their enterprises should also be becoming leading MNCs.
Leadership with nobility and change management are the two important elements that the youth need to contribute to the nation. The nation today needs a combination of technology and a leadership that uses the technology to bring economic prosperity. The developed India, as defined by us, can only be powered by economic strength. The economic strength has to be powered by competitiveness, and competitiveness has to be powered by knowledge power. Knowledge power has to be powered by technology, and technology has to be powered by innovation and business. Business has to be powered by innovative management, and management has to be powered by leadership. What are the characteristics of leadership? A leader neither is a commander nor a super boss, but he or she is a visionary, a facilitator of the team, and a thinker. Above all, the nobility of the mind is a hallmark of the leader. Searching the right people and making them grow. Re-entry dynamics. Unconnected or in a connected way, two great scientific minds were responsible for making some unique and beautiful things happen in my life. In 1962, I was working in the Aeronautical Development Establishment, ADE, in the Ministry of Defense as a senior scientific assistant, empowered as the leader of the hovercraft development program. I was responsible for the design, development, and also piloting the hovercraft. One day, my director told me that that was a great scientist was coming to ADE, and that I had to explain to him and give a flight demonstration of the hovercraft. When I met the scientist, I saw in front of me a young bearded philosopher-like personality.
Was Professor M.G.K. Menon, and then Director of Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. My God, how many questions he asked me in 20 minutes. I took him as a co-passenger in the hovercraft and gave him a beautiful maneuvered flight on the tarmac. He loved the flight and congratulated me. I thought that just like any other VIP visit, this was the end of it. But after a week, I received a telegram. There was no email in those days. That I was to attend an interview for the post of a rocket engineer at the TIFR Bombay within a week. My ADE director helped me to get an airlift one way by taking special permission from the headquarters. I went for that interview. 3 people in the interview panel were sitting there. One was Professor Vikram Sarabhai. I was meeting him for the first time. Second was Professor MGK Menon. And the third was Sri Saraf from the administration. What an interview it was. Professor Sarabhai asked me questions on what I knew rather than what I didn't know. This was a new way of interviewing. Within an hour of the interview, I was told that I was selected and my life was steered from defense to space program. Another re-entry in my life took place after the completion of SLV-3 mission. In the year 1981, a lecture series was organized at the Defense Electronics Application Laboratory in the Dehradun for presentation of successful technological scientific programs of the nation. The first speaker, Dr. Raja Ramana, the then scientific advisor to Raksha Mantri, gave a talk on Pokhran nuclear test, technological and management challenges. I was the second speaker and Dr. Raja Ramana himself presided. The topic I dealt with was the evolution of management system for developing India's first satellite launch vehicle. During the launch time, Dr. Raja Ramana asked me to meet him for 10 minutes. I still remember it was 5 o'clock in the evening on a Sunday in March 1981. Then great nuclear scientist Dr. Raja Ramana told me that he was convinced that I could provide the leadership to the missile program, envisaged by the DRDO. The focal laboratory for the program was the DRDL. He invited me to become the director of the DRDL. I was delighted. That was the beginning of the story of my re-entry to defense, leading to evolution of the missile program. The rest is history. This great soul was the chairman of the council of IISC, and I was responsible for guiding the destiny of institute for over 10 years.
Empowering the young scientist. I remember an incident with Professor Vikram Sarabhai during the 1960s. Dr. Sarabhai had nurtured a few scientists and technologists. Let me share with you how he nurtured them. Whenever he came to Trivandrum, I used to discuss with him the proposal for the development of composite products. At that time, I was in the initial stages of my career as a rocket engineer with less than 2 years of experience in ISRO. Apart from me, there was Dr. S.C. Gupta, a specialist in guidance, and Dr. Ambar Rao, a specialist in aerospace structures. In spite of her being just introduced into the organization with few years of experience, Dr. Sarabhai noticed her interest in development of certain materials and systems. He funded for the creation of laboratories. He created a fiber composite laboratory based on the proposal which later became reinforced plastic center. He created Gyro Laboratory centered on the expertise of Dr. Gupta, which later became Guidance Laboratory, and Space Structures Laboratory, centered around Dr. Ambar Rao, which later became Advanced Dynamics Group. These centers became the centers of excellence and incubated many advanced technology missions that fed critical inputs to the space program. Over the potential of a young scientist is understood, the heads of the organization must invest in them, boldly irrespective of the position of the scientist and his or her age. If this philosophy is pursued with sincerity, the research would flourish and youth would be encouraged to embrace science. Leaders with great minds are always looking for the right people to steer a project. The right people are self driven, self motivated, and need no monitoring. A high self concept, his own sense of achievement, and a grip on the subjects makes the selector a positive evaluator who wants to know what you know and not what you do not know. For innovation to flourish, respect the zeal and sincerity irrespective of the age and experience.
Development of creative leadership. What is needed today is a combination of technology, innovation, leadership, and inspired workforce for the progress of the nation. Let us analyze the dynamics of good organizations for national development. Developed India can be powered only by economic strength. The economic strength is powered by competitiveness. The competitiveness is powered by knowledge power. The knowledge power is powered by technology and innovation. The technology is powered by resource investment. The resource investment is powered by revenue and return on investment. The revenue is powered by volume and repeat sales through customer loyalty. The customer loyalty is powered by quality and value of products. The quality and value of products is powered by employee productivity and innovation. The employee productivity is powered by employee loyalty, employee satisfaction, and working environment. The working environment is powered by management leadership. The management leadership is powered by creative leadership. Creative leadership is one which exercises its vision to change the traditional role from the commander to that of a coach, from the manager to mentor, from director to delegator, and from the one who demands respect to the one who facilitates self respect.
Creating unique brands, promoting excellence in organizations, which leads to the creation of internationally competitive brand institutions, depends on five important components. They are 1. Design capability, 2. Competitiveness, and 3. Organizational transformation, 4. Success failure management, and 5. Establishment of institutional ethical standards. Design capability. Technology consists of stages like research and development, technology transfer, technology absorption, and production of products or systems with performance, quality, and cost effectiveness. The indigenous design capability is built through rigorous training in design, development, fabrication, and production processes within the country by multiple institutions through appropriate outsourcing and use of available national expertise. It is essential to evolve the value chain in the product life cycle. Wealth generation depends largely on design phase, which contributes about 60% of the efforts of development of the product. The quality of the product has to be built in during the design phase itself. The indigenous design and development capability is the key to acquire a competitive edge. It is very important for the research and development teams, the business community, and the industry to recognize the importance of design capability.
Competitiveness. I have been studying the development patterns and the dynamic of connectivity between nations, especially in trade and business. The world has few developed countries and many developing countries. What is the dynamics between them and what connects them? A developed country has to market its product in a competitive way to different countries to maintain its position of a developed country. If a developing country wants to transform into a developed country, they too have to market their products to other countries in a competitive way. Competitiveness has three dimensions: quality of the product, cost effectiveness, on time supply. Indeed, this dynamics of the competitiveness in the marketing of products by developing and developed countries is called the law of development. Organizational transformation. I'm sharing with you an experience which has the message on how to transform a 25-year-old institution for a new mission. This calls for changing the old order and simultaneously embedding the new mission that utilizes the technological core competence of the institution by providing the right direction for the human power. I was the project director of SLV3 at VSSC ISRO until 1982. After completing the project, I opted to take up the leadership of Defense Research and Development Laboratory, DRDL, in 1982 for developing the new generation missile systems. I would like to discuss the birth of a missile program and the transformation of the laboratory for the new mission. When an institution is nearly 25 years old, as the DRDL was at that time, it has its own ethos and culture and also its pride. The mission of the laboratory was to design, develop, and lead missile systems into production. But until 1982, it had not delivered any missile to the armed forces, excepting the creation of a technological base, infrastructure, and the nurturing of scientific and technical manpower. When I reached the laboratory, one thing was clear to me. The mission is the most important component of the institution. All the components of the institution have to be directed to work towards the objective of the laboratory for leading to the development of missiles and production. Let me summarize the institutional status of the DRDL after 2 decades from 1982. The DRDL, with its partners, has now delivered two strategic missile systems for the development by the services. These systems are not available for purchase from the international market due to the missile technology control regimes and also due to certain unique performance characteristics needed by our armed forces. How was this change brought about? I asked myself the following questions.
Did I bring new leaders from outside the laboratory for the new mission? No, not at all. Did I bypass the second line senior scientists and empower the third line young scientists? No, never. Was the pride of the laboratory and experienced scientists diminished? Not at all. Yet, how a change was born about a change towards a mission oriented organization. What was the focus? What was the management style during various phases of the program?
Ownership of the program. During the first year of the program, the entire scientific community was developed for making the preliminary design, documents leading to the preparation of the report for the sanctioning of the missile program by the government of India and the evolution of a management plan. I remember that about 200 scientists, irrespective of their rank or seniority, worked on this mission without involving any external manpower. When the missile program was sanctioned at a cost of rupees 400 crores and a potential to grow over rupees 1000 crores, the entire laboratory was proud of this program and they owned the program. When the project was sanctioned, the entire laboratory was external agencies such as 28 work centers and production units participated in the ceremony for the launch of the missile program, presided over the then scientific advisor to the defense minister. This, this one action that the project report was prepared by the laboratory for the great mission of multiple missile development, including evolution of the production facilities, sent a message that the missile program is a program of the laboratory and all its work centers. This I consider as the first management step of integrating the minds of workers, staff, scientists, and technologists for the ownership of the program. This message I would like to convey is that always respect the core competence of the institution you are going to take over, value their pride of the people, and build on their strengths and capabilities. Changing the work culture for building indigenous design capability. Missile Technology Committee for Decision Making. I started a forum in the laboratory called Missile Technology Committee (MTC), which met regularly every week on Monday at 14 hours. This MTC was effectively used to elicit different viewpoints on how to cope with new sanction program of the laboratory, which was bigger than all of us who had assembled there. Two recommendations clearly emerged. The first recommendation was that DRDL has to become a partner of a number of academic institutions and academians who could participate in this design review. This led to establishment of Joint Advanced Program JATP units of Indian Institution of Science, Bangalore, and Jadavpur University, Kolkata. This decision resulted in the presence of number of academic experts in the DRDL campus at all times, and as well as the DRDL scientists moving to the academic institution.
There are tremendous effects in the minds of the RDL scientific community that they should acquire knowledge wherever it is available. Thus, for the first time, the DRDL was open to external knowledge centers, which led to the capability enhancement of laboratory and also building of the confidence among the scientists and technologists that we can do it. Not only did the laboratory get reinvigorated, the missile program led to the effective management of outsourcing of work to partner laboratories and industries with necessary funding. The DRDL RCI became a center of system design, system integration, and system management. With the opening of laboratory to the academic institutions and partner defense laboratories, the next major decision was to mobilize 300 young scientists from the universities. A special recruitment program was approved for this by the Guided Missile Board, virtually leading to the campus recruitment. In 6 months' time, all the young scientists were in the position in labs. Once the young scientists came into the scene, a new dynamics of enthusiasm and motivation started in the laboratory and multiplied accomplishment of the scientific task from the senior scientists. The most important decisions taken by the MPC was the establishment of Missile Integration Centers and Test Facilities, later called RCI, and the establishment of the Missile Flight Test Range. The guided missile board viewed these recruitments and approved them as special programs with financial empowerment within its own powers. It had never happened in the history of our organization that a large-scale technology center was conceived and established within 3 years in a green field site through a consultant equipped with high-quality architects and engineers as turnkey point project. Similarly, a new flight test range, including an island range, was established within a record time with the capability of launching multiple missile systems. The message I would like to convey is that our country, the government can empower a program and enable its completion in record time. It is all about participative project definition, full empowerment to those who will implement an optimum outsourcing to content partners. This is how we are able to lead two strategic missiles into production, establish two new technological laboratories and a number of production centers in our public sector undertaking and factories. Also, production wings were established in private sector.
For change. Management system had the following features. The creation of MTC as a technological decision-making body. The selection and nomination of 5 young projects directors for the 5 projects empowered by management board. Reorganization of laboratories thrice in 10 years. Design phase, development phase, and flight trial production phase. The second level senior scientists of the laboratories become technologically directors with accountability to provide all the technological inputs to the projects. These directors became the chairman of different design review teams. The constitution of management council with all technological directors as members. The project directors were asked to make weekly presentation to the management council highlighting progress and problems. The council resolved the inter-project conflicts, provided inter-project priorities, suggested resource mobilization strategy, and established accountability among all members and the project teams. A healthy working relationship was established among the senior scientists. Constituting a multi-level review system as part of the project and program management. The system compared of 1. Preliminary design review, 2. Critical design review, 3. System reviews, 4. Flight readiness review, 5. Post-flight analysis and review, and 6. Above all, a failure review by expert teams. Result of change. I would like to summarize how can assess the success of a management system of missile programs in meeting the objectives set by the government. Is capability has been established for the design, development, and production of any type of missile with any ambiguity in spite of the MTCR regime. B is two strategic missiles went into production and were deployed by the armed forces. 3. Missile development was the territory of one single lab. Today, there are 3 labs, 28 partner labs, and 2 prime production agencies with nearly 20 partner industries.
The successful deployment of missiles has been possible due to evolution of design capability, creation of interproject competitiveness, establishment of concurrent engineering and production system, creation of multi-tier review mechanism, installation of a robust failure management system, utilization of other institutional capabilities, and above all, an empowered three-tier guided missile management system. Ethical standards. Organizational ethics come from traditional leadership. Leadership comes from proven success, family background, and also love for the progress of the society. The maturity of the quality of the leadership is reflected in the transformation from you give me to what can I give you. The phenomena is illustrated through an example of my guru, Miss Dr. Ram Prakash. I worked with him during the SLV 3 program. When I was the project director of SLV 3 program, Prof. Ram Prakash, a great scientific leader with nobility, was director of Vikram Sarabhi Space Center, which integrated multiple institutions based on the advice of Prof. Kamala Chowdhury. Then a management expert IIM, Prof. Ram Prakash took hundreds of decisions for the growth of the space science and technology. One great decision I will cherish, the principle he utilized was, once a program such as SLV-3 is sanctioned, the multiple laboratories of Vikram Sarabhi Space Center and also the multiple centers of ISRO, including the Space Department, have to work to realize the stated goals of the program as a team. Particularly, during 1973-1980, there was a tremendous financial crunch and competing requirements from many small projects. Prof. Ram Prakash converged all scientific and technological work to be focused towards SLV 3 and its satellite. She's famous for the evaluation of management with purpose and nobility. I would like to give a few instances. He enabled for the first time the evolution of comprehensive management plan for the SLV-3 program towards the mission, putting the Rohini satellite in orbit. After my task, he prepared the SLV management plan in a period of 3 months' time. He arranged nearly 15 brainstorming meetings of the Space Scientific Committee SSC. After discussion and approval, this management plan was signed by Prof. Ram Prakash and became the guiding spirit and working document of the whole organization. This was also beginning of the converting a national vision into mission mode programs. During the evolution of the management plan, I could see how multiple views emerged and how many people being afraid of losing their individuality due to this main mission often poured out their anger during the meeting. I could also see how Prof. Ram Prakash radiated white with a smile in the midst of the continuous smoking coming from the cigarettes being lit one after the other. The anger, fear, prejudice all disappeared in the presence of his nobility of process. Today, the space program launched vehicle spacecraft, scientific experiments, and launch missions all are taking place simultaneously. In the center of the Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, in a constant and cooperative manner, I remember this great mighty soul who evolved the concept of management with nobility and firmness and created the unique organizational efforts. He provided the leadership in the 5,000 strong WSSC community with more than 50% of them being scientists at a crucial period after the passing away of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai. He led the VSSC to success in the mission mode program with the knowledge and technology, above all with the high moral issues.
Activity, competitiveness, organizational transformation, success, failure management, and establishment of institutional ethical standards are the cornerstones for creating a brand image. Wealth generation depends largely on design phase, which contributes about 60% of the efforts of development of the product. The quality of the product has to be built in during the design phase itself. Competitive has three dimensions: quality of the product, cost effectiveness, and on time supply. It is not changing people but giving them a sense of mission that transforms an institution. Always respect the core of competence of the institution you are going to take over, value the pride of the people, and build on their strengths and capability. Integrate the demands of workers for owning a program. It is all about our participative project definition, full empowerment to those who implement, and optimum outsourcing to competitive partners. We need nobility and purpose to create a unique organizational ethos. Handling failure. Success is yours, failure is mine. A real leader's attitude. I have witnessed several successful flights and few failures in this range. The first mission was a failure and we recovered fast and we were ready for the second mission. July 18, 1980 is a memorable day for the entire space community of India. This was the day the space scientists put a 40 kg Rohini satellite in a low Earth orbit through SLV-3 satellite launch vehicle, which took off at 0805 hours. Within minutes, the satellite was in orbit. This was a great accomplishment for our scientists, especially after the unsuccessful earlier mission on August 10, 1979. There was a jubilation all around. People were thrilled. They were shouting, hugging, and lifting each other and were emotionally charged.
This was the time Professor Dhawan took me aside and said that we should go to a silent place. Both of us went to the launch pad and sat on the launcher. We watched the waves of the Bay of Bengal in silence. After a few minutes, Professor Dhawan said to me, Kalam, you've been working hard for the last 8 years. You've encountered a number of problems and failures. You faced them all with utmost courage, patience, and perseverance. For all the efforts that you put in, today we have got the results. I want to thank you for your excellent work. I will remember and cherish it. I'd never come across such a beautiful day till then. In the din of loud external jubilation of the entire space community, Professor Dhawan and I were enjoying the intensive beauty of the mega event. Failure management. 2 decades ago, while I was working at ISRO, I had the best of education, which could not have been received from any university. I'll narrate that incident. I was given a task by Professor Satish Dhawan, then Chairman ISRO, to develop the first satellite launch vehicle SLV-3 to put Rohini satellite in orbit. This was one of the largest high-technology space programs undertaken in 1973. The whole space community technology, both men and women, were geared up for this task. Thousands of scientists, engineers, and technicians worked for the realization of the first SLV-3 launch. The first SLV-3 experimental launch was planned to take off at 15 hours on August 10, 1979. I, as the mission director, was in the Shah Control Center along with a 50-member strong team with six specialists to assist me in critical decision making before the takeoff. The automated computer count stopped indicating a possible anomaly in the propulsion system. My specialist team saw on the display that in the second stage of flight, the pressure dropped in the reaction control system oxidizer tank that provides the three-axis altitude control after the first stage rocket is separated.
The specialist team advised me to go ahead with the countdown, ignoring the pressure drop as they felt the propellant stored was sufficient enough to last for twice the flight duration. I was advised to go ahead with the launch. I concurred and pushed the computer button to launch the sequence. At T0, the SLV-3 took off beautifully. The first stage had given predicted thrust and altitude and velocity needed at given altitude. The second stage initiated as per the Jelly data. But within a few seconds, we witnessed the second stage and the third stage, and the satellite got caught into a tumbling motion, and we lost the flight to the Bay of Bengal. It was 7 a.m. in the morning. The whole team, in spite of its day and night hard work prior to the launch, were busy in collecting the data and was trying to establish the reason for the flight failure. Meanwhile, I was called by Professor Satish Dhawan to attend a press conference. Before the press conference, Professor Satish Dhawan told me he was going to handle the situation and I should be present with many of the senior scientists and technologists. And there he announced he took the responsibility for not achieving the mission, even though I was the project director and the mission director. The press conference room was full with media. There was gloom, many questions were posed, some were very powerful, thoughtful, also criticisms. Professor Satish announced, Friends, today we had our first satellite launch vehicle to put satellite in the orbit we could not succeed. It was our first mission of proving multiple technologies in satellite launch vehicles. In many technologies, we have succeeded, and in a few more, we have to succeed. Above all, I realize my team members will have to be given all the technological support. I am going to do that in the next mission, we will succeed. Subsequently, a failure analysis board was formed to establish the course.
Launched SLV-3 on July 18, 1980, successfully injecting Rohini satellite into orbit. Again, there was a press conference, and Professor Dhawan put me in front to share success story with the press. What we learned from this event is that the leader takes the responsibility of failure, but gives the credit of the success to the team members. This is the leadership. Scientific community in India has had the fortune to work with such leaders because of whom so many accomplishments have been possible. Leader takes the responsibility of failure, but gives the credit of success to the team members. Defeat the problems and succeed. I want to share what I felt after Columbia's tragedy. Human flight is nothing but the creativity of human mind and undergoes several struggles to achieve excellence by exploring space. In 1890, a well-known scientist, Lord Kelvin, who was the president of the Royal Society of London, said, anything heavier than air cannot fly and cannot be flown. Within 2 decades, Wright brothers proved that man can fly, of course, at a heavy risk and cost. On his successful completion of moon mission in 1961, Van Braun, a very famous rocket designer who built Saturn V to launch capsules with astronauts and made the moon walk a reality, said, if I am authorized, I will remove the word impossible from the dictionary. Now let us take the story of planet Earth.
Mission on January 29, 2002 at 3:39 p.m. The astronaut M34 and Rambo said to the ground station, we are in vantage point in space. The world looks marvelous from up here. So peaceful, so wonderful, and so fragile. Those 7 astronauts are no more with us. They have given so much of scientific inputs to the humanity. In addition, they have given a very important message that the Earth is fragile. In ancient days, astronomy was was a widely used system for calculating the dynamics of various stars and planets. The assumption then was the Earth is flat. A scientific struggle had to take place to prove that the Earth is spherical in shape, orbiting around the Sun. Two great astronomers, Galileo had to give a new dimension to the world of astronomy. Galileo was jailed for his discovery. Today, we take it granted the Earth is globe orbiting around the Sun, and the Sun orbits in the Milky Way. All the technological advancements we have today are the outcomes of scientific exploration of the scientists of past few centuries. At no time was man beaten by problems. He strives continuously to subject failures or contributes to those 7 astronauts who have lost their lives in Colombia. Such thoughts are meant to tell us the failure should not deter our steps towards progress.
I intently think what can bring peace and prosperity together. I have visited all parts of our country and talked to the children, the youth, and the experienced. I've also visited several countries in 3 continents. When I addressed the Pan African Parliament represented by 53 African countries, I happened to meet the heads of state of these countries and their citizens. These meetings triggered many random thoughts in me. I would like to share with you how the father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi, working at Durban in South Africa, experienced the insult and humiliation under the apartheid regime and fought back during the period 1893 to 1914. This later on led to the birth of non-cooperation movement through non-violence. During my visit to South Africa in 2004, I boarded a train at Penrith railway station near Durban for a journey at Pittsburgh, just tracing the footsteps of Mahatma Gandhi. It was from Durban station that Mahatma had embarked on the fateful journey that in later years is regarded as having changed the course of his life. He boarded the train on June 7, 1893, in order to travel to Pretoria, where he was due to meet legal clients. A first class seat was booked for him. The train reached Pittsburgh station at about 9 p.m. A white passenger entering the compartment could not stomach a colored person traveling with him. So he went out and returned with 2 officials who ordered Gandhiji to move out to the van compartment. When Gandhiji resisted as he had the valid ticket to travel in that compartment, a white constable was called who took Gandhiji by hand and pushed him out of the train. His luggage was also thrown out, and the train continued its journey without him. Gandhiji spent the night in the waiting room. It was winter and the weather was bitterly cold. Although his overcoat was in the luggage, Gandhiji did not ask for it, fearing further insults. Gandhiji contemplated returning to India, but decided that such a course would be cowardice. He vowed to stay and fight the disease of racial prejudice. This changed the course of his life. Gandhiji even said, "My active non-violence began from that date."
The compartments in which we traveled were exactly the same compartments in which the Mahatma had traveled. When I got down at the Peter station, I saw the plaque in whose vicinity the Mahatma was thrown out. I also went to the waiting room where Mahatma had spent the cold wintry night. The action of Mahatma Gandhi, his courage when he was insulted by the white constable, later led to the birth of Ahimsa Dharma. This was the first movement in South Africa against racial discrimination. The people of South Africa remember the courageous action of Mahatma Gandhi, and as a nation, they are grateful to him. The fight against apartheid in South Africa at that time was indeed an experience for Mahatma Gandhi. It became a precursor to India's freedom movement. I also recall the connectivity with the Kalinga war scene about 2,300 years back, where Emperor Ashoka's mind transformed while celebrating the victory in the Kalinga War at the cost of the death of more than 100,000 people and an equal number injured. In this victory, the emperor saw the bloodbath in the moonlit night. Here, we see the birth of Ahimsa Dharma out of this tragic scene created by the emperor himself, grow into a laudable philosophy that spread across the world. A long walk to freedom. I would also like to share with you the scene in the Robben Island of Atlantic Ocean. In this scene, I see an indomitable spirit of Dr. Nelson Mandela, who was jailed for 26 years in a single prison cell. When he was freed, he gave two great gifts to his nation. One was the magnanimity in victory by providing equal constitutional rights to the 10% of the white population who were the main propagators of apartheid. The second was his book entitled A Long Walk to Freedom, the famous work where he wrote stealthily in the prison. With all my experience in India and abroad, one thing is very clear that in this planet of 6 billion people, what is needed is the fight against injustice. Mahatma Gandhi in Africa fought against apartheid. Dr. Nelson Mandela gave the final leadership to remove the apartheid regime from South Africa. In India, Gandhiji, with his experience in fighting against injustice in South Africa, fought against the British for India's freedom. From these experiences, what we learn historically is that we have to have a major mission against injustice and we have to fight till injustice is completely removed.
Shape of injustice. What is that injustice? The injustice that we have to fight today is the societal and economic impoverishment and inequality in various aspects of life for a large number of people. India's movement in removing this impoverished state will become a trendsetter for the whole planet. When India got its freedom in 1947, many nations in Asia and Africa were inspired to fight for freedom and were able to achieve freedom for the nations. Thus, as in the past, now again, India will be able to lead in releasing the people all over the world from the shackles of injustice. When would India become a developed nation and show the way to the other developing nations? Will history repeat itself? Yes, it will be possible by youth power, half the population of India. Don't fear failure. A personal crisis may bring a turning point in life, which may change the course of life for the better or may even change history. I have a major mission against injustice, the injustice of social and economic impoverishment. 16. Courage, commitment, and endurance. As a leader, we need to passionately own our mission. This brings the courage for making any sacrifice for it. We also need presence of mind and strong nerves. Here are two examples. At every stage of its development, the SLV3 team was blessed with some extraordinarily courageous people. Sri Siva Kaminathan was bringing the C-band transponder from Trivandrum to Shar for integration with SLV3. The SLV3 launch schedule was dependent on the arrival and integration of this equipment. On landing at the Madras Chennai airport, the aircraft in which Sivakami was traveling skidded and overshot the runway. Dense smoke engulfed the aircraft. Everyone jumped out of the aircraft through the emergency exit and desperately fought to save him/herself. All except Sivakami, who stayed in the aircraft till they removed the transponder from the baggage. He was among the last few persons to emerge from the smoke, holding the transponder close to his chest. This is the level of dedication and the attachment to the project, which gives courage to make any sacrifice. Another incident happened during the third launch of SLV3. The countdown sequence was proceeding smoothly. There were two operations to be carried out on the launcher, one for the release of the spacecraft umbilical and the other for the release of the arms holding the vehicle. Both these were pneumatically operated systems remotely controlled from blockhouse. The arms got released as expected. However, the spacecraft umbilical release system failed to respond to the command. This put on hold the countdown automatically. There was suspense on how to go about, and the launch managers huddled together to find a solution. Sri M.R. Kurub and I volunteered to reach the umbilical system through a ladder to manually release it. Seeing the situation, one young tradesman of Shar, Sri Papaya, volunteered to climb onto the launcher and release the mechanism manually. After clearance by the concerned, he accomplished this marvelous feat, and the vehicle was launched that day. I can never forget such committed individuals who have been the backbone of ISRO.
Experience in a full moon night. I would like to tell another small and funny incident which I experienced when I was working with DRDO 1999. It was a full moon night on Villa Island. We launched the operationalized vision of Agni. The launch was a textbook launch and the mission requirements were fully met. The re-entry vehicle went exactly to the target. It was a day of great joy. After the first phase of the post-flight analysis, I had to rush to Dharma, then to Chandipur, and next day morning to Calcutta. So I could reach the LCA review at Bangalore. I was going in powered boat from the Wheeler shore to Dharma shore, a ride which normally takes 40 minutes. Dr. S.K. Salwan, Sri S.C. Narang, and I was enjoying the night on a full moon night. The sea was very rough. The waves were rocky and cold, salty wave water was being sprayed on us. To our great surprise, midway from Vila Island to Dharma, the engine of our boat stopped functioning. Imagine an engineless boat with no sails on a full moon night and when the sea is very rough. The rocky waves were showering their strength by hitting our boat. Except the boatman and me, none of the others could swim. Everybody was frightened. When the people were afraid, jittery about what is going to happen, I had to keep their minds busy, fear from fear. So I started telling them my experience with the sailboat that my father had built from ferrying the pilgrims from Rameshwaram to Dhanushkodi. As a small boy, I was given the job of continuously emptying the water from the boat, which used to come aside due to the leakage from the wooden hull. For emptying the water during and to from the journey, I used to get a bonus one of 1 anna. The experience gave a sense of happiness to my colleagues. Meanwhile, using the boat communication, we could contact the other boat, which reached us after a short while. All of us got ourselves transferred to the new boat and reached Dharma. This was a good test of endurance. Commitment to the mission gives courage to recover it even at the peril of one's life.
Innovation, the strength of an enterprise. What is indeed in achieving greatness for an institution is not only knowledge, but also people with passion. This passion should be limited to the technical aspects, but should also aim towards creating a concern for the society with a view to finding positive solutions to the problems faced by the people. We need leaders who can create such passion among our youth and channel their vibrant energy to make the nation competitive. What are the methods of achieving this? Thrust for indigenous technology. Technology is a non-linear tool that can affect the most fundamental change in the ground rules of economic competitiveness. Technology consists of stages like research and development, technology transfer, technology absorption, and production of products or systems with the desired performance, quality, and cost effectiveness. Technology development can be achieved through two routes, Route A and Route B. Route A, know-how, involves obtaining licensed technology or technique including manufacturing, design, drawings, and production process from an established manufacturer from abroad. Route B, know why, begins with designing and developing indigenous technology. In the case of India, progress in technology, particularly indigenous design, is a thrust area to enable India to become competitive with other countries. Creativity, mining the minds. Since our population is of 1 billion people in India, the society in its own way has to innovate continuously, not only in urban but also in rural areas. For example, the honeybee network movement in Indeed an excellent attempt. Creativity comes from beautiful mind. It can be anywhere and in any part of the country. It may start from a fisherman's hamlet or a farmer's household or a dairy or cattle breeding center. Or it may emanate from classrooms, laboratories, industries, or R&D centers. Creativity has got multiple dimensions like inventions, discoveries, and innovations. It can imagine or invent something new by combining, changing, or reapplying existing ideas. Creativity has an attitude to accept change and newness, a willingness to play with ideas and possibilities, a flexibility of outlook, the habit of enjoying the good while looking for always to improve it. Creativity has a process to work hard and to improve ideas and solutions continuously by making gradual alterations and refinements to their works.
The important aspect of creativity is seeing the same thing as everybody else, but thinking of something else different. Imagination generates creativity. Creativity leads to thinking. Innovation. There is a need to nurture innovation at workplaces. Innovation is market driven. Innovation can also be in the form of improving performance of the product, system, technique by adopting a change using alternative technologies. Science is linked to technology through applications. Technology is linked to economy and environment through manufacturing. Economy and environment link technology to society. So there is an integrated relationship between science, technology, environment, manufacturing, and society. Building innovation systems. It is through the process of innovation that knowledge is converted into wealth and good and social good. Further, innovation is an important factor for the competitiveness of both service and manufacturing systems sectors. Innovation tends to emanate less from R&D and D and more from other sources, including organizational change. Hence, there is an urgent need to establish an efficient innovation system. Such a system would involve the creation of clusters, which are networks of
interdependent threads, knowledge producing institutions, universities, college institutes, research institutes, technology providing firms, and bridging institutions. Example, say think tanks, providers of technical or consultancy services, and customers linked in a value addition creating a production chain. The concept of cluster goes beyond that of firm network, as it captures all forms of knowledge sharing and exchange. Thus, an innovation system with its clusters would tap into the growing stock of global knowledge, assimilate and adapt it to local needs, and finally, create new knowledge and technology. For such an innovation system to succeed, the following points are necessary. A. Improve interministerial coordination and ensure consistency and credibility in policy formation. And B. Introducing new mechanisms to support innovation and technology diffusion, including greater use of public-private partnership.
Innovation is the capital. The Global Competitiveness Report for the year 2003 to 4 shows that in terms of Growth Competitive Index ranking, US is ranked second, Singapore 6th, South Africa 42nd, China 44th, and India 56th. In the same report, I noticed that in the proportion of scientists and engineers index, US ranked 4th, Singapore 6th, South Africa 38th, China 43rd, and India 60th. Thus, we can see that there is a close correlation between the Growth Competitive Index and the Scientists and Engineers Index, who are the innovators for the organization. This innovation arises from the institutional initiative and the R&D productivity of the firm, shaped by policies and nature of local institutions. The national innovative capacity has to be the country's important potential to reinforce both political and economic entity with commercially relevant competitive projects. This capacity is distinct from purely scientific or technical achievements and focuses on the economic application of new technology. Kanchipuram story. The silk industry in Kanchipuram is one of the fastest growing industries in India. The industry currently employs more than 30,000 weavers in the art of sari making. The industry has to compete with synthetic fiber industries in many aspects, and it was on the brink of extinction due to the obsolescence of designs and design making procedures. Because design adds splendor to a sari and forms an integral part of its exquisiteness. This may also be true for many handloom sari producers in different parts of the country. The introduction of computerized jacquard border designs in Kanchipuram silk sari has helped in the revival of the industry. The use of computer-aided design has not only helped in creating new and complex designs, but has also reduced the time involved in producing the design. There has been an increase in exports. The acceptance of these silk saris by the consumers has also increased with the automation of design process. The visualization of sari design ahead of its production and the ability to create new color combinations at the click of a mouse has increased the flexibility and reduced the time for releasing new designs. Though the materials and the techniques are changing with the market demand, the motifs are still conventional to maintain the custom and tradition of the Kanchipuram sari. The silk industry in Kanchipuram has transformed into a high-growth industry by opening up its new avenues for the traditional weavers. For example, the example illustrates that computer-aided design can help the renewal of a traditional industry provided the new technology is simple to use and the users are trained compatible with the traditional manufacturing process properly. National innovative capacity is a country's important potential. It focuses on the economic application of new technology. Creative utilization of new technology can help the renewal of traditional industry.
Developing special leadership styles. In the present environment, we require new leadership styles, namely politics for development, administration for economic growth, banking for entrepreneur creation, and Indian business for global market share. Politics for development will require a leadership style which will stimulate and enable the reaching of prosperity to people. There should be competition to bring connectivity to rural areas, to bring new investment, and to bring new knowledge and skills to the people. It will be the leadership which will explain the new opportunities to people at large and make them work in the right direction. When I was reading the speeches of the first president of the country, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, in the Rashtrapati Bhavan Library, I was inspired and got the message for all of us in our country, various constitution functionaries, including the judiciary. Dr. Rajendra Prasad, as chairman of Constituent Assembly on 26 November 1949, when it met to approve the draft constitution prepared by Dr. Ambedkar in his concluding speech, observed that, on the whole, they had been able to draft a good constitution which he trusted would serve the country well. He added, if the people who are elected are capable and men of character and integrity, they would be able to make the best even of a defective constitution. If they are lacking in these, the constitution cannot help the country. After all, a constitution, like a machine, is a lifeless thing. It requires life because of men who control it and operate it. And India needs today nothing more than a set of honest men who will have the interests of the country before them. The administrative leaders for development will support the political development leaders and remove the impediments coming in the way of economic and social growth. The job should be remove hurdles and hazels for citizens and investors. Financial service leadership is required for an all-round economic growth. It has to cater to the needs of the big businesses. In India, to achieve multinational leadership, it should provide quick and efficient service for mega projects, but should also be innovative to support aspiring young boys and girls possessing knowledge and skills to start new, risky enterprises with great potential. Financial service leaders in the new era should develop new skills which will enable even a poor farmer to acquire new skills and to invest in new methods of work in agriculture and agro-processing, including IT services. The business leaders for developed India have to discard the old mindset, think big on the global scale, look for an order of magnitude, higher global market share, and aim to enhance the Indian GDP to double digits. They should also create world class ancillaries around them, transforming our small and medium enterprises into global leaders. In a sense, the business leaders should develop India should aim at making the country a global granary of high value food and agricultural products, the world's manufacturing base, and a multi convenient service leader.
Creative leadership. What I learned from Professor Satish Dhawan, a former chairman of ISRO, is a great message for the young and aspiring students. I worked with Professor Satish Dhawan for a decade, particularly in the development of the first satellite launch vehicle program, for which I fortunate to have been chosen as the project director. Professor Satish Dhawan gave the country great leadership values which may not be found in any management book. He taught me a lot through his personal example. When a mission is progressing, there will always be some problems or failures, but the failures should not become the master of the program. The leader has to subjugate the problem, defeat the problem, and has to lead the team to success. This knowledge became embedded in me right from those days and has stood by me throughout my life. Leaders for Knowledge Society. I consider until the year 2020 a period of technological transformation of India. I anticipate new emerging economic and technical situations where many new technologies will emerge to help countries' development. India is now standing at the gate of knowledge society and with our skill development in the field of information technology. What we need is a little of entrepreneurial push and an increase in our competitiveness. With these tools, we will be prepared to take on the new trends with minimal government interference and support, and we would be able to hold our head high and stand among the internationally developed countries of the world. My experience of working has shown that we need role models who will ignite the minds of the young people. I appeal to all business and political leaders to play a key role in developing the minds
and vision of youth of today. They look up to the leaders as role models for their future, and if we are successful in igniting their minds, we would have done a great service for the state as well as for the nation. Spiritual leadership to clean the environment. The status of environmental cleanliness is one of the indicators of the development of a nation. As a nation, we have to keep our environment clean, including all our rivers and places of worship. Cleaning of Kali Bain in Punjab is an example of preservation of environment through the spiritual leadership. I am delighted to learn that the Kali Bain rivulet, the place where Sri Guru Nanak Dev is said to have received enlightenment and which had over the centuries turned literally into a sewage-ridden, weed-choked drain, is today flowing clean and proud due mainly to the efforts of Baba Balbir Singh Sishwal in partnership with the Punjab state government. I understand that he organized people's participation in stopping the massive flow of sewage into Bain and cleaned in stopping the 160-kilometer long polluted and choked rivulet within the last 3.5 years by developing on an average 3,000 devotees per day of the Gurudwara who have become volunteer workers for the mission. Today, one can feel the flow of fresh water in the rivulet released from the Turkana barrage. The revival of the rivulet has recharged the water table as the hand pumps that had become dry for the past 4 decades are now pumping out water. Baba, with the volunteers, not only did the cleaning up operation by clearing vein from the weeds and hyacinth, but also built bathing guts at 5 places and built more than 100-kilometer long Kacha road on the bank of the rivulet.
Leaders for Education, Minimizing Social Dropout. Professor M.R. Raju lives in his native village, Pedamiram, close to Andhra Pradesh. The life of Professor Raju is indeed exemplary. A famous nuclear scientist working in Los Alamos Laboratory, USA, Professor Raju left his job and returned to his village. He decided to transform Pedamiram and its surroundings with the support of his family members. With this assess, he started the Mahatma Gandhi Memorial Medical Trust in that village. In a decade, he and his team, supported by volunteers from various institutions from India and abroad, have brought a great change to the people in his village. He particularly targeted character building and uplifting of the children in the age group of 3 to 5 years. The village has 100 children in this age group, out of which 500 belong to the high income group and study in private schools. The 30 children who are very poor, they study in Balwadi school run by the state government. The other 20 have joined the school being run by Professor Raju. The parents have to pay a fee of half a day's wager per child. For girl students, they have to pay Rs 10 per month. In this school is full of playful environment, nutritional support, and caring love. This experiment is being repeated in many other schools. The parents are periodically invited to the school and given training on the need for providing nutrition to the children through proteins, vegetables, and eggs. The children are given training on cleanliness and hygiene. With this training, they become teachers at home for hygienic practice and do not allow unhygienic practices by any of their members. When the teachers interact with the children, they always talk to them to develop the scientific attitude. This technique is promoting creativity among the children. The children are encouraged to give their own answers as they feel rather than giving stereotype premeditated answers. For example, when a child is shown the letter B and asked what he understands by this, the child may say it looks like a spectacle instead of the usual answer B. Similarly, when a sketch is started with some features such as eyes or lips, children are able to draw a full picture. This shows the creative ability of the students. The students once trained in Professor Raju's school for 3 years learn to enjoy studies and do not become dropout later. This has totally transformed the village atmosphere and the dropout rate of the children in schools have become down substantially. A confident young population is emerging in the village and its surroundings. The method of training, which is being practiced by Professor Raju and his team for the last 10 years, has been researched by the child psychologists and educational theorists. The approach makes the child a willing learner before entering the school and makes him to participate in the school learning process when he or she joins the regular school. Political leadership style should aim at making prosperity reach the poorest sectors of the society. Business leaders should aim at creating global leadership in their field. Spiritual leaders can help in social and environmental causes. Leaders for knowledge society should encourage quality and competitiveness.
Team building. Most of the discoveries and innovations are team efforts. Education systems should work towards team building among these students. Every student must have an opportunity to play the role of a team member and a team leader so that he can see both sides of the fence. The amount of information that we have around us is overwhelming. The management of knowledge, therefore, must move out of the realm of the individual and shift into the realm of the networked groups. The students must learn how to manage knowledge collectively. When the information is networked, the power and utility of the information grows as squared, as predicted by Metcalfe's law. Information that is static does not grow. In the new digital economy, information that is circulated creates innovation and contributes to national wealth. The importance of team building increases in this context. First lessons in team building. How did I get my first lessons in team building? During the final year of aeronautical engineering course, I was given a 6-month project for developing a low-level attack aircraft along with 6 of my classmates. We divided the work in our team. One person studied propulsion and engine selection, the second studied the aircraft structures and materials, the third looked at the control system, fourth studied the aerodynamic design, and 2 of us were responsible for the integration of multiple systems, culminating in an integrated aircraft to meet the performance requirements. This task became for me the foundation for learning to work with a team in an integrated way and to evolve system engineering and system management concepts. Professor Repentin was responsible for designing such a project for the students. Creative use of materials and team effort. FRO, flow reaction orthosis, is a walking aid for the polio-affected children. In 1983, its conventional version was introduced in India by Professor P.K. Sethi of Jaipur and Professor S.C. Lakat of IIT Bombay. In the early 1990s, the doctors from Nizam Institute of Medical Sciences, NIMS, Hyderabad, contacted me and asked if the high technologies of defense could be used for medical science. They brought to the fore the specific problem of polio appliances, which are required in great numbers, but the conventional method of their fabrication could not produce enough to match the requirement of the country. Moreover, they felt there was a need to improve upon the materials and quality of the appliances. Immediately, the advanced composite materials used in the fabrication of missile airframes, which are quite lightweight and very strong, came to my mind. I thought if they could be used for the fabrication of lightweight, ultra-strong, and durable standardized walking aids. The standardization was the only way to mass produce these walking aids in order to meet the demand.
Then, a team consisting of scientists from DRDO and doctors from NIMS was asked to make the detailed study of the problem, and later a project was sanctioned jointly by Department of Science and Technology and the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. Standardization. The project team consisted of doctors, orthotists, plastic engineers, mechanical engineers, and software engineers. And equipment, namely anthropometric measuring device for generating data on polio-affected lower limbs was invented, and data on more than 1,000 polio-affected limbs was generated through various polio camps all over the country. This data was analyzed specially developed software program, namely FROSTAN. After the analysis, a modular concept with standard sizes was evolved, leading to 3 modules, namely footpiece, knee piece, and pair of lateral uprights. The materials chosen for the fabrication for these modules were E-glass reinforced polypromylene composites, and these modules were produced through injection molding and compression molding technologies. The local industries at Hyderabad participated in the initial phase of the production and trials. Trial fitment was carried out on over 500 polio affected children in various parts of India. The response of these children was overwhelming and the feedback obtained was heartening. The doctors and orthotists were delighted to have a polio appliance which met all the expectations in terms of quality, affordability, lightweight, and durability. The standardization of sizes and use of the state-of-the-art materials and technologies made FRO a high-quality and cost-effective walking aid, which met the expectations of needy children, doctors, and orthotists. The complete technology was transferred to LMCO Kanpur for mass production. Presently, LMCO is producing it and this appliance has been taken abroad to LMCO. Flow reaction orthosist is available for rupees 300 and weighs as less as 300 grams. It can be fitted onto a needed child in less than an hour.
Kalam Raju's strength. I was traveling in a non-stop train from Delhi to Darjeeling, absorbed in a book, Man, the Unknown, written by Dr. Alexis Carroll. There was a vacant seat next to me. Suddenly, one passenger greeted me. He wanted to convey something to me. I asked him to sit by my side. He introduced himself and said he's working in a government office. His name was Jitesh. Mr. Jitesh said, Mr. Kalam, I want to thank you for giving to people like me, Raju Kalam, stems which are fitted in two of my arteries. I was fitted with these stems in Hyderabad hospital, almost at no cost, since at that time I could not afford a high cost important stem. Raju Kalam stem emanated through the working of missile lab and medical institution on a mission move. It was a successful mission of medical and engineering teams. I thought of sharing this incident with you, stress the importance of medical and engineering teams to work together for developing medical systems, devices, and equipments at an affordable cost as a societal mission. Dr. Soma Raju is one of the founding members of Society for Biomedical Technology, SBMT, an interministerial initiative of the Government of India to develop affordable medical devices and technology. We made a coronary stent together. The chaos stent, as it was called, resulted in the availability of all international brands of coronary stents in India at the most nominal prices. The Amul cooperative model. The cooperative model of Amul is one of the leading examples of the successful cooperative model in 20th century in the country. The effort of Dr. V. Kurian, the pioneer of this movement, has made India a leading producer of milk and milk products. A wide revolution was introduced in the country through the comprehensive dairy development project undertaken with an outlay of over rupees 1,700 crores in three phases. This project was financed through the Community Aid Program and loans from World Bank and was implemented during the period 1970 to 1996. This program has enriched over 11 million farmer members. It has covered over 1 lakh village cooperative societies set up under the umbrella of 170 district cooperative milk units, resulting in the production of over 110 lakh of milk per day. This has resulted in self-sufficiency of milk and milk products in the country, enriching the farmers and giving a new dimension to this sector. The project is growing continuously. One important feature of the project is that the increase in productivity of milk has not resulted in the reduction in the per liter price of milk. This is because of the milk being converted into innovative dairy products needed to meet the growing demand of the nation. For the success of the projects, we need to ensure that these programs are speedily implemented so that their benefits can reach all the members of the rural community within a definite time frame of 10 years. With our experience in the cooperative sector, this should be possible.
A great mind and a great heart go together. Nobel laureate Professor Norman E. Borlaug, a well-known agricultural scientist and a partner in India's first Green Revolution, was being conferred Dr. M.S. Swaminathan Award at Vigyan Bhavan, New Delhi on the 15th of March 2005. Professor Borlaug, who was 91 years old, was showered praise on him from everybody gathered there. When Professor Borlaug's turn to address the gathering came, he highlighted India's advancement in agricultural science and production and said that the political visionary Shri C. Subramaniam and Dr. M. S. Swaminathan were the prime architects of the first green revolution in India. He also recalled with pride Dr. Verghese Kurian, who ushered the white revolution in India. Then the surprise came. He turned to the scientists sitting in the third row, fifth row, and the eighth row of the audience. He identified Dr. Rajaram, a wheat specialist, Dr. S.K. Vasal, a maize specialist, Dr. M.R. Barvale, a seed specialist, and said, all these scientists have contributed to India's and Asia's agricultural science. Dr. Borlaug introduced them to the audience by asking them to stand and ensured that the audience cheered and greeted the scientists with great enthusiasm. Such a scene I had not witnessed in our country before. I call this action of Dr. Norman Borlaug as scientific magnanimity. If we aspire greatness, we need magnanimity. It is my experience that a great mind and a great heart go together. This scientific magnanimity motivates the scientific community and nurtures the team spirit. I am reminded of Tiruvalluvar's famous Tirukkural, which implies that right thoughts become seeds for great achievements. Leaders are the creators of new organizations of excellence. Quality leaders are like magnets that attract the best people to the team for the organization and provide inspiring leadership even during failures of individuals or organizations, as they are not afraid of risks. We should learn to work in a team, both as a leader and as a member of the team. A great mind and a great heart go together. Most of the successful projects are possible only with a team effort. We should have magnanimity to accept and appreciate the efforts and achievements of others.
Self-reliance. The country needs a change in the mindset of the people. Certain people have a mentality that only a system or a product from cosmetics to cars, electronic items to defense equipment, each of foreign origin will be better and so is preferable. I can understand the import of these items if India does not want to make or does not have the capability to produce them. We should also export what we make in large quantities or what we make out of our core competence. If India has to achieve technological strength, self-reliance in Indian products and Indian system has to grow in the minds of the people. This change of mind is indeed revolutionary. Women the world over have been known as excellent and efficient change agents. I would request particularly women scientists to propagate this revolutionary throughout in self-reliance in the homes, laboratories, industrial establishments, or wherever they work. A self-reliant nation should be indeed a mission for all of us. Knowledge in the network society. A knowledge society can be one of the foundations for the vision of a developed and self-reliant India. Knowledge has many forms and is available at many places. Knowledge has been the prime mover of prosperity and power. The acquisition of knowledge has therefore been the thrust area throughout the world, and sharing experience of knowledge is a unique feature of the culture of our country. India is a nation endowed with natural and competitive advantages as also certain distinct competitive. But these are scattered in isolated pockets and awareness on these is inadequate. During the last century, the world has changed from being an agricultural society where manual labor was the critical factor to an industrial society where the management of technology, capital, and labor provided the competitive advantages. Then the information era was born. In the last decade, connectivity and software products are driving the economy of a few nations.
In 21st century, a new society is emerging where instead of capital and labor, knowledge is the primary production of resource. Efficient utilization of this existing knowledge can create compressive wealth of nation and also improve the quality of life in the form of better health, education, infrastructure, and other social indicators. Ability to create and maintain the knowledge in infrastructure developed knowledge workers and enhance the productivity through creation, growth, and exploration of new knowledge will be the key factor in deciding the prosperity of this knowledge. Where, whether a nation has arrived at the stage of knowledge society is judged by the way the country efficiently deals with the knowledge creation and knowledge deployment.
Pattern. In 1960, agriculture sector employed in parts or in full 74% of the people of the country, and this figure reduced to 62% in 1992 and is expected to further fall to 50% of all people in agricultural sector. On the other hand, the demand of agricultural products will double, so an increase in productivity using technology and post-harvest management will have to compensate for manpower reduction in the farming and agricultural product sector. In the case of industry, in 1960, 11% of the population was employed in small scale and large scale industries. The trend continued with 7% even during 1992. However, it has increased to 25% in the coming decade. As the GDP grows, with high technology, the pattern of employment will take a new shape. Service with knowledge industry components from 15% employability in 1960 has increased to 27% in 1992, and it will further increase to 50% in view of infrastructure maintenance areas, financial sector, IT sector, and entertainment industry demands. This big change will demand more trained, skilled human power and technology personnel. Our industrialists, commercial chiefs, and technologists may have to get ready for such transformation in agricultural industries and service knowledge industries, for which human manpower and knowledge, human manpower with knowledge and skills has to be evolved in a mission mode. A nation is made great by the thoughts of its people and their action. Attaining freedom was the first vision for the nation. This vision was realized in 90 years, 1857 to 1947. It would have been the dream of an individual or a collective dream of groups. That dream transformed into thoughts, which led to revolutionary actions and finally resulted in freedom. In addition, that period of independent movement created great leaders with great actions. Self-reliance in a knowledge society can be the vision for our country today. Developed India. Nation is made great by the thoughts of its people and their actions. The people, in turn, become important citizens of that great country. Up to year 2020, I consider I would be a period of technology transformation in India. I anticipate new emerging economic situations. There is a possibility of India becoming a knowledge society with the, with the focus tools of information technology and entrepreneur push. With all these changes, there will be still a greater challenge of keeping our cultural and traditional value system embedded in the Indian mind. Knowledge is always the prime mover of prosperity and power. The ability to create and maintain the knowledge infrastructure, develop knowledge workers. For knowledge industries, human, human knowledge manpower should be created with a mission mode. Our culture should be embedded in the minds of this manpower.
Don't be afraid to be small. Small enterprises also contribute substantially in the economy of a country. It is thought that in the United States of America, a large percentage of the wealth is generated by the small enterprises that employ less than 50% in their establishments. They encourage such institutions to grow. After independence, the Kirloskar Group was the first to offer services to railway and the defense establishment. In order to keep product price low, Mr. Kirloskar established a network of small industrial vendors to help these small entrepreneurs technically, financially, and through training.
This was, in fact, the birth of the small scale industry in India. This model may have certain advantages. We need entrepreneurial training for small enterprises to get establishment and growth. Contribution of small entrepreneurs. At present, we are facing a situation in which a large number of youths, after completion of senior, secondary, graduation, post graduation, and from higher educational institutions, are looking for mostly government jobs. Empowering the youth to become wealth creators and job providers instead of being job seekers is the real need of our. Recently, attention has paid to the subject of entrepreneurship, stemming from the experiences from many countries. The economic analysts, the folks that contribute considerably to growth, economic growth, and vitality. Moreover, many people have chosen entrepreneurial careers because doing so seems to offer greater economic and physiological rewards that does the company good. Recent experiences indicate that the economic progress of few countries, particularly the developed countries, is due to the contribution of a large number of small entrepreneurs employing less than 50% in the establishments. We need such entrepreneurs in large number in our country for developing and transforming our village clusters into sustainable economic units. Training for entrepreneurial leadership. The educational system should equip the students with entrepreneurial leadership. The entrepreneurial leadership has three parts to it. First, problem finding and problem solving in the context of development. Entrepreneurship starts with understanding our needs and realizing that as human beings we all have similar needs. It begins with wanting to help others as well we help ourselves. In second part, the willingness to take risks. Entrepreneurship requires doing things differently, being bold in our thinking, and this is always risky. You must learn how to take calculated risks for the sake of larger gain.
The third part is a disposition to do right things. The school curriculum may be changed in such a way that entrepreneurship is taught. Development of entrepreneurs. The key characteristics required in an entrepreneur are desire, drive, discipline, and determination. Following traits are important among the would be entrepreneurs: vision and pioneering spirit, B. Being able to see possibilities where others do not, C. Always searching for new opportunities and challenges, D. Being creative, able to think out of the box, E. Constantly striving to do better things, F. Confident about taking risks, G. Proactive and focused on the future, H. A good knowledge and skill base. Total quality management. I have participated in many space and defense programs. Putting a satellite in the orbit needs a large rocket system. The rocket system and the satellite put together will have at least 50 subsystems and more, then 80,000 components, mechanical, electrical, and chemical. To put a satellite in the orbit, all the systems have to work to full performance requirements. Even if one subsystem or one component fails, the total mission will be a failure. Same is true with launching of missile systems. It has to reach the required target by flying thousands of kilometers. The message I would like to convey here is that those in the program have to learn that the quality of a product has to be built in during the design phase and must be carried forward till the test phase. It has to be constantly improved. The man who designs and manufactures must love what he does. Entrepreneurs have to aim for total quality management from design to production, testing, and marketing. Only this will ensure success of the product and tech system. This should be taught to the future entrepreneurs with real life experiences to ensure their success. TQM and entrepreneurial experience. Align the organizational management system, human resource management system, and the total quality management system for promoting a successful TQM initiative by any enterprise.
Tirupur, a case study. Tirupur knitwear industry is an example of entrepreneurship. The knitwear industry of Tirupur is determined to attain an export target of rupees 1 lakh crore by 2020. With its unrelenting efforts, Tirupur, which has already carved a niche for itself in the knitwear market, would soon acquire the image of a prestigious and mature international knitwear center. I am told that almost every household in the town undertakes some activity directly linked to the knitwear industry. The traditional institution of totems has shown its resilience in adapting itself to the new organizational framework of hosiery units. The knitwear industry has been working smoothly through a web of small resident-operated factories to mid-sized units, which undertake the task of spinning cotton into yarns, knitting yarn into a fire fabric, processing and stitching of fabrics beside performing contracting and sewing arrangements. A whole range of industrial units catering to ancillary functions, such as manufacture of packing materials, stitching materials, buttons, zips, tapes, have begun thereby providing employment to more than 3 lakh persons. Productive employment. The concept of developed India by 2020, or what is popularly called Vision 2020, means that all Indian people should be prosperous by year 2020. For wealth to be available to every Indian, the key element is productive work, rather productive employment. I emphasize the word productive. To be productive, one should be able to add value through skills, or intellectual activity, or manual labor, or a combination. This value addition will fetch wealth only when the market, that is, the consumers, are satisfied with the added value and their overall satisfaction derived from the goods or services rendered. It is necessary to impart such skills and knowledge, especially to those who are in the lower economic strata of the society. This cannot be done by mere education in letters or numbers. It requires entrepreneurship to spot good economic opportunities and to have a vision to seize new opportunities. Vision of an entrepreneur. It is the vision of an entrepreneur which creates new demands for technology, design, management, business, and newer levels of productivity and skills. Visionary entrepreneurs, though they may start on a very small scale, create a new world of opportunities. They draw people, even unskilled people, and transform them into a great human resource, not only for the local market, but also for the global market. The whole area in and around Coimbatore, particularly Tirupur, is blessed with a large number of visionary entrepreneurs in various fields ranging from agriculture, agro-processing, herbal products, manufacturing for various sectors, new technology, education, healthcare, traditional systems of Medicare, and various service industries.
Tirupur is one of the crown jewels in this process of entrepreneurship. The netware revolution by the enterprises in Tirupur has been a pride of place in the country. The fact that this economic and entrepreneurial revolution has been achieved without dependence on the government shows that our people have lots of talent and they can reach great heights if they have a dream, have willpower, and they decide to act. Business person should cooperate to solve the civic problems such as shortage of energy or waste water recycling, along with in spite of their competition with one another. Therefore, business persons have got together to themselves solve the shortage of electricity as a cooperative venture. The plans are also being initiated to recycle the waste water. Another major socio-economic revolution of Tirupur is to draw women on a large scale in the value-adding jobs. This has a great significance for the country's development. An economically empowered woman can empower her family and can give her children good education, skills, and values. Let us now look at the future. The global forces, WTO, media are all in action continuously. Media will show new styles, consumer preference will change. Other countries will come to poach in your market in India and abroad. So, what is the solution? Continuously innovate. Try to think beyond the usual beaten paths. For example, the country is rich in traditional design, whether it is the Kuravas or Thodas of Tamil or different parts of South or say Rajasthan or Northeast where there are wonderful
colors, and wonderful designs residing in the very homes of weavers. If we apply them in the traditional ways, the productivity will be poor. Use of modern IT and textile engineering techniques, for example, new chemical methods of surface finish, etc., can increase the salability of the products. Visionary entrepreneurs, even if they start on a small scale, can create a variety of new opportunities. An entrepreneur needs to first discover the gap or need in the market. Secondly, he or she should be willing to take risk, and thirdly, should have the capacity and skills to do these things right and think out of the box. An entrepreneur needs to continuously innovate to secure his or her future and sustain.
Think different. I would like to narrate an event that took place in the Rashtrapati Bhavan some years back when I met Bill Gates, the CEO of Microsoft. While taking a walk in the Mughal garden, we were discussing the future challenges in information technology, including the issues related to software security. I made a point that we look for open source code so that we can easily introduce the user built security algorithms. Our discussions became difficult since our views were different. The most unfortunate thing is that India still seems to believe in proprietary solutions. The further spread of IT, which is influencing the daily life of individuals, will have a devastating effect on the lives of society due to any small shift in the business practice involving these proprietary solutions. It is precisely for these reasons that open source software needs to be built, which would be cost effective for the entire society. In India, the open source code software will have to come and stay in a big way for the benefit of our billion people. IT has to play a major role in the national mission. Value addition. Technology and value addition are of prime importance for prosperity of a nation. Value addition is a product per employee today in India is far behind in comparison with other countries such as Thailand, Malaysia, Philippines, and Korea. We have to work hard in value addition techniques in our manufacturing industries, service industry, and agriculture sectors. Skilled manpower and capital equipment also need upgradation. Some time back, I came to know that India exports 13 million tons of iron ore every year from four of its ports. We should remember that iron ore is not a renewable source. The steel industry needed is the industry with the imagination of its people and skill. With the addition of new innovative technologies and unique management style, it should increase the iron content percentage of our ore with appropriate technologies, convert them as steel products, and also design and globally produce competitive new alloy steels. This is the need of the hour. A movement, a methodology for value addition has to be given trust since it is the main component of the second vision for the nation, developed India.
Prosperous, happy, and peaceful India. A nation's strength predominantly resides in its natural and human resources. As regards natural resources, India is endowed with a vast coastline with marine resources and also oil wealth. In minerals, apart from the conventional sources, India has the largest deposits of titanium, beryllium, and tungsten. India ranks among the top few nations having a rich biodiversity. Knowledge based value addition for these natural resources would mean exporting value added products rather than merely the raw materials. The use of IT for commercialization and marketing can increase our reach and speed enormously. Our ancient knowledge is a unique resource of India. It has the treasure of a minimum of 5,000 years of civilization. It is essential to leverage this wealth for national well-being as well as to seek a global preservance for the nation. A civilization that does not have the knowledge of technology or the technological nations without experience of civilization cannot innovate newer economy. Human resources, particularly with a large young population, are unique core strength of the nation. This resource can be transformed through various education and training programs. Skilled, unskilled, and creative manpower can be transformed into wealth generators, particularly in the service sectors and agro industries. Knowledge intensive industries can be generated out of our existing industries by injecting demand for high level software slash hardware, which would be tremendous value addition. It is said the precious asset for a company or a country in the skill ingenuity and imagination of its people. With globalization,
This will become more important because everybody will have access to world-class technology, and the key distinguishing feature will be the ability of people in different countries to use their imagination to make the best use of the technology. Indeed, development and innovative use of multiple technologies with mission projects and transparent management structure will catapult India into a developed nation, inspiring the great mission. What do we need to build developed India? We have resources and we have manpower, human power. There are 700 million people below 35 years in the population of a billion people. The nation needs young leaders who can command the transformation of India into a developed nation embedded with knowledge society in the next 20 years. Technology and value addition is one of the prime movers of a country's economy. A precious asset for a company and country is the skill and ingenuity of its people and above all innovation.
Developed India is a nation where the rural and urban divide has reduced to a thin line, a nation where there is an equitable distribution of energy and quality water, a nation where agriculture, industry, and service sector work together in symphony, absorbing technology, thereby resulting in sustained wealth generation, leading to a higher employment potential. A nation where education is not denied to any meritorious candidate because of the societal or economical conditions. A nation which is the best destination for most talented scholars and scientists all over the world. A nation where the best of healthcare is available to all the billion population and the communicable diseases like AIDS or TB, water and vector-borne diseases, cardiac diseases, and cancer are extinct. A nation where the governance uses the best of the technologies to be responsive, transparent, easily accessible, and simple in the rules thereby correctly. A nation where poverty has been totally alleviated, where illiteracy and crime against women are eradicated, and where the society is inalienated. A nation that is prosperous, healthy, secure, peaceful, and happy. A nation that is one of the best places to live in on the earth and brings smiles on billion plus faces.
Unleash the unique software of human genome. I'm recording an inspiring call that is the sweat salt of my life. When you're inspired by some great purpose, some extraordinary project, all your thoughts break the bounds. Your mind transcends limitations. Your consciousness expands in every direction, and you find yourself in a new, great, and wonderful world. Dormant forces, faculties, and talents become alive, and you discover yourself to be a greater person by far than you ever dreamed yourself to be. Can you think of who would have said this? It is Maharishi Patanjali's 34th Yoga Sutras. Let this saintly saying enter into our minds and transform the youth of India to sweat for creating developed India in 2 decades. Fortunately, creativity, imagination, and dreaming will always keep the human race supreme. The human genome is full of software that is yet to be activated to unleash the ingenious potentials of the human species. We have the key, harnessing the hidden potential of a soldier with a winning factor in the future battle. Nothing is impossible. Here, I would like to narrate an event which took place 30 years ago. In 1976, I was busy with the SLV-3 project in VSSC. For realizing the inertial measuring unit, we needed a precision IMU housing unit which could house 3 accelerometers and 3 rate integrating gyros and the connected processing electronics. The weight budget given for the entire inertial measuring unit was only 3 kilograms. Such a precision housing within this weight budget can only be made by using magnesium alloy. I was in search of a foundry which could do this casting since it was a crucial item for the SLV-3 flight. I visited a number of industries, both in the private and public sector. When I asked them if they could cast the precision IMU housing, all of them told that it would take a minimum of 3 months for realizing the casting, since they would have to make a metallic mold. In the periodic review of the SLV-3 program by Professor Satish Dhawan, IMU housing was on the critical path. Then he suggested that a tall scientist working in PMRL, who also was a metallurgist, could help me if I would go and tell him our problem. When I reached the when I reached DMRL, I found a tall scientist who was busy discussing with his team in one of the laboratories. It was none other than Dr. Aruna Chalam. He asked me what my problem was. I told him that I needed a magnesium alloy precision tracing for the inertial measuring unit within a weight budget of 3 kilograms. I also told him I would like to have 1 unit of the cast tracing for testing within a week.
He immediately replied that there would be no problem and that he will get it within a week. He called his team members and explained the task. The members studied various options. Dr. Arunachalam suggested that they could cast using a thermocol mold with, with certain lighting, which is the fastest method to get the casting in time. With this method, I got my magnesium casting within a week. When others were thinking of making regular casting through a metallic die, which is a time consuming process, Dr. Arunachalam gave me an innovative solution instantaneously to meet the time frame. The only problem here was that we had to make a mold for every casting. This was my first meeting with Dr. Arunachalam. At that time, I was not aware that I was going to work with him in the DRDO lane, nearly for 10 years. Later, during 1982, Dr. V.S. Arunachalam and Dr. Raja Ramalla were responsible for my re-entry in DRDO from ISRO. Dr. Arunachalam talked to them. Dr. Arunachalam talked to then Defense Minister Sri R. Venkatraman, who requested Professor Satish Dhawan to relieve me from ISRO for taking up the dictatorship of DRDL. The period 1982 to 1992 was an important decade for the DRDO. During this period, three major programs were sanctioned due to the leadership of Dr. V.S. Arunachalam. One was the Integrated Guided Missile Development Program, IGMDP. Second was the Light Combat Aircraft, and the third was ATV program. This was the first time the DRDO budget was increased from 2% of the defense budget to 4% of the defense budget. This was the time innovation in management was also brought in the DRDO. The Board of, Man- the Board of Management structure the Board of Management structure was created to IGMDP. A society structure was created for LCA, and hybrid structure was created for OTV. DRDO graduated in this period from an import substitution establishment to a full-fledged system design and development organization. The strength of the scientists of DRDO also grew to 6,000. Dr. Arunachalam was responsible for injecting these innovations in DRDO. When others were thinking of small projects, Dr. Arunachalam thought of big programs for the DRDO. When I think to this action, I am reminded of a Tirukural by the poet Saint Tiruvalluvar, written 2,200 years ago. It means that whatever may be the depth of the river or lake or pond, whatever may be the condition of the water, the lily flower always comes out of the water and blossoms. Similarly, if there is a definite determination to achieve a goal, even if it looks impossible to achieve, the man succeeds. I find this important characteristic, as visualized by Thiruvalluvar, is embedded in Dr. Arunachalam. Visionary zeal. Many programs which he envisioned in the 80s have now fructified into full-fledged systems. The visionary action taken by Dr. Arunachalam has resulted in two of the strategic missile systems being led into production. The armed forces have deployed the systems. Similarly, I can proudly say that our scientists have designed, developed, tested, evaluated, and integrated the LCA, which has logged more than 400 trouble-free flight sorties in three different aircrafts. This is a demonstration of the this is a demonstration of the farsightedness of Dr. Arunachalam in visualizing and getting a complex program sanctioned for the nation. I have narrated these examples to illustrate how Dr. Arunachalam could create a vision, select the teams, and fully empower the scientists to accomplish complex missions so that the country could achieve self-reliance in critical defense systems.
Kalam NSS Energy Space Base Solar Tower. On the 13th May
2010, I addressed the International Space Development Conference ISDC, where I talked about the possibilities of harvesting energy from space through space based solar power. This conference was attended by many of the experts from the space community who got interested with the presentation I had made. This led to further discussions and formulations which culminated into the evolution of the idea of Kalam and SS Energy Initiative with the focus on convergence of competencies from different nations towards the realization of a futuristic mission for green energy from space. On the 4th of November 2010, this initiative was declared to the global audience by National Space Society of United States and was participated by representatives from Indian Space Research Organization and Artemis Innovation Management. Squares of actions will flow on Kalam and SS Energy in the course of time. A great purpose breaks all the raw force of human limitations and infuses one with superhuman energy. Those who have a purpose and goal, they find a way. Nothing is impossible for them.
Supremacy of the human mind, looking into the future. Ray Kurzweil has written some predictions in his book, When Computers Exceed Human Intelligence, The Age of Spiritual Machines, regarding supremacy of the human mind. According to him, World Wide Web will make tremendous impact in the way we communicate and live. Most of the computers and accessories will be micro-sized, wearable, and will have wireless communications with each other. Moderately priced pieces capable of performing about billion calculations per second. Today will be able to perform about trillion calculations per second within the next 10 years. And by 2020, computation ability of an ordinary PC will exceed the capability of human brain. By 2030, the capability of normal PC would be around 1,000 times of human capability. By the end of this century, there would be a strong trend towards merger of human thinking with the world of machines, intelligence that the human species initially created. Then there would be no longer be any clear distinctions between human and computers. How are we going to retain the supremacy of man over machines? Computers are going to give us a challenge. It is not only for the biologists and biotechnologists. The entire scientific community will have a greater responsibility of keeping the mankind above the man-made computers. Fortunately, the creativity and imagination of components of human beings are supreme and will continue to excel, which needs to be explored and utilized. The human genome is full of software that is yet to be activated to unleash the niche potentials of human species. Our challenges in the planet Earth. There are many challenges for us on our planet Earth of 6 billion people. There is a shortage of water, increased atmospheric pollution, leading to many diseases, depleting fossil materials and other natural resources. Depletion of available land to agriculture and lack of availability of uniform opportunity to all citizens. Many nations are experiencing the problem of injected terrorism. The young people of the planet are dreaming to live in the land of opportunities and happiness. We have also seen the economic prosperity of few nations along that has not brought lasting peace to the world. In the future, no single nation will be able to handle the situation by itself. Humanity will require mega missions for harnessing solar energy, drinking water from sea through the distillation process, and bringing minerals from other planet also to bring space manufactured products. In such a situation, the present reasons for conflict between nations to nation will become insignificant and unwarranted. India can play a major role in developing a new model of enlightened citizens. Centric society will provide prosperity, peace, and happiness to all the nations in the world. Let me discuss the model.
The various phases of education from childhood to profession. A scene appears in front of me. When the child is empowered by the parents at various phases of growth, the child transforms into a responsible citizen. When the teacher is empowered with knowledge and experience, good young human beings with value systems take shape. When an individual or a team is empowered with technology, transformations or higher potential for achievement is assured. When the leader of any institution empowers, achievements is assured. When the leaders of any institution empowers his or her people, leaders are born who can change the nation in his in multiple areas. When the women are empowered, society with stability gets assured. When the political leaders of the nation empower the people through visions policies, and prosperity of the nation is certain. The medium for transformation to develop India is the empowerment at various levels with power of knowledge and of enlightened citizens. As you all know, the United Nations was established in 1945 after the Second World War with the mission of bringing peace among the nations and resolving conflicts as they arise so that war will never be waged between nation and nation to nation. The world has witnessed two major unilateral wars in spite of the United Nations. Hence, we need a world body which can facilitate bringing peace, prosperity, and knowledge to the nations, irrespective of the economic status of a particular nation. Indeed, the vision of the new world body has to be for facilitating the evolution of enlightened citizens in the planet. The nation will target development milestones in a dynamic environment instead of spending tremendous energy and time in problems initiated by small aims. I visualize by 2030, the new world body has to be in its place in order of global vision, region, cooperation, national mission. This is a paradigm shift. In the coming times, no single nation will be able to resolve all its problems alone. We will need a mega mission for harnessing world resources and using resources from other planets. India should prepare itself for participating in these mega missions.
Preparing for knowledge society. Knowledge society and education. During the last century, the world has undergone a change from agriculture society, where natural labor was the critical factor, to industrial society, where the management of technology, capital, and labor provided the competitive advantage. In the 21st century, a new society is emerging where knowledge is the primary resource instead of capital and labor. Such a knowledge society has two important components driven by social transformation and wealth generation. The social transformation is on education, healthcare, agriculture, and governance. These will lead to employment generation, high productivity, and rural prosperity. The wealth generation is an important task for the nation, which has to be woven around national competencies. Four areas have been identified which will spearhead our movement towards knowledge society. The area are information technology, biotechnology, weather forecasting, disaster management, telemedicine, and teleeducation. Technologies to produce native knowledge products, service sector, and infotainment. The driving force for a knowledge society is the primary, secondary, and tertiary education. In the knowledge society, the type of work is less structured and more software driven compared to industrial economy, where the work is structured and hardware driven. For handling this, we need knowledge based personnel. The work has to be flexibly skilled and knowledgeable and self-empowered. Education system for creating knowledge system, worker needs creative, interactive, self-learning and informal environment with a focus on values, merit and quality. The current technology, development, and open market economy provide more challenge for every citizen in the developing country. If we have to meet the challenge, we need to augment our educational system with innovations such as distance education to meet the aspiration of large population. Apart from the mission of providing postgraduate education, distance education has to promote widespread literacy, provide skills to the unskilled, and enhance craftsmanship work for realizing large value addition in the rural sector.
Wealth or social good through the process of innovation. Innovation is an important factor for the competition of the both service and manufacturing sectors. And innovation works to the life born out of the experience of individual and the groups and at times from R&D late as well as hence there is an urgent need to establish an efficient innovation system in the country such as system involves a creation of clusters which are networks of interdependent firms and technologies are known as production institutions like universities, colleges, institutions, and, and research institutions and technologies providing firms and riding the institution like in thinking tanks providing of technical or constitutional services, and the customers links the value added production like gains, and the concept of the clusters goes beyond them that of the home network, as it has captured all forms of knowledge sharing and exchanging. Thus, an innovation system with the cluster would tap into the growing stock of global knowledges and assimilating the into the local needs, and finally create the knowledge and technology. The innovators can replicate their innovations in different parts of the country. Time is now right, and especially since the government is focused to provide a new deal for the rural India.
There is a tendency, even among social institutions and social organizations, including religions institutions, that they would like to select well-developed parts of states and preferably urban areas. For education, healthcare, and other socially relevant activities, the innovators should select difficult areas and trigger development to ensure the balanced development of the whole nation. Here I am reminded of an email which I received from one of our citizens, and the email reads as follows. Here the piece of remind us the importance of sharing or whatever health, wealth, or life we have with the less privileged ones. In an Olympiad of mentally handicapped children, in one race, 9 contestants are physically or mentally disabled, assembled at the starting line for the 100-meter race. At the starting signal, they all started out, not exactly in the dash, but with a release to run the race to finish and win. One little boy stumbled on the abstract, stumbled over a couple of times and began to cry. The, the other 8 heard the boy cry. They slowed down and looked back. Then all turned around and went back. Every one of them, one girl with Down syndromes, bent and down and kissed him and said, "This will make it better." Then all 9 linked arms and together walked to finish line. Everyone in the stadium stood and cheering went for several minutes. People who were they're still telling the story. Why? Because deep down we know this one thing: what matters in the life is more than what winning for ourselves, helping others win. If even if it means slowing down and changing our course. I would say that you do not have to slow down. Rather, by helping difficult areas, the feedback will make you go faster. If you pass this on, we may be able to change our hearts as well as someone else. A candle loses nothing by lighting another candle. A noble act will promote creativity and social consciousness, society among our million people, and they will all become partners in national development.
Human intimation of spiritual science. I would like to share 3 incidents which have influenced me. The first one is learning from the life of Imam Ghazali, the indomitable spirit and don't give away to flattery, which influenced me from young age. The second is my meeting with 103-year-old slave, radiating the message by giving happiness blossom. And the third incident is about the message of nuclear weapon-free world. Human indomitable spirit has been blessing of Almighty. Imam Ghazali was a saint teacher who lived in 12th century. When I was young, my father narrated me a sense of Imam Ghazali was tested by Satan, the transgressed angel. One day, Imam Ghazali was unfolded in prayer mat of Marif Namaz. At the time, the Satan appeared in the front of him and said, "Respected Imam Sahib, I am just now coming from the heaven where there was discussion about great human beings, and you have been judged as best human being living on earth. As recognition of your great stature, you have been exempt from the trouble of performing namaz in future." Imam Ghazali was restless as the namaz time was approaching. So he looked at Satan and said, "Satan, Sahib, first of all, performing namaz is not a trouble at all, and when even Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was not exempt from performing namaz 5 times a day, how can a poor imam like me be exempted? Thank you." He went on to perform the namaz. When he completed the namaz, Imam Ghazali was Satan who was still standing. Imam Sahib asked him what he was waiting for. Satan said, "Oh Imam, you have even the even the most favored prophet Adam, who could not win over a decision, and I made him to eat forbidden fruit." Realizing the Satan was flattering, Imam Sahib prayed to Allah, "O Almighty, O Almighty, help me and save me from the delusion of flattery." Disappointed and failed in mission, Satan finally disappeared. His mission failed. The message we derive from the story of Imam Ghazali is that spirituality and religion should create an notorious and indomitable spirit which can resist all temptation and corruption.
Rights of a good human being. I participated in the 102nd birthday celebration of H.S. Dr. Sri Sri Sivakumar Mahaswamigalu at Siddhartha Tongu. His Holiness Sri Sri Sivakumara Swamiji is an example of spreading the message of giving. He has been on a tireless mission of socio-economic development and eradication of evils of illiteracy and discrimination through giving. He saw education and alleviation of hunger among the masses as an effective means to enrich the human capacity, which in turn would contribute to national reconstruction. His Holiness Swamiji has followed the footprints of his Guru of providing free boarding home to the students, which is now serving the needs of over 8,000 students. In addition, 2,000 pilgrims and visitors in the MAX are also provided food every day. During the last 7 decades, Swamiji has been the founder of well over 125 educational institutions ranging from nursery to institution of technology, pure science, arts management, vocational training, and performing arts. At the end of his birthday function, Mahaswamigal gave an extempore speech for 15 minutes. Based on his century of experience, he said, for developing a happy and peaceful society, each citizen of the nation has to be facilitated to develop two unique traits. One is intellect, and the other is humanness. This can be acquired through good parentage, good teachers, good books, and being in the company of great people. If this is not done at the right age, a human being can become a devil, particularly if the intellect acts without humanness. We, as a nation, have to take this message and develop our youth with these rights. The message was derived from the life of H.S. Dr. Sri Sri Sivakumara Mahaswamigalu is by giving happiness blossoms in self, others, and the world. I composed a poem to celebrate the event. Part of the poem is radiating message from Sri Siddhananda Mat. You have everything to give. If you have knowledge, share it. If you have resources, share it with the needy. Use your mind and heart to remove the pain of the suffering and cheer the sad hearts. In giving, you receive happiness. Almighty will bless all your actions.
From free will is the mission of life. Now, I would like to recall the time I spent with a revered saint who is an epitome of peace. My first experience with Acharya Mahapragya was at Adhyatma Sadhana Kendra at around midnight at Mehrauli in October 1999. On that night, he prayed 3 times with his distinguished Jain monks for the welfare of the nation and the people. After the prayers, he gave a divine message to me. It still reverberates in my mind. He said, Kalam, God bless you for what you have done with your team. God Almighty has a bigger mission for you, and that is why you are here with me today. I know our country is a nuclear nation now. The mission for you is greater than what you and your team have done, and it is greater than any human being had ever done. The nuclear weapons are proliferating in tens and thousands in the world. I command you, and you only with all the divine blessings at my disposal, to invent a peace system and find a solution to make the nuclear weapons ineffective, insignificant, and politically inconsequential. When Acharya Ji finished his great advice, there was a pin drop silence. It appeared to me as though the confluence of heavens concurred with the saintly message. This command shook me for the first time in my 68 years of life. I was 68 at that time. It has since then become a challenge working on me and has become a motto of my life. Divine science. Scientists, philosophers, and theologians and spiritual leaders have to eventually converge towards an understanding what may be called divine science. The world is looking for a new science that must be divine science. Then these are spiritual, mystical, religious, and theological truth of the contemporary world. Divine science would be a result of breakthroughs in understanding the fundamental basis of reality, such as quantum theory, relativity theory, chaos theory, general system theory, string theory, and others. The magnitude of infinite possibilities within the human body and external cosmos is amazing. The divine science has to transcend the certainty of a strictly Newtonian clockwork notion to a new vision of a holistic and unified cosmos, rooted in a non-local quantum reality that is fundamentally spiritual as opposed to material. It may also be described as intrinsically evolutionary harmonious.
Now I would like to discuss about how through a multi-pronged action, the evolution of enlightened society can be realized in the global community. I would like to recall a unique incident which gave me a message of unity of minds. During the year 2003, I visited one of the Indian states, Arunachal Pradesh. I visited a Buddhist monastery at Tawan. At an altitude of 3,500 meters, I stayed and spent some time, nearly a day there. I observed a unique situation in all the villages nearby where young and experienced were all radiating happiness in spite of severe winter conditions. Then I visited the 400-year-old Tawan monastery where I saw monks of all age groups in a state of serenity. I was asking myself what is the unique feature of Tawan and surrounding villages that makes people and monks to be at peace with themselves. When the time came, I asked the chief monk how in Tawan villages and monastery I am experiencing peace and happiness being radiated by everyone. There was a pause the chief monk's mind. He said, "You are the president of India. You will be knowing all about us and the whole nation." Again, I said, "It is very important for me. You please give me your thoughtful analysis." There was a beautiful golden image of Lord Buddha radiating smile and peace. The chief monk assembled nearby all his nearly 100 young and experienced monks. The chief monk and myself were sitting amidst them. The chief monk gave a short discourse which I would like to share with you. Chief monk said, "In the present world, we have a problem of distress and happiness transforming into violence. This monastery spreads where when you remove I and me from your mind. You will eliminate ego. If you get rid of ego, hatred towards fellow human beings will vanish. If the goes out of of our mind, the violence in thinking and action will disappear. If violence in our mind is taken away, peace brings in human minds. Then peace alone will blossom in the society." I realize the meaning of beautiful equation for peaceful life, but difficult mission for the individual is how to remove the ethos of I and me. For this, we need the education inculcated in the young age as propagated by the great philosophers. The message we derive out of this experience is need to rise above ego and negative thoughts and transform them into positive thoughts of compassion for all humanity. This is the key for a happy, peaceful, and prosperous society.
Now I'm going to begin with the book Who Will Cry When You Die, written by Robin Sharma. Chapter 1, Discover Your Calling. When I was growing up, my father said something to me I will never forget. "Son, when you were born, you cried while the world rejoiced. Live your life in such a way that when you die, the world cries while you rejoice." We live in an age when we have forgotten what life is all about. We can easily put a person on the moon, but we have trouble walking across the street to meet a new neighbor. We can fire a missile across the world with pinpoint accuracy, but we have trouble keeping a date with our children to go to the library. We have email, fax, my fax machines, and digital phones so that we can stay connected, and yet we live in a time where human beings have never been less connected. We have lost touch with our humanity. We have lost touch with our purpose. We have lost sight of the things that matter the most. And so, as you start this book,
I respectfully ask you, who will cry when you die? How many lives will you how many lives will you touch while you have the privilege to walk this planet? What impact will your life have on this generation that follows you? And what legacy will you leave behind after you have taken your last breath? One of the lessons I have learned in my own life is that if you don't act on life, life has a habit of acting on you. A days slip into weeks, the weeks slip into months, and the months slip into years. Pretty soon it's all over, and you are left with nothing more than a heart filled with regret over a over a life half lived. George Bernard Shaw was asked on his deathbed, "What would you do if you could have lived your life over again?" He reflected, then replied with a deep sigh, "I'd like to be the person I could have been, but never was. I've written this book so that this will never happen to you." As a professional speaker, I spend much of my work life I spend much of my work life delivering keynote addresses at conferences across North America, flying from city to city, sharing my insights on leadership in business and in life with many different people. Though they all have come from diverse walks of life, the questions invariably center on the same things these days. How can I find greater meaning in my life? How can I make a lasting contribution through my work? And how can I simplify so that I can enjoy the journey of life before it is too late? My answer always begins the same way. Find your calling. I believe we all have special talents that are just waiting to be engaged in a worthy pursuit. We are all here for some unique purpose, some noble objective that will allow us to manifest our highest human potential while we at the same time add value to the lives around us. Finding a calling doesn't mean you must leave the job you now have. Simply means you need to bring more of yourself into the work and focus on the things you do best. It means you have to stop waiting for other people to make the changes you desire, and as Mahatma Gandhi noted, be the change that you wish to see most in the world. And once you do, your life will change.
Chapter 2. Every day, be kind to a stranger. On his deathbed, Ernest Huxley reflected on his entire life's learning and then summed it up in seven simple words. Let us be kinder to one another. All too often, we believe that in order to live a truly fulfilling life, we must achieve some great act or grand feat that will put us on the front covers of magazines and newspapers. Nothing could be further from the truth. A meaningful life is made up of a series of daily acts of decency and kindness, which ironically add up to something truly great over the course of a lifetime. Everyone who enters your life has a lesson to teach and a story to tell. Every person you pass during the moments that make up your days represents an opportunity to show a little more of the compassion and courtesy that define your humanity. Why not start being more of the person you truly are during your days and doing what you can to enrich the world around you? In my mind, if you make even one person smile during your day or brighten the mood of even one stranger, your day has been a worthwhile one. Kindness, quite simply, is the rent we must pay for the space we occupy on this planet. Become more creative in the ways you show compassion to strangers. Paying the toll for the person in the car behind you, offering your seat on the subway to someone in need, and being the first to say hello are great places to start. Recently, I received a letter from a reader of the monk who sold his Ferrari, who lives in Washington State. In it, she wrote, I have a practice of sitting to people who have helped me along my spiritual path. Please accept enclosed check of $100 with my blessing and gratitude. I quickly responded to her generous act by sending one of my audio tape programs in return, so she received value for the gift she sent me. Her gesture was a great lesson in the importance of giving sincerely and from the heart.
Chapter 3. Maintain your perspective. One day, according to an old story, a man with a serious illness was wheeled into a hospital room where another patient was resting on a bed next to the window. As the two became friends, the one next to the window would look out of it and then spend the next few hours delighting his bedridden companion with vivid descriptions of the world outside. Some days he would describe the beauty of the trees in the park across from the hospital and how the leaves danced in the wind. On other days, he would entertain his friend with step by step replays of the things people were doing as they walked by the hospital. However, as time went on, the bedridden man grew frustrated at his inability to observe the wonders his friend described. Eventually, he grew to dislike him and then to hate him intensely. One night, during a particularly bad coughing fit, the patient next to the window stopped breathing. Rather than pressing the button for help, the other man chose to do nothing. The next morning, the patient who had given his friend so much happiness by recounting the sights outside the window was pronounced dead and wheeled out of the hospital room. The other man quickly asked that his bed be placed next to the window, a request that was complied with by the attending nurse. But as he looked out the window, he discovered something that made him shake. The window faced a stark brick wall. His former roommate had conjured up the incredible sights that he described in his imagination as a loving gesture to make the world of his friend a little bit better during a difficult time. He had acted out selfless love. This story never fails to create a shift in my own perspective when I think about it. To live happier, more fulfilling lives. When we encounter a difficult circumstance, we must keep shifting our perspective and continually ask ourselves, is there a wiser, more enlightened way of looking at this seemingly negative situation? Stephen Hawking, one of the greatest physicists ever, is reported to have said that we live on a minor planet of a very average star located within the outer limits of one of 100,000 million galaxies. How's that for a shift in perspective? Given this information, are your troubles really that big? Are the problems you have experienced or the challenges you might currently be facing really as serious as you have made them out to be? We walk this planet for such a short time. In the overall scheme of things, our lives are mere blips on the canvas of eternity. So have the wisdom to enjoy the journey and savor the process.
For chapter 4, practice chapter. The golden thread of a highly successful and meaningful life is just self-discipline. Discipline allows you to do all things you know in your heart and you should do, but never feel like doing. Without self-discipline, you will not set your clear goals, manage your time effectively, treat people well, persist through tough times, care for your health, or think positive thoughts. I call the habit of self-discipline tough love because getting tough with yourself is actually a very love gesture. By being stricter with yourself, you will begin to live life more deliberately on your own terms rather than simply reacting to life the way a wave floating in a stream drifts according to the flow of the current on a particular day. As I teach in one of my seminars, tougher you are on yourself, the easier it will be on you. The quality of your life ultimately is shaped by the quality of the choices and decisions. Ones that range from the career you choose to pursue to the books you read, the time that you wake up every morning and wake up every morning, and the thoughts you think during few hours of your day. When you consistently flex your willpower by making these choices that you know are right ones rather than easy ones, you take back control of your life. Fulfilled people do not spend their time doing what is most convenient and comfortable. They have the courage to listen to their hearts and do the wise thing. The habit is what makes them great. The great successful person has the habit of doing things failures don't like to do. Remark essays and finger E.M. Gray. They don't like doing them either necessarily, but their disliking is subordinated to the strength of the purpose. The 19th century English writer Thomas Henry Huxley arrived at a similar conclusion, noting perhaps the most valuable result of all education is the ability to make yourself do things you have to do when it is ought to be done, whether you like it or not. The Aristotle made this point of wisdom in yet another way. Whatever we learn to do, we learn by actually doing it. Men come to builders, For instance, by building an harp, players by playing the harp in the same way by doing just acts we come to be just. By doing self-control acts we come to be self-controlled, and by doing brave acts we come to be brave.
Chapter 5. Keep a journal. Maintaining a daily journal is one of the best personal growth initiatives you will ever take. Writing down your daily experiences along with the lessons you have drawn from them will make you wiser with each passing day. You will develop self awareness and make fewer mistakes. And keeping a journal will help clarify your intentions so that you remain focused on the things that truly count. Writing in a journal offers you the opportunity to have regular one on one conversations with yourself. It forces you to do some deep thinking in a world where deep thinking is a thing of the past. It will also make you a clearer thinker and help you live in a more intentional and enlightened way. In addition, it provides a central place where you can record your insights on important issues, note key success strategies that have worked for you, and commit to all those things you know are important to achieve for a high quality professional, personal, and spiritual life. And your personal journal gives you a private place to flex your imagination and define your dreams. A journal is not a diary. A diary is a place where you record events, while a journal is a place where you analyze and evaluate them. Keeping a journal encourages you to consider what you do, why you do it, and what you have learned from all you have done. And writing in a journal promotes personal growth and wisdom by giving you a forum to study and then leverage your past for greater success in your future. Medical researchers have even found that writing in a private journal, as for little as time, 15 minutes a day, can improve health, functioning of your immune system, and your overall attitude. Remember, if your life is worth thinking about, it is worth writing.
Chapter 6. Develop and honesty philosophy. We live in a world of broken promises. We live in a time when people treat their words lightly. We tell a friend we will call her next week for lunch, knowing full well we do not have the time to do so. We promise a co-worker we will bring in that new book we love so much, knowing full well that we never lent out our books. And we promise ourselves this will be a year we will get back into shape, simplify our lives, and have more fun without any real intention of making the deep life changes necessary to achieve the goal. Saying things we don't really mean becomes a habit when we practice it long enough. The real problem is that when we don't keep the word, you lose credibility. When you lose credibility, you break the bonds of trust, and breaking the bonds of trust ultimately leads to a string of broken relationships. To develop an honesty philosophy, you need to monitor how many small untruths you tell over the course of a week. Go on what I call a truth fast. For the next 7 weeks and more, to completely honest in all your dealings with others and with yourself. Every time you feel to do the right thing, you feel the habit of doing the wrong thing. Every time you do not tell the truth, you feel the habit of being untruthful. When you promise someone you will do something to it, be a person of your word rather than be. All talk and no action. As Mother Teresa said, there should be less talking. A piercing point is not a meeting point. What do you do then? Take a broom and clean someone's house. That says enough.
Every second you dwell on the past, you steal from your future. Every minute you spend focusing on your problems, you take away from finding your solutions. And thinking about all those things that you wish never happened to you is actually blocking all the things you want to happen from entering into your life. Given the timeless truth that holds that you become what you think about all day long, it makes no sense to worry about the past events or make unless or mistakes unless you want to experience them for a second time. Instead, use the lessons you have learned from your past to rise to a whole new level of awareness and enlightenment. Life's greatest comebacks, greatest setbacks, reveal life's biggest opportunities. As the ancient thinker Euripides noted, there is in worst, there is in the worst of fortune the best chance for a happy change. If you have suffered more than your fair share of difficulties in life, perhaps you are being prepared to serve some greater purpose that will require you to be equipped with the wisdom you have acquired through your trials. Use these life lessons to fuel your future growth. Remember, happy people have often experienced as much adversity as those who are unhappy. What sets them apart is that they have the good sense to manage their memories in a way that enriches their lives.
and understand that if you have failed more than others, there's a very good chance you are living more completely than others. Those who take more chances and dare to be more and do more than others will naturally experience more failures. But personally, I would rather have the bravery to try something and then fail than never to have tried it at all. I would much prefer spending the rest of my days expanding my human frontiers and trying to make seemingly impossible probable than live a life of comfort, security, and mediocrity. That's the essence of true life success. As Herodotus noted so sagely, it is better by the noble boldness to run the risk of being subjected to half of the evils we anticipate than to remain in cowardly listlessness for the for fear of what may happen. Or as Booker T. Washington said, I've learned that success is to be measured not so much by position that one has reached in life as by the obstacles he has overcome while trying to succeed.
Chapter 8. Start your day well. The way you begin your day determines the way you will live your day. I call the first 30 minutes after you wake up the platinum 30, since they are truly the most valuable moments of your day and have a profound influence on the quality of every minute that follows. If you have the wisdom and self discipline to ensure that during this key period you think only the purest of thoughts and take only the finest of actions, you will notice that your days will consistently unfold in the most marvelous ways. Recently, I took my two young children to see the thrilling IMAX movie Everest. Aside from the breathtaking imagery and the powerful acts of heroism portrayed, there was one point that stayed with me. In order for the mountain climbers to scale the summit, it was essential for them to have a good base camp. It was impossible for them to get to the top without that camp at the bottom that offered them a sanctuary for rest, renewal, and replenishing. Once they reached Camp 2, they then returned to the base for a few weeks to recharge their batteries. On reaching Camp 3, they hastily retreated to base camp to prepare for the trek to Camp 4. And on reaching Camp 4, they again went back down to the mountain to base camp before making the final push for the summit. In the same way, I think that every one of us, in order to reach our personal summits and master the daily challenges of our own lives, needs to revisit our base camps during the Platinum 30. We need to go to a place where we can reconnect to our life's mission, renew ourselves, and refocus on the things that matter most. In my own life, I have developed a very effective morning ritual that consistently gets my day off to a joyful and peaceful start. After waking, I head down to my personal sanctuary, a little space I have created for myself where I can practice my renewal activities without being disturbed. I then spend about 15 minutes in my silent contemplation, focusing on all the good things in my life and envisioning the day that I expect is about to unfold. Next, I pick up a book from the wisdom literature, one rich with those timeless truths of successful living that are so easy to forget in these fast paced times that we live in. Examples include meditations by the Roman philosopher Marcus Aurelius, the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin and Walden by Henry David Thoreau. The lessons in these works center me on the things that truly count and help launch my day on the right footing. And the wisdom I read during that precious early morning period infuses and enlightens every remaining minute of my day. So start your day well, you will never be the same.
Chapter 9. Learn to say no gracefully. It's easy to say yes to every request on your time when the priorities of your life are unclear. When your days are not guided by a rich and inspiring vision for your future, a clear image of an end result that will help you act more intentionally. It's not hard for the agendas of those around you to dictate your actions. As I wrote in Leadership Wisdom from the monk who sold his Ferrari, if your priorities don't get scheduled into your planner, other people's priorities will get put into your planner. The solution is to be clear about your life's highest objectives and then to learn to say no with grace. The Chinese sage Xuang Tzu told the story of a man who forged swords for a Maharaja. Even at the age of 90, his works was carried out with exceptional precision and ability. No matter how rushed he was, he never made even the slightest slip. One day, the Maharaja asked the old man, is this a natural talent or is there some special technique that you use to create your remarkable results? It is concentration on the essentials, replied the sword crafter. I took to forging swords when I was 21 years old. I did not care about anything else. If it was not a sword, I did not look at it or pay any attention to it. Forging swords became my passion and my purpose. I took all the energy that I did not give in other directions and put it in the direction of my art. This is the secret to my mastery. The most effective people concentrate on their areas of excellence, that is, on the things they do best and on those high impact activities that will advance their life good. In being so consumed by the important things, they find it easy to say no to the less than worthy distractions that clamor for their attention. Michael Jordan, the best basketball player in the game's history, did not negotiate his contracts, design his uniforms, and prepare his schedules. He focused his time and energies on what he did best, playing basketball, and delegated everything else to his handlers. Jazz great Louis Armstrong did not spend his time selling tickets to his shows and setting up chairs for the audience. He concentrated on his point of brilliance, playing the trumpet. Learning to say no to the non essentials will give you more time to devote to things that have the power to truly improve the way you live and help you live the legacy you know in your heart you're destined to live.
Chapter 10, Take a Weekly Sabbatical. In ancient days, the seventh day of the week was known as the Sabbath, reserved for some of life's most important yet commonly neglected pursuits, including spending time with one's family and hours in deep reflection and self renewal. It provided a chance for hardworking people to renew their batteries and spend a day living life more fully. However, as the pace of life quickened and more activities began to compete for people's attention, this wonderful tradition was lost along with the tremendous personal benefits that flowed from it. Stress itself is not a bad thing. It can often help us perform at our best, expand beyond our limits, and achieve things that would otherwise astonish us. Just ask any elite athlete. The real problem lies in the fact that in this age of global anxiety, we do not get enough relief from stress. So, to revitalize yourself and nourish the deepest part of you, plan for a weekly period of peace, a weekly sabbatical, to get back to the simpler pleasures of life, pleasures that you may have given up as your days grew busier and your life more complex. Bringing this simple ritual into your weeks will help you reduce stress, connect with your more creative side, and feel far happier in every role of your life. Your weekly sabbatical does not have to last a full day. All you need are a few hours alone, perhaps on a quiet Sunday morning when you can spend some time doing the things you love to do the most. Ideas include spending time in your favorite bookstore, watching the sunrise, taking a solitary walk along a beach, and writing in your journal. Organizing your life so that you get to do more of the things you love to do is one of the first steps to life improvement. Who cares if others don't understand what you're trying to accomplish? By making the weekly sabbatical an essential part of your life, do it for yourself. You are worth it. In the words of Thoreau, if a man does not keep pace with his companions, perhaps it is because he hears a different drummer. Let him step to the music which he hears, however measured or far away.
Chapter 11, Talk to Yourself. Years ago, when I was a litigation lawyer who had many of the material trappings of success, yet little in the way of inner peace, I read a book called As a Man Thinketh by James Allen. The book discussed the enormous power of the human mind to shape our reality and attract great happiness and prosperity into our lives. The work also mentioned the profound influence of the words and language we use on a daily basis to create a more enlightened path of thought. Fascinated, I began to read more and more wisdom and self help literature. And as I did, I discovered the profound impact and importance of the words we use in our daily communications, both with others and with ourselves, on the quality of our lives. The knowledge also caused me to become aware of the personal dialogue that each of us has going on with us every minute of every hour of every day and to work to improve the content of what I was saying to myself. To achieve this, I began to apply a strategy developed by the ancient sages over 5,000 years ago, and in many ways it changed my life. The technique is a simple one and involves nothing more than selecting a phrase that you will train your mind to focus on at different times throughout the day until it begins to dominate your awareness and reshape the person you are. If it is inner peace and calm you seek, the phrase known as mantra might be, I am so grateful that I am a serene and tranquil person. If it is more confidence that we want, your mantra could be I am delighted that I am full of confidence and boundless courage. If it is a material prosperity you're after, your saying might be I am so grateful that money and opportunity is flowing into my life. Repeat your mantra softly under your breath as you walk to work, as you wait in line, or as you wash the dishes to fulfill otherwise unproductive times of your day with a powerful life improvement force. Try to say your personal praise at least 200 times a day for at least 4 weeks. The results will be profound as you take one giant step to find the peace, prosperity, and purpose your life requires. As Hazrat Inayat Khan said, the words that enlighten the soul are more precious than jewels.
Schedule very close. After I wrote The Monk Who Stole His Ferrari, I was flooded with letters from the readers who saw their life change from the lessons they discovered on becoming happier, more fulfilled, and more peaceful in these stress-crazed times. Many of these letters came from people whose work lives has grown so busy that they spend most of their free time worrying about things that they should have been left at the office. They lost the ability to laugh, love, and share joy with their families because of the challenges at work were consuming them. Too many people are spending the best years of their lives stuck in the state of constant worry. They worry about their jobs, the bills, the environment, and their kids. And yet, we all know deep in our hearts that most of these things we worry about never happen. It's like the great saying of Mark Twain: I have a lot of trouble in my life, some of which did actually happen. My father, a particularly wise man who has a deep influence on my own life, once told me that Sanskrit character for funeral pyre is strikingly similar to the Sanskrit character for worry. I'm surprised, I replied. You shouldn't listen, he gently offered. One burns the dead, while the other burns the living. I know how dramatically the worry habit can reduce one's quality of life from personal experience. While in my late 20s, I was on my so-called fast track to success. I had received two law degrees from one country's most prestigious law schools, served as the law clerk for a chief justice, and handling high complex cases as a litigation lawyer. But I was often working too hard and worrying too much. I was waking on Monday morning with a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach and a deep sense I was wasting my talent on work that was not aligned with the person I was. So I began to search for ways to improve, turning first to the self-help and life leadership literature, where I found a wealth of lessons for a more balanced, peaceful, and a meaningful existence. One simple strategy I learned to counter the worry habit was to schedule specific times to worry, what I call now worry breaks. If you're facing a difficulty, it is not easy to spend all our working hours focusing on it. Instead, I recommend you to schedule fixed times to worry, say 30 minutes every evening. During this session, you may wallow your problems and roll over your difficulties. After the period ends, you must train yourself to leave your troubles behind and do something more productive, such as going for a walk in natural surroundings, or reading an inspirational book, or having a heart to heart conversation with someone you love. If during other times of the day you feel about the need to worry, jot down what you want to worry about in a notebook, which you can then bring your worry to your next break. This simple but powerful technique will help you gradually reduce the amount of time you spend worrying and eventually serve to eliminate this habit forever.
Chapter 13, Model a Child. A while ago, I took my 4-year-old son Colby to an Italian restaurant for lunch. It was a beautiful autumn day, and as usual, my young son was full of energy and joy. We both ordered pasta for our main course and then started to enjoy the freshly baked bread our waiter had bought. Little did I know that Colby was about to teach his father yet another lesson in the art of living. Rather than eating the bread whole as most adults do, Colby took a different, far more creative approach. He began to scoop out the warm, soft part of the bread and left the crust intact. In other words, he had the wisdom to focus on the best part of the bread and leave the rest. Someone once said to me at a seminar, children come to us more highly evolved than adults to teach us the lessons we need to learn. And on that day, my little boy reminded me that as so-called grown-ups, we spend too much time focusing on the crust of life rather than all the good things that flow in and out of our days. We focus on our challenges at work, the pile of bills we have to pay, and the lack of time to do all those things we need to do. But our thoughts do form our world, and we think about thus grow in our lives. What we focus on will determine our destiny, and so we must start focusing on the good stuff. In the week in the week ahead, make the time to connect to your more playful side, the child within you. Take the time to study the positive qualities of children and model their ability to stay energized, imaginative, and completely in that moment, no matter what might be going on around them. And as you do, remember the powerful words of Leo Roston, who observed, you can understand and relate to most better if you took at them, no matter how impressive they may be, as if they are children. For most of us, never really grow up or mature all that much. We simply grow taller. Oh, to be sure, we laugh less and play less, and wear uncomfortable disguises like adults. But beneath the costume is the child we always are, whose needs are simple, whose daily life is still best described by fairy tales.
Chapter 14. Remember, genius is 99% inspiration. The celebrated inventor Thomas Edison is well known for his statement: genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. While I believe that hard work is essential to a life of real success and fulfillment, I think that being filled with a deep sense of inspiration and commitment to making a difference in the world is an even more important attitude. All of the great geniuses of the world were inspired and driven by the desire to enrich the lives of others. When you study their lives, you will discover that this desire became almost an obsession for most of them. It consumed them and occupied every cell of their minds. Edison was inspired to manifest the visions he saw on the picture screen of his imagination into reality. Jonas Salk, who discovered the polio vaccine, was inspired to help others from suffering from this dreaded affliction. And Marie Curie, the great Nobel Prize winning scientist, was inspired to serve humanity with her discovery of radium. As Woodrow Wilson said, "You are not here to merely make a living. You are here in order to enable the world to live more amply, with greater vision, with finer spirit of hope and achievement. If you are here to enrich the world and you are impoverish yourself, if, if you forget the error, how inspired are you in your own life? Do you jump out of bed on Monday mornings, or do you simply lie there with a sense of emptiness flooding through your body? If you level if your level of inspiration is lower than you know it should be. Read a good self-help book, or listen to a motivating audio cassette program. Attend a public lecture by someone you admire, or spend a few hours studying the biography of one of your heroes. Start spending time with people who are passionate about what they do, what they're doing in their lives, and dedicated to making the best out of it. With a healthy dose of inspiration, you will quickly raise your life to a whole new plane of living.
Chapter 15. Care for the Temple. A few months ago, I had lunch with a colleague in speaking profession. As we discussed the things we did in our lives to stay focused, balanced at a peak amid the demands of our busy schedules, he made powerful point. Province, he said, many people regularly go to church or temple to stay grounded at the center. I'm a little different. I go to gym, that's my temple. He added that no matter how busy he is at 5:50 p.m., he closes his office and makes the daily regimen. To his gym to run a few miles on a treadmill, nothing can stop him from taking this time to ensure his health and happiness. My friend's observation made me think of saying the Asian Romans that quoted I in my first book, Mega living mens sana in povor sum, which is a Latin for in a sound body rest a sound mind. It also realizes that our body needs to be treated like a temple and considers care. If you hope to live fully and completely, regular exercise will not only improve your health, it will you help you to think more clearly, boost stress. That seems to dominate our days, and research has proven that exercise will not only add life to years, it can add years to your life. On study, 18,000 Harvard alumni have found that every hour spent on exercise added 3 hours to participants. Life's few investment will yield a better return than the time spent on physical fitness. And remember, those who don't make a time for exercise must even make for illness. In my own life, I have set the goal swimming 5 times a week. There's something special about the renewing power of swimming that I cannot begin to describe. I wish I could say I achieved these goals every single week. I can't. Yet having such a lofty objective keeps me focused on how important staying in a peak of physical condition is my overall well-being and to equality of my life. Without fail, every workout in the swimming pool brings the same results. I feel energized and balanced and happy. And my exercise sessions also bring me something that I feel truly priceless. After my 40-minute swims, any challenges I might be struggling with seem smaller. Any worries I have become trivial, and I find myself living fully in the present moment. The act caring for my physical temple reminds me that life's greatest pleasure are often life's simple ones.
Chapter 16. Learn to be silent. William Wordsworth sagely believed, observed, when from our better selves we have to long been parted, by the hurrying world, sick of its business, of its pleasures dying. How gracious, how benign is solitude. When was the last time you made the time to be silent and still? When was the last time you craved out a chunk of time to enjoy the power of solitude, to restore, refocus, and revitalize your mind, body, and spirit? All of the great wisdom, traditions of the world have arrived at the same conclusion to reconnect with who you really are as a person and to come to know the glory that rests within you. You must find the time to be silent on a regular basis. Sure, you are busy, but as Joe said, it's not enough to be busy. So are the ants. The question is, what are you so busy about? The importance of silence makes me think about the story of an old lighthouse keeper. The man had only a limited amount of oil to keep his beacon lit so that the passing ships would avoid the rocky shores. One night, a man who lived close by needed to borrow some of his precious commodity to light his home. So the lightkeeper gave him some of his own. Another night, a traveler begged for some oil to light his lamp so he could keep on traveling. The lighthouse keeper was complied with the request and gave him the amount he needed. The next night, the lighthouse keeper was awakened by a mother banging on his door. She prayed for some oil so that she could illuminate her home and feed her family. Again he agreed. Soon all his oil was gone and his beacon went out. Many ships ran around and many lives were lost because the lighthouse keeper forgot to focus on his priority. He neglected his primary duty and paid a high price. Experiencing solitude for even a few minutes of day will keep you centered on your highest life priorities and help you avoid the neglect that pervades the lives of so many of us. I'm saying that you don't have enough time to be silent. On a regular basis, it's a lot like being you're too busy driving to stop for gas. Eventually, it will catch up with you.
Chapter 17. Think about your ideal neighbor. One of the things I have done along my quest for self knowledge is to make a list of all the people I wish lived next door to me. These are men and women from both the past and present who I would love to be able to drop in on for a quick cup of tea every once in a while and share a laugh with them from time to time. The very act of listing your ideal neighbors will connect you to many of the values and traits you respect the most in people, and in doing so, help you to discover more about yourself as a person. It is also a fun way to spend 30 minutes of your life. Here are some of the people on my list. Norman Vincent Peale, the famed author of The Power of Positive Thinking. Henry David Thoreau, the great American philosopher and the author of Walden, one of my favorite books. Balthazar Gracieux, the Jesuit scholar, became one of Spain's greatest writers. Billie Holiday, the great jazz singer. Nelson Mandela, the freedom fighter. O.G. Mandini, self-help author of such classics as A Better Way to Live and University of Success. Mother Teresa, the respected humanitarian. Richard Branson, the British tycoon and adventurer. Pierre Elliott Trudeau, the colorful Canadian Prime Minister. Miles Davis, the legendary trumpeter. Muhammad Ali, the world champion boxer. Benjamin Franklin, a renowned statesman. Take a moment right now to jot down some of the people whom you wish lived on your street. Then think about the qualities that make these men and women so admirable and how you might foster such qualities in your own life. The first step to realizing your life vision is defining it. And the first step to becoming the person you want to be is identifying the traits of the person you want to be.
Chapter 18. Get up early. Getting up early is a gift you give to yourself. Few disciplines have the power to transform your life, as does the habit of early rising. There is something more special about the first few hours of the morning. Time seems to slow down, and a deep sense of peace fills the air. Joining the 5 o'clock club will allow you to start controlling your day rather than letting your day control you. Winning the battle of the bed and putting mind over matters by rising early will provide you with at least one quiet hour for yourself during the most crucial part of your day, the beginning. If spent wisely, the rest of your day will unfold in the wonderful day. In the monk who sold his Ferrari, I challenged readers to get up with the sun and offered a number of ideas to help them cultivate this new life discipline. From the many letters, emails, and faxes I have received from people who have improved the quality of their lives by getting up at 5 a.m., I can safely say that this is one success principle that is really worth integrating into your life. In doing so, you will join the ranks of many of the most influential people of our time, ranging from Mahatma Gandhi, Thomas Edison, and Nelson Mandela, to Ted Turner and Mary Pierce. One reader of the Monk, a marketing executive, wrote that her stress level fell so dramatically once she started rising early that her team of the office presented her with a paperweight bearing the following inscription: to our MIT, most improved player. Whatever you are doing, keep doing it. You are inspiration to us all. A consummate late riser, she vowed to stop sleeping in and spending her days making up for time lost while under the blanket. So while her family and the world around her slept, she began to get up first at 6 a.m., then at 5:30 a.m., and finally at 5 a.m. During the three during the free time that she found she had created, she would do all the things she loved to do, but had somehow never found time for. Listening carefully to classical music, writing letters, reading the classics, and walking were just some of the activities that she used to rekindle her spirit and reconnect with a part of herself she thought she had lost. By getting
Getting
up
up early, she began to care for herself again, and by doing so, she became a much better parent, spouse, and professional. To cultivate the habit of getting up earlier, the first thing to remember is that it is the quality rather than the quantity of sleep that matters the most. It is better to have 6 hours of uninterrupted sleep than 10 hours of restless, broken sleep. Here are 4 tips to help you sleep more deeply. Don't rehearse the activities of your day while you're lying in bed trying to get to sleep. Don't eat after 8 p.m. If you have to eat something, have soup. Don't watch the news before you go to sleep. Don't read in bed. Give yourself a few weeks for this new habit to take root. Saying that you tried to get up early but gave up after 7 days because it was just too hard is like saying you tried taking French lessons for a week but gave up because you could not speak the language by then. Life changes take time, effort, and patience, but the results you will receive
make the initial stress you experienced more than worth it. Chapter 19. See your troubles as blessings. During the life leadership seminars I gave, I often asked the participants this question: who would agree with me that we learn the most from our difficult experiences? Inevitably, nearly every hand in the room goes up. Given this, I often wonder why we, as human beings, spend so much of our lives focusing on the negative aspects of our most difficult experiences, rather than seeing them for what they truly are, our greatest teachers. You would not have the wisdom and knowledge you now possess were it not for the setbacks you have faced, the mistakes you have made, and the suffering you have endured. Once and for all, come to realize that pain is a teacher and failure is the highway to success. You cannot learn how to play the guitar without hitting a few wrong notes, and you will never learn how to sail if you're not willing to tip the boat over a few times.
Begin to see your troubles as blessings, resolve to transform your stumbling blocks into stepping stones, and walk to turn your wounds into wisdom. Like most people, I have encountered my own share of pain as I have advanced along the path of life. But I always try to remind myself that our character is shaped not through life's easiest experiences, but during life's toughest ones. It is during life's most trying times that we discover we really are and the fullness of the strength that lies within us. If you are currently experiencing challenges of your own, I respectfully offer the following words of Rainer Maria Rilke, which have helped me greatly when life throws one of its curves my way. Have patience with everything that remains unsolved in your heart. Try to love the questions themselves like locked wounds and like books written in foreign language. Do not now look for the answers. They cannot now be given to you because you could not live with them. Live them. It is a question of experiencing everything. At present, you need to live that question. Perhaps you gradually, without even noticing it, find yourself experiencing the answer some distant day. Chapter 20, Laugh More. According to one study, the average 4-year-old laughs 300 times a day, while the average adult laughs about 15 times a day. With all the obligations, stresses, and activities that fill our days, we have forgotten how to laugh. Daily laughter has been shown to elevate our moods, promote creativity, and give us more energy. Comedian Steve Martin reportedly laughed for 5 minutes in front of the mirror every morning to get his creative juices flowing and to start his day on a high note. Try it, it works. Laughter therapy has even been used to cure illness and heal those with serious ailments. As William James, the father of modern psychology, observed, we don't laugh because we are happy because we laugh. A friend of mine, always known for his wise ways, made it his New Year resolution 1 year to laugh more.
Every few weeks, he would go to his local video store and rent a Three Stooges movie or buy a new book of humor, which he would then dip into when he had few free moments during the course of his day. A positive person already, he began to notice that he felt even happier and started to laugh even more than before he took this personal development initiative. Because of all the humor he surrounded himself with, the new awareness it created in his life. He also began to see the lighter side of things and no longer experience the level of stress he had felt in his professional pursuits. This simple discipline raised him to a whole new level of living and effectiveness. Why not follow my friend's lead and head down to your local video store to stock up on the latest funny movies? Then pick up a few books, perhaps something from Gary Lassen's Far Side series or that much read Dilbert cartoons to stimulate your laughter habit. Reconnect to your playful side and enjoy the wonders of a deep belly laugh. Chapter 21. Spend a day without your watch. Last fall, I did something I have not done for many years. I left my watch at home and spent an entire day without looking at the time. Rather than living by the clock and planning everything I was going to do that day, I simply lived for the moment and did whatever I felt like doing. I became a true human being rather than merely a human doing. Early in the morning, I went for a walk in the woods, one of my favorite things to do. With me, I carried an old paperback copy of Walden by the social philosopher Henry David Thoreau, a book I have come to love. After finding a beautiful place to sit and read, I experienced one of those moments of synchronicity where something perfect happens at just the right time. For me, it was randomly opening the book and finding the following paragraph in front of me. I went to the woods because I wished to live deliberately, to friend only the essential facts of life, and see if I could not learn what it had to do, teach, and not. When I came to die, discovered that I had not lived. I did not wish to live what was not life. Living is not so dear, nor did I wish to practice resignation. Unless it was quite necessary, I wanted to live deep and suck out all the marrow of life, to live so sturdily and Spartan like as to put to rout all that was not life. I reflected on this great man's worth and soaked up the miraculous beauty of the scene around me. The rest of the day was spent in a bookshop watching Toy Story with my kids, relaxing with family on our patio, and listening to my favorite pieces of music. Nothing expensive, nothing complicated, but completely fun.
Chapter 22. Take no risk. I'll make you this promise on your deathbed. In the twilight of your life, it will not be all the risk you took that you will regret the most. Rather, what will fill your heart with the greatest amount of regret and sadness will be all those risks that you did not take, all those opportunities you did not see, and all those fears you did not face. Remember that on the other side of fear lies freedom, and stay focused on the timeless success principle that says life is nothing more than a game of numbers. The more risk you take, the more rewards you will receive. Or in the words of Sophocles, fortune is not on the side of the faint-hearted. To live your life to the fullest, start taking more risk and doing the things you fear. Get good at being uncomfortable and stop walking the path of least resistance. Sure, there is a greater chance you will stub your toes when you walk the road less traveled, but that is the only way you can get anywhere. As my wise mother always says, you cannot get to the third base with one foot on second. Or as Andre Gide observed, one does not discover new lands without consenting to lose sight of the shore for a very long time. The real secret to a life of abundance is to stop spending your days searching for security and to start spending your time perceiving opportunity. Sure, you will meet with your share of failures if you start living more deliberately and passionately. But failure is nothing more than learning how to win. Or as my dad observed one day, Robin, it's risky out on a limb, but that's where all the truth is. As I wrote in an earlier lesson, life is all about choices. Deeply fulfilled and highly actualized people simply make wiser choices than others. You can choose to spend the rest of your days sitting on the shore of life in complete safety, or you can take some chances, dive deep into the water, and discover the pearls that lie waiting for the person of true courage. You to keep me inspired and centered on the fact that I must keep stretching my own personal boundaries as the days go by. I have posted the following words of Theodore Roosevelt in the study where I write. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbled, or whether the doer of feats could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred with by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs and comes short again and again, who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, and spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best knows in the end or the triumphs of high achievement, and who, at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daringly daily, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat.
Chapter 23. Live a Life. On being asked about the ups and downs of his career, movie star Kevin Costner responded with these words: I'm living a life. I found this reply to be profound. Rather than spending his days judging the events and experiences of his life as either good or bad, he adopted a neutral stance and simply decided to accept them for what they are, a natural part of the path he is on. We all travel different roads to our ultimate destinations. For some of us, the path is rockier than for others, but no one reaches the end without facing some form of adversity. Rather than fight it, why not accept it as the way of life? Why not detach yourself from the outcomes and simply experience every circumstance that enters your life to the fullest? Feel the pain and savor the happiness. If you have never visited the valleys, the view from the mountain top is not as breathtaking. Remember, there are no real failures in life, only results. There are no true tragedies, only lessons, and there really are no problems, only opportunities waiting to be recognized as solutions by the person of wisdom.
We smell like hell. Often, I take my young daughter Bianca and my son Colby with me, and while munching on popcorn, we enjoy the latest animated film that is hitting up on at the box office. We always walk out with smiles on our face, along with the whole cost of new characters we can pretend to be in our daily session. When I'm on the road for a speaking tour, I still try to find a few hours at the end of the day to slip into a theater in whatever city I may be in and watch a good movie. I find that films not only relax me, but they serve to transport me to a different world and inspire me to keep thinking about the endless possibilities life holds. I guess movies bring out the dreamer in me. Recently, I saw an Italian movie called Life is Beautiful. Though it was subtitled, it kept me riveted for nearly 3 hours. The movie like no film I have seen in quite some time. Much of the story centers on a loving father and his relationship with his young son. Early on, the two are inseparable and share many great times. Suddenly, one afternoon, the two are taken away from their home and placed on a train bound for Auschwitz, the notorious Nazi concentration camp. The rest of the movie shows the incredible lengths the father goes to, not only to keep his son alive, but to actually keep him happy through the horrifying ordeal. So the father ultimately sacrifices his own life at the end. Life is beautiful is a powerful reminder that living is a gift and we must make the best of it every day of our lives. A good movie can restore your perspective, reconnect you to the things you value most, and keep you enthusiastic about all the things in your life. And as Ralph Waldo Emerson said, nothing great was ever achieved without enthusiasm.
If you ever get to London, England, visit Foyles, which is among the oldest bookstores in the city. I have found more gems by browsing along its dusty shelves than in any other bookshop I have visited around the world. Being a dedicated student of self-help literature myself, I generally gravitate to the section in the store. I always look for a little known work that will offer me a few new insights on the art of living and help me improve the quality of my own life. And in foils, I always find it. A few years back, I found a book entitled Bring Out the Magic in Your Mind. It was written almost 30 years ago by a man named Al Foran, who was then known as the finest magician in the world. In a chapter entitled The Secret of Wealth, he writes in the following: when you send your money out, remember always to bless it. Ask it to bless everybody that it touches and command it to go out and feed the hungry and clothe the naked and command it to come back to a millionfold. Don't pass over this lightly. I am serious. Over the next few days, why not follow Al Quran's advice and see what happens? When you pay for your groceries, silently bless all those who have helped bring this food to you. The farmers who have grown it, the delivery people who have carried it, and store clerks who have stocked it. If you are writing a check for your children's education, why not give silent appreciation to all teachers who are spending their days shaping the minds of your kids and to all the others who make their work possible? When you pull out a few bills to buy the magazines off the rack in the convenience store, plus the person who is toiling away behind the counter and hope the money adds value to the quality of his or her life. As the timeless truth says, the hand that gives is the hand that gathers.
From the world. A while ago, a FedEx package arrived at my office. Inside was an envelope with an gold seal placed in the fold and my name carefully written on the front. I quickly opened it and began to read the letters quickly. It was from the CEO of a major corporation who had picked up my book Leadership Wisdom from the monk who sold his Ferrari. At an airport while on his way to a business meeting in Europe, he said he was lifelong student of leadership and was intrigued by the little which had brought a smile to his face. This executive had been under tremendous pressure as a result of government demands placed on him and was hoping to learn some ways to improve his leadership effectiveness so that he could spend more time on the things that really matter, both in his business life and in his personal growth. In this letter, he wrote, "Who would I when he died?" As I read his story about this man whose life has become too complex and out of control, I began to connect with a part of myself that I had not connected with for many years. I began to think about the people in my organization who looked to me for guidance and inspiration. I began to think about my life who have been taking me to take a vacation for the past 5 years. And I thought about my two children who I watched their father spend the finest years of their youth climbing the imaginary ladder of success. I consider myself a strong person, but continued to read the book. I began to softly at first and then uncontrollably. So much so that the flight attendant rushed over and politely asked if everything was alright. Still continued. That moment was a wake-up call for me, an experience I've carried with me until the day I died. I knew that I had to make some serious changes in the way that I was living and in the way that I was living.
I promised myself that I would commit myself to eliminating the multitude of distractions in my life and concentrate on only the fundamentals. Those few activities that really had the power to make a difference in the way I worked and lived. I promised to stop reading 6 newspapers a day, handling every piece of meal that appeared in my basket, and accepting dinner invitations that came my way. I had the title of the chapter on personal effectiveness, which you aptly call Focus on the Worthy, made into plague that I keep on my desk to remind me that the person who tries to do everything ultimately achieves nothing. I cannot tell you how much better my life has become since I began to live by this simple philosophy. Thank you. Time is your most precious commodity, and yet most of us live our lives as if we have all the time in the world. The real secret to getting control of your life is to restore a sense of focus in your days. The real secret to getting things done is knowing what things need to be left undone. Once you start spending the hours of your days only on those high leverage activities and priorities that will advance your life's mission and legacy, everything will change. Many of history's greatest thinkers have arrived at same conclusion. The sage Confucius, but in it this way, the person who classes too rapid catches neither. While the Roman philosopher Marcus Aurelius said, let thine occupations be the few of thou wouldst lead a tranquil life. Management guru Peter Drucker made the point of wisdom in yet another way when he wrote, there is nothing so useless as doing efficiently that which should not be done at all.
Chapter 27. Write thank you notes. The things that are easy to do are also the things that are easy not to do. The more the pace of our lives speeds up, the greater the impact the simple gestures of life will have on those most deserving of them. And near the very top of my list of simple gestures that have profound consequences is the lost art of writing thank you notes. Everyone loves getting mail. It's a fact of human nature. We all have a deep seated need to feel important. I truly love receiving letters from people who have read my books and used the lessons within them to make positive changes in their lives. Few things excite me as much as receiving a bag full of mail from men and women who have attended one of my seminars and seen their careers take off and their personal lives improve. And knowing how much joy I feel when I receive mail from others, I try my best to respond to every letter that comes across my desk with a thank you note on my own. Even in the case of the people I deal with on a daily basis, executive calling to book me for a speaking engagement, people who attend my personal coaching programs, members of the media requesting an interview, and business people calling me with new opportunities, I try to follow up on every encounter with a sincerely written thank you note. Sure, it takes time. Sure, there might be pressing things on my agenda, but few acts have the power to build and cement relationships like a heartfelt letter of thanks. It shows you care and that you are considerate and human. So this week, go out and buy a package of blank thank you cards that are now available in bulk at your local office supply warehouse and start writing. You and all the people that you deal with will be glad you did.
Always carry a book with you. According to US News and World Report, over the course of your lifetime, you will spend 8 months opening junk mail, 2 years unsuccessfully returning phone calls, and 5 years standing in line. Given this startling fact, one of the simplest yet smartest time management strategies you can follow is to never go anywhere without a book under your arm. While others waiting in line are complaining, you will be growing and feeding your mind a rich diet of ideas found in great books. So long as you live, keep learning how to live, noted the Roman philosopher Seneca. Yet most people never read more than a handful of books after they complete their formal schooling. In these times of rapid change, ideas are the commodity of success. All it takes is one idea from the right book to reshape your character or to transform your relationships or to revolutionize your life. A good book can change the way you live, as the philosopher Henry David Thoreau observed in Walden. There are probably words addressed to our condition exactly, which, if we could really hear and understand, would be more salutary than the morning or the spring to our lives, and possibly put a new aspect on the face of things for us. How many a man has dated a new era of his life from the reading of a book? The book exists for us, perchance, which will explain our miracles and relieve new ones. How high you will rise in your life will be determined not by how hard you work, but by how well you think. As I say in my leadership speeches, the greatest leaders in this new economy will be the greatest thinkers. And the person you will be 5 years from now will come down to two primary influences: the people you associate with and the books you read. I often joke with my seminar audiences that I play Cinderella tennis. I try hard, but I never quite make it to the ball. Yet when I play tennis with someone better than I am, something almost magical happens to my game. I make shots that I have never made before, gracefully floating through the air with an ease that would make even the best player blush. Reading good books creates much to the same phenomenon.
When you expose your mind to the thoughts of the greatest people who have walked this planet before you, your game improves. The depth of your thinking expands and you rise to a whole new level of wisdom. Deep reading allows you to connect with the world's most creative, intelligent, and inspiring people 24 hours a day. Aristotle, Emerson, Seneca, Gandhi, Thoreau, Dorothy Brande, and many of the wisest women and men who grace our planet today are just waiting to share the knowledge with you through their books. Why wouldn't you seize such an opportunity as often as you could? If you have not read today, you have not really lived today. And knowing how to read but failing to do so puts you in exactly the same position as the person who cannot read but wants to. Mother Teresa once said, there are no great acts. There are only small acts done with great love. What small acts can you do today to deepen the bonds between you and the people you value the most? What random acts of kindness and senseless acts of beauty can you offer to someone in an effort to make his or her day just a little better? The irony of being more compassionate is that the very act of giving to others makes you feel better as well. To practice being more loving, create a love account. Each day, make a few deposits in this very special reserve by doing something small to add joy to the life of someone around you. Buying your partner fresh cut flowers for no reason at all, sending your best friend a copy of your favorite book, or taking the time to tell your children in no certain terms how you feel about them are all good places to start. If there is one thing that I have learned in life, it is that the little things are the big things. Those tiny daily deposits into the love account will give you far more happiness than any amount of money in your bank account. As Emerson said so elegantly, without the rich heart, wealth is an ugly beggar. Or as Tolstoy wrote, the means to gain happiness is to throw out for oneself like a spider in all directions an adhesive web of love and to catch in all that comes.
We are all often using that time to formulate our own response rather than empathizing with the point to be made. Taking that time to truly understand another point of view shows that you value what he has to say and care about him as a person. When you start getting behind the eyeballs of, a, of the person who is speaking and try to see the world from your perspective, you will connect with him deeply and build high trust relationship that last. We have 2 years and 1 month for a reason to listen to us as much as we speak and having a courtesy to have be a better listener has another advantage. Since you are not doing all the talking, we are all doing all the learning, gaining access to information you would have missed had you been engaged with usual monologues. Here are few practical tips to become better and at the art of listening. If you are speaking and the person you are having a conversation which has not said something within the past 60 seconds, there's a good chance you have lost her in and it's time to stop talking so much. Resist the temptation to interrupt. Catch yourself just before you do so and pay more attention to the content of what the other person is saying to you. If appropriate, in a business setting, take notes. Few things more rapidly show that other person in a conversation that you genuinely wish him to learn from what she has to say than pulling out a notepad and making notes while she speaks. After that, after the other person makes her points, rather than immediately responding with the opinion, reflect on what you have just heard. Saying something as such, just to make sure I understand you. Are you saying? And so, with the complete sincerity, will bring you much closer to the people you interact with every day of your life.
First, list your problems. A problem well stated is a problem half solved. Child Charles Glittering. There is something very special that happens when you take out a piece of paper and list every single one of your problems on it. It is very much like the peaceful feeling you get after telling your best friend about something that has been troubling you for weeks. The weight somehow falls from your shoulders. You feel lighter, calmer, and freer. I have discovered that while our minds can be our best friends, they can also be our worst enemies. If you keep thinking about your problems, pretty soon you will find you think about little less. The mind is extremely spiritual in this regard. The things you wanted to remember, it forgets. But all those things you wanted to forget, it remembers. I have people coming to my seminars who tell me they are still mad about what someone did to them 15 years ago. They're still annoyed at what the rude sales clerk said to them last month. To let go of the mental clutter that the problems tend to generate, list all your worries on a piece of paper. If you do so, they will no longer be able to fester in your mind and drain your valuable energy. This simple exercise will also permit you to put your problems into perspective and tackle them in an orderly, well-timed sequence. Among the many successful people who have used this technique are material art master Bruce Lee and Winston Churchill, who once said, "It helps to write down half a dozen things which are worrying me. Two of them say disappear about two. Nothing can be done, so it's no use worrying, and two perhaps can be settled."
Practice the action habit. Wisdom is knowing what to do next. Skill is knowing how to do it. And virtue is doing it. Observe David Starr Jordan. Most of us know what we need to do in order to live happier, healthier, and more fulfilling lives. The real problem is that we don't do what we know. I have heard many motivational speakers say, no, knowledge is power. I disagree. Knowledge is not power. Knowledge is only potential power. It transforms itself into actual power the moment you decisively act on it. The mark of a strong character lies not in doing what is fun to do or what is easy to do. The sign of deep moral authority appears in the individual who constantly does what he ought to be doing rather than what he feels like doing. A person of true character spends his days doing the
which is the right thing to do. Rather than watching television for 3 hours after an exhausting day at work, he has the courage to get up on the couch and read to his kids instead of sleeping in on those cold wintry mornings. This individual exercises his natural reserves of self discipline and gets out of bed for a run. And since action is a habit, the more positive actions you take, the more you feel like taking. All too often, we spend our days waiting for the ideal path to appear in front of us. We forget that paths are made by walking, not waiting. Dreaming is great, but thinking big thought alone will not build a business, pay your bills, or make you into that person you know is your heart you can be. In the words of Thomas Carlyle, the end of a man is an action and not a thought. Though it would the novelist, the smallest of actions is always better than the boldest of intentions.
On Father's Day, my son Colby brought home a handmade card from school. On the front of it was a small handprint, and inside the card, above a little photograph of my child, were these words: "Sometimes you get discouraged because I'm so small and always leave my fingerprints on furniture and walls. But every day I'm growing, I'll be grown up someday, and all those tiny handprints will surely fade away." So here's a final handprint, just so you can recall exactly how my fingers look. When I was very small, love Colby. Children go so very quickly. It seems like just yesterday that I stood in delivery room waiting for the birth of my son, and then 2 years later for the birth of my daughter Bianca. It is easy to promise yourself you will spend more time with your kids. When things slow down at work, or when I get that big promotion, or next year when I get a little more time. But if you don't act on life, life has a habit of acting on you. The weeks slip into months, the months slip into years, and before you know it, that little child is now an adult with a family of her own. The greatest gift you can give to your children is the gift of your time, and one of the greatest gifts you will ever give yourself is that of enjoying your kids and seeing them for what they truly are, the small miracles of life. In the Prophet Khalil Gibran makes the point far more eloquently than I ever could when he writes, "Your children are not your children. They are the sons and daughters of life's longing for itself."
Chapter 34. Enjoy the path, not just the reward. In my work, I'm often asked to teach people how to set and achieve goals. When I ask my audience, why is it so important that you realize your goals? They often answer, because getting the things I want will make me happy. Well, there is an element of truth in this answer. Getting the things we want often does bring a measure of joy into our lives, but it somehow misses the mark. The real value of setting and achieving goals lies not in the reward you receive, but in the person you become as a result of reaching your goals. This simple distinction has helped me to enjoy the path of life while at the same time staying focused on meeting my personal and professional objectives. As one of my favorite philosophers, Ralph Waldo Emerson, observed, the reward for a thing well done is to have done it. When you achieve a goal, whether that goal was to be wiser leader or to become a better parent, you will have grown as a person in this process. Often you will not be able to detect this growth, but the growth will have occurred. So rather than savoring only the reward that you have flowed from the achievement of that goal, celebrate the fact that the process of reaching your destination has improved the person you are. You have built self discipline, discovered new things about your abilities, and manifested more of your human potential. These are rewards in and themselves.
Chapter 35. Remember that awareness precedes change. You will never be able to eliminate a weakness you don't even know about. The first step to eliminating a negative habit is to become aware of it. Once you develop an awareness about the behavior you are trying to change, you will be able on your way to replacing it with one that is more helpful. As an author, I am frequently invited to appear on radio and television talk shows. When I first started doing these programs, I thought I was a natural. I enjoyed meeting the hosts, sharing my insights, and discussing the ideas in my books and with callers. It was only when I began to tape myself and study those tapes that I realized something I had been unaware of. I spoke far too quickly, as a matter of fact. I sometimes spoke so fast that many of the key points I was trying to make got lost in the avalanche of words I heaped on the audience that I had tuned in. Becoming aware of my weakness was the first step to eliminating it. And I then went to my favorite bookstore and bought 5 books on effective communication. I also joined the National Speakers Association. Finally, I picked up the phone and called a number of media personalities whom I felt I could learn from and invited them out for a quick lunch. Not one refused. Over a matter of weeks, I educated myself on how to improve my delivery on TV and radio so that I could share my message more effectively. I have found as well that becoming aware of a weakness that is paying attention to it also attracts more solutions into one's life. For example, as soon as I realized that I needed to slow down to communication in a better way, I started to notice seminars on the subject advised in the paper. I also noticed that the right books appeared in the shelves of the bookstores where I was browsing and found people who could coach me. So, over the coming weeks, reflect on your weakness and go to transform them into strengths that will add richness and energy to the way you live.
Chapter 36 Treat Tuesdays with Maury. While I was on the Denver stop of the American book tour for the monk who sold his Ferrari, I dropped into the airport bookstore before boarding the flight home. As I looked through the latest bestsellers, a small book with a simple cover caught my attention. Its title read Tuesdays with Maury, an old man, a young man, the life's greatest lesson. This was a book that was at least a dozen booksellers on the tour that suggested I buy since it was in many ways similar to the one I had just written. And so I picked it up. After takeoff, I thought I would browse through the book for a few minutes before taking a much needed nap. A few minutes slipped into a few hours, and by the time we landed, I just finished the last page with tears in my eyes. The book is about a man who, after leaving university and building a career, rediscovers his favorite professor, Maury. In the final moments of the older man's life, every Tuesday the former student then visits the dying teacher to learn another lesson about life. From this man who has lived so richly and completely, a real life account. The lessons Maury offers during these moving Tuesday sessions include how to avoid a life of regret, the value of family, the importance of forgiveness, and the meaning of death. Where he makes the powerful remark, once you learn how to die, you learn how to live. This beautiful little book will remind you of the importance of counting your blessings daily and having the wisdom to honor life's simplest pleasures, no matter how busy your life becomes. One of the legacies I will leave to my 2 children will be a library of books that have inspired and touched me. And Tuesday's Mori will be one that will sit out in front.
Chapter 37 Hostel Time. I have also always found it ironic that so many people say they would do anything for a little more time every day, and yet they squander the time they already have. Time is life's greater level. We all have the same allotment of 24 hours in a day. What separates the people who create great lives for also ranks in is how they use this hour. Most of us live as we have an infinite amount of time to do all the things we know we must do a full, rewarding life, and so we prosperity and put the achievement of our dreams on hold while we tend to those days emergencies that fill up our days. This is certain recipe of a life of regret. And always Paul Balls once wrote, because we don't know when we will die, we get to think of life as an exceptional well. Yet, who will cry when you die? Everything happens only a certain number of times, and a very small number. Really, how many more times will you remember a certain afternoon of your childhood? Some afternoon that's so deeply a part of your being that you can't even convince your life without it? Perhaps 4 or 5 times more. Perhaps not even that. How many more times will you watch the full moon rise? Perhaps 20, and yet it seems limitless. Commit yourself to managing your time more efficiently. Develop a keen sense of awareness about how important your time really is. Don't let people waste this most precious of commodity and invest in it only in those activities that truly count.
Cool. Anyone can become angry. That's easy. But to be angry with the right person, the right degree, at the right time, for the right purpose, and in the right way, that's not easy, thought Aristotle. With all the stress and pressure in our lives, it's easy to lose a cool at the slightest irritation. While we are rushing home from workout at the end of another exhausting day, We scream at the slow driver in front of us who apparently has all the time in the world. We shop at the grocery store. We get annoyed with the stock look and the sense as wrong aside. When we all in the search of the ingredients for tonight's lasagna, and we are all eating at the dinner, we are yell at the telemarketer who has the nerve and interpret as an attempt to sell us their latest goods. The problem with losing your temper on a daily basis is that it becomes a habit, and like most habits at a time, arrives when it becomes second nature. Person, who will cry when you die? Relationship starts unearly. Business partnerships begin to fall apart as in credibility decreases as it becomes known as loose corner. Effective people are consistent and in many ways versatile. Tough times call it cool. For people, they are always cool and calm. When the pressure is on, keep on your cool and movement on the crisis to save years of pain and anguish. Hurtful words unleashed in a single minute of anger to have to leave many broken friendships. Words are like arrows. Once released, they're impossible to return. Those who choose with care are excellent. To way to control temper is simply to count up to 100 before you respond to someone who is irritated with you. Any other strategy to use what I call the three-gate test. The ancient sages would say only speak if the words they are about to utter pass the three gates. At the first stage, they ask themselves, are these words truthful? If so, the words could then pass on to the second gate. At the second gate, the sages ask, are these words necessary? If so, they would then pass on the third gate, where they would ask, are these words kind? If so, then they will only would leave their lips and to be sent out into the world. Treat people as if they were what they are out. Problem solved. To be help and people what they are capable of being, said the German poet Johann Wolfgang and von Goethe. These wise words to live by.
Chapter 39 recruit board of directors. To succeed in these times of breakneck change, will often recruit a board of directors to help them make more effective decisions and lead them in the right direction during stormy times. By consulting men and women of wisdom, these organization reduce the number of mistakes they make, boost the corporate effectiveness, and increase their credibility in the marketplace. One client of mine has a different approach to the concept of having a board of directors, a seasoned and a participant in one of the monthly life coaching program I conduct across the country. This woman told me that during her periods of silence, she sits in a room with a pen and pad of paper and writes down a problem that she is facing. Sometimes it involves a difficulty in a relationship. Sometimes it concerns a money issue, or at other times a struggle that is more spiritual in nature. Once in a state of deep relaxation, she then calls upon her personal board of directors to help her solve problems. That is, the members of her board are no longer alive. In her imagination, she seeks the wise counsel of many of history's greatest thinkers when uh, when a problem that requires a creative solution. She asked, how might you deal with this? On facing a challenge that requires her to have more courage. She asked uh, what would do you in this situation? And when the issue involves money, she asked,
The late billionaire Sam Walton, known for his common sense. Sam, how would you handle this? His technique has truly worked wonders for her improved her creative thinking ability and kept her peaceful during turbulent times. Who would you invite to sit on your imaginary board of directors? Here are some of the people I would love to have on my council. Ben Franklin for guidance on issues involving character. Albert Switzer to remind me of the importance of service to others. Mahatma Gandhi and Nelson Mandela for leadership issues, Bruce Lee for advice on self-discipline, Marie Curie for relating to innovation. Thank you.
Chapter 40. Cure your monkey mind. To get the best from life, you must be completely present and mindful in every minute of every hour of every day. As Albert Camus wrote, real generosity leads towards the future consists in giving all to what is present. Yet on most days, our minds are in 10 different places at any one time. Rather than enjoying the walk to work, we wonder what the boss will say to us when we get to the office, or what we'll have to for lunch, or how our children will do at school today. Our minds are like scampering puppies, or as they say in the East, like unchained monkeys, rushing from place to place without any pause or peace. By developing present moment awareness and an abundance of mental focus, you will not only feel much calmer in your life, you will also unlock the fullness of your mind's potential. When too many distractions compete for your attention, the power of your mind is dissipated in all those different directions rather than concentrated on one point like a rays of a laser beam. The good news is that you can continue practice, becoming more attentive to the present and develop this skill within a relatively short period of time. One of the best ways to cure your monkey mind is through a technique I call focused reading. Every time your mind wanders from the page into a daydream or worry, make a check mark in the right hand margin of the page. This simple act will increase your awareness of how poorly you concentrate. And since awareness is the first step to change, help you to build the skills you need for a clearer, wider mind.
He who asks may be a fool for 5 minutes. He who doesn't is a fool for a lifetime. Goes the wise Chinese proverb. It makes me think of an ad I read in the classics. Recently, that said to the beautiful woman in the brown suit coat at the drugstore at street location provided on Saturday, November 28th, 4 p.m. You bumped into me in front of the magazine section. I would love to meet and chat. The, the man who placed this ad then left his phone number. Destiny had given him an opportunity, possibly to meet the woman of his dreams, and he had squandered it. And now, after regretting the fact that he did not ask, he has had to resort to placing an ad in the newspaper in the desperate hope of finding this woman. The more you ask, the more you get, but it takes practice to get good at it. Success is a numbers game, as the Buddhist sages observe. Every arrow that hits the bull's eye is the result of 100 misses. Over the coming weeks, flex your asking muscles by asking for a better table at your favorite restaurant, free second scoop at your local ice cream shop, or for a complimentary upgrade on your next airline flight. You might be surprised at the flow into your life when you just ask sincerely for the things you want. Remember, the person who asks for what he wants at least has a chance of getting what he wants. The person who doesn't ask, no chance. One of the best books I have read on the power of asking is The Awarding Factor, written by my friend and speaking colleague Mark Victor Hassan. Along with self-esteem, expert Jack Canfield, full of practical ideas and simple techniques. The book also contains a wealth of inspiring quotes like this one from Somerset Maugham. It's a funny thing about life. If you refuse to accept anything else but the best, you very often get it.
Chapter number 42. Look for the higher meaning of your work.
One of my favorite magazines is The Fast Company. It provides a refreshingly human look at the new world of work. In a recent issue, Xerox Pro Bureau John Seeley Brown said something that really made me think. The job of leadership today is not just to make money, it's to make meaning. In the old days, most of us were content to have a job that simply paid the bills. But now we face so much more in our work. We want fulfillment, creative challenge, growth, joy, and a sense that we are living for something more than ourselves. In a word, we seek meaning. One of the best ways to find a higher meaning in your work you do is to use a technique of creative questioning to become aware of the impact your work has on the world around you. Ask yourself questions like, who ultimately benefits from the products and services my company offers? Or what difference do my daily efforts make? Once you do so, you will start noticing the connection between the work you do and the lives you touch. For example, if you're a teacher, stop focusing on all the tremendous changes in your profession and remember that every day that you enter a classroom, you have the privilege to shape a young mind. There are children and families that count on you. If you are a financial advisor, remain centered on the fact that your services help people retire early. Build the homes that they have always wanted and fulfill their dreams. If you are an insurance professional, remember that you help people bring security to their lives and serve them in times of need. And if you are a retail clerk, think about how your work serves people and how the products you offer them add joy to their lives. By concentrating on the value your work adds and the contributions that you make, you will see quantum improvements in your satisfaction and motivation levels. Few things that energize the human spirit more than the desire to make a difference in the lives of others. Mahatma Gandhi knew this, Nelson Mandela knew this, and Mother Teresa knew this. The simple shift of mind I am encouraging you to make can bring a whole new sense of enjoyment into your life.
Chapter 43. Build a library of heroic books. Few things make me happier than meeting someone who has read my books or listened to my audio tapes and hearing something like, I was so moved and inspired after going through your material that I went out and bought 10 more life improvement books and read them all. And you know what? They have completely transformed me. I not only write books on life leadership, I am a dedicated student of them. As I mentioned in an earlier lesson, I spent countless hours in large bookstore combing the shelves for the latest treasure that will enlighten and educate me. I also frequent use bookshops where I have picked up some of my most valuable books for only a few dollars. As I write this paragraph, I have a pre-owned copy of Maxwell Maltz's classic Psycho-Cybernetics on my desk, which still bears the sticker of price $2.95. Also on my desk is a copy of Seneca's letter from the Stoic, a truly priceless work which was purchased by my dad for $1.95. While almost any reading will improve your mind in a word, there were so much too there were too much to you must be selective in the books you read, and so I suggest you spend much of your time reading what Thoreau called the heroic books. Those books that contain the noblest recorded thoughts of man. Let your mind drink deeply from the works of the great philosophers such as Epictetus and Confucius. Study the poems of the wisest poets such as Alfred Lord Tennyson, Dickinson, and John Keats, and the novels of Leo Tolstoy, Hermann Hesse, and Brontes. Read the writings of Mahatma Gandhi, Albert Einstein, and Mother Teresa. Connecting with such works for even a few minutes a day will keep you centered on what life is really about and will ultimately profoundly affect your character. Asked in an interview what is the biggest regret in life was, talk show superstar Larry King replied, I should have been better rooted in the great books. Here are some of the heroic books that helped me change my own life and gave me the wisdom and inspiration to live more deliberately and completely. If you read all of them and act on the lessons contained within their pages, you cannot help but improve your circumstances profoundly. Letters from a Stoic, Seneca, The Message of Master, John MacDonald, Meditation, Marcus Aurelius, The Autobiography of Benjamin Franklin, University of Success, O. Mandino, The Magic of Believing, Claude Brewster, Siddhartha, Hermann Hesse, Psycho-Cybernetics,
Maxwell Maltz, The Power of Your Subconscious Mind, Joseph Murphy, Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill, Life is Tremendous, Charles Tremendous John. Through the wonders of technology, you can view a fuller listing of my favorite books at our website located at www.robinsharma.com.
Develop your talents. Norman Cousin once noted that the tragedy of life is not death, but what we let die inside of us while we live. In a similar vein, Alicia Montague wrote that the deepest personal defeat suffered by human beings is constituted by the difference between what we are capable of becoming and what one has in fact become. There is a difference between simply existing and truly living. There is a distinction between simply surviving and truly thriving. The sad thing is that most people have lost sight of human gifts and lie within them and have resigned themselves to spending the best years of their lives watching television in a subdivision. In my speeches, I often use the following story drawn by the Asian Indian mythology to remind the audience that there is there is an potential and ability just waiting to be awakened within us. If you will only allow it to see the light of the day, thousands of years ago, it was believed that everyone who walked the earth was a god, but humankind abused its limitless power. So the supreme god decided to hide the godhead and the force of the all this potential so that no one could find it. The question then became where could such a thing be hidden? The first advisor suggests it could be placed deep inside the ground, to which the Supreme God replied, no, eventually someone will dig deep enough and find it. The second advisor then offered, what if we place the Godhead at the bottom of the deepest ocean? To which the Supreme Court replied, no, eventually someone will deep enough and find it. The third advisor then said it, well, why don't we put it on the top of the highest mountain? Which promoted the Supreme God to reply, no, I am certain that eventually someone will scale the highest of the peak and find it. After reflecting some of the time, the Supreme God found the solution. I will put the source of human power, potential, and force inside the heart of every man and woman and child on the planet, for they will never think to look there.
In all my work with employees of organizations across North America, I see the same thing. Too many people spend more time focusing on their weakness rather than developing their strengths. By concentrating on what they don't have, they neglect the talents they do have. The greatest people who have gone before us all had a simple strategy that ensured their success. They knew themselves. They made the time to reflect on their core abilities, those special qualities that made them unique, and spend the rest of their lives refining and expanding them. You see, we are all endowed with the capacity for genius. Perhaps you have just not taken the time to discover what your personal gifts are and then hone them to the level where you are considered brilliant. Are you using the best within you to its fullest capacity? If not, you are not only doing yourself a disservice, you are doing the world and all those within it who could benefit from your unique talents a disservice. Ruskin put it this way: the weakest among us has a gift, however seemingly trivial, which is peculiar to him and which, worthily used, will be a gift up also to his race. Chapter 45, Connect with Nature. We live in an age of seemingly limitless information. The weekday edition of New York Times contains more information than the average person was exposed to during an entire lifetime in the 17th century England. Over the years, I have found that spending time alone in the natural surroundings connects me to the larger universe around me and restores my spirit in this hurried age. After a busy week of speaking engagements, book signing, and media appearances, the simple act of sitting in a wooded park and listening to the wind move through the leaves fills me with a sense of quiet and peace. My priorities becomes clearer, my obligation seems less pressing, and my mind grows still. Communing with nature is also an excellent way to unlock your creativity and generate new ideas. Newton formulated the laws of gravity while relaxing under an apple tree. Likewise, Swiss designer George de Maistre developed Velcro after examining the burdock burrs that clung to his dog while he hiked in the mountains. Natural surroundings serve to stifle the endless chatter that fills our minds so that our true brilliance can be liberated. And while you spend time enjoying nature, observe your surroundings with deep concentration. Study that complexity of a flower or the way the current moves in a sparkling stream. Take your shoes off and feel the grass under your feet. Give silence thanks that you have the privilege of enjoying these special gifts of nature. Many people do not. As Mahatma Gandhi observed, when I admire the wonder of a sunset or the beauty of the moon, my soul expands in the worship of the Creator.
Is your commute time. If you commute to office for 30 minutes each way every day, after 1 year you will have spent the equivalent of 6 weeks of 8 hours days in your car. Given this, can you really afford to spend all your time staring out the window and daydreaming while the negative news plays from car audio? So many of highly successful and enlightened people I know share a common habit. They listen to audio cassettes in their cars. In doing so, they transform their driving time into learning time and make their automobiles moving universities. Turning your car into college on wheels will be one of the best investments you will ever make. Rather than arriving at work tired, frustrated, and dispirited, listening to educational audio cassettes will make your commute fun and keep you inspired, focused, and alert to the endless opportunities around you. The best way to spot someone truly committed to life improvement is to ask him whether his car or radio is working. The real students of effective living will have no clue because they spend every minute of their driving time listening to audio tapes. I cannot tell you how many times I have gone to get into the passenger seat of the car of a successful and fulfilled person and found a small mountains of tapes occupying the place where I was to sit. Most of the latest books can now be found on audio cassettes along with many of the best motivational programs and life leadership systems. Personally, I try to listen to at least 5 new tapes a month, ranging from the latest business bestsellers to programs on time management, creativity, positive thinking, physical well being, and spiritual satisfaction. Chapter 47. Go on a news fast. Negative news sells in us.
7. Go on a news fast. Negative news sells. In our society, more people will choose to watch the criminal trial of a celebrity rather than the biography of a truly great human being. A newspaper with a headline revealing the last tragedy will sell more copies than one announcing the latest scientific breakthrough. The real problem is that it is easy to get addicted to reading and watching negative news. I know so many people who begin their days by reading less than uplifting newspaper stories who end them by catching up on the latest crimes, accidents, and scandals on the late night news. I am not newspapers or televisions by any stretch of the imagination. As a matter of fact, I find excellent information in many newspapers and have learned much from the intelligent TV programs I have watched over the years. My point is simply this. Become more selective in the news you expose your mind to. Be more deliberate in the way you read your newspaper and in the way you watch your television. Before you start reading the morning newspaper, have a purpose in mind. Use it as an information tool to serve you and to make you wiser, rather than as an excuse to help you pass time.
Now, one of the best ways to wean yourselves from the news addiction that so many of us suffer from is to go on a 7 day news fast. Well, not to read even one negative news in one negative story in the newspaper or watch even one negative news report on television for the next week. You will notice two things. First, you will not really miss out on much information. You will still hear about the most important stories of the day from the conversations that circulate around your office and through your encounters at home. Second, you will feel much more peaceful and serene. As well, you will find that the 7 day news fast offers yet another benefit. More time to do the things that will truly improve the quality of your life.
48. Get serious about setting goals. Many speakers and authors encourage you to set goals, but most have never explained why this is such a powerful discipline behind saying something like something magical happens when you write down your goals on a paper. In my opinion, setting clearly defined goals for all the areas of your life works for three reasons. First, it restores a sense of focus in a world that has become complicated by too many options. In this age we live in, there are simply far too many things to do at any given time. There are too many distractions that compete for our attention. Goals clarify our desires and in doing so, help us to focus on only those activities that will lead us to what we want. Setting clearly defined goals provides you with a framework for smarter choices. If you know precisely where you are going, it becomes far easier to select those activities that will get you there. Writing down your goals clarifies your intention, and the first step to realizing your vision is defining it. As novelist Saul Bellow once observed, a clear plan relieves you of the torment of choice. Or as author Glenn Blanc wrote, goals and plans take the worry out of living. If you set goals, the actions you take will be based on a life mission rather than on your day-to-day moods. The second reason that goal setting works is that it keeps you alert to opportunities. The discipline almost magnetizes your mind to seek out new opportunities that you need to seize in order to create the personal, professional, and spiritual life you desire. And the third reason goal setting works is that clearly defined goals commit you to a course of action. They give you the inspiration to act on your priorities and make things happen in your life rather than waiting for opportunities to land in your lap, which rarely happens. Selecting goals that engage and motivate you is one of the best ways to boost the level of your personal commitment to life and increase the energy you bring to your days. So, set big goals. You are only as rich, whether materially or spiritually, as your dreams, or as advertising genius David Ogilvy put it. Don't bunch. Aim out for aim for the company of immortals.
Chapter 49. Remember the role of failure. As I wrote in the monk who sold his Ferrari, it takes about 21 days to develop a new habit. Yet most people give up on creating a positive life change only after the first few days when they experience the stress and pain that is always associated with replacing old behaviors with new ones. New habits are much like a new pair of shoes. For the first few days, they feel uncomfortable, but if you break them in for about 3 weeks, they will be fit like a second skin. As human beings, we are genetically programmed to resist change and maintain a state of equilibrium. The condition known as homeostasis evolved naturally over the time as a means by which our ancestors would survive constantly changing conditions. The problem is that the mechanism works to keep things as they are even when more favorable possibilities exist. And that is why we have such difficulty adopting new habits and overcoming the gravitational forces that prevent us from moving to higher levels of living. But just as a rocket uses more fuel during the first few minutes after liftoff than it does over the days that follow when it will come over more than half a million miles, once you get past those first 21 days, you will remember that staying on course with a new habit will be far easier than you imagine. Take the time to study your personal habits and promise to make necessary changes.
The quality of your life will be determined in large measure by the nature of your habits. John Dryden observed, "We first take our habits and then our habits make us." While Virginia Woolf wrote, "The skeleton of habits along upwards the human frame." So ensure that your habits move you forward rather than hold you back. In the timeless words of Google Syrup, powerful indeed is the empire of habits.
Chapter 50. Practice forgiveness. Forgiving someone who has wronged you is actually a selfish act rather than a selfless one. Letting go of the hostility and hatred that you may have allowed to bottle up inside you is actually something you do for yourself rather than for the benefit of the other person. As I teach in my life coaching programs, when you bear a grudge against someone, it is almost as if you carry that person around on your back with you. He drains you of he drains you of the energy, enthusiasm, and peace of mind. But the moment you forgive him, you get him off your back and you can move on with the rest of your life. Mark Twain wrote that forgiveness is the fragrance that the violet sheds on the heat that crushed it. Forgiveness is a great act of spirit and personal courage. It is also one of the best ways to elevate the quality of your life. I have discovered that every minute you devote to thinking about someone who has wronged you is a minute you have stolen from a much worthier pursuit, attracting those people who will help you. Chapter 50. Drink fresh fruit juice. The foods you consume affect your moods as well as the clarity of your thinking. This is why the ancient sages ate only light foods. They knew that anything more would disturb the perfectly peaceful minds. They had worked so hard to cultivate and disrupt their meditations on the true meaning of life. If you owned an expensive Formula One race car, you wouldn't think of fueling it with anything less than premium ingredients. Anything else would reduce its performance. So why would you put anything less than the best foods into your body, which is an even more valuable performance vehicle? Eating the wrong foods in the large quantities will reduce your energy level, affect your health, and prevent your mind from serving you to its fullest capacity.
And in realizing that for every greasy lunch you have, you will suffer a corresponding reduction in your level of motivation and effectiveness is the first step to developing more disciplined eating habits. One of the best strategies I can share with you to boost both your energy level and your mood is to get into the daily habit of drinking fresh fruit juice. On the counter of our kitchen at home sits one of my prized possessions, one that has added years to my life and life to my years. My juice machine. Investing in a juicer and discovering the life-giving value of fresh juice is a smart move. The juices you can make taste great, and I cannot begin to describe how wonderful you will feel once you start drinking a glass of strawberry apple or orange grape juice. Every morning before you leave for work, the best book I have found on the subject of juicing is The Juiceman's Power of Juice by J. Burdett. The recipes Burdett shares in this book are worth the price alone. Chapter 52. Create a pure environment. One of the timeless truths of successful living can be stated simply. Your thoughts from your world, what you focus on in your life goals, what you think about expands, and what you dwell on determines your destiny. Life is a self fulfilling prophecy. It gives you just about what you expect from it. As Helen Keller said, no pessimist ever discovered the secrets of the stars or sailed to an uncharted land or opened a new heaven to the human spirit. Given this principle, the first step to become a happier, more serene person is to manage your thoughts and purify your thinking. One of the best ways to begin this inner work is to improve the quality of your personal environment. After a speech I give to you, large gathering in San Francisco, an elderly woman slowly walked up to me and held my hand as people in their golden years often do.
Looking straight into my eyes, she said, "Mr. Sharma, I have listened to your insights for living a better life for the past hours, and I agree with everything you have said. For many years, I have understood that our surroundings shape our moods, our thoughts, and our dreams. And so, in every room of my little house. I have a bouquet of freshly cut flowers. I'm not a wealthy woman, but this is one luxury I would never do without. This woman knew that a first-class environment is an investment, not an expense. Take a good hard look at your environment. Your thoughts are shaped by the people you associate with, by the books you read, by the words you speak, and by the daily physical surroundings. Are you spending your time at work and time with negative people? If so, they will eventually make you negative and cynical. Are you watching violent TV shows and mindless videos at home? If so, your mind will grow restless and noisy. Is the space you work in bright, colorful, and inspiring? Over the coming weeks, take steps to make the environment you work and live in a better one. You will quickly detect improvements in the way you think, feel, and act. Chapter number 53: Walk in Woods. You will never go wrong by spending time enjoying nature. There is something particularly special about walking in woods. Your steps will feel lighter, a deep sense of inner quiet will flood your entire body, and your creativity will flourish. As the famed Italian architect and painter Leonardo da Vinci said, through the window of the the soul regards the world's beauty. Who would believe that a small scene of nature could contain the image of the universe? My favorite time of year is autumn. The leaves on the trees reflect the brilliant colors of the season, and it's the perfect time for a long walk in the woods. Away from the noise of the city, the values I hold dearest grow clearer, and I can contemplate some of the life's larger questions. Questions that can never seem to get answered in normal rush of the daily routine. I can stop by a small stream and relax on a moss covered rock or inhale the fragrance that only those who walk in the woods truly experience. When I have the oasis of nature, I am a new man. I am more alert, more energized, and more alive. Many of the great wisdom traditions I have emphasized and a restorative power of regular walks in the wood. This life giving discipline never fails to yield a bounty of welcome results.
Chapter 54: Get a coach. One of the most effective ways to improve your personal and professional effectiveness and to rise a new level of excellence is to find a mentor to coach you. Success in business and in life is a connect the dots process. All you need to do is find out the habits, disciplines, and strategies that others have used to obtain their results and connect the dots by duplicating their actions. Once you follow the steps they have taken in order they have taken them in, you are bound to take the same results. A personal coach can illuminate your path, encourage you when times get tough, and shave years of your learning curve. In my own life, I have been blessed with many mentors, people who have shown me the fundamentals of effective learning, living, and guided me in the right direction when I reached a crossroad. I found most of these special advices by asking people whom I admired. One of the most powerful questions in all of the English language. Would you please help me? Not one of the people I approached refused to offer me the gift of their knowledge and the benefit of their experience. Many of my mentors have since become valued friends, and my life would not be what it is now without them. Coaching has become one of the most important elements to complete program of personal and professional excellence. People from all walks of life have recognized this as one of the best ways
to create positive changes and lasting results in their lives. As an executive in one of the monthly life coaching programs I offer in cities across the country, recently said, inspirational books help me to define my dreams. Be in your personal coaching program showed me precisely how to achieve them while bringing back the balance in my life.
Chapter 55. Take a mini vacation. While you cannot go on a major vacation every week, you certainly can go on a minor one. A mini vacation begins with closing the door of your office, halting all calls, and relaxing in your chair. Then close your eyes and then begin taking deep breaths. Once you feel deeply at peace, begin to imagine that you are at your favorite vacation spot vividly. See the colors, hear the sounds, and feel the emotions that this place evokes. After only a few minutes of this mental escape, you will be rejuvenated, ready for the rest of the day ahead. When I take my mini vacations, I picture myself walking through a mountain meadow. I visualize my feet on the dewy grass and savor the splendor of the snow capped mountains that frame this ideal scene. In the background, I hear the sound of water from a waterfall and imagine what the flowers that fill this field smells like. Our minds are extremely potent devices. The subconscious mind cannot tell the difference between an image that we envision and the one that is real. So, this little technique actually fools it into thinking we are taking this quick break from our daily routines and invokes many of the wonderful physical benefits of a real vacation.
Chapter 56. Become a volunteer. I find a great deal of wisdom in the ancient Persian proverb. I wept because I had no shoes until I saw a man who had no feet. It is so easy to magnify our problems and lose sight of the many blessings we all have to be so very grateful for. Giving the gift for your time by volunteering to serve those who are less than you is an excellent way to remind yourself on a regular basis of the abundance that exists in your life. After a keynote speech on leadership, I delivered to the sales team of a large insurance company. A man came up to me and told me he was one of the firm's top productives. One of the reasons for his success, he said, was his habit of spending a few hours a week helping those less fortunate than he was. Seeing what others don't have keeps me awake to all the good things I do have, prevents me from taking things for granted, and even more importantly, helps me to make a difference in the lives of people who really need me. The French physician Albert Schweitzer I, I observed, I don't know what your destiny will be, but one thing I do know. The only ones among you who will be happy are those who have sought and found how to serve. And Annie Morolinder wrote, one can never pay in gratitude. One can only pay in kind somewhere else in life. Volunteering affords you the chance to help others and pay back the debt owed to those who have helped you.
7. Find your 6 degrees of separation. In John Gurry's play 6 Degrees of Separation, the character Lisa has a conversation with her daughter Tess in which she offers the following insight. I read somewhere that everybody on this planet is separated by only 6 people. 6 degrees of separation between us and everybody else on this planet. The President of the United States, the gondola in Venice. Fill in the names. I find that A. Tremendously comforting that we are so close, and B. Like Chinese water, torture, and they were so close. Because you have to find the right 6 people to make the connection. It's a profound thought that how every person is a new door, opening up into other worlds. 6 degrees of separation between me and everyone else on this planet. But to find the right 6 people, Lisa was right. It's profound to think that you and I are separated from all the other people living on this planet by most 6 people. She was also right in nothing that's real challenge. Finding the right 6 people to connect you to the person you need to know. One of the things I have done in my own life is to create what I call a hero list.
That is a list of 100 men and women I would most like to meet before I die. Since the law of attraction says that we attract into our life that which we focus on, this list is a tool I use to help me connect to the people I most admire. On more than one occasion, the 6 degrees of separation principle has helped me find the right sequence of individuals who have led me to the person I wanted to meet. And I am continually astounded by how many of the individuals on my list, which include celebrities, business leaders, and other professional speakers, seem to cross my path in an airport or to be speaking at the same conference that I am or are having lunch at the same place that I am. The very act of listing my heroes seems to create a heightened sense of awareness that helps me spot them when they are close at hand.
Chapter 58. Listen to music daily. In the most memorable scene of the wonderful movie Jerry Maguire, Tom Cruise's character, hard-driving sports agent, has just signed up one of the hottest draft picks in football. As he drives away from the athlete's home in a state of utter joy, he impatiently searches from station to station on his car radio for the kind of song he can turn up loud and sing along to at the top of his lungs. Finally, to his great delight, he finds it. Tom Petty's hit, Free Falling, and he begins to sing his heart out. Do you remember those times when you heard just the right song at just the right moment, like Jerry Maguire? You started singing out loud and dancing with reckless abandon. In those moments, you felt fully alive, full of energy, and truly happy. And all because you heard a few chords strung together in the right sequence. Music can do that to you. Music can lift your mood, put the smile back on your face, and add immeasurable to your quality of life. Get serious about listening to music that inspires you. Build a collection of your favorite pieces and play something that fills your heart with joy every single day of the week. For me, some moods call for a soothing piece of classical music or a soft jazz selection. When I'm writing a new book, for example, I will often listen to Johann Bachchander's Piano in D or jazz legends Chet Baker's Round Midnight Combination. If you have attended one of my seminars, you might have recognized the more upbeat music played. Before I step onto the stage, even when I travel, I bring around my Walkman and listen to inspiring music, such as the soundtracks to the movies Braveheart and Everest on the Plane. Listening to listening to even a few minutes of music every day is a simple yet exceptionally powerful way to manage your moods and remain at your best.
Chapter 59. Write a legacy statement. Someone once said to me that the first 50 years of life are dedicated to building one's legitimacy, while the last 50 are devoted to building one's legacy. How true! So many of us spend the first half of our life striving for achievements and struggling to get respect. Once we have the legitimacy, with whether it comes in the form of prestigious or material possession, we soon realize that something is missing. We then spend the remaining years of our life trying to do what we should have done from the beginning, creating a legacy. One day, my father posted a poem on the door of our fridge. It has been translated from Sanskrit and it is read simply: Spring has passed, summer has gone, and the winter is here. And this song that I meant to sing remains unsung. I have spent my days stringing and unstringing my instrument. These words were written by a man whose heart was filled with regret over a life half lived, rather than singing the great song of his destiny to sing. He spent his days preparing and waiting until things were just right. Before he acted, stringing and unstringing his instrument. In his words, sadly, the time has never come. The time to start building your legacy is today, not 10 years from today when you have more time. Because we both know that time will never arrive. Reflect on what it is you want to create in your life. And more importantly, what gift you wish to leave the world when you are no longer here. Greatness comes from beginning, something that does not end with you. To help, to help me see my own life legacy more clearly, I have written a personal legacy statement. While many of us corporate executives, I work with the personal statements. Few have considered scripting individual legacy statements. Why the former defines your vision of what you want to create while you live. The latter expresses what you aim to leave when you die. There is a distinct distinction between the two. If you think about it, it will help you avoid feeling regret, sadness, and disappointment. And what could you have done when you reach the end of your life?
Chapter 60. Find three great friends. Cultivating great friendships is one of the surest ways to find more happiness and joy in your life. Recent studies show that those with a wide circle of friends and family live longer, laugh more, and worry less. But friendships, like all other good things in life, take time, energy, and commitment. Having said this, few things will offer greater rewards. As one philosopher wrote many centuries ago, there is nothing in the world more valuable than friendship. Those who banish it from their lives remove as it were the sun from the earth. Because all of nature's gifts, it is the most important and most pleasing. As I grew up, my father often said that the person with three great friends is a rich person indeed. I have never forgotten this advice and encourage you to take it to heart as well. To build deeper friendships, you must be willing to move out of your comfort zone. Break the ice with people you might not know very well and show sincere warmth. If you plant the seeds of friendship, you are bound to receive a rich harvest of great friends. At a cocktail party, you have the courage to walk over to someone you would like to get to know better and introduce yourself. Every human being has a deep need for affection, and most people will be delighted you took the initiative. And if they do not respond to you, so what? Rather than viewing it as a rejection, see it as their loss and politely move on to the other next person who can benefit from all of you have to offer. A while ago, my mother's car had a flat tire while she was on her way to do an errand. She asked a stranger who was watering the lawn in front of her house whether she would mind if mom let her car in her driveway, while she walked to the gas station nearby to get help. The woman said she didn't mind, and so my mother left. After returning and having a flat tire repaired, mom went to the front door of the house and warmly thanked the for her kindness. The woman in turn invited my mother in for a cup of tea. Over the next hour, the two of them discovered they had grown up in the same town, gone to the same school, and knew many of the same people. A great friendship developed simply because my mother took the initiative to make a new friend.
Chapter 61. Read the Artist's Way. We are all creative beings. When I first saw The Artist's Way on the shelf of my favorite bookstore years ago, when I was still practicing law, I did not pick it up. At that time, I believed it was only for artists and that I would therefore not benefit from it. Over time, however, I realized that every single one of us has an almost limitless wellspring of creativity deep within us. And we all need to use this creativity on a daily basis to get the most from life, whether we are lawyers, homemakers, teachers, business executives, poets, or musicians. The realization that I, as a lawyer, was a creative being created a whole new awareness for me. I started to attend seminars on creativity. I also read more books on the subject and searched for ways I could express this natural creativity to improve the way that I lived personally, professionally, and spiritually. Eventually, my search led me to write my first book, Read the Artist's Way, and have the self discipline to go through each of the thoughtful exercises the author, Julia Cameron, suggests you to do. Unlocking your creative spirit with fuel, your upward path of self discovery, and make every single one of your days far more fulfilling. Chapter 62. Learn to meditate. The French mathematician Blaise Pascal wrote, all man's miseries derive from not being able to sit quietly in a room alone. We have become experts at filling our lives with noise and activities. We make up to the sound of the radio blaring and dress while the television's news is on. We drive to work listening to the latest traffic reports and spend the next 8 hours in a bustling office.
When we come home at the day's end and we delve into the evening's activities against the background sound of the television, ringing phones and humming computers, Pascal was right. Most of our miseries do stem from the fact that we have lost sight of the importance of being silent for even a short period every day of our lives. Without the ability to concentrate, a full and complete life is not possible. If you lack the mental focus to stay with one activity for any length of time, you will never be able to achieve your goals, build your dreams, or enjoy life's process.
Without a disciplined mind, trivial thoughts and worries will nag at you, and you will never have the capacity to immerse yourself in more meaningful pursuits. Without deep concentration, your mind will be your master rather than your servant. My own life story changed the day I learned to meditate. Meditation is not some new age practice reserved for monks sitting atop mountains. On the contrary, meditation is an age old technique that is developed by some of the world's wisest people to gain full control of the mind and, in doing so, to manifest its enormous potential for worthy pursuits. Meditation is a method to train your mind to function the way it was designed to function. And here's the key benefit: the peace and tranquility you will feel after 20 minutes of daily meditation will infuse every remaining minute of your day. You will be more patient in your relationships, more serene at the office, and more happy when you're alone. Meditation will make you a far better parent, life partner, business person, and friend. You cannot afford not to discover the power of this 5,000-year-old mind training discipline. Chapter 63, having have a living funeral. When I was doing research for the monk who sold his Ferrari, I came across the story of an Indian Maharaja who would engage in a bizarre morning ritual. Every day, immediately after waking up, he would celebrate his own funeral, complete with music and flowers. All the while, he would chant, I have lived fully, I have lived fully, I have lived fully. When I first read this, I could not understand the purpose of this man's ritual. So I asked my father for some guidance. His reply was this: Son, what this Maharaja is doing is connecting to his mortality every day of his life. So he will live each day as if it were his last. His ritual is a very wise one and reminds him of the fact that time slips through our hands like grains of sand, and the time to live life greatly is not tomorrow but today. One sense of mortality is a great source of wisdom.
Chapter 64. Stop complaining and start living. Stop complaining about having no time for yourself and get up an hour early. If you have the option, why not exercise? Stop complaining about not being able to exercise even all that is on your plate these days. If you sleep 7 hours at night and work 8 hours every day, you will still have more than 63 hours of free time every week to do all the things you want to do. This amounts to 252 hours every month and 3,024 hours every single year to spend on life's pursuits. There has never been a more exciting time to be alive in the history of the world, and you have the choice to seize the boundless possibilities that every day presents. If you are not as fulfilled or as happy or as prosperous or as peaceful as you know you could be, stop blaming your parents or your economy or your boss and take full responsibility for your circumstances. This will be the first step to a completely new way of looking at your life and the starting point of a better way to live. As George Bernard Shaw had said, the people who get on in this world are the people who get up and look for the circumstances they want, and if they can't find them, make make wiser choices about the thoughts you will allow to enter your mind, as well as the attitude you will bring to your days and the way you will spend the hours of your time. Stop complaining and start living. The words of the poet Rudyard Kipling. Fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of a distance run. Yours, the earth, and everything that's in it.
Chapter 55. Increase your value. In the new economy, you now find yourself saying you will be compensated not by how hard you work, but by how much value you add to the world around you. Think about it. If you are currently being paid $20 an hour, this money is being given to you not simply because you showed up at your desk for those 60 minutes, but because you have added $20 worth of perceived value during those 60 minutes. So, the monetary reward you receive is determined not by how long you work, but by how much value you add. This is why a brain surgeon is paid so much more than a McDonald's employee. Is the brain surgeon a better person? Not necessarily. Is the brain surgeon a harder person? Not necessarily. Is the brain surgeon a harder worker? Probably not. Is the brain surgeon smarter? Who knows? But one thing is certain. The brain surgeon has accumulated far more specialized knowledge and specific know-how than the McDonald's employee. There are far fewer people who can do what the brain surgeon does, and as a result, the brain surgeon is perceived as far more valuable to the marketplace. This is why the brain surgeon is paid over 10 times more than the person who flips burgers. Money simply becomes a symbol for how much value each person has added to the world at large. So, to be paid more in your work, you must add more value to the world. And the best way to begin adding value to the world is to start becoming a more valuable person. Acquire skills no one else has. Read books no one else is reading. Think thoughts no one else is thinking. Or, to put it another way, you can have all that you want if you remain the person you are. To get more from life, you need to be more in life.
The parent. The way you raise your children is the way you raise your future generations. Since few of us have had formal training in the fine art of parenting, most of us simply treat our children the way our parents treat us. We know, we know of no other way to do it. Although being a better parent is great joy, it is also a privilege that involves tremendous responsibility. While I would do anything for my two children, that willingness is not enough. We need to develop the skills of excellent parents and not just hope that the way we are raising our kids is the right way and pray that we'll be lucky enough that they become thoughtful, caring, and wise adults. We must take the initiative to improve our parenting abilities by attending seminars, reading books, and listening to the audio cassettes by the leading thinkers in this field. Then we must have the courage to keep trying to refine the ideas we learn in the laboratory of our own lives in order to find the parenting strategies that best suit our families. I know your life is busy and there's too much to do in too little time, but those miraculous years of your sons and daughters' childhoods will never come again. And if you do not devote the time and effort to becoming the best parent you know you can be one day, you will deeply regret the lost opportunity. As one father who attended a seminar I gave in Toronto said, when my son was growing up, he constantly asked me to give him piggy bank rides. Though I knew how much he loved them, I was always too busy to play with him. I had reports to read or meetings to attend or calls to make. Now that he has grown up and left our home, I have realized one thing. I would give anything in the world to give that little boy a piggy bank ride.
Chapter 57. The Unorthodox. Russell wrote, take the course opposite to custom. You will almost always do well. The brilliant ads for Apple computers inspire us to think different. Or as I tell audience at my leadership speeches, if you follow the crowd, the place you will most likely end up at is the exit. To live a richer, more rewarding life, it is essential that you run your own race. Stop bending to the demands of social pressure at the expense of your uniqueness. When you study the lives of the world's most enlightened and effective people, you will see that they did not care about what other people thought of them. Rather than letting public opinion dictate their actions, they had the courage to let their hearts drive them. And in taking the road less traveled, they found success beyond their wildest dreams. One of the best quotations about the importance of being unorthodox comes from Christopher Morley, who said, Read every day something no one else is reading. Think every day something no one else is thinking. It is bad for the mind to be always part of unanimity. And perhaps the very best one comes from immersion. It is easy in the world to live after the world's opinion. It is easy in the solitude to live after our own. But the great man is he who, in the midst of a crowd, keeps with the perfect sweetness the independence of solitude. Over the next month, rethink the way you do things. Don't just do things because everyone else does them. Do the things that are right for you. Being different for all the right reasons is a wise way to live. Just ask Einstein. So Galileo or think forward.
Chapter 68. Carry a gold card. Time and time again, I have witnessed high functioning, top performing men and women carrying a little gold card in their wallets that they can review during the quieter moments of their day. The card simply lists their top goal lives along with clear deadlines for achieving them. The discipline of reconnecting to your highest priorities, whether they are personal, professional, or spiritual, is a smart one. Montaigne said, "The great and glorious masterpiece of men is to live to a point." The wisdom of life, so succinctly expressed, and yet most of us live our lives like one long air raid drill, filling our days with activities that seem important in the moment, but that count for little in the overall scheme of our lives. As I wrote in the leadership wisdom from the monk who sold his Ferrari, the person who tries to do everything ultimately accomplishes nothing. Having a goal card and coming back to it 3 or 4 times a day will keep your mind centered on things that truly count. It will foster the self control you need to concentrate only on activities that advance your goals, give you the discipline to say no to all the rest, and in doing so, restore your focus to your days. I promise you that if you spend your little life focusing on the worthiest pursuits, it is certainly going to end in complete joy. Chapter 69. Be more than your moods. For much of my life, I believed my thoughts were beyond my control. They just entered my mind automatically and did whatever they wished to do. Even worse, I believed that I was at my thoughts. Thankfully, I discovered that nothing could be further from the truth. We are not our thoughts. Instead, we are thinkers of our thoughts. We are the creators of thoughts that flow through our minds, and given this fact, we can change our thoughts if we choose to do so. This seemingly obvious instinct was an empathy for me. I soon became far more aware of the thoughts I allowed into my mind and the inner dialogue that takes place within every one of us, walking every life day. I began to pay compliment attention to quality of my thoughts. This awareness was the first step of changing them.
My mind to focus only on positive, inspiring, and enlightening thoughts. And in doing so, I saw the outer circumstances of my life change. Just as you are not your thoughts, you are not your moods. You are the creator of the moods you experience, moods that you can change in a single instant. If you choose to do so, you can feel peace in movement of stress, joy in a time of sadness, and energy during a time of fatigue. Chapter 70. Savor the simple stuff. No one gets to take his possessions with him when he dies. I have yet to see a moving van following a hearse to a funeral. At the end of the day, the only thing we can take with us are our memories of all those great life experiences that add meaning to our lives. Given this, I would rather spend my days doing things that will leave me happy memories than collecting possessions. I have discovered that my best memories come from life's simplest things. The day my daughter, Bianca, learned to walk, my son Colby's first Christmas concert, where he spent most time waving to his proud dad in the audience than singing the assigned song. The day our family played soccer in the rain, and the evening we barbecued hot dogs under the full harvest moon. Dale Carnegie wrote, "One of the most tragic things I know about human nature is that all of us tend to put off living. We are dreaming of some magical rose garden over the horizon instead of enjoying the roses that are blooming outside our windows today. Have the wisdom to savor the simple things. The wonderful memories that they bring will add more value to your life than any of the material toy we spend so much life, energy pursuing. As Emma Godman quoted, I'd rather have roses on my table than diamonds on my neck.
Chapter 71 Stop Condemning. Like the vice of complaining discussed earlier, it is easy to fall into the habit of condemning others, even those we love the most. We criticize the way someone eats or the manner in which she speaks. We focus on the most minute details and find fault with the smallest of issues. But what we focus on grows, and if we keep focusing on a small weakness in someone, it will continue to grow in our minds until we perceive it to be a big problem in that person. Would you really want to live in a world where everyone looked, acted, and thought exactly as you do? It would be a pretty boring place. To live a happier, more peaceful life, begin to see the richness of our society comes from its diversity. What makes relationship, communists, and countries great are not the things that we have in common, but the difference that make us unique. Rather than looking for things to criticize in those around you, why not begin to respect the differences? Often we perceive in others the weakness we most need to address within ourselves. Stop blaming and condemning, accept complete responsibility for the way things are and resolve to work on changing yourself. Before seeking to change in others, this is the one of the truest measures of a person of a strong character. As Isha Jong said, take your life into your own hands and what happens? A terrible things, no one to blame. Chapter 72. See your day as your life. The days come and go like muffled and veiled figures sent from a distant friendly party, but they say nothing. And if we do not use the gifts they bring, they carry them as silently away. Observe impression. As you live your days, so you will live your myth. It is easy to get caught in the trap of thinking that this day does not matter much given all the days that lie ahead of you. But a great life is nothing more than a series of great, well lived days strung together like a beautiful necklace of pearls. Every strung together like a every day counts and contributes to the quality of the end result. The past is gone, the future is but a figment, so this day is really all you can own. Invest it wisely. Your life is not a dress rehearsal. Lost opportunities rarely come again. Today, now, vow to increase your passion for living and multiply and the communist. You will bring to each of the days that will follow this one. Many people think that it takes years to change your life.
Respectfully, I disagree. You change your life the second you make a decision from depths of your heart to be a better, more dedicated human being. What takes the months and years are the efforts you must apply to the main train that decision. And the best life changes decision you will ever make is one to live every month of your days to the fullest. As Globe legend Brent Fayard said, as you walk down the fairy ways of the life, you must smell the roses, for you only to get play one around. Chapter Chapter 73. Create a mastermind alliance. In his brilliant look, he thinks and close stage. Self-helpless Pioneer Naglon thinks advises readers to form a mastermind group if they aim to improve the quality of their lives and get what they want. He defines the mastermind alliance in this term: coordination of knowledge and effort in a spirit of harmony between two or more people for achievement of a definite purpose. He adds, no, two minds ever come together in a spirit of harmony without steadily creating a third invisible force which may lengthen to a third mind. Many of successful people I personally coach or whom I have met at my seminars have told me that one of the single best things they do to help them create both of the businesses and personal lives They wanted was to form their own mastermind alliance. In doing so, they not only developed a personal support network and some great friendship, they tapped into specialized knowledge and accumulated wisdom they ordinarily would not have been access to form your own mastermind alliance. Find three or four people you feel you could learn from and who would get along with the other of the group. The alliance is all about mutual benefit, so you must be able to give as much you expect and to receive. Approach your positive members and arrange to start meeting once a week. Early morning meetings are the best as they force each member to show commitment to the group. With the advances in technology, you no longer have to meet the person or two. This will be important to every so often. Telephone conference call, electronic communication, and even flags which will work. At, appoint, at appointed time to discuss the changes you are facing and ask to group intake. Discuss the success principles and life lessons that have provided the effortless time and time again along with way to live greater balance, fulfillment, and inner peace. A mastermind alliance will be not that your learning curve in the game of life. It will help you have much more fun playing it.
4. Create a daily code of conduct. It is easy to live your life like a leaf in the fall wind, moving in whatever direction the wind blows that day. To create a great life, you must live more intentionally, deliberately, and passionately so that you live on your own terms rather than on someone else's. The real challenge is that with so much to do, it is easy to allow life to act on you and watch the days quickly slip into weeks, then into months, and finally into years. But I have a solution. In my own life, I have created what I call my daily code of conduct. It is simply three paragraphs containing the values, virtues, and woes I have determined through much reflection that I need to live by in order for my life to be a fulfilling one. For example, part of the first paragraph states, over the next 24 hours, I vow to appreciate this day as it is all I really have and to use every minute wisely and fully. So much can be done over the next 24 hours to advance my life's agenda and complete my legacy. I will, throughout this day, remember that this day could be my last day and that no great person ever died with their music still within them. My code then outlines my dearest values and vows as they relate to my family, my community, and myself. Reading my daily code of conduct at the very beginning of the day, during the base camp period I described in an early lesson, reminds me of the things that matter most in my life and reconnects me to my highest priorities that are so easily forgotten in the blur of daily events. After reading my code, I feel energized, committed, and ready to go out into the world with a renewed sense of purpose and focus. Creating your own daily code of conduct will do the same for you.
Chapter 75. Imagine a richer reality. Albert Camus once wrote, in the midst of winter, I found there was within me an invisible summer. We really don't discover how powerful and resilient we are until we face some adversity that fills our mind with stress and our hearts with pain. Then we realize that we all have written with us the courage and the capacity to handle even the greatest curves life may throw out our way. Many of the men and women who attend my leadership seminars come to me after the session and reveal the challenges they face in their lives. Some speak of difficulties they have motivating their employees in these uncertain times. Others speak of inner longings and the need to find a greater sense of meaning and fulfillment throughout their work. And still others ask me for advice on how to restore balance within their personal lives. My response always begins with the same lesson. To improve your life, you must first improve your thinking. Or as the old saying goes, we see the world not as it is, but as we are. Our greatest human endowment is the ability to replay and reinterpret a difficult circumstance in a more enlightened and empowering way. Dogs cannot do this. Cats cannot do this. Monkeys cannot do this. These gifts belong only to us, and it's part of what makes us human. Blaming our circumstances for the way we feel is nothing more than excusing ourselves. In handling any problems, we must have the courage to assume a measure of responsibility for whatever situation we are in and then realize that we also have the capacity to use the setback to our advantage. Life's greatest setbacks always release life's biggest blessings.
Chapter 76. Become the CEO of your life. If it's going to be, it's up to me. It's a wonderful mantra. I recently read in a newspaper that fully 10% of the population is betting they will win the lottery to finance their retirement. Too many people are leaving the quality of their futures to chance rather than to choice. It reminds me of the habit of my brother had as a kid. When he saw that the glass was about to fall off a counter, rather than rushing to save it from falling, he would cover his ears with his hands so he could not hear it smash. He has since grown up and become a Harvard-trained eye doctor, so his unique habit does not appear to have held him back all that much. This anecdote's point of wisdom is simply this: we need to keep our ears and eyes open to the realities of life. If we don't act on life and take action to make things happen, it will act on us and give us results we might not want. This is one of the natural laws that has governed humanity for thousands of years. To become more proactive during the weeks ahead, begin to see yourself as the chief executive officer of your destiny, the CEO of your life. All effective CEOs realize that if it's going to be, it's up to me, and act as the catalyst of their own dreams. Similarly, if you want something done, rather than waiting for luck to look your way, take steps to get it done. If there is someone you know could help you solve a problem or seize an opportunity, pick up the phone and call him or her. Remember, you can make excuses or you can make progress, but you cannot do both. When I was practicing law, I would make a 45-minute journey on a commuter train to my office in a downtown tower. Every day, a man would sit in front of me, who I came to see as a model of the become the CEO of your life principle. Instead of sleeping or daydreaming like most of the other people on the train, this man decided to use his 45 minutes to exercise. From the moment he sat down until the moment we arrived at the station, he would do arm stretches, neck rolls, and a series of rigorous exercises to improve his health. Rather than joining the legion of people who complain they don't have enough time to work out, he took matters in his own hands and took charge of the opportunity.
Sure, we look a little silly, but who cares what others think when you know that what you're doing is the right thing to do? Seeing yourself as the CEO of your life can create a fundamental shift in the way you perceive your world. Instead of sailing through life as a passenger, you become the captain of the ship, leading things in the direction you choose to move in rather than reacting to the whim of the changing tide. And as you take greater control of your life, reflect on William James' inspiring words. Humankind's common instinct for reality has always held the world to be essentially a theater for heroism. Chapter 77. Be humble. One of the traits I respect most in people is humility. The tree that has the most fruit is the tree that bends to the ground. My father taught me as I was growing up. And though there are some expectations, exceptions, I have found in my own experience that it is true. The people who know the most, who have achieved the most, and who have lived the most are also the people closest to the ground. In a word, they are humble. There is something special about being in the presence of a person who is humble. Practicing humility shows that you respect others and remind us that there is so much for us yet to learn. It sends a signal to those around you that you are open to receiving the gift of their knowledge and listening to what they have to say. I have had the privilege of meeting many famous people in my life. One of my biggest thrills was meeting the world champion boxer Muhammad Ali. Contrary to the cocky and loud image he cultivated in the media, in person, he was a true gentleman and a very model of humility. When I had the good fortune to meet him in Los Angeles, he asked more questions about me than I asked about him. He spoke softly and radiated a warmth and decency that spoke volumes about the man he is. Muhammad Ali taught me that more you are as a person, the less you need to prove yourself to others. Chapter 17. Don't waste every book you start.
It is so easy to feel compelled to finish every book you start. A great sense of guilt fills our minds if we do not reach the end of that book. We used our hard-earned dollars to buy. But not every book deserves to be read in the entirety. As Francis Bacon said, some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. That is, some books are to be read only in parts, others to be read, but not curiously, and some few books to be read wholly, and with diligence and attention. I myself was guilty of feeling the need to read every book I picked up from beginning to end. I soon found that not only did my reading pile become unmanageable, but I began to enjoy the pastime of reading less. Once I decided I would be more selective about which books I actually completed. I not only got through more of them, I found I learned more from each one. Who will cry when you die? If you find that after reading the first three chapters of a book, you have not gained any worthwhile information or that the book was failed to keep your attention, do yourself a favor. Put the book away and make better use of your time, like reading the next book in your pile. Chapter 79. Don't be so hard on yourself. It is easy to spend much of your days beating up on yourself past mistakes. We analyze the relationship that failed or relentlessly review all the things we did wrong. Or we look at the business decision that cost us much and dwell on things we could have done right. Once and for all stop being so hard on yourself. You are a human being and human beings have been designed to make mistakes. As long as you didn't keep making the same errors and have the good judgment to let your past serve you, you will be on the right track, accept them and move on. As Mark Twain wrote, we should be careful to get out of an experience only the wisdom that is in it and stop there, lest we will be like the cat that sits down on a hot stove lid. It will never sit down on a hot stove plate again, and that is well. But also, it will never sit down on a cold one anymore.
Coming to realization that we all make mistakes and that they are essential to our growth and progress is liberty. We also lose the need to be perfect and adopt a standard way of viewing our lives. We can begin to flow through life the way a mountain flows through a leafy forest, powerfully yet gracefully. We can finally be at peace with our true nature, an excellent way to rise to a higher level of enlightenment and personal wisdom is to make a list of 10 biggest mistakes you've made in your life. On the left hand side of the page, within your journal, then on the right hand side, write down the personal lessons you've learned from every mistake and the benefits that actually followed into your life as a result of those so called failures. You will soon see that your life will not be as rich and colorful without the mistakes of your past. So be gentle to yourself and see your life for what it really is, a path of self discovery, personal growth, and lifelong learning. Chapter 18. Make a will of silence. The Buddhist monks have a favorite strategy to build a willpower, one that has been used by many cultures over the years to create enormous amounts of inner strength and resolve. It is the vow of silence, staying quiet for even short periods of time builds willpower and self-control because you exert the force on your will by not giving in to the impulse to talk. So many people talk for far more than they have to, rather than speaking precisely and communicating only what needs to be said. All too often, we go on and on. This itself reveals a lack of discipline. Discipline involves saying exactly what needs to be said and preserving your precious mental energy by not talking more than you have to. Measure precise speech is also a sign of clear thought and severity of mind. A strategy that you can apply today to improve your personal discipline is to keep a wall of silence for 1 hour a day over the next 7. Don't speak at all during this silent time, or if you must, speak only in direct response to a question and offer a clear, crisp answer, rather than rattling on about everything from what was on TV last night to where you hope to vacation this summer. The vow of silence can be adopted politely and warmly. The idea is to make stronger and enhance your work, not to hinder your relationships. Within a matter of days, you will feel a sense of mastery and strength growing within you. Judged by the results, they will speak for themselves.
81. Don't pick up the phone every time it rings. The telephone is there for your confidence, not for the purposes of your colors. Yet, as soon as we hear the phone ring, we act as if we are firefighters rushing to a fire-alarm fire. We run to pick up it as if our lives depend on the call being answered at once. I have seen people interrupt quiet family dinners, dedicated reading times and meditation periods to answer those simple urgent phone calls, many of which turn out to be ones that could have been taken later. Voicemail, though not perfect, is in many ways one of the great blessings of the modern age. It frees you up to do the things you want by allowing you to answer calls when it suits you. You no longer need to be suited by the ringing phone and can spend your time on life's more important questions. The habit of picking up the phone every time it rings is a hard one to break. As I know from personal experience, it is so easy to run to it simply because we want to know who's calling us. Often, picking up the ringing phone is just another way to put off doing something you don't really want to do. But once you got good at letting it ring and staying focused on the activity at hand, whether it is reading a good book, having a heart-to-heart conversation with your life partner, or frolicking with your kids, you will wonder what the hurry to pick up the phone was all about in the first place.
Chapter 82. Remember that recreation must involve recreation. After a tiring day at work, it is so easy to curl up on the couch and spend the next 3 hours or 4 hours watching television. The irony is that if you are like most people, you actually feel more fatigued after watching too much TV than you felt when you first sat down. Recreation is tremendously important to a balanced life, but recreation must serve to recreate you. Recreation must restore you and bring you back to life. Real recreation will fill you with a renewed sense of optimism and energy. True recreation connects you to the highest and best within you while rekindling your inner fire. As Plato noted, my belief is not that the good body by any bodily excellence improves the soul, but on the contrary, that the good soul by your own excellence improves the body as far as this may be possible. Effective recreation then must involve some pursuit that suits your soul. Chapter 83. Choose worthy opponents. I read recently that after Olympic athletes return home from the Games, some of them suffer from what psychologists call POD, post Olympic depression. After being in the world spotlight and training for years to excel in the competition, the athletes who suffer from this affliction fall into a state of depression once they get back to their daily lives. It seems that having achieved the pinnacle of success, there is no higher target for them to aim, and, and so life loses its meaning. A similar phenomenon was experienced by the Apollo astronauts who walked on the moon. After achieving this, they grew dejected at the realization that few things in life could match the excitement of traveling into space. To maintain a healthy level of optimism and passion for life, You must keep on setting higher and higher goals. On attaining one goal, whether it is a career goal or a personal one, it is essential that you quickly set the next one.
I call I call the process of setting progressively bigger, more engaging goals, choosing worthy opponents when I was practicing law. I spent much time in courtroom representing the interest of my clients. Over the years that I argued these cases, I always found I performed best when I appeared against my toughest opponents. Those righteous, highly prepared, and exceptionally coached litigators forced me to get to the court issue before the judging and delivering my argument and effectively the virtuous opponents complete me to reach deep within myself and do even better than I had previously. In the same way, selecting a steady scheme of compelling goal will liberate and fullness of your talent. Remember, diamonds are created through steady pressure. So make certain your goals are worthy of you. Make sure that they're kind of challenge that will force you to reach your heart and bring out the best within you, helping you grow in the process in the personal coaching sessions. I conduct I conduct around the country. Many of the participants already have achieved that I would consider success in both their careers and lives. They are highly represented, influenced, and they enjoy what they do while leading balanced and fulfilling personal life. Yet they join my programs because they know deep down that they can be more than the life holds great rewards in store for them. They understand the order truly manifest their human potential and leave a legacy that lasts. They must keep raising the bar, holding themselves to the higher standard, and because of that attitude of constant improvement, life does send greater blessings in the way.
Chapter 82, Sleepless. Thomas Edison life story is one worth reading about. Part visionary, part manager, part genius, he was a brilliant inventor who made the best use of his time on the planet. Though he had only 6 months of formal schooling, he had read such as classics as The Decline and the Fall of the Roman Empire. By the time he was 8 and invented the phonograph, which captures sound on records by the time he was 30, a master of versatile thinking when somebody asked him why during his last year he was almost totally deaf, he did not invent a hearing aid, he replied. How much have you heard in the last 24 hours? And he couldn't do it out. He added with a smile, a man who has to shout out and never tell a lie. But what I remember the most about this special man is that ability to thrive on 4 hours of sleep. Sleep is a drug, he explained. Take too much at time, it makes you dopey. You lose time, vitality, and opportunities. Most of us sleep far more than we do. We say to ourselves that we must at least get 8 hours of good sleep, time under the stars in order to function our best. We cannot imagine getting quite less on sleep and shudder and very tired. Yet, as I wrote earlier, it is not the quantity of sleep and most important. What really counts is the quality and richness of your sleep. Just remember those times when everything in your life was working. You were thriving at the office, fulfilled in your relationships and growing your inner life. You were overflowing with energy and passionate about every minute of your days. If you are like the most people, you will also recall during these times you could also get by less sleep. As a matter of fact, there was so much to be excited about, and that you did not want to waste time by oversleeping. Now reflect on those times on your life where you were not getting so much sleep. Your job is so exhausted, the people in your life were driving you crazy, and you had no time for yourself. During this time, you probably slept longer than usual. Perhaps you slept 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Saturday and Sunday. We often use sleep a lot as an escape from reality during the particular time. But how did you feel when you finally woke up, groggy, onion, and tired? So it is not the number of hours of sleep the key, but rather the amount of renewal of the body receives. Strive for less time in bed, richer, deeper sleep. Understand that fatigue is often a mental creation of wisdom from doing things you do not like to. And remember Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's right words. The heights by great men reached and kept were not attained by sudden flight, but they, while where their companions kept were tolling upwards in the night.
Chapter 85, Have a Family Meal Time. One of the many great family traditions my wonderful mother created for us when I was growing up was having a family meal every day, no matter what activities we had on to do. My father, my brother, and I were duty bound to come home for a dinner, where we could all reconnect and share our stories about the day that was drawing to close. My dad would often go around the dinner table and ask us to share one new thing we had learned, or he would pull out a newspaper clipping he had tucked away in his shirt pocket. and engage us in a lively discussion relating to the story. The special tradition of the daily family meal brought us our family closer and gave me many happy memories. It is a tradition I have now brought into my own family life and have one who my children will continue. A family meal does not have to be the dinner. We live in busy times. We have endless personal commitments. Our children have soccer practices, piano practices, and ballet classes, which might be difficult to make a quiet meal in the early evening hours. A family meal could take place over breakfast or lunch if your schedule allows for it. It might be often be a quick snack of milk, cookies, and at the very end of the day. The important thing is that you should find some time every day to break bread with those who you love the most, continuously work at building a richer, more meaningful family life. Chapter 86, Become an Imposter. Researchers have shown that the way you act influences the thoughts you think. If you look to the ground, slouch over or gently model yourself physically after a depressed person, you will eventually start to feel depressed. If 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 one on the other hand you smile and laugh and stand upright with your head held high, you will soon find that you will feel much better, even though you may not have been in a great mood to begin with. You make it. In other words, you can pretend to be the kind person you wish to be. By consistently acting as a highly euphoric person might or as a truly confident person, would you would you will eventually take on these personal attributes.
The power of the act, like that which you most wish to become, technique, was demonstrated by a study at Stanford University in which a team of psychologists took on a group of emotionally secure college students and randomly separated them into two groups within a stimulated prison setting. The first group was instructed to act like prison guards, while the second group was told to take on the characteristics of inmates. The behavior of the group members was affected so dramatically by this experiment that the psychologists were forced to end it after only 6 days. The inmates had become severely depressed, hysterical, and suffered from crying bouts, while the guards behaved cruelly and uncaringly. As the study confirms, the acting as if technique is a highly effective way to modify your behavior and transform yourself into the person you plan to be. Chapter 87, Taking a Public Speaking Course. As a professional speaker who specializes in leadership, personal effectiveness, and life improvement, I have the privilege of appearing on programs that feature some of the world's top experts, like Brian Tracy, the renowned motivational speaker, Professor John Cotter, the respected business guru, celebrities like actor Christopher Reeve, and musical superstars like Jules. I give keynote addresses at about 75 major conferences a year and speak to large audiences across North America, in the Caribbean, and in Asia. Yet very few people know that the greatest fear of my life was once public speaking. While I was in school, I would avoid any opportunity to speak in front of people for fear of failure. If a teacher asked me to give an oral report to the class or speak on a certain subject, I would always find some excuse not to. My fear of public speaking affected my confidence and prevented me from doing many of the things I knew my heart could do. It was not until I took a public speaking course from the Dale Carnegie organization that I began to change. And once I did, a new world unfolded for me. I have since discovered I was not alone in my fear. It has been reported that most people fear from speaking in front of an audience, even more than death itself. Talking to a large group of people draws us out of the circle of security that we tend to live in and forces us to confront an entirely foreign experience. But two things can dramatically reduce your fear of public speaking, as well as any fear for that matter: preparation and practice. By taking a public speaking course, you will prepare yourself for speaking before groups and offer you a regular forum to practice in front of a group. You will soon manage your fear and eventually master it.
Stop thinking tiny thoughts. The British statesman Benjamin Disraeli once said, "Nurture your mind with great thoughts. For you will never go any higher than you think. His words are profound, and his point of wisdom is clear. It is not what you are that is holding you back in life. It is what you think you're not. It is what is going on in your inner world that is preventing you from having all that you want. And the moment you fully understand this insight and set about ridding your mind of all its limiting thoughts, you will see almost immediate improvements in your personal circumstances. In my motivational seminars, I tell my audiences if you're not pursuing your dreams, you're fueling your limitations. My brother, an internationally known eye surgeon, once told me about a medical condition called amblyopia, condition that occurs when a patch is placed over a young child's healthy eye. When the patch is removed, the child has completely lost the sight of that once good eye. Covering the eye stunts its development and causes blindness. Many of us suffer from our own form of amblyopia. We go through life with blinders over our eyes, afraid to dream bigger dreams and do the things we fear. The result is always the same. Like the child with amblyopia, we eventually lose our vision and spend the rest of our days within a very limited zone of movement. Too many people lead small lives. Too many of us die at 20 and are buried at 80. Remember, nothing can stop a person who refuses to be stopped. Most people don't really fail, they simply give up trying. And most of the limitations that hold you back from your dreams are self imposed. So shed the tackles of tiny thinking. Have the bravery to dream big for a change and accept that failure is not an option for you. As Seneca observed, it is not because things are difficult that we do not dare. It is because we do not dare that they are difficult.
Chapter 89. Don't worry about things you can't change. Time and again, when I face a challenge in my own life, I return to the serenity prayer of kind old neighbor. God, give us the grace to accept with serenity the things that cannot be changed, courage to change the things which should be changed, and the wisdom to distinguish one from the other. One business executive who went through an exercise I use in my leadership coaching programs found that 54% of his worries related to things that would likely never happen. 26% were about his past actions that could not be changed. 8% related to the opinions of people whose opinions really did not matter to him. 10% concerned personal health issues that he had since resolved. And only 6% concerned real issues worthy of his attention. By identifying and then letting go of the worries he could do nothing about or that were a complete waste of his energy. This man eliminated 94% of the problems that plagued him. Chapter 19 Learn How to Walk. Nearly 10 years ago, I received a package in the mail from my father. In it was a worn out old book that carried the following inscription on the inside front cover. Dear Robin, sometime ago, I picked up this book from a store that sells second-hand books. Though the, though the money though the money paid for this book was nominal, its net worth is tremendous. I enjoy reading it immensely, and I hope you will do love it. Love that. Published in 1946. The book is called Getting the Most Out of Life and is one of the treasures in my library of wisdom literature and self-help books. I have returned to the short essays it contains on a wide range of life improvement topics, varying titles such as Wake Up and Live, The Business of Living a Long Time, and How to Live on a 24 Hours a Day. Many times over the years and have grown much from the lessons offered. It is truly a priceless possession.
On a recent training day, I pulled out the book and flipped through the different chapters, stopping at one entitled How to Take a Walk. In it, author Alan Dever shares his insights on how one can get the best out of walking. First, he advises a walk should never have a specific purpose. Rather than having a destination, you should simply immerse yourself in the beauty of the walk itself. Second, you must never take your worries with you on the walk. Leave them at home, for if you don't, they will become even more deeply rooted in your mind by the end of the walk. And finally, be aware. Train yourself to pay complete attention to the insights, sounds, and smells.
Study the shape of the leaves on the trees. Observe the beauty of the clouds and the fragrance of its flowers. As he concludes, the world, after all, is so unendurable when a person gets a chance to look at it and smell it and feel its texture and be alone with it. This acquaintance with the world, this renewal of the magical happiness and wonderment which you feel when you were a child. Such is the purpose of taking a walk. Chapter 91, Rewrite Your Life Story. One of the most wonderful things about time is the fact that you cannot waste it in advance. No matter how much time you have squandered in the past, the next hour that comes your way will be perfect, unspoiled, and ready for you to make the very best of it. No matter what has happened to you in the past, your future is spotless. Realize that every dawn brings with it the corresponding opportunity to begin a completely new life. If you so choose, tomorrow can be the day that you start getting up earlier, reading more, exercising, eating well, and worrying less. As author Ashlyn Brilliant has observed, at any moment I could start being more of the person I dream to be. But which moment should I choose? No one is stopping you from opening your journal and on a blank page rewriting the story of your life. This very minute, you can decide the way you would like to unfold, change the central characters, and create a new ending. The only question is, will you choose to do so? Remember, it is never too late to become the person you have always wanted to be.
Chapter 92, Plant a Tree. According to ancient Eastern thinking, to live a fulfilling life, you must do three things: have a son, write a book, and plant a tree. By doing so, the thinking goes, you will have three legacies that will go on long after you die. While there are clearly many more elements of a happy and complete life, I would add the joy of having a daughter to the list. The idea of planting a tree is an excellent one. Watching a tree grow from a sapling into a tall oak will keep you connected with the daily passage of time and the cycles of nature. Just as a tree grows and matures, so too will you be able to mark your personal passages and growth as a human being. If you have children, you might also wish to plant a tree in honor of each of them. As they grow, you can carve notches on the tree to mark the different ages. Each tree then becomes a living record of a different life story. Planting a tree for each child in your family is a wonderful and creative act of love and one that your kids will remember for so many years to come. Chapter 93, Find Your Place of Peace. Everyone needs a sanctuary or a place of peace where they can go to be quiet and still. This special place will serve as your oasis in a world of stress. It will be a spot where you can take refuge from the crush of daily activities that demand your time, energy, and attention. Your sanctuary does not need to be fancy. An unused bedroom or a corner of an apartment with some freshly cut flowers on the table will do nicely. Even a wooden bench in your favorite park can serve as your place of peace. When you feel you need some time alone, visit this sanctuary and do some of those inner development activities that are so easy to neglect during the course of a busy day. Write in your journal or listen to a soothing piece of classical music. Close your eyes and visualize your ideal day. Read deeply from that book your mother always told you to read or from a book of wisdom.
Or simply do nothing for 30 minutes and let the renewing power of sunlight take hold. Craving out a little time for yourself is not a selfish act. Replenishing your inner reserves allows you to give more, do more, and be more for others. Making the time to care for your mind and spirit will keep you balanced, enthusiastic, and youthful. And as L.P. Helen once said, youth is not a time of life, it is a state of mind. People grow old only by deserting their ideas and by outgrowing the consciousness of youth. Years wrinkle the skin, but to give up enthusiasm wrinkles the soul. You are so old as your doubt, your fear, your despair. The way to keep young is to keep your faith young, keep your self confidence young, keep your hope going. Chapter 94, Take No Pictures. Every life is worth living.
Given this, every life is worth recording. So often, a friend will tell me about a taking side of on a recent vacation or something hilarious. This child did at the Christmas concert or about someone famous we have met. Did you get it on film? I asked. I'd love to see the photo. Next time, comes the reply. I didn't have time to pick up a new role, but let me try and describe what happened to you. A picture truly is worth a thousand words. Photographs capture and record life's greatest memories so that we can relive them as the years go by. As I grew up, my father constantly took pictures of our family, whether it was a family picnic, the first time I took his car out for a spin, or a simple gathering with friends. He was there taking pictures. Often, when he asked us to smile for the camera, I would grow impatient and gently ask him to take the photo quickly. You don't need to take so many photos, Dad, I would say. What are we going to do with them all? Well, now, as the years have quietly slipped by, I know what to do with all those photos. They have gone into albums that form part of the story of life's passage. They provide my own children with endless hours of amusement and offer our entire family a wonderful way to reflect on the simple things that have meant so much to us. Take more pictures, record the best times of your life, collect photographs of the things that have made you smile or cry and appreciate the many blessings this would provide. Always carry a disposable camera in your car and two-wheeler luggage when you travel. You might be surprised how good you will feel when you go through your albums years from now.
Chapter 95. Be an adventurer. Teachers are climbing mountains. Entrepreneurs are flying hot air balloons. Grandmothers are completing marathons. And homemakers are taking up karate. The more routine our lives become, the greater our need to fill them with some real adventures. The more obligations that beg for our attention, the more important it becomes to shed those shackles of complacency and send our hearts soaring through new brave pursuit. Man must not allow the clock and the calendar to blind him to a fact that each moment of his life is a miracle and a mystery, wrote British novelist H.J. Wells. To connect more deeply to the miracles and the mysteries of your own life, vow to restore the spirit of adventure that you once knew as a child. Make a list of 12 pursuits you know would bring greater sense of passion and energy to your normal mundane routine and tackle one of them every month for the next year. Doing so is a highly effective way to reinvent the way you live. Chapter 96. Decompress before you go home. After a day of stress and pressure at the office, most of us arrive home cranky, tired, and dispirited. We gave the best we had to our colleagues and customers, and sadly, we have nothing left for the people we love the most, our spouses, children, and friends. Like gladiators who have just completed the battle of their lives, we wearily walk to our favorite easy chair and order family members to leave us alone until we regain our composure. Taking 10 minutes to decompress yourself before you walk through the front door of your house will help you avoid making this scenario a part of your daily routine. Rather than leaving work, driving home, and rushing into your house, I recommend you spend a few minutes sitting alone in your car while parked in the driveway.
Use this time to relax and reflect on what you would like to accomplish during the next few hours with your family. Remind yourself how much your partner and your children need you and how many fun things you can do if you simply put your mind to it. To further decompress, you could go for a quick walk around the block or listen to a favorite piece of classical music before you open the door and greet your family. Be creative about your personal decompression time and treat it as a chance to renew and recharge so you are the person your family wants you to be when you greet them. Chapter 97. Respect your instincts. It is easy not to listen to what the Quakers call the still small voice within, that inner guide that is your personal source of wisdom. It is often difficult to march to your own drum beat and listen to your instincts when the world around you pressures you to conform to its dictates. Yet, to find the fulfillment and abundance you seek, you must listen to those hunches and feelings that come to you when you most need them. As I grow older, I give far greater respect to my instincts and to the natural reservoir of intuition that slumbers within each one of us. The impressions I receive when I first meet a new person, or that inner sense of wisdom that softly nudges me in the right direction during during a trying time, then come to play a larger part in the way I work and live. It seems that with the age comes the corresponding ability to trust your own instincts. I've also found that my personal instincts were stronger when I am living on purpose. That is to say, spending my days on activities and advance me along the path to my legacy. When you're doing the right things and living the way nature indeed intended you to live, abilities you were not aware and you had become engaged, and you liberate the fullness of the person you really are. As the Indian philosopher Patanjali wrote, when you're inspired by some great purpose, some extraordinary project, all your thoughts break their bonds. Your mind transcends limitations, your consciousness expands in every direction, and you find yourself in a new, great, and wonderful world. Dormant forces and talents become life, and you discover yourself to be a greater person by far than you ever dreamed yourself to be.
Chapter 98. Collect quotes that inspire you. If you have read The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari or any of my other books, you know that I love using quotations from the world's great thinkers. I never knew why I loved these as much as I do until one of my mentors, after reading a manuscript I'd written, said, "You love quotations for the same reason I do. Robin, a great quote contains a wealth of wisdom in a single line. So often in my readings, I come across just the right quote which contains the ideal answer to a challenge I'm facing. And my mentor was right. The value of a great quote does lie in the fact that it contains a world of wisdom, wisdom that may have taken the author many years to arrive at in a line or two. Over the next few weeks, start your own collection of quotations, words that you can keep referring to when you need some instant inspiration of advice about how to deal with those curves like something sends our way. Another effective way that I use quotes is to paste them in places where I know I will see them throughout the day, such as on my bathroom mirror, on the refrigerator door, on the dashboard of my car, and throughout my office. The simple discipline keeps me focused on what's essential during busy times, positive during times, and centered on the principles of real success. On my personal computer, I have now collected hundreds of quotes from great leaders, thinkers, poets, and philosophers on such subjects such as how to deal with adversity, the meaning of life, the value of self improvement, the importance of helping others, the power of our thoughts, and need for a strong character.
Chapter 99. Love your work. One of the timeless secrets to a long, happy life is to love your work. The golden thread running through the lives of history's most satisfied people is that they all loved what they did for a living. When psychologist Vera John Steiner interviewed 100 creative people, she found they all had one thing in common: an intense passion for their work. Spending your days doing work that you find rewarding, intellectually challenging, and fun will do more than all the spa vacations in the world to keep your spirits high and your heart engaged. Thomas Edison, a man who recorded 1,093 patents in his lifetime, ranging from the phonograph, the incandescent light bulb, and the microphone to the movies, had this to say about his brilliant career at the end of his life. I never did a day's work in my life. It was all fun. When you love your job, you discover you will never have to work another day in your life. Your work will be play, and the hours will slip away as quickly as they came. As novelist James Michener wrote, the master in the art of living makes little distinction between his work and his play, his labor and his leisure, his mind and his body, his information and his recreation, his life and his religion. He hardly knows which is which. He simply pursues his vision of excellence at whatever he does, leaving others to decide whether he's working or playing. To him, he's always doing both.
Good. Selflessly serve. Albert Schweitzer said, there is no higher religion than human service. To work for the common good is the greatest creed. And the ancient Chinese believed that a little fragrance always clings to the hand that gives you roses. One of the greatest lessons for a highly fulfilling life is to rise from a life spent chasing success to one dedicated to finding significance. And the best way to create significance is to ask yourself one simple question: how may I serve? All great leaders, thinkers, and humanitarians have abandoned selfless lives for selfless lives, and in doing so, found all the happiness, abundance, and satisfaction they desired. They have all understood that all important truth of humanity. You cannot pursue success. Success ensues. It flows as the unintended but inevitable byproduct of a life spent serving people and adding value to the world. Mahatma Gandhi understood the service ethic better than most. In one memorable story from his life, he was traveling across India by train. As he left the car he had been riding in, one of his shoes fell to a place on the tracks well beyond his reach. Rather than worrying about getting it back, he did something that startled his traveling companions. He removed his other shoe and threw it to where the first one rested. When asked why he did this, Gandhi smiled and replied, now the poor soul who finds the first one will have a pair that he can wear. Chapter 101. Life fully so you can die happy. Most people don't discover what life is all about until just before they die. While we were young, we spent our days striving and keeping up with our social expectations. We are so busy chasing life's big pleasures that we miss out on the little ones, like dancing barefoot in a park on a rainy day with our kids, or planting a rose garden, or watching the sun come up. We live in an age where we have conquered the highest of mountains, but have yet to master ourselves. We have taller buildings but shorter tempers, more possessions but less happiness, fuller minds but emptier lives. Do not wait until you are on your deathbed to realize the meaning of life and the precious role you have to play within it. All too often, people attempt to live their lives backwards. They spend their days striving to get the things that will make them happy rather than having the wisdom to realize that happiness is not a place you reach, but a state that you create. Happiness and life of deep fulfillment come when you commit yourself from the very core of your soul to spending your highest human talents on a purpose that makes a difference in others' lives. When all the clutter is stripped away from your life, its true meaning will become clear: to live for something more than yourself. Started simply, the purpose of life is a life of purpose. As this is the last of the life lessons, it is my privilege to share with you in this book. I wish you a great life filled with wisdom, happiness, and fulfillment. May your days be spent in work that is engaging, on pursuits that are inspiring, and with people who are loving. I'd like to leave you with the following words of George Bernard Shaw, which capture the essence of this final lesson far better than I ever could. This is the true joy in life, being used for a purpose recognized by yourself as a mighty one, being a true force of nature instead of a fairish little clod of alignments and grievances, complaining that the world will not devote itself to making you happy. I am of the opinion that my life belongs to the whole community, and as long as I live, it is my privilege to do it for whatever I can. I want to be thoroughly used up when I die, for the harder I work, the more I live. I rejoice in life for its own sake. Life is no brief candle to me. It's a sort of splendid torch which I've got to hold up for the moment, and I want to make it burn as brightly as possible before handing it before future generations.
My Days, an autobiography by R.K. Narayan. Chapter 1. All day long, I sat half buried in castles and mountain ranges, unaware of the path of the fierce Madras sun overhead. I had a peacock and a monkey for company. The monkey was chained to a post, on top of which a little cabin was available for his shelter, but he preferred to sit on the roof of his home, hanging down his tail. He responded to the name Rama by baring his teeth, and kept a wary eye on the peacock, which was perpetually engaged in scratching the mud and looking for edible insects. I cannot say exactly when they came into my life, but they seem to have been always there with me. In an early photo of myself when I was 4 years old, I am set on a bamboo chair flanked by the peacock and the monkey. My uncle, who brought me up, must have been one of the earliest amateur photographers in India. He kept his head on most bright afternoons under a black hood enveloping an enormous camera on a tripod. He posed me constantly against the flowers in the garden in the company of my pets. I had to remain rigid, unblinking, and immobile whenever he photographed us. It was a feat to keep the monkey and the peacock still. I enjoyed these sessions, although my grandmother declared from time to time that a photograph was likely to shorten the subject's life. I was proud of the group in the picture and hoped that others would see a resemblance between Rama and me. When I sought confirmation on this point, my grandmother was horrified and said, "What a fool to want to look like a monkey. You are in bad company. You must send away that creature. Want to look like a monkey when God has endowed you with such large eyes and all those curls falling down to your cheeks." She was so fond of my curls that she never let a barber come near me, which meant that I had constantly to part the bit of my hair with my fingers when I wished to look at anyone. The peacock was not fully grown yet, but he bore his 3 foot tail hotly and enjoyed the freedom of the house, pecking away every ant that had the ill luck to come within the range of his vision. Most afternoons, when I was tired of the sand dump, I moved to the threshold of the door opening from the Paras Wall high road and watched the traffic, which consisted of cyclists and horse or bullock-drawn carriages. Caravan of corporation carts passed along, stuffed to the brim with garbage, with the top layer blowing off in the high wind coming from the sea at this hour. The last few carriages, forming the rear of the caravan, were wagons, car-painted and sealed with night soil. A entire column moved westward and was soon lost in the dusty glare of the evening sun.
But it left an odorous trail which made me jump up and rush in crying. Rubbish carts are passing. This announcement was directed at grandmother, who would thereby understand that it was time to begin her evening operations, namely the watering of over 50 flower beds and pots. She knew a potter who made special giant-sized pots for her, a size I have never seen anywhere before or since, each one being capable of bearing a tree. She reared in her garden over 20 hibiscus families, blue, gray, purple, double row petals, and several kinds of jasmine, each scattering its special fragrance into the night air. Numerous exotic flowers in all shapes and sizes. A corner of her garden was reserved for nurturing special delicate plants which gasped for breath. She acquired geranium, lavender, and violet, which could flourish only at an altitude of 3,000 feet in Bangalore, and stubbornly tried to cultivate them in the salty air of Madras. When the plants wilted, she shed tears and cursed the Madras climate. Even after the plants had perished in their boxes, she tended them hopefully for a few days before throwing them over the wall, to be ultimately gathered into the corporation caravan going westward. Filling up a bronze water pot, a bucket, and a watering can by turns, my grandmother transported water from a tap at the backyard impartially to all her plants, and finally through a brass string shot into the air, a, a grand column of water which would descend like a gift from the heavens on the whole garden, dampening down the mud and stirring up an earthy smell, which tempted one to taste the mud. The foliage glittering in the sun like finely cut diamonds as water dripped over their edges. The peacock busily kept pace with us as we moved up and down bearing the water pots. When a shower of water descended, the peacock fanned out its tail, parading its colors. At this moment, one could hear Rama tighten his chain, since he always felt uneasy when the peacock turned itself thus and demonstrated
his protest by clanging his chain and tumbling around on the roof of his own cabin. As the evening grew dim, I drove the peacock under a bamboo hoop in a corner of the living room. Rama could be fed with rice and driven into his cabin. He became purblind and bemused at dusk, and one could push him hither and thither as one pleased. Sometimes, when I sat at the street door, the peacock stood beside me. Every passerby would stop to admire it. Sometimes, a youngster would beg for a feather to be plucked out and given to him. The first time I had this request, I saw no reason why I should not oblige to him. After all, he wanted only a feather, while I had a whole bird to myself, and so I allowed him to pluck out a feather of his choice, just one. When he reached for it, the peacock stabbed the back of his hand with its beak, and the boy fled screaming. I had not noticed till when how aggressive this bird could be. I began to notice that it possessed the temperament of a watchdog. Quite a variety of persons had to pass in and out of our home all day, having business with my grandmother. Mendicants, vegetable vendors, the tailor, goldsmith, and if anyone stepped in without warning, they were viciously chased by the peacock. It gently perched on the wall over the door and directly descended on the visitors, pursuing them until it was caught by its tail and dragged away. My uncle, the only other member of the family, would not be home yet. He had a room upstairs which he used as a study and dark room combined, where when he was not wasting the negatives, he pored over his class books. He went out in the mornings to catch the tram for his college and returned late in the evening. On holiday afternoons, he lugged out his camera on the tripod and fixed me in front of it. Sometimes he sat on the kitchen floor and narrated the day's events at his college. He was a member of the college drama group and he explained to us Shakespeare's Tempest and how they were trying to produce it. He mimicked some of his friends who acted in it, and that made us laugh. He was a good raconteur, and I knew the Tempest long before I knew anything else. My uncle was Prospero, and he described how his best chum
Did Caliban entered his role so heartily that he proved a public menace during the rehearsals. He spoke of his professor, one Dr. Skinner, with great admiration, and we all admired him too, although by hearsay. All sound ceased presently. The streets became silent, but for the swear words emanating from the shops across the high road, while the owner berated his habitual debtors, seeking further favors. He called his defaulting customers and their mothers' names, and if I had picked up choice slang, it must have been from the rich verbal arsenal that freely floated in the air. Over all the hubbub, one heard the tramcar grinding the rails at its terminus in the street of shops 2 furlongs away. Eastward of her home were shops and the tram terminus, where one boarded to get to the wide world and the sea coast beyond. Whereas the west side, where the corporation canvas went, seemed full of sinister possibilities. From that direction, one heard bickerings and curses, and affairs from an unseen tavern. Corpses were borne in funeral processions in the same direction. I shuddered to look that way, but longed to see the shops and tramway at the end. It was an exciting day to be asked to go with my uncle to the street of shops. I clung to his arm and marched along. It was the evening hour again. I noticed a man with his hand and shoulder stuck through a bamboo ladder going from post to post, lighting the street lamps. The lampposts were a few and far between. The hexagonal glass shades on the top of cast iron fluted pillars. The lamplighter was an old man wearing a khaki coat and a blue turban, equipped with a ladder and a box of matches, rags, and a can of oil. He moved from pillar to pillar, hurrying, unhurrying. I was fascinated. I had never suspected that there could be so much to do to light up the dark nights. Clinging to Clinging to my uncle's fingers, I watched him and my head turned back. A difficult operation, since my uncle dragged me along, never slackening in his pace. The lamp lit lighter went up his ladder, opened a little ventilator, and took out the lamp, cleaned and wiped it with a rag, filled it with the oil, and lit up the wick and closed the shutter. climbed down, thrust a shoulder through the ladder again, and passed on to the next one. I had numerous questions welling up within me, all sorts of things. I wished to know about the man, his name, where he came from, if he slept wearing the ladder, what he eat, and so forth. But before I could phrase them properly, I had to be moving along with my questions unmuffled. Other spectacles presently attracted my attention. The Pankaja Lodge, a sweetmeat shop with edibles heaped up in trays, presided over by a bespectacled man with gleaming gold chain around his neck. The frying smell generated here reached me.
One afternoon, while I sat at the street door of my house, with the papers at my back and made me very hungry. Today, my uncle stopped by to pick up a little packet of eatables for me, wrapped in a crackling brown leaf. I munched it, immediately forgetting the limelighter. My uncle walked me into the edge of the road in order to protect me from traffic hazards of those days. One constantly heard reports of persons knocked down by cyclists. Milkmen with milking cans in hands were driving their cows through the streets. I jumped aside at the sight of the cows, although my uncle tried to convince me they were harmless. When we passed an orange-colored school building with a green gate, my uncle promised that I would in due course find myself there. I did not welcome the idea. It was a poor-looking building with a crucial honest roof, and I hated it at first sight. But my outlook did not change. As far as the school was concerned, my first reaction seemed also to be final one. In due course, I became a pupil there. On the first day, I wept in fear. The sight of my classmates shook my nerves. An old man with silvery stubble on his chin, turban crowning his head, clad on a stiff coat without buttons and a white dhoti, a short cane permanently tucked under his arm, presided over the class of infants. Under his watchful eye, he sat on the floor and kneaded small lamps of wet clay and shaped them into vegetables, fruits, and whatnot. He also cut out colored sheets of paper and made more vegetables and fruits, and also boards and portraits. He brought his cane down violently on the table in order to gain our attention and tell us what to do next. I do not think I ever saw him lay his cane on anyone's back, but he flourished it and used it as a medium of self-expression, like anyone's back, like a conductor's baton. My main ambition in life was to remain unnoticed by him. No matter how hard I tried, the clay never assumed proper shape in my hands. It never retained any symmetry or shape, while other boys perceived marvelous imitations of all kinds of objects in creation. My own handiwork remained unclassifiable. Perhaps I was ahead of my time as a sculptor. I was afraid what the teacher might say. Luckily for me, I was a late admission and was given the last seat, and we were quite a crowd in the class. But by the time he reached me, the time would be up, and we would have to run to the water tank under the tree and clean up the mess on our fingers. Thinking it over, I am unable to explain how this course helped me become literate. If we are not kneading clay, we were only cutting papers and folding them. We were armed each with a pair of scissors. This was a welcome instrument in one's hand, no doubt, but the fingers ached with a dull pain at the joints when one had to cut out angular objects. The scissor points would not easily lend themselves to any manipulating around the corners. At the next stage, I carried a slate with displayed on a face a single alphabet or number traced over and over again, blotted and distorted by overlapping lines. This again was a mess, the slate having become white with the constant rubbing with the palm of my hand, as if a great quantity of talcum has been spilled on it, and it was always difficult to decipher the writing.
which was white on a whiter background. Again, my neighbors seemed to excel in the stars. Their letters were sharper, symmetrical, and somehow managed to keep their slates shining black against which the white letters stood out clearly. The teacher did not seem to mind how I wrote or what I produced. So as long as I remained within the classroom without making myself a nuisance in any way. All that he objected to in me or anyone was sticking out in one's tongue while writing, which most children are apt to do. He kept a sharp lookout for tongues out in the classroom, and tapped his desk violently with the cane and shouted, "Hey, you brats, pull your tongue back!" And all of us obeyed him, with a stimulus clicking of our tongues, one golden chance not to be missed, for making a little noise in otherwise gloomy and silent atmosphere. We were let off 40 at 43, 4:30. Emerging from the school gate, we always ran into the rear guard of the corporation caravan and followed it. There was no way off.
As its route and time were fixed inviolably, like the motion of the stars in their orbits. Boys going in the same direction formed a group, and we chatted and played and giggled on our way home. My grandmother examined my slate when I returned home and remarked, "They don't seem to teach you anything in your school." Every day she commented thus and then ordered, "Wash your feet and hands under the tap and come into the kitchen." When I had accomplished this difficult task, she would have coffee and tiffin for me in the kitchen. She would have interrupted her gardening to attend to me, and resuming it go on until late in the evening. From her gardening, after the changing into dry clothes and chewing betel nut and leaf, she came straight for me. She would place an easy chair in the garden for herself and a stool beside it for me, fix up a lamp, and attempt to supplement with her coaching and inadequate education I got in the school. She taught me multiplication. I had to recite the tables up to 12 every day, and then all the 30 letters of the Tamil alphabet, followed by Avayar's sayings. She also made me repeat a few Sanskrit slokas praising Saraswati, the goddess of learning. And then she softly rendered a few classical melodies whose ragas were to be quickly identified by me. If I fumbled, she scolded me unreservedly, but rewarded me with a coin if I proved diligent. She was methodical, a thing in a small diary, my daily lessons to be gone through. The schedule was inflexible, and she would rise to give me my dinner only after I had completed it. I felt sleepy within a few minutes of starting my lessons, but she met the situation by keeping at hand a bowl of water and dabbing my eyes with cold water to keep me awake. Very much like torturers reviving and refreshing their victims in order to continue the third degree. Grandmotherhood was a wrong vocation for her. She ought to have been a school inspectress. She had an absolute passion to teach and mold a young mind. In later years, after my uncle was married and had children, as they came of a teachable age, she took charge of them one by one. She became more aggressive too, as at teaching time she always kept beside her long broomsticks of coconut leaves and whacked her pupils during the lesson. She made them sit at a measured distance from her, so that they might not be beyond her reach. Her brightest pupil was my cousin Janaki, now a grandmother, who at 10 years of age was commended at all family gatherings for her recitations, songs, and prayers, but who had had to learn it all the hard way. She was a conscientious pupil and always picked up a choice of broomsticks along with her books whenever she went up for her lessons. An extension of the non-violence philosophy by which you not only love your enemy but lend your active cooperation by arming him or her with the right stick. Ours was a Lutheran mission school, mostly for boarders who were Christian converts. The teachers were all converts, and towards the few non Christian students, like me, they displayed a lot of hatred. Most of the Christian students also detested us. The scripture classes were mostly devoted to attacking and lampooning the Hindu gods, and violent abuses were heaped on idol worshippers as a prelude to glorifying Jesus. Among the non Christians in our class, I was the only Brahmin boy and received special attention. The whole class would turn in my direction when the teacher said that Brahmins claiming to be vegetarians ate fish and meat in secret, in a sneaky way, and were responsible for the soaring price of these commodities. In spite of the uneasy time during the lessons, the biblical stories themselves enchanted me, especially the Old Testament seemed to be full of fascinating characters. I loved the Rebeccas and the Ruths one came across. When one or the other filled her pitcher from the well,
and poured water into the mouth of Lazarus or someone drank with thirst. I became thirsty too, and for long and longed for a drop of the crystal clear, icy water. I stood up to be permitted to go out for a drink of water at the backyard tap. Then Jesus said, I will make you the fishers of men. I felt embarrassed lest they should be reminded of fish and Brahmins again. I bowed my head apprehensively at such moments. What I suffered in the class as a non-Christian was nothing compared to what a Christian missionary suffered when he came to preach at a street corner. If Christian salvation came out of suffering, there was one who must have attained it. A European missionary with a long beard, escorted by a group of Indian converts carrying violins and harmoniums, would station himself modestly at a junction between Vellana Street and Purasadvagam High Road. A gentle concert would begin applausedly. A few onlookers stopped by, a priest nodded to everyone in a friendly manner, casting a genuine look around, while the musicians rendered a full total biblical hymn over the babble of the streets. With his hawkers' cries and the jupka drivers urging of their lean horses. Urchins sat down in the front row of the ground, and all sorts of men and women assembled. When the preacher was satisfied that he had gathered a good audience, he made a sign with the musicians to stop. His speech breaking into abrupt and silence that ensued was delivered into an absolutely literally Malayalam stiff and formal, pulled out of the dictionary. As far away from normal speech as it could be, it was obvious that he had taken a lot of trouble to learn the local language, so he could communicate his message to the heathen masses successfully. But Tamil is a tongue twister and a demanding language even for Indians from other provinces. The difficulty being that the phonetic value and the orthography are different and cannot be successfully uttered by mere learning. It had to be inherited by the ear. I am saying this to explain why the preacher was at first listened to with apparent attention without any mishap to him. This seemed to encourage him to go on with greater favor, flourishing his arms and raising his tone with delirious pitch, his phrases pronunciation, punctuated with amen from his followers. Suddenly, the audience woke up to the fact that the preacher was addressing them as sinners, Pavigan in Tamil, and that he was calling out God's name. He was suggesting that they fling all the stone gods into the mosque covered with green tanks in the temples, repent the sins and seek baptism. For God would forgive all sinners and Son of God would take on load of their sins. When the public realized what he was saying, pandemonium broke out. People shouted, commanding him to shut up and move in on his followers, who fled to save their limbs and instruments. The audience now rained mud and stone on the preacher and smothered him under the bundles of wet green grass. Actually, every evening a temporary grass market sprang upon this piece of ground for the benefit of Jutka drivers, and all through the evening upon this piece of the ground for the benefit of Jutka drivers, on all through the evening hot exchanges went on over the price of each bundle, the grass selling women sweeping at their customers and trying to match the rivalry were transacting business. It is impolitic of the preacher to have chosen the spot, but he had his own reasons, apparently. Now people snatched upon handful of grass and flung them on him. But his voice went on unceasingly through all of the travail. Lamps lifted by his assistants earlier were snatched away and smashed. The preacher, bedraggled and almost camouflaged with the damp grass and water, went through his program to the last minute as scheduled. Then he suddenly disappeared into the night. One would have thought that the man would never come again, but he exactly did. On the same day, a week hence, at the next street corner, the preacher was a foolhardy fellow to have chosen this particular area as this was one place where the second commandment was totally violated. If you drew it.
The circumference would enclose several temples where people thronged for worship every evening. Vellala Street itself, though a short stretch, had three temples on it. One for Ganesha, the elephant faced god, next to it Krishna's temple, and further off one for Punniamman,
a goddess who was the frontier guardian at a time when this part of Madras was just a village. Where Valala Street ended, Ponniamman Street began, with its own row of shops and houses closely packed. If you went up Ponniamman Street, you reached Lauda's Gate. Who was this Lauda? What of the gate? None in sight now. And it led on to Gangadeshwar Street, which again derived its name from the temple of Ishvara, the Shiva who bears the river Ganga on his matted locks. A very large and ancient temple with a 30-foot doorway, spacious corridors for circumambulation, and a tank for holy baths, public washing of clothes, and periodic drowning. The tank still claims its quota of human life, one a year. This temple of Ishvara is really a focal point for wedding, funeral obsequies at the tank, and spontaneous social gatherings, not to mention contact with God. The first nationalist agitation in Madras in 1916, protesting against something named the Rowlatt Act, was organized here. A procession with patriotic songs and slogan shouting started from the temple and went around the streets. I joined the procession entranced, and when we returned to the starting point, some enthusiast, the Pankaja Lodge perhaps, provided refreshments for the tired crowd. When I went home after this patriotic endeavor, I was taken to task by my uncle, who was anti political and did not want me to be missile. He condemned all rules, governments, and administrative machinery as satanic and saw no logic in seeking a change of rulers. Beyond the temple at the street corner, there was a little shrine of Ganesha, which was once again a favorite of the school going public. Placed in a position of vantage, this god received a considerable amount of worship as well as offerings of coconut and coins in the tin money box fixed to the doorpost. Facing this was the temple of Hanuman, the god of energy. All these temples attracted the citizens of the area almost every evening. Recently, I revisited Puraswalkam and spent a couple of hours viewing the old landmarks, and I found, though multi-story buildings and new front shops and modern villas and the traffic stream have altered the general outlook, that the 4 or 5 temples I have mentioned are still solid and unchanged, oil lamps still burning, and the congregations the same as they were half a century or more ago, surviving the street corner iconoclast as well as the anti iconoclasts who sought to demolish him with mud and bundles of grass.
He's not strictly coming in with scraps, but the following incident must have happened before I was put to school. I have already mentioned the temple of Poni Amman. Once a year, on a certain day, the image of the goddess was taken out its scansion at the other end of Vella Street and carried in procession to the end of the street and placed on the decorated pedestal at the entrance of the fuel shop opposite our house. I never understood how the fuel shop came to be connected with this festivity, but there it was, a holy tradition by which it looked as if the goddess' annual vacation was spent at this spot, where all fuel business suspended for 10 days. The fuel merchant of the name Hundamudam was a positive-minded character who would have fought out the issue if any change were suggested, or if he were denied the privilege of playing host to the goddess. He was an expert in building and rearing a bamboo staff. He declared that he could create a regular shield around himself and ward off any attack. He was a champion in this art and brooked no performance of it by anyone else in this presence. He was a violent man he viewed it as a challenge on his own entity and lifted up those who sought to display their performance. This shop at the confluence of 2 roads was the route for funeral processions passing westward. Sometimes, when the body of an eminent personage was carried, whole riders marched in a procession as special honor to departed souls. It was an accepted conviction that they would lower their slaves.
Suspend their skill while passing the fuel shop. Otherwise, there would be trouble. There were some unfortunate occasions when Condandam blocked the funeral passage and bet up his challengers, and the pallbearers fled, abandoning the corpse on its decorated bier and mid-street. Such a man was the host of the goddess. He held his staff in hand and stood guard in front of the idol throughout the festival, and also gave a display of his skills from time to time. During this
season, our street corner was transformed. Fruits, flower sellers, sweet sellers, and toy makers, creating dolls out of pith and cardboard, spread out their wares on the ground and lit up little oil lamps around them. I used to sit on the sill of a side window and watch this festival, tom-toms and pipes and trumpets creating a din night and day. Goats and hens were sacrificed at a mud altar in front of the image late at night. And when grandmother noticed a goat tethered to any lamppost nearby, she closed all the wooden shutters, although I was dying to watch a proper sacrifice, in spite of my revulsion at the thought of it. But for this gory reminder, the festival was enjoyable and lively, and the image decked in a million flowers looked beautiful. Turning back from Turning back from my window one evening, I noticed the full shop man moving among the plants in our garden. I trembled at the sight of him, for I knew one of his activities was to bring under control the turbulent voice of our street. His services were in constant demand, and he would go up and chastise the troublemaker in his own territory and let go his hold only when the delinquent called for mercy. When I saw him prowling in our garden, I had no doubt that he had come for me. Although I had done nothing to expect punishment, I felt he might attack me for the pleasure of it. He carried a basket in hand and had obtained my grandmother's permission to take flowers for his goddess in residence. Normally, Granny would not let anyone touch the flowers in her garden, but Gondandam stood in special category. I learned about this only later. At the first sight of him, I was filled with dread and at once fled upstairs noiselessly. From over the pa- from over the parapet, I peeped out in the hope that he would have gone, but he was still there, prowling around, looking for me. Perhaps. I quietly slipped into my uncle's study. I hid myself behind some clothes heaped on a stand. I was satisfied that even if he came upstairs, he would not be able to locate me, although the smell of clothes waiting to be sent to the Thobi was suffocating. How right I was. How right I was in selecting this concealment was proved an hour or two later when people began to search for me. As night fell, I was determined not to budge. It was terrifying, but I had to choose between the terror of darkness and the terror of walking into the arms of Kondandam. I was sure that Kondandam would wait for me indefinitely. Hours ago, I had lost sight of my grandmother. I supposed she must be in the kitchen, but with Kondandam there, I had no courage to call her or go in search for her. My only means of escape seemed to be up the staircase. So I sat there still and silent, even when my grandmother came up and stopped within an inch of me, calling my name aloud, and then my uncle, and then the three Titans who occupied the rear portions of our house, and, and all and their sons, all of whom kept shouting my name without looking behind the clothes on the stand. I answered the call, but under my breath, I am here, send away that man. I watched them hold a brief conference. I went out and verified, but no one saw him at the fuel shop. These are bad days. Anything may happen, especially in a festival. Child lifters get busy. Sometimes they carry them off for human sacrifice, at which my grandmother wailed aloud. I sat, sto- I sat stonily, listening to the talk, but lacked the courage to come out.
Would chastise me for not feeling myself early. I was now as afraid of them as I had been of Kodanda. They went down and a little later came up again in search of me, and then again and again. And every time they brushed past me, I was on the verge of shouting, "Yes, here I am. Why don't you all go away? I'll come down when Kodandan is gone." But I choked the words down. Presently, I heard a lot of commotion downstairs. Various voices calling, mentioning my name, babble over the drums and pipes from the goddess camp. All sound in our house presently ceased. It became pitch dark. I was afraid to remain in that darkness any longer. I got up, softly went down the steps, and stood in front of my grandmother, without a word as she sat in corner of the house peacefully. She did not see me. A dim lamp was burning. I drew her attention to myself by declaring, "I'm hungry." To her questioning, I gave no answer. I persisted in saying I was only upstairs. My uncle and tenants and the sons returned late at night. We have reported to the police. They have warned all the railway station by telegram.
He watched for a boy with curly hair and only one pearl earring. Why only one? Someone asked, unable to contain his curiosity. I always had only one, I answered busily. Nonsense, cried my grandmother. I had both his ears pierced and fitted with such a fine pair of pearls set in gold. They were my father's when he was the divan at the airport. And this boy does not even remember it? She said, looking at me accusingly. All of them turned to look at me. A delinquent who not only lost himself but also a great grandfather's pearl. And they said in one voice, you must remove this too as the day and occasionally gave us chance to know what we had doing. Any thief may wrench it off with his ears, and this chap will not notice it either, someone added. Though I'm not certain. It was perhaps after the foot and jam incident that they put me to school, suddenly realizing that I was developing into an introvert dreamer with no knowledge of the outside world. They must have been mystified by my conduct as I suppressed all my reference to Proton Jam, the fuel seller. I could have made a clean breast of it, but I had many misgivings. Perhaps it might recall on my head. If they went and spoke to the Kodan Dam about it, he might get ideas and turn his attentions on me. Or perhaps he had been stealing flowers and my betrayal might send my grandfather flying at him. And that might bring further reaction in its way. In childhood, fears and secrecies and furtive acts happen to be natural state of life. Adopted exclusively for survival in a world dominated by adults. As a result, I believe a child is capable of practicing greater cunning than a grown-up. When they failed to get the truth out of me, I was warned. Your name is now written down in every police station. Take care. I took care by turning whenever I glimpsed the red turban of a police at the junction of Lalla Street and the highway. Nowadays, I had no peace of mind. Presently, I lost the tranquil companionship of my monkey food. Rama was developing into a mischievous creature. By steady effort and trial, he had learned to undo the waistband and chain with which he has kept confined to his cabin.
Discovered his freedom. He took a leap up the roof of our house and leered at me from the height. I begged him to come down, but he did not care. He jumped down from roof to roof, wandered to his heart's content, and appeared on our tiles again late in the evening. He would not return to his cabin or allow anyone to approach him. At the slightest move on our side, he would hop back and put himself just out of reach. If you tempted him with nuts and food, he would only eye them pensively but keep his distance. My uncle did his best to capture him and gave up. Leave him alone, he said. He is probably happier living on the roof tiles. No harm can come to him. The problem was not one of the monkey's own safety, but of the safety of others in the neighborhood. He was not content to enjoy his freedom within the boundaries of our house, but began to explore the city. He traveled up and down the street, all at a great height over rooftops, and let himself in through any open window in any building. He picked up whatever he saw in a room and ran out went to chase. Ultimately, he would return to our own house in the evening, wherever he might have spent the day, and occasionally gave us a chance to know what he had been up to. Once he brought home a black fountain pen with its neck bitten off on the way, his mouth ink stained. Another day he produced a shaving brush. He invaded the kitchen of a wedding party, filled his belly and the pouches at his cheeks with items spread over a feast, and needed no food for days to come. He ransacked methodically every fruit tree in the neighborhood. People began to crowd at our door with complaints. We became unpopular. My grandmother declared, we can't help it, it's no longer ours. The public did not accept her statement and thought that in some mysterious way we were getting various gains through the monkey, at which grandmother lost her temper and said, why do you bother us? You may do what you like with that monkey. We don't care. But they were helpless. The monkey was agile and elusive and could not be captured. My uncle on a Saturday, when he had no college, spent the whole day in Kangoling Rama to come back. When everything else failed, he placed some food in a dish on an open terrace and sat for hours under the cover of a large blanket. When Rama edged cautiously near the foot, my uncle shot out his hand, but Rama jumped back and did not appear again for a whole week, which time he seemed to have camped in the bikinis of a girls' school, snatching up whatever he noticed in a girl's hand. He had become notorious. The whole town was after him. I secretly prayed to all the gods I knew to protect him from his would-be capture. On someone's advice, my uncle secured half a bottle of toddy from the tavern nearby, soaked some nuts in it, and left it in a mud pan on a parapet pole. Surprisingly enough, it worked. Rama, at his next visit, was stirred by curiosity. He approached the mud pan, picked up the toddy soaked nuts and stuffed them into his mouth, and then stooped down and licked off the toddy remaining in the pan. After this treat, when he tried to move back too.
The rooftop. He found his legs wobbly. His gait became unsteady and he collapsed, unable to proceed farther. My uncle, who had spent the whole day organizing his trap, picked up the monkey and put him back in chains in his cabin. A few days passed, thus, and I resumed my dialogue with him from the sand pile. He had tasted the freedom of the roof and was evidently longing for it again. Like the magician Houdini, he had become an expert snapper of bonds. He had slipped through his waistband and was gone one morning. I never saw him again. I did not know whether he had been destroyed by his enemies or gone in search of new pastures or got assimilated in a herd supposed to be camping in a mango garden nearby. Soon I had to adjust myself to the company of a mere peacock who lacked the repose of a monkey, according to my notions, but was restless, always searching for insects and always wanting to be on the move, strutting along with his long tail, growing longer and heavier each day. He came up and sat faithfully at my side when I watched the street and tried to scare away our visitors. He soon began to explore the outer space beyond number one, Valala Street. He would hop from a wall with an enormous flapping of his wings to the branch of a rain tree in front of our door, and from there descend in a lump wherever he liked. He enjoyed his excursions and came back in the evenings by himself, or when one called out, Mila, he would answer back with his long, shrill cry from somewhere. We left him alone, as the neighboring houses got used to his presence. School children admired him and fed him with nuts, and he got along with everyone except when they tried to pluck a feather from his tail. After I became a schoolgoer, I looked for him here and there while returning home and brought him back with me. He had begun to enlarge the area of his operations, and once he perched himself on the compound wall of our school. But when I noticed him there, with boys shouting around him, I let him be, never identifying myself with him, not being certain how our teachers would view. Sometimes he would wander off in the other direction, up to the toddy tavern, where happy drunkards gave him spiced nuts, which they generally munched while sitting around imbibing their drinks. Milo was always led back home by someone or another known to us. But one day, two rickshaw pullers brought his carcass home and threw it in our garden. Someone seems to have broken his neck, they said. He lay lifeless in the mud, with his broom-like tail stretching away. My grandmother became hysterical at the sight of it and cried, Oh, take it away. They said, We thought you might want to stay. Fan makers will pay a good price for it. She averted her head and went in without a word, dragging me along. When she calmed down, she said to me, I always knew it would happen. They will eat it now. We should not have let it out. If I didn't have to go to school, I might have guarded it, I said. A little myna was my next pet. It had a brown body and yellow beak, and my uncle bargained it off, a bird seller in the street. I gave it pieces of bread soaked in coffee every evening when I came back from school. It was an easy-going bird, never inclined to fly away, but moving within the house freely, fluttering around the rafters and coming down to perch on my shoulder when I returned from school. This particular species was supposed to be able to learn speech if properly taught, and I assailed its ear with a variety of sentences in Tamil for hours on end. It had remained safe in the living room downstairs, but one evening I made the mistake of transporting it to the
It on the floor of the terrace. sat beside it, and enjoyed its pecking of the breadcrumbs from my hand. I had not noticed the cat on the roof a few yards away. At the appropriate moment, the cat swooped down and clutching the bird in its jaw. Went back to the rooftop. I cried, shouted, screamed, and swore at the cat. My uncle tried to comfort me with another pet in a few days, a green parrot in a cage, which he suspended from the ceiling. The leisure hours were spent in standing on a stool and feeding it. Through the past with banana, red chilies, or food paste, and attempting at the same time to make him repeat after me. Ranga, Ranga, one who stay. I was repeating this, but the parrot never produced any speech. Only the sharply squeaking voice. Although we took every care to protect him, somehow a prowling cat seemed to have sprung to the flat roof of his cage, thrust his paws in through the bars, and dismantled his feathers. By dawn, more disfigured and bald, the parrot lay on the floor of the cage, unable to move, though still breathing. Someone came along who said he knew where the damaged parrot stood. He repaired and rehabilitated and carried it out to the cage, and that was the last we saw the parrot cage and the helper. My uncle somehow liked to have a pet in the house to provide me company. Perhaps, but he must have realized soon that we were not lucky with pets. He presently brought a kitten with a bushy tail, so different from the fierce rhino, the snatching feline, who mewed when called Magoo, sat with us at the dinner time, and enjoyed a small bowl of rice mixed with tea in our company. I could forget all my previous losses. The cat proves less bothersome than any other animal. In a few weeks, Bennett ventured out a neighbor, chased it down the street, and stumbled into the street, drain running and was drowned. Next was a little hairy puppy, which was bought for 1 rupee from a butler serving in a European house beyond the town, who had assured us that it was a perfect spaniel. It had enough coat to warm his plate. Alas, the tattoo was present. Puppy trotted about the house all day, as it seemed to me, in a state of perpetual hunger, snapping up and gobbling all kinds of articles, papers, rags, and cotton bits, which my grandmother did for the birds and also dried fallen leaves in the garden. When I went and lay on his back with a broken string, struggling for breath. When I returned from school one evening, that was the end of the scenario. My uncle made a resolve never to have the house again.
Then summer came. The sun hit Madras with a ferocity that made people flee the city. Rich people went away to the hill stations like Kodaikanal and Otakkammu. For me, the retreat would be where my parents lived. My father was the headmaster of a government high school at Chennapatna at Mysore State, which could be reached by a nice journey on one train to Bangalore, and then on by another one, a slow puffing train which passed through the rocky landscape. My grandmother gently escorted me to the Chennapatna when my school closed for the summer, but she wasted nearly 3 weeks of her vacation in preparation for the trip. Her particular preoccupation at this time was the making of various sun-dried edibles out of rice and pulses, which would be fried and used as a side dish all through the year. She would also soak certain green legumes in salt water and sun-dry them for use out of season all through the year. All this was an elaborate ceremony, planned weeks ahead from February, when the air was a little damp. In about 10 days after the Shiva Ratri festival, there will be no mist and I must get things ready, she would say, cataloguing several times of preparation. First, shopping for the spices and pulses. Fortunately, we had a cooperative. consumer store occupying a whole wing of our home, which we would reach by a side door beyond the bathroom. Actually, our house was one big unit which my grandmother had parceled and rented out to different offices and stores and families, keeping only a kitchen, living room, and my uncle's upstairs room for our own use. I did not realize that at the time how much she depended on the rents for our survival. My grandmother would select a quiet afternoon for visiting the store with her intent. When I returned from home from the school, the floor would be strewn with gunny sacks and paper parcels. Somehow the sight of it filled me with delight. But when my uncle came home from college and noticed this activity, he frowned and made unpleasant comments, which upset my grandmother. She would retort hotly, and my uncle would say something more pointed in reply. I never made out what they said or argued about, although I watched and studied their faces keenly by turns and tried to read a meaning. I only understood when she mentioned Ganna, which was my mother's name. My grandmother would say, "Can't go bare-handed. I have to give Ghana something. She can't prepare anything herself. She is so sick and weak." My uncle was a devoted brother to my mother and would carry his objections further, but mumbling something vaguely would disappear up the staircase. My grandmother would soon have a battalion of helpers around the house, pounding and sifting and grinding and mixing and kneading on a large scale.
Helpers were of friends, admirers, tenants, and paid servants. The house resounded with a variety of orchestration, the iron-clad pounder crushing the swish of winnows, the ceaseless roar of the grinding stone, and the chatter of people all it over. Grandmother would have pulled out great rolls of palmyra mats and spread them out on a terrace. Differently shaped edibles would issue from little brass hand pressures and be set on the mats and left there to dry in the blazing sun. She allotted the task by turns to the younger members of her following to watch with stick in hand for crows and drive them off. When my turn came, I sat in a stripe of shade all afternoon and scared away the crows by screaming at them and was rewarded with an anna and at the end of the day. Apart from the money, I rewarded myself in the course of my watch by peeling the half-dry stuff off the mat and eating it raw till I felt ill. My uncle ignored the turmoil in the house, averted his head, and preferred to make no comment whenever he passed the terrace. But my grandmother fried some of a product for him at the end of the day, and he relished it when I carried a plate to his room. Eventually, jars and containers would be filled and stored away for distribution at the appropriate time to various members of the family living far and near. My mother's share would be particularly heavy. Poor thing, so many childbirths, so sickly, can't do a thing for herself. My grandmother would keep saying to her friends, "She needs more help than anyone else. She is helpless if I don't help." My grandmother's preoccupations were several and concerned a great many others. She was a key figure in the livings of many. She was versatile and helpful. She was also a matchmaker. She pored over horoscopes and gave advice and used her influence to get marriages settled. I always pictured her with a little spade or pruning shears in hand, for all her spare moments were spent in the garden. She could carry on discussions on vital matters with her friends while her hands were busy trimming off unwanted branches. Some days, mostly in the evening, someone would be brought in howling with pain from a scorpion bite. Granny would first tell the person to remain quiet. Then she would go to the backyard and pluck the leaves of the weed growing on an untended wall, crush it between her fingers, squeeze its juice on the spot where the scorpion had stung, and then make the sufferer also chew the bitter leaves. If the victim made a wry face, she would remark, "This leaf is Sanjeevni, mentioned in the Ramayana. It can save you from the venom of the darkest cobra. Don't make that face. Go on, swallow it." Sometimes she would consider an exercise book in which she would have noted some special prescription for whooping cough or paralysis. When a neighbor came in a panic over a child having convulsions, she would drop whatever she was doing and hurry away, assuring the visitor again and again, "Nothing to fear. Apply cold pack on the head and hot water at the feet. There will be no trouble unless you reverse the process."
She had so much to do morning till night that it was difficult for her to disentangle herself from her activities and escort me to Chennapatna for my vacation. Hence, my trip was constantly getting postponed. My grandmother always hoping that she would find some other traveler to escort me. But Chennapatna was a place which normally no one visited. No one had ever heard out of it. Although for my grandmother it was the most important place on earth, with her daughter and grandchildren living in it.
Much to do. All afternoon I wandered about the side streets with a gang of friends also at a loose end. I possessed an iron hook which I rode about the streets, followed by my gang. My route being up Velala Street, turned left on Odipa Mudali Street and then along Gangadeshwar and High Road, a large premier which we travelled round and round, God knows how many miles in all, with the sun beating down full blast on our heads, barefoot with dhotis tucked to the knee and loose shirts covering our backs. In our gang, one boy had a cycle rim, another one just a barrel band, and two more had nothing, but kept running with a group with their imaginary hoops rolling ahead. We were safe as long as we took care not to bump into cyclists, cows, or cars. We were the fastest objects on the road, and no one minded us. Most times we imagined ourselves to be a train, the automobile notion not having becoming quite to preserve and the aeroplane not being known, and ran blindly, aware only for the road in front of the sound of the running hoof in gravel when darkness descended and the lamps in the streets and shops were lit. We dispersed to our homes, feeling tired, hungry, and ready to drop. I started all over again on the next day. I practically lived in the streets in those days, and no one seemed to have noticed it until a postcard arrived from Chennapatna, written by my mother, suggesting that I had better be packed off to Chennapatna at once. She was hearing reports from someone in Madras that I was endangering my health under the summer sun all day. The sort of sun which would shrivel up a serpent left on the ground. My grandmother read the letter out to me and then said, "Read in evenings. Don't go out in the sun." Of course, she had no means of enforcing on her rule, and the moment her back was turned, I ran out of the street, wondering why my mother was so ignorant as to think there could be snakes in our street. Eventually, one night, we did find ourselves in a train to Bangalore, traveling in the crowded third class carriage surrounded by all the tins and baskets in which grandmother carried the gifts for her daughter. We arrived in Chennapatna at noon next day, and immediately I was seized with a desire to return to Madras. The whole world looked so different now. New faces, new languages, new voices. My parents' house was big, with a hall and courtyard, and my father had many servants wearing coats and turbans. The city itself looked mean and tiny. I missed my friends and the bare bodied turbans. I missed my hope, my last minute effort to include it in my travel baggage and be prostrated. I glanced to my grandmother, she being the only indefinable object in a strange land. The Chinnapatna home had my parents, two sisters, and two brothers. The older one was Pattabi and the younger one was Sinu and a baby. They eagerly received me, and yet I found it an agony to be in their midst. I felt shy and uncomfortable when my mother tried to converse with me and nervous at the sight of my father. He looked forbidding, and I was cowed by his tone and by the spectacles through which he glared. In order to leave my mother free to nurse my younger sister, my grandmother, it seems, had taken me away to Madras when I was only 2 years old, and I could not think of any other place as my home. All the children kept crowding around me, and everyone greeted me with sweets and edibles. As evening came, depression and homesickness became unbearable. The very shape of the brass lamps in Chanapatna made me sick. I wept unshamedly and a demand to be sent back to Madras. It took me time to get adjusted to the surroundings, but gradually I began to enjoy the general pampering and the special food that my mother made for me. The servant carrying my younger brother in arms would escort us in the evening to the high school compound where we played. My elder brother would have his own.
children. He had a separate room in the house where he kept all kinds of pets and always locked up his room when he went out. Some days he took me with him and showed me various spots and introduced me to his acquaintances and favorite shopkeepers who readily gave him whatever he asked for a handful of sweets, fried nuts, puffed rice, and bananas, which he grandly passed on to me with a comment to the shopkeeper in Kannada, which I did not yet understand. He would perhaps be saying that I was the fellow from Madras who had a monkey of his own or that he would pay for the estables later on. Another stop would be a shop where four bicycles were kept leaning against the wall. My brother declared to me, I can freely take any cycle here. Do you know how to ride one? I asked. In answer to my query, he just took out one of the cycles and sounded the bell, and the shop owner said something that again I did not understand. And my brother brought the cycle to the road, pushed it along a few yards, and then put it back in its place. We passed on to the school playground, where he joined a team of players and kicked the ball around, ordering me to stay behind the goal post and to admire his performance from a distance. Some days later, his cycle shop friend got him into trouble with my father. One afternoon, my brother had come home, gone directly into his room, and locked himself in. Shortly came the cycle shopkeeper, who had been all smiles the other day, now looking grim, propelling along with difficulty a cycle with damaged handlebars and awry wheels. He gesticulated and shouted wildly, and the commotion he created brought the entire family out, including my father, who came downstairs. My brother had taken a cycle on hire, had fallen off, damaged the machine, quietly put it back in its stand over the gutter, and came away without even paying the higher charges. My father mollified the shopkeeper and sent him away, then knocked fiercely on my brother's door and got him out. His nose was blood covered and full of scratches. His elbows were bleeding, and his clothes had blood marks and mud stains. My father glared angrily at him and demanded an explanation. He gave him a slap, but before he could do further damage to him, the woman screamed and rushed to his protection. My grandmother was particularly boisterous, and my father retreated to his sanctum upstairs, willing to have a confrontation with his mother in law. This incident, which I watched from behind a pillar, frightened me out of my wits. I felt afraid of my father and decided to avoid his presence. As a person, he had a commanding personality. He has the personality of a commander in chief rather than a headmaster, people used to remark. A stentorian voice, a sharp nose, and a lion like posture. A man who didn't fuss about children openly and never sat around and chatted with the members of the family, as was the habit with others. He moved in fixed orbits at home. He had a well known route from his room to the dining or bathroom, set hours during which he could be seen at different points, and if one kept out of his way, as I thought then, one was safe for the rest of the day. He left the school on a bicycle, impeccably dressed in a tweed suit and tie and crowned with a snow white turban, at about 9:30 every morning, and he would return home at 9 at night. Having spent his time at the officers' club on the way, playing tennis and meeting his friends, who were mostly local government officials. At night, a servant would go out with a lantern in order to light my father's path back home and to carry his tennis racket, leaving him walk back, swinging his cane to keep up growling street dogs all along the path, which lay sunk in the dust. When my father came home, we stopped playing and shouting and became restrained. Having finished our dinner, we lay on a row of beds in the living room, carrying on some quiet game, such as enumerating without looking all the pictures.
The enumeration started with God Vishnu and ended with the 16th picture entitled Vanity. A woman decked in robe-braid sari and scintillating jewelry, the only non-god in the series. My mother's hobby was to decorate little prints of gods and goddesses with gold lace and sequins and hang them on the walls.
We conducted our sport in whispers and suppressed giggles as long as father's voice was heard in the dining hall. Mother always kept him company at dinner. He would describe to her his day at school, or criticize her cook, or argue some point with considerable. Eventually, when we were sure that he was back in his room upstairs, he became riotous and flung about the blankets and pillows. Mother, after putting the youngest one to sleep upstairs and after seeing father settled in his chair with his reading lamp and book, he reads until after midnight, came down to give us each a tumbler of milk, and then sat down in the corridor for a while, conversed with my grandmother, who would already be planning to leave me behind and return to Madras. From time to time, mother warned us, "You must all sleep now. Father is reading. You will disturb him if you talk." It was my brother who taught me how to acquire and tame grasshopper. All afternoon we wandered on the outskirts of the town, peered into every ditch and culvert, stared up the weeds and trapped grasshoppers in little canisters, and brought them home. He always let me keep the green ones, and the large brown variety was reserved for his own pleasure. We kept them each in a cardboard box, perforated for air and stuffed in green leaf, sugar, and what not for their nourishment, and tried to teach them tricks, but found them dead 2 mornings later. Although puzzled, we never wasted time in trying to unravel the mystery of their death. The boat to collect fresh ones in the afternoon. When the 8 weeks of my vacation were over and I had to go back to Madras, I felt desolate. Having got used to the company of my brothers and sisters, to my mother's attention, and to servants, it would seem an impossibility to go back to the drab street companions, the abusive schoolmasters, the scrappy benchmates from the boarding, and above all, the loneliness of Madras home. But I had no choice. A postcard from that end in my uncle's clear-cut calligraphy intimated the date of my school's reopening and the fact that I was promoted to the next standard. I have no doubt that I was pushed up by previous needs. As the old school clerk who noted down passes and failures in the register was constant visitor to our house and received many small favors from my uncle. Later, he became my private tutor at home for many years and navigated me the pen, through the sea of arithmetic and geographic in particular, sometimes perishing his game and as an aid to his teaching. Occasionally, he promised me solitary and starving confinement in a cell supposed to be right under the curses atop the Lutheran mission school, yet he was helpful at times of promotion.
Over the about to give me personal advice, try not to become a mother's fortune. He said cheerfully and gave me pocket money. I remember being taken note in front of unexpectedly again when Madras was bombarded from the sea by and, and then in the First World War. Madras is not being used to any war since the days of Robert Clive. Did not really realize that the city was being shelled from the sea. They noticed the searchlight beams sweeping the sky from the sea, followed by the explosions and watching from the terraces, wondering that the phenomenon of thunder and lightning with a sky full of stars. One shell hit the high court building and started a compound wall. Shrapnel were found in Law College veranda. Next day, another shell hit the oil storage at the harbor and set it ablaze. fire I could see from the roof of our house 3 or 4 miles away. The Crown Prince of Germany commanding him then was roaming the high sea and shrinking allied ships, and while passing the Indian shores had shelled Madras just for amusement, without any serious feeling of hostility, perhaps with a friendliest feeling of heart. Such is the complex thoughts that warriors are made of. They destroy or try to for fun. It seems incredible that the commander of a battleship should come all the way, take all that trouble to knock off a new bit of a high or compound wall and set a tank of oil on fire. It scattered the citizens who civilians in the eastern part of the city in Georgetown near the coast, but left different those who lived just a couple of miles in the interior. Many who lived in Georgetown hastened their carriage and moved westward in the direction of Cal. It was keeping with the earlier move when the sea was rough with cyclone and was previous that it was the route that they and May had their carriage cautious in order to enable fact the meeting is to drive off the from Jiparam 40 miles away. The moment that the sea should be noticed to rise and advance toward the city.
When my third brother was 3 months old, my father was transferred from Chennapatnam to a high school at a place called Hassan. He was advised by his friends to tell his departmental heads at Bangalore that his child was only 3 months old and could not yet be moved, but he was a disciplined officer and would not dream of asking for any special favor. So for my next vacation, I had to go through a more complicated journey, an all-night trip up to Bangalore, a change of train for part of another night. I stopped over at a small station called Artisikere, a few hours of sleep on a desk in the waiting room before joining a caravan of bullock carts starting at dawn. At the proper time, I was awakened and put into a huge mat-covered wagon, drawn by a pair of bullocks. I sat on the bed of a straw covered over with a carpet. A stalwart peon from Hassan High School was seated beside the driver. Tanja was his name. He was my sole escort from this point on. Someone else traveling in this journey had brought me up to Arsikere from Madras. Tanja kept talking in Kannada, which I had yet to pick up. He had a long mustache and wore earrings, and chatted away with the news of the Hassan hunt. Most of what he said was above my head, but he took a lot of trouble to explain in broken Tamil. The first thing you must promise me is to prostrate yourself at the feet of your parents the moment you see them. Otherwise, I will never speak to you. I didn't know why I should have cared whether he spoke to me or not, but somehow I felt intimidated and vowed that I would prostrate myself at my parents' feet, although the notion was repulsive as it still remains. That one should fall at the feet of another. But there was no contradicting him, as I was at his mercy completely. Part of the way, as we traveled along, Manda got off and walked ahead of the caravan, carrying a staff menacingly. Some spots in the jungle and the mountain country were well-known retreats of highway rovers. One form of protection was to travel in a closely moving caravan, with Manja waving a staff at the head of the column, uttering blood-curdling challenges. That was enough to keep off robbers in those days. We passed along miles and miles of tree-shaded highway, gigantic mango and blueberry trees and lantana shrubs in multicolored bloom stretched away into endless day. A couple of times the bullocks were rested beside a pond or a well. The road wound up and down steep slopes, the sort of a country I had never known before, for Hassan is actually a hill station. They continued to call it Romance Uti being a hill resort at a height of 8,000 feet to which government officials and affluent persons retreat.
The overpowering smell of straw in the wagon and the slow pace of the bullets with their bells jingling made me drowsy, although I was troubled at the back of my mind by Mancha's injection. It was 27 miles ride. After hours of tossing on straw, we came to a bungalow sat in a 10-acre field. Even before we turned into the gate, Mancha warned me to remember my word. But the moment I was received into fold at the trellised ivy-covered porch, I totally ignored Manja and never looked in his direction. While he carried my baggage in, he never mentioned the matter again. During my stay of 3 months, and I am certain that I would have shocked my parents if I had done anything so theatrical as prostrate myself on the floor. My younger sister and brother were respectively 7 and 5, old enough now to be taken seriously by me. We played endlessly in the vast compound. The air was clear and the gulmohar tree in front was always in bloom. The house was of the conical type, with arched doorways and high ceilings and Venetian shutters. The trellised front porch was full of some purple winged flowers, constantly parachuting down. The gulmohar yielding enormous quantities of flowers. We plucked the long stamens out the each buds, hooked up their heads from opposite side and tugged, and whosoever lost the head lost a point. We could sit under the tree and play this game for hours. My elder brother gave me his company whenever he could, but he was extremely busy being involved in various sporting and athletic activities and in great demand among his friends. He spent most of his time outside our room and came in late every day through a gap in the lantana hedge, slipping into his room unobstructedly from a side door. He had to adopt this device since he was constantly admonished to return home before dawn, an impossible condition for him. Some fields and roads swamped with cobras and the hedges were particularly dangerous, but he did not care. Once a tiger had escaped from a jungle and was seen here and there, and the town was in a panic. People shut the doors in the evenings, never venturing after never venturing out after dusk. But my brother continued to come home at his own hour, bringing in fresh tales of the tiger's depredation. How someone was mauled here, a cow carried away there, and so forth. My father also continued his habit of club and tennis after school and never came home before 9 in the evening. But he had the protection of Manja, a an hurricane lantern and his bamboo staff to escort my father home safely. If there were no tigers and cobras to be feared, Manja only turned the wick of the lantern a little brighter and carried a heavier staff. As usual, we children were all in bed with blankets drawn to our chins before father arrived, Hassan being so cold as to make my teeth chatter even in summer. Some days my elder brother would take me out with him. He would go to a reddish muddy pond to be reached from the back part of our vast compound, stand ankle deep in the water and fling stones to create ripples. Pieces, pieces of pole, pieces of polo reeds would come ashore riding on the ripples. I think we often risked being drowned then.
When we sneaked out there, the only precaution my brother could take being a warning to me not to tell anyone at home. We needed a retreat like this because he brought cigarettes with him and we smoked. He had peppermints also at hand to cover our tobacco breath when we returned home. While smoking, we were afraid of being seen by someone and denounced to the police. But this pond was a secure place, except for some insignificant young porter. No one came that way. We also smoked at home, under a zinc shed at the end of our spacious compound. My brother used to tuck away the matches and packets under the eaves of that shed beyond the well. One afternoon, my elder sister caught us red-handed when we let her go after extracting a solemn promise that she would let no one. We also gave her peppermints, but the moment she went in, she reported the matter to my mother, who later in the evening took me aside and asked, "Is it true that you smoke cigarettes? Is this what you have learned at Madras? I'm going to tell your father and he will, I am sure, take the skin off your back." I had never been addressed so roughly by my mother at times. I quailed and did not know what to say, but stood blinking stupidly until she said, "Go and eat your dinner. Where is the avocado?" My brother sensed the atmosphere and had somehow made himself scarce.
and did not answer when called. For my part, I bolted down my dinner, went to bed, threw the blanket completely over my face, and lay still when I heard Manta's staff pounding the gravel outside. I expected, watching and waiting through the suffocating blanket to hear Mother's denouncement of us to have Father come swooping down on us. But nothing happened. I waited till the sun morning, long after everyone had gone to bed and all sound had ceased and only the night lamp was burning. But nothing happened. He had obviously been protected by mother, although betrayed by a sister. Back to Madras, I had completed the final year at the Mission School. At last, group photo was taken after the farewell party with our headmaster sitting in the middle and four teachers who were considered to be the cream of the teaching staff flanking him. A dozen or so of the classmates standing up and two rows behind. I have an old print of it, the one group photo which has not yellowed, browned, or dimmed with years, but remained remarkably fresh. It had a brilliance and glow which I can find uncanny and embarrassing. It had stood up to the rages of time, resisting every process of decay. The gloss and sepia tone had not a great gloss. Its freshness saves one from the natural depression that an old photography provokes. Occasionally, I try to amuse myself by recollecting the names of the figures in the photograph, staring with the headmaster's in his perfect turban edged with a thin lace and a silk coat buttoned up to his throat, an elegant moustache turned up at the corners with the utmost artistry. I never knew what his name was. One never thinks that a headmaster could have any other name. He was a perfect picture of a headmaster. He was a good man, soft spoken, but rather inclined to using the pen at the slightest chance. He always strolled around with in his hand, but had the good sense to put it away while sitting for the photo. He delivered a regular quota of canned nuts on my unturned palm on most Monday noons in respect of absence from drill classes on the preceding Friday evening. I skipped the class with reckless indifference. One day, the day of the crowning seemingly far away and unreal. Six whacks on one's palm, with the choice of taking all the six on one or three on each palm, were less painful than the drill on Friday. On the right hand side of the headmaster sat Guruswami, who taught us English, Tamil, and mathematics, and who tucked in a thick tuft of hair under a woolen cap, which was constantly popping out owing to the springy action of the stuff. I viewed him as a friend since he sent me on mirror errands from the classroom, such as buying him pan or a packet of tiffin from the shops across the street, and felt honored by such assignments. His
This was Bob Mark, and he was homeless man, living in his school lumber room off the upstairs veranda. The other teacher by his side was a soft, buttery-faced man whose tuft stuck out of a short felt headgear known as Christine's London cap. He was a mild, mumbling man who taught us history and geography, and was easygoing and more afraid of us than we were of him. He had the craziest name one could devise, Mrityunjana, which we could neither spell nor pronounce. At the two rows of standing classmates, I look hard and long but can't get their names except the one in embroidered cap over his tuff. What a lot of tuffs in those days! Kapali, our monitor, a supreme being, in my view of dignity and authority, I hung upon his word and felt thrilled when he spoke to me. Where are they and how are they now? As if I was in a vast ocean. I can be sure of only one myself in a black coat, which our tailor Apu Maestri took months to deliver. He came every month when the crescent moon was 3 years old, took a long look at the moon from our terrace, and then immediately gazed on my uncle's face for good luck. If one's eyes fall on a virtuous face first thing after glancing at the new cousin, one will have good luck a whole month, says the Shastras, said Apu. Always in difficulty, he gazed on my uncle's face every month, for he was the only good man within his reach. He could have given me my coat, an old black one he had undertaken to alter. Earlier, if he had stuck to his machine instead of pursuing good men's faces, but he took months, compelling me to visit him every day. Still, he delivered it with every button stitched in time for the group photos. where it remains insured forever. I cannot recollect a single other name in the photo, although for 8 long years us were a proud batch, reading, playing, and suffering our teachers together. When we came to the final year at the school, we held ourselves proudly aloof as we became seniors, who occupied the room upstairs. We thumbed up and down the wooden staircase heavily, authoritatively, as became the gentlemen of the school. Stood looking down the parapet wall at the juniors swarming the school ground below, like Olympian ghosts, eyeing, fumbling, and shuffling pygmies below. But I have to ask, where are my fellow Olympians at this moment? Perhaps watching grandchildren or waiting for their arrival from a play or for a holiday. If and when, through a freak of destiny, there is a reunion of our group, I'm sure we shall be comparing our lumbago, which keeps one pinned down to the payole of the house, or the hyperacidity that corrodes one from one within, converting food into poison, or the blood pressure that jangles one's eardrums and degrees, as in the case of Macbeth, sleep no more.
All this speculation on the premise that they are all alive and recognizable. However, if I saw them now sitting in a row on a park bench, I would pass them without recognition, as I might wonder in turn, who is this hairless fellow striding along John Hill, unbecoming his years? Very much in the strain of my American hotel manager, who told me once, "Son of a gun, you must be as old as I am, though you don't look it. Don't push yourself too hard. Take care." He had just recovered from a heart attack and knew what he was talking about. I changed the school for the fourth form to an institution called CRC High School, an endowed school whose benefactor's name was too lengthy and was abbreviated for practical reasons. A school with no particular quality of good or evil about it. The chief interest in this change for me being that to reach the school, I had to pass through the shopping area behind the tram terminus, which gave me a sense of enlarged horizons. School lessons became secondary at this stage. All kinds of other interests kept me absorbed. I became a scout and proudly reveled in an exclusive world of parades in khaki shorts, double pocket shirt, green turban, shoulder stripes, gaudy scarf, and a bamboo staff in hand. We saluted each other with the left hand, since it had to come from the heart, which is on the left side. Our great unseen god was Lord Baden Powell, who had devised this institution in order to make the younger subjects of the British Empire healthy minded, sturdy, and loyal to God, crown, and country. Our three fingers held up in salute were supposed to symbolize this triple loyalty to God, crown, and country. But alas, what a miscalculation. We have observed into the BSA, Besant Scouts of India, Annie Besant being our president, championing the cause of home rule for India, and number three uplifted fingers indicated an oath to serve not God, crown, and country, but God, freedom, and India. The anthem we sang at the end of every drill to the tune of God Save the King actually said, "God save our motherland, God save our noble land, God save our king." We were a very dedicated and purposeful troop that assembled in the compound of a home called Malabari House for training and drill under a scoutmaster. Performing at least one good turn a day was an inescapable duty for a scout. So we were given little good turn notebooks in which to record the daily good turns made. It was hard to find any occasion for this fulfillment. I remember watching the street wistfully, hoping someone would stumble down or get run over so that I might rush to him and practice my first aid. We were taught tourniquet tying and bandaging the skull, leaving the ears out. But alas, casualties were rare. I remember many a time jotting down in my notebook, gave a coin to a beggar, or unrolled the mat for granny to sleep on. A scout started as a tenderfoot and then was promoted to second and first class and given the appropriate badge for each class. I failed that in the first class batch, though I coveted it. I could never light a camp or any fire with just one matchstick. My knowledge of knots never went beyond the reef knot, though there were four others to be mastered, and I could never read the signs and track a buried treasure. I always went astray. With all that, when Lord BP visited Madras, I was one of those 10,000 who presented him arms with a bamboo staff. After scouting, football became an addiction. We called our team Jumping Stars and kicked our football at a place called the lake. I don't know why, there was never a drop of water within miles of it. It is still called the lake or the spur tank, though it is arid as a desert. We were about 10 clashed in the goalkeeper, fullback, halfbacks, and centre forward for each side, and we jealously guarded ourselves from being stung by more. We had a captain called Jumbo. He collected 4 runners from each of us from time to time and financed the rest from his own funds.
We all obeyed him blindly and looked to him to throw out marauders from rival teams who would arrive earlier and try to take our ground at the lake. Every day we met at the corner of Subramanya Pillai Street. I could never guess where he lived. I never knew where he studied. He did not study at my school, but mentioned some unknown school inside the pit. Another world in our view. God alone knew when he found the time to go to school and return home, as he always found him ready for the team at the street corner, wearing his whitest shirt and hugging a football inflated and ready to be played. Our team was formed by Jumbo and we were from different schools. As soon as we were finished with school, we gathered at the street corner and marched along to the playground, lightly tossing, kicking, and passing the ball over the heads of the pedestrians in the street or through the wheels of carriages. From one side of the street to another, people passed along unmindful of the nuisance. We went down Velala Street and across Ponni Amman Street and reached the lake. At the field, we had a ground beside the railway line. We rolled up stones to mark the goalpost, divided into sides, and kicked past and dodged until darkness fell. Panting and perspiring and hungry, we turned homeward, retracting our steps. We paused at the street corner again to analyze the day's game and talk about our plans for tomorrow. We had problems to face sometimes, such as challenge from a superior team or fear of losing an evening game as the seams of the ball covering was splitting at an awkward moment. But Jumbo handled all the situations calmly. At the end of the year, Jumping Stars did creditably as out of the 10 weekend matches on our records. At best, our own composition perhaps not verifiable. We had won 10. Our only reward of victory being the lemons that were distributed half per head to quench the thirst, and even those were produced by Juno. We never knew how or from where.
Chapter 5. After the CRC, my uncle got me admitted to Christian College High School. Using my English influence as an old student, I felt proud of my new school. I left house with a lunch pack early morning by tram car to Georgetown, nearly 4 miles away. Through crowds and traffic into the heart of the city, I had been suddenly let loose into a larger world, Parasawaka, to which I returned in the evening. Seemed backward. Christian College was practically the first building on Esplanade, and beyond it was a road skirting the beach. From the college terrace, one had a view of blue sea and steamers on the skyline and a salty air blowing all day. Our marchers were all well dressed, kind, and reasonable men. The students were different from the crowd I had known at the Lutheran Mission and the CRC High School. Spacious corridors, a Gothic tower with bell, a chapel, well lit classrooms and halls, and an accessible library. At lunchtime, I carried my packet of rice and got to a bookshop nearby and ate it behind the shelves. It was one of the oldest bookshops in Madras, importing books from all parts of the world. I cannot explain why I was supposed to go there to eat my lunch, except that the propriety was related to my uncle, who wanted to make sure that I ate my lunch in peace and privacy. After lunch, I browsed through the book titles in the shelves until I heard the booming bell at the college tower. Some days, if there was a longer recess, I crossed the road, hopped over the railing, and wandered through the enormous corridors of the High Court, the same place that had received a knock from them years before, making myself inconspicuous so that the sergeant would prowl around crying, "Hush, silence, silence," would have nothing against me. At the end of the day, I raced along with some of my class fellows to the beach station, clambered on an electric train and got off at Egmont, the station nearest my home, saving thus the one-way tram fare. I never thought a ticket for this journey, but on the advice of experienced friends, jumped off at Egmont and scampered through the coal yard. I continued this practice until I bragged about it one day at home and was severely reprimanded by my uncle, who warned me that I might find myself in jail for this adventure. The Christian college was, however, a short-lived glory. At the end of the first term, when we were Michaelmas holiday, I was sent off to Mysore, where my father was now transferred as the headmaster of the Maharajas Collegiate High School.
meant that it had a university entrance class. My father had no good impression of my earlier schools, was on the whole prejudiced against Madras schools, and decided to keep me in my school. Dr. Anderson, my headmaster at the Christian college, wrote him a personal appeal to send me back, and my uncle also pleaded with him to let me continue in a school where admission itself was an honor. But my father said, my school is good enough. Traveling every day in a tram car is a risk. It is not safe. Thus ended one phase of my life as a man of Madras, became a Mysorean the henceforth. At first, naturally, I missed the life at Madras, the companions, the streets, and the noise, and above all, the snobbish glow of belonging to the Christian college. But soon I began to appreciate Mysore. It has an elevation of over 2,000 feet and that makes the climate cool. Unlike Madras, where even a shirt on one's back proves irksome, here one could dress properly coat, cap, and footwear, which my father insisted on both as a headmaster and as a father. The hilly roads of the city seeming to go up and down fascinated me, and the outline of the Chamundi hill illuminated at night had an air of shimmering mystery. The sky seemed to be more colorful and intimate, and the great number of trees all along the roads made passage to the school each day a delightful experience. I enjoyed the crowd at home too. I had now two more brothers to complete our family picture. My elder sister was married and had gone away to her husband's home at Coimbatore. My father himself seemed mellowed and ready to practice a philosophy of live and let live. His routine was the same as it had been elsewhere school, club, and home, and he had now a much larger number of students and teachers to manage. Soon I realized the advantage of studying in a school where one's father was headmaster. One got more people seeking one's friendship. The teachers were on the whole more gentle, except one troublesome botany teacher who fretted against the headmaster as well as his son and who would go on saying, I don't care if someone is the headmaster's son, I will throw him out if he doesn't come to class and with colored crayons. It might be crayons Monday or a slightly awry outline of parapet leaf on my drawing sheet, or a blunt pencil, or the snapping sound of a clipboard. Anything that 50 others in a class might be guilty of. But the teacher focused his attention on me and would begin a long peroration on how he would deal with sons of headmasters. At that moment, the whole class would turn in my direction and grin. But I had become less sensitive to such situations and grinned back, which would infuriate the teacher further. He would put aside the drooping plant in his family and say firmly, I would not hesitate to send him out, even if he's the headmaster's son. There is no laughing matter. Beware, his eyes rolled in anger. I don't know how my father treated him officially. No means of verifying, as my father never discussed school matters at home. But my suspicion was that the botany teacher was no favorite of his. My father was as strict.
With the teachers as with the boys and treated both alike. Voices were hushed when he passed by the common room. Still, a few teachers suppressed their resentment and got on with him, and were anxious that the headmaster's son should not disgrace himself through bad performance. Hence, I was often advised by one or the other of them, if you have any doubts, come to me without hesitation. Where was any room for doubts? Doubts arise only with at least partial understanding. If I could have had a definite notion of the measure of my ignorance, I would perhaps have specified the solutions as well. I used to feel embarrassed when such an offer was made, and I would say that rather sheepishly, never mind, sir, or it doesn't matter, sir. Our zoology teacher was the one who persistently tried to improve my understanding. He would retort, what do you mean? It doesn't matter. It does matter. Don't you want to learn and pass? I don't want to trouble you. He was a very short teacher, about 4.5 feet tall. From a distance, one could easily mistake him for an overgrown baby, but for his suit and turban.
He sketched the anatomy of insects in so many colors that his fingers were always stained with chalk. Sometimes one side of his nose would be streaked pink or green, and one could not help a smile while facing him. And he would smile back innocently. His initials were MM, and we called him Millimeter. Unlike the botany teacher, this man was very cautious and never called me to account as the headmaster's son. But he had a persistent habit of cornering me in order to clear my doubts. We had practical zoology on Saturday mornings, and we were allowed to ply our scalpels on the carcass of some creature stretched on a board. I felt no doubt proud and important, like a surgeon in the making, and the scent of carbolic lotion was for us an exclusive perfume. I went through the motions of dissection with a lot of conceit, but with no intelligence and watering. I did my I did what my neighbor did and came out of the class when the bell rang. And now there was no use questioning me about my doubts. How could I tell the teacher after he had lectured to us a whole morning that I existed under a cloud of unknowing? My trouble was absolute abstraction from my surroundings. My mind was busy elsewhere, watching through the large windows the cows grazing the fields. Next to religion, education was the most compulsive course in a family like ours. My outlook on education never fitted in with the accepted code at home. I instinctively rejected both education and examinations with their unwarranted seriousness and esoteric suggestions. Since revolt was unpractical, I went through it all without conviction, enthusiasm, or any sort of distinction. Going to school seemed to be a never ending nuisance each day. To be born because of my years at Madras in my
Lutheran mission days, my uncle was strict and would not allow me to stay home. However much I tried, when I lay in my bed groaning with a real or faint headache, he would merely say, "Get up, get up. I'll make myself take you to the school and speak to the teacher to treat you lightly." At my father's school in Mysore, it became even harder. A headmaster's son faces a headmaster at school and a father at home. Though my father was generally uninterfering, he was addicted to watching the entires in the attendance register, the most unsightly volume in the world. Even in the classroom where he was supposed to take a week of English prose, he constantly paused during his lecture to snatch up the register and pick out the absentees between last week and this and demanded an explanation. This was such a routine that he never got beyond the opening of lines of Lamb essay. The elders with whom I was brought up were of nature not likely to slip a scared observance and ringing in the new year. At this point, he would turn his attention on someone, demand scared year. At this point, he would turn his attention, observance. Can you explain that? It's a scared observance. Oh, you. Where were you last week? Urgent business, I suppose. Let us see how much urgent business you generally have. From time to time, get the register. With the father and headmaster of this temperament, you were not likely to slip a day. He would unhesitatingly making you stand up and then declare the punishment and further summon you to his room at home to say that disgrace you are. So at high school, I maintained 100% attendance, although I had constantly to overcome the temptation to dawdle around a nearby nursery garden or a tiny lily pond outside. Overshadowed by immense trees and studded with little brick monuments on its bank of the year departed of a century ago, I resolutely absent myself from such facilities and got into my class with the first bell. Otherwise, the gates would be locked and latecomers shut down until the headmaster arrived and let each one with a proper admission warning. Before actually entering the university for my BA, I had a whole year's reprieve by falling in the university's entrance examination held in the high school. I had accepted to fare ill in physics and chemistry, both of which defied my understanding. I never understood what I was expected to do with the data provided with the so-called problems. The relevance of atmospheric pressure or atomic weight, or what to do with logarithm tables, or the why or how of the normal solution. These points never became clear to me either through my own efforts or through our teacher's explanation. I had been certain of failure in these two subjects, but as if by a miracle I had somehow passed in them, though not with flying colors on the contrary. I had failed. I had failed where I was most confident English. I failed so miserably and completely everyone wondered if I was illiterate in it. My father, in spite of his strict attitude in school matters, he had one day pleasant quality. He never bothered about examination result. He always displayed sympathy for a fallen candidate. He had no faith in the examination system at all. But even he was forced to exclaim in surprise, "Stupid fellow, you have failed in English. Why?" Proficiency in English being a social hallmark, I remained silent without offering any explanation. Though I knew why, one of our English texts was a grey bound book of chilling dullness called Exploration and Discoveries, pages full of Mungo Park's expeditions and so forth. Career, I have not come across any book to match his unreadability. I had found it impossible and totally abolished it from my universe, deciding to depend upon the questions in the examination from Oliver Twist or poetical selections. But I found in the examination hall that four of our six questions were based on exploration. The horrible man, the question setter, seemed to have been abnormal explanationist. I gave up, left the examination hall half an hour, and sat in contemplation on one of the brick monuments beside the lily pond. My outlook on education has not really improved within the years. A few years ago, when my daughter Expiration threw up her studies crying, "Why should I bother about arithmetic?" I let her drop out with a word. There, she found more time at home for books, music. Now, when my grandson shows any disinclination for school, I always support this cause. But of course, his parents take a different view.
As a grandfather, I view his unseen masters as complicated, sinister beings who cannot be trusted. I keep my ears to the ground to find out if there has been any incident at his school. I was opposed to the system of being prescribed a set of books by an anonymous soulless body of textbook prescribers and of being stamped good or bad as a result of such studies. My natural aversion to academic education was further strengthened when I came across an essay by Rabindranath Tagore on education. It confirmed my whole precious conclusions on the subject. I like to be free to read what I pleased and not be examined at all. After failing in the university entrance examination, I had a lot of time since I could appear for the next year's examination without attending classes. That left me free for a whole year to read what I pleased and ramble where I pleased. Every morning I left for a walk around Kupanahali Tank with a book in my pocket. It could be Palgrave's Golden Treasury or Tagore's Gitanjali or Keats in the world's classics. After a walk around the tank, I sat down under a lone tree on a rise of the ground and partially read and partially observe the water birds diving in. Of course, cows and goats, ubiquitous in Mysore, grazed around, but everything fitted into the scheme beautifully. I read until noon and at started back home. I do not know if it was wise of them to have failed and let me lose for a whole year and thus spoil me. Sometimes I went back to the Kupanahali tank in the late afternoon when the evening sun touched the rippling water surface to produce uncanny lightning effects, and the western sky presented a gorgeous display of colors and cloud formations at sunset. Even today, I would assert, after having visited my parts of the world, that nowhere can you witness such masterpiece sunset as in Mysore. I would sit on a bench on the tank and watch the sun's performance, the gradual fading of the colors in the sky, and the emergence of the first single star at dusk. When the monsoon broke, one could watch dark mountain clouds mustering, edged with lightning. These would develop awesome psychotechniques. In June, drizzle and sunshine alternating, leaving Gulmohar, flame of the forest, and jacaranda in the bloom along the avenues. In July and August, the never ending downpour, grey leaden skies, and the damp air blowing. I was fascinated by all the seasonal changes. Tagore's poetry, although I may be somewhat more critical today, swept me off my feet in those days when I read, in the deep shadows of the rainy July, with secret steps, though walkest. I felt that I was inducted in the secrets of nature's glory. So did much of Palgrave, Keats, Shelley, Byron, and Browning. They spoke of an experience that was real and immediate in my surroundings and stirred in me a deep response. Perhaps I was in an extremely raw state of mind. My failure at the examination and seeing my classmates marching ahead induced a mood of pessimism and martyrdom, which in some strange manner seemed to have deepened my sensibilities.
I enjoyed every moment of living in Mysore. Sometimes I loitered through the parks and the illuminated facilities of the Maharaja's palace. Some days I climbed the thousand steps of the hill and prayed at the shrine of Chamundi, made coconut offerings, and ate them with great relish on the way back. Some days I would notice the gathering storm and flee before it, running down the thousand steps and made a couple of miles from the foot of the hill. To reach home drenched, dripping, and panting, but feeling victorious at having survived the blinding lightning and thunder. In some of in some of these enterprises, I would have the company of my younger brother Sinu and a few friends. Chamundi Hill offered not only a temple to visit, but also uncharted slopes, boulders, creeks, and unsuspected retreats. Our exploration once brought us to a cave temple with pillared platforms, secret chambers, and underground cellars. The entire structure roofed over by a huge rock. Now deserted and concealed under wild, thorny vegetation at the southern base of Chamundi Hill. I took to visiting this cave regularly, not caring for the rumor that the place might be harboring reptiles and cheetahs in its cellars. We went down, tempting Providence, to the bottommost levels and inscribed our names and addresses on the stone walls with fragments of charcoal which we found strewn about. We braved it, feeling all the while that we were talking into the jaws of death just to inscribe our names on the walls. At the other extreme, my name could also be found at the highest point of Mysore, the topmost chamber of the Chamundi temple, which I once reached by a series of ladders to find myself standing on the gigantic lolling tongue of a gargoyle decorating the tower. The view of Mysore city from the height was breathtaking, and I retraced the steps after inscribing my name and address on the wall with the message past is gone, present is fleeting, future is vague. I think my name with the message must still be there. If the renovators have not reached that height or the depth of the cave cellars in Chamundi Hill, I'm not sure of that later. A couple of years I tried to revisit the cave and found the place tidied up and occupied. A barbed wire fence encircled it. The ground around the cement potted plants kept in rows, electric lights and water pumps for the garden. The entire cave structure was lime washed, cleared up, and made fit for a royal residence. A member of the royal family seemed to have taken a fancy to the sport, unfortunately, and cleared it and kept off the public with an armed guard at the gate, not realizing that it's a sacred duty of every enlightened citizen to leave a perfect ruin alone. A ruin is not achieved in a day. It's a result of a long maturing process. Unhampered vegetation, thorns, brambles, reptiles, wild beasts, fauna, flora, weather, mud, and all the elements have to combine to create a perfect ruin. I would view any improvement on this an act of vandalism. Royalty keep off, I do say. Being the headmaster's son, I had extraordinary privileges in the school library. During summer vacation, the library clerk threw upon the shelves at all hours. On all days, although he made it nearly impossible with his rules and his form filling for an ordinary student to take any book home. He thought perhaps that he would earn a word of commendation from the headmaster for the privilege shown to his son, although I doubt if my father would have approved any special treatment for us.
My elder brother also obtained these facilities. On holidays, I spent the afternoons at the library, read all the magazines on the table, and had all the shelves opened. I took out 4 books at a time and read them through at a stretch. A passage in one of our textbooks from Scott's The Bride of Lammermoor had whetted my taste for the mist of Highlands, and the drama and romance occurred in that haste. I read The Bride of Lammermoor and 6 other novels by Sir Walter and relished the strong doses of love and hate that agitated the Highland clans.
I admired Scott so much that I searched for his portrait and found one in his second-hand bookshop, a copper engraving as a frontispiece to a double-column edition in the microscopic type, containing 3 novels in one volume, with many illustrations that brought to life all those strong-willed men and forlorn women in their castle homes. After Scott, I picked up a whole row of Dickens and loved his London and the queer personalities, Terry, Ryder Haggard, Mary Corelli, Maury, and Pope, and Marlowe, Tolstoy, Thomas Hardy, and Indiscriminate Jumper. I read everything with the utmost enjoyment. I and my elder brother shared a room outside the main house, but in the same compound, and there we competed with each other in reading. He read fast, noted in a diary his impressions of a book, and copied out passages that appealed to him. Sometimes he read aloud a play, Shakespeare or Mowbray, and compelled me to set aside my own book and listen to his reading. For days on end, we stayed at home and read hardly aware of the seasons or the time passing. At eating time, we would make a dash into the main house in which my parents and brothers lived and return by the back door to our home to resume our reading. We were in a world of our own. In addition to fiction, part of the time I enjoyed reading the history of English literature. A minor work on this. Long's English literature fell into my hands and I found it interesting right from the fascination of Magna Carta in the front page. It became my ambition in life to read at least 2 books from each literary period, starting with the Anglo Normans. But it didn't work. Although Longsman's summarizes of early literature were fascinating, I realized that the actual work in each case was unreadable. Below, I found baffling. Spencer confounded me. I could only begin from Ben Jonson and allotted an hour a day for a methodical study of English literature. I imposed on myself a profound discipline and went through his heroically. At the end of 60 minutes, I returned to fiction with relief. I love tragic endings in novels. I look for books that would leave me crushed at the end. Thus, Mrs. Henry Wood's East Lane left me shedding bitter tears, and I read it again and again. The heroine, the lady of a well-to-do family, committed adultery, ran away, was deserted by the seducer, was left for dead in a railway accident, but surviving it came to work as a menial in her own home and looked after the children. Of course, she was not recognizable, her chief means of disguise being a pair of blue spectacles, so that her children and husband treated her as a servant throughout. When she was dying of consumption and coughing her misguided life out, she revealed herself in a harrowing manner. Reading and rereading, it always produced a lump in my throat, and that was the most luxurious sadness you could think of. I deliberately looked for stories in which the heroine wasted away in consumption, unless it was the sort of end that befell a lovely woman stopping to fully and find too late that meant victory. I found a lot of it in Dickens, but the most satisfying book in this category was Passionate Friends by H.G. Wells, though I cannot recollect if conception ended the heroine's career or straightened. One book which I discovered with a whoop of joy was the Victoria Cross. Who was this? Never came across a second book by this author, in which the good lady dies of plague or cholera, leaving the man who loved her shattered and benumbed with grief for the rest of his life. Mary Corley appealed to me most. I was recently trying to reread some of her books without much success, although one could still accept the synthetic atmosphere she could create of Nauru, Egypt, or to the English countryside. In a state of juvenile in a sense, the mind absorbs the essence through all the growths. But at that stage of my literary researching, I read about a dozen of her novels and felt a regret at the end of each book that it was not longer than 500 pages. Her overchanged romanticism and her pungent asides about English society and literary critics.
With admiration, I cut out a portrait of her from Bookman and mounted it on my bookshelf. My father utilized it to the utmost all the library budget and any balance left over from other departments such as sports. The result was that the high school reading room had on its table magazines from every part of the world. Weekend ends, when foreign mail arrived, were an exciting time. Magazines in brown wrappers were brought home straight from the post office in a mail bag by a servant. They were opened and heaped upon my father's desk. Every magazine, from Little Fox to 19th Century and After at Cornwall, published in London, was there. My father did not mind our taking away whatever we wanted to read, provided we put them back on his desk without spoiling them, as they had to be placed on the school's reading room table on Monday morning. So our weekend reading was full and varied. We could read over the advertisement pages in the Voice on paper or the Strand magazine. To the Strand, we made the acquaintance of all English writers: Conan Doyle, Wodehouse, W. Jacobs, Arnold Bennett, and every English fiction writer wrote the name. The bookman gave us glimpses of the doing of the literacy figures of those days, the scene dominated by Shaw, Wells, and Hardy. I knew preciously what they said or thought of each other, how much they earned in royalties, and what they were working on at any given moment. Obiter dicta, personal tidbits about the writers and their world. The Churston Belko alliance against Shaw or someone else. The scintillating literary world of London was absorbing to watch. From our room, leaning on our pillows in obscure vagina lines of Mysore, we watched the literary personalities strutting about in London. Through Harper's, The Atlantic, and American Mercury, we attained glimpses of the New World and its writers. The London Mercury, with its orange cover and uncut pages, was especially welcome. I viewed J.C. Square as if he were my neighbor. John O'London and T.P. Weekly afforded us plenty of literary gossip about publishers and writers. The Spectator, the Times Literary Supplement, and the Manchester Guardian in a thin yellow cover. 24 hours were inadequate for all that one got in hand to read. Slowly, I became familiar with criticism, who mattered, and their judgment. Gradually, I began not only to read all the novels in the library, but also to acquire through the book reviews a critical sense, so that a certain degree of tempering occurred in my early enthusiasm from some writers, such as Mary Corley, for instance. I had started writing mostly under the influence of events occurring around me and in the style of any writer who has uppermost in my mind at the time. My father had lost a dear friend, which affected him deeply. Moved by his sorrow, I wrote 10 pages of an outpouring entitled Friendship, very nearly notching the lamentations of Adonis, but in the flamboyant poetic prose. I read this aloud to my younger brother.
He who could always be counted upon to utter encouraging words, but I hated familiar brother whose critical sense I feared. And I ran my piece also to a few close set of friends who were prepared to walk me to Kokanhali tank, since I always carried my composition in my pocket. Whenever I could afford it, I gave them a cup of tea, a cup of coffee at a restaurant on 100 Feet Road.
The cup of coffee blunted the listeners' crucial faculties and made them declare my work a masterpiece. When I read it aloud, seated in the shade of a long tree on Hope and Holly Meadow, and heard my words falling on my ears, I felt a new thrill each time. At the end of the last line, a pregnant silence, while I waited the good word from my select public. Would you like that I should read it again? I asked, and one or the other said, "Oh no, I've observed every word." "And what do you think of it?" I felt the tears coming, but I suppressed them. "Excellent. Precisely what I wished every literary form to produce." "And then, have you read anything similar to this anywhere?" "This is a rare unique effort. Sometimes remind me of Shelley's Adonis or some of Shakespeare's sonnets." Precisely. No comparison would be more welcome and appropriate. My next effort was divine music. I composed it in a state of total abstraction, sitting on a bench at Copenhagen Tank. I went there one afternoon. The sun was blazing, with a pad and pencil and filled sheet after sheet even after the sun had set, and I could hardly see what my hand was writing. I stood at the edge of the water, listening to the splash of wavelets softly striking the bank. I later discovered that this was only an unconscious echo of a word in a Mary Corelli novel which began, "The soft blue splash of waves, Marion's was singing out at sea." Wavelet after wavelet striking the mud bank, their crests reflecting the full moon, the sight and the soft repeated whispers and the tune of the night winds, including a sort of self-forgetfulness in which an inexplicable aching of the spirit, which turns up a single tear, which rolls down, but before touching the ground is caught between the blades of grass and shines like a diamond or a star. The moment the tear is detached, the sinner, what sin? I could not really say. Repentance is admitted, and the soul being released, it emerges and fills the space between the stars and beyond, and clearly hears the music of the spheres. What did it all mean? I don't know. But I was terribly moved and impressed and had no doubt that this was going to add to the world's literary treasure. Naturally, my younger brother and the coffee drinking appreciators endorsed my view. My circle of readers was now enlarging, consequently also the outlay of the coffee at the 100 feet road restaurant. I had to seek my mother's help for pocket money. She provided ungrudgingly, and increased from 3 to 5 rupees, and that was adequate to foster any possible social reactions and by favorable opinion. I wrote a third piece without any loss of time. Again, it was all about the stars in the sky and floating away on the other side of the stars. I do not remember what I called this piece. This was less successful than the other two when tried on my readers, being untruthful, more obscure, and mystifying. The piece of old were choppy and plasticable. Neither poetry, nor prose, nor fiction. Prose in physical form, sounds and echo of poetry, and flights of utmost fiction. What combination of more methods? I got the pieces copied on genuine-sized bond paper, one side only, tabbed with a generous margin and double-spaced. Or about all this I learned from a book in How to Sell Your Manuscripts. The typist who was really a violinist on the Venus. Typed by
The institute. He was obliging and efficient and charged me deferred payment system, 2 annas a page. When I had typing work, I visited him at his home beside the Jagannath Palace and waited at his door while he ate his morning chapati, spreading the ghee on it with his finger. Pacing up and down between me and the kitchen, he ate his chapati unhurriedly. My aim in cornering him at home was to make sure that he did not go away somewhere else to play the violin, but proceeded straight to his typewriter. He donned his coat over his dhoti, wore a fur cap, hooked an umbrella on his arm, and came out. I complimented him on his violin, which he often played solo at our high school functions, and then spoke about my manuscripts and how I hoped to get them published in London. I flung before him a few names, such as J.C. Square of the London Mercury, Ellis Roberts of Life and Letters, R. Scott James of something else. I spoke of them as if they were my chums. We walked through an alley beside the Parakala temple and reached his little office on Lansdowne Bazaar. He had two typewriters and six stirrers. I had to wait for a machine to be free before he could put paper on the roller. He took about a week to complete my work. Looking at the typed sheets, I felt assured that Scott James or J.C. Square would have no hesitation in accepting them. I sent them out one by one after seeking a special grant from my mother for postage and stationery. The postman became a source of hope at a distance and of despair when he arrived. My interest in him continues even today. In every country I visit, I habitually watch the postman. It's probably a conditioned reflex, like Pavlov's salivating dog. The postman establishes a kind of unity among mankind, even if his uniform differs from country to country. Even in New York, where everything is mechanized and the zip code automatically sorts the mail, the delivery is by hand. In a civilization of complicated mechanism, the postman alone retains the human touch. I stood at our gate at 1087, Ujana Lions on foreign mail, days at about 3 p.m., watching the arrival of the postman around the corner of the cooperative stores at the end of our street. I ran halfway down the street to grab the letters from his hand. I remember his name was Anthony, a thin, kindly soul in khaki and turban, from whose shoulder enormous bags hung down with parcels sticking out. He waved to me from afar and sometimes cried, "No letters for you," and asked sometimes, "Are you waiting for a job or a letter from a girl?" I paused to make sure that he was making no mistake. When he checked and confirmed no letter, I turned back, weighed down with speculation. Could it be that J.C. Square had flung the manuscripts out of the window? Or was there some chicanery somewhere at the delivery end or the forwarding end? Some library theft? Finally, I came to the conclusion that the editor was perhaps reading and rereading divine music and was so carried away that he was drafting suggestions for developing it into a full bodied composition of epic proportions. When the reply actually came, I trembled as I took the packet from Anthony's hand. The sun beat down and blinded me in the street, but I had no patience to wait till I reached my room. Moreover, I didn't want my brother and roommate to see my results. I had already read divine music to my brother once, and all that he did was to question, "What does it all mean?" I grinned awkwardly and said, "Believe me, its meaning must be felt." He merely raised his hand and covered his.
I could. I kept away from him my attempts to reach the London editors. When Anthony gave me back my packet, I stood in the shade at the back wall of the cooperative stores and ripped open the envelope, still hoping for a warm letter or a check to fall out. But a neatly printed rejection slip was pinned to the manuscript, which otherwise showed no sign of having ever been looked at. It enraged me, the cold, callous rejection slip, impersonal and mocking. Must be a mistake somewhere. Perhaps the editor was away and some mean factotum at the office. Or why not send it back? Or why not tell the editor what a dunderhead he must be not to be responsive to divine music? How he could run a magazine at all if he did not need to read the fine things submitted to him on his own invitation. Typed double space, one side, all conditions honored. I flung away the rejection slip and the cover into a rubbish dump and putting the manuscript into an inner pocket went back to my room, depressed, not mentioning this disgrace. I took it as a personal affront to anyone. The depression lasted a couple of days, and with renewed hope, only changing the pin, I sent it off again, this time perhaps to Ellis Roberts of Life and Letters, remembering how the Vicar of Wakefield or some other masterpiece was rejected by 10 publishers. Even the masters faced a cold, soul keen reception at the start of their lives. Reinforced with such thoughts, I was back at the post office counter at Chamarajpura, weighing the package. This time I enclosed with the three manuscripts, a personal letter imploring the editor to give himself a chance to read the compositions. I had no doubt that once he surrendered himself to my writing, he would become my most passionate champion. In 1926, I passed the university entrance examination and took my seat in the lecture hall of Maharaja's College for my BA. The college is built in the early French style with octagonal turrets and arched windows on one side and the Athenian columns on the other, giving on intoxicating views of the landscape up to the horizon. There was no escape, whichever way one turned. A windowed classroom looking out over a landscape is deadly for scholarly concentration. If a student is to listen attentively to lectures, he should be cooped up in a windowless classroom in the heart of a city. To lectures, he should. At Madras, school windows let on a view of nothing more stirring than the wall of the next buildings, sometimes blank, almost plastered with posters. But here in Mysore, I found the classroom windows revealing trees and birds or meadows with cows, placidly chewing grass, and perhaps the cowherd sitting in the shade. In such a setting, I found the teacher's voice a meaningless drone, which one had to tolerate perforce. From the eastern corridors of the college, one saw Chamundi Hill in all its fullness, framed in arcs along the parapet. Maharaja's college was on one bridge of the city, with the hill and the Lalita Mahal Palace on the other. In the valley, in between, lay the city with the golden dome of the palace standing out. During the political science hour, one could watch the shadow of clouds skimming the mountainside alternately.
With patches of sunlight or the mirage shimmering across the landscape, and nothing seemed more irrelevant than the location of sovereignty in modern state or checks and balance in democracy. For English literature and history, we had to move to the Greek end of the building on its western side. Now the views was from a gallery seat through a doorway between tall, fluted and columns. One could see the playground and pavilion bounded by a railway line with a little train whistling and ambling up and down periodically. There was also a glimpse of original library with frieze depicting the life of God Krishna along its walls and pillars on its lawn, where once again one noticed cows grazing with concentration and contentment. There are more cows in Mysore than in any city, so not milk. During my college years, I became so familiar with the scene details and their transformation around that I could have drawn up, if need to be, a timetable of the natural event during June and July, for instance, fitful drizzling alternated with sunlight bursting through the clouds and the rainbow sometimes arced over the hill. If a painter had attempted to put all the things on his canvas, he would have been betrayed over conversement, but nature, having no such acumen about criticism, was exorbitant and profuse and distracted my attention from my lesson. I missed a great deal that went on in the classroom, with a couple of exceptions. Shakespeare, taught by Professor Rollo, was enjoyable and defining. Tall and graceful, Rollo looked like an actor and he read the lines in different tones effectively. He did acquis monologues with his trade and swept his academic groan and paced up and down on the platform. You heard the king's voice when he wrapped his gloves close. You heard the fools remarking and got at the meaning of Shakespeare's verse. Professor Rollo was an ideal teacher. Even now, from somewhere in the cherries, he occasionally writes to his old students. The only other professor who sounded interesting was Professor Venkateshwara, who taught us Indian history. His home was across the playfield, and only after he heard the bells for his hour did he leave his study. We crowded beside the Greek column and watched the football field when he emerged on the horizon, clad in dhoti, academic gown, and turban. He had a portly figure and arrived hungrily, always late by a quarter of an hour, and entered the lecture hall muttering an apology for being late. When settled, he would produce from somewhere a small strip of paper with a few lines of ancient inscription copied on it. I came across these lines. They could be Ashoka's edict carved on stone and pillar dated 250 BC or a Mughal chronicle note, but it was always engrossing, bordering on fiction, and would be the starting point of his lecture. He never proceeded chronically but pursued several channels of historical facts and parallel concepts simultaneously. He would not notice the time passing or the bell going off at the end of his hour, but continues and encroaches on the next hour, while Professor Toby hovered outside and made several infrustrious attempts to step in and teach Greek drama or 18th century poetry. Professor Toby was shy and timid and looked exactly like Laura of Laura and Hardy, and he constantly stroked his chin as if in perplexity. We could not, however, feel
Sorry that his lectures were delayed, as his teaching made one's mind wander, even if one's body couldn't actually slip out and relax on the pedestal of Ashoka pillar at the Oriental Library. His accents were peculiar, and we never understood a word of his lecture in the class. For his part, he never lifted his head or looked at anyone, nor did he take the roll call, being unable to pronounce a single Indian name. For many years, it was rumored that he had thought that he was teaching at a women's college, mistaking the men's dhotis for skirts and their tufts for braids. He was a good man, though, and many a venturesome young man visited his house and, pleading poverty, took loans from him. Since he never looked up or knew a name, he never identified his borrowers and lost money regularly. He spent over a quarter century in this same isolation, retired, and was not heard of again. His parting message on the last day of his lecture was, I hope your interest in literature will not vanish with the examination, or some similar sounding words. With this farewell, he hopped off the platform and was gone. We lost sight of him after his retirement. A few years ago, however, I was in Leeds and took a trip to visit the home of the Bronx sisters. There, I noticed him in a hat shop trying on a bowler hat. As usual, his eyes were fixed like a yogi's on the ground, and he was stroking his chin perplexedly. I was on the point of hailing him across the counter, but he left abruptly and I saw him no more. My inseparable friend at the college was Ramachandra Rao. Slight of build and only 5 feet tall, wearing thick lenses, he was endowed with an ebullient nature. He sat beside me on the class bench, joined me again for a 4 mile walk towards the hill, shared my cigarette expenses, jokes, and observations, and was full of humor and laughter. As the final exams approached, we joined study. After dinner, I walked to his home in Sunset, a couple of miles away, a vast household teeming with many cousins and aunts, where he managed to keep a room for himself. We sat down mediocrity at 9 o'clock, determined to get through Hazen's European history or Gilchrist's political theories before the night ended. A fight to finish with the subject, the heart of the matter to be wrenched out of the book, to recap all that we had missed in the classroom. One of us read, the other listened by turn. Thus, we hoped to relieve the tedium of study. But in practice, hardly had one of us read 10 pages before the other would interrupt with an observation. Why waste time on this portion? We won't have any question on Italian unity this year. It was given 2 years in succession. Skip it. Bismarck is more likely. Arguments for and against this view. We would decide to take a quick glance through Italian unity, skipping details, not the heart of the matter, but just the outline of the heart. Resuming the study after this interlude, we would start off again and come to a halt when something else came to the mind. Perhaps the amours of Maria Theresa or some reminiscences of the classroom or the farewells on the last day after the social gathering and the group photo. After all this recollection in tranquillity, one of us would notice that the hazel lying open and suddenly declare, I say, only 15 days left. Even if we devote 20 hours a day, we'll never finish the portion. We would be seized with panic and resolve. Let us sit up till 6 a.m., if necessary, and finish European history so that we may go on to other subjects. Quiet child. What if we don't sleep? Let us have all the sleep after April. What about Indian history? Luckily, no Greek history this year. Otherwise, you would have 600 pages of burning. Why go into that now?
Want to summarize all the subjects in 10 pages each. We must request Sonu to do it. After all, he has a public exam next year. Sonu, 1 year junior in our class, would willingly undertake such literary tasks. This was a sudden, agreeable solution to problems, bringing such a relief to our minds that we would shut the book and go out in search of a tea shop. A walk through the streets, marveling at the tranquil air of the city wore at night. And after one or two cigarettes, we would return to our desk past midnight, hasten again, but presently nature would assert itself and make us nod. We would realize that joint study was a waste of time and that we should study separately, if at all, and meet occasionally to discuss clear doubts, or better still, watch for any secret leakage of the question papers through the devious and dark agencies operating in Bangalore, a city full of adventurous possibilities. And so, good night, one precious day out of the 15 before the examination gone. 1930, when I attained a belated graduation, became a year of problems. What should one do with oneself now? Different suggestions came in from different quarters. One could become a lawyer or a minor civil servant, or what not. At first, I toyed with the idea of studying for an MA degree in literature and becoming a college lecturer. While I was going up the stairs of the Maharaja College with the application for seat in the MA class, a friend met me halfway and turned me back, arguing that this would be a sure way to lose interest in literature. I accepted his advice and went downstairs, once for all turning my back on college studies. It was inconceivable that one should stay at home without some office to attend after graduation. The right thing would be to do apply for jobs and meet influential persons, to knock on all doors of employment. My father had an old friend at Madras who ended up as a chief auditor of railways, but who, in his college days, had been hard up and was helped with clothes and money by his father. My father had immense hopes that his old friend would now help me. We were in Madras during the summer of that year. My father was insistent that I should meet his friend and seek his help for an appointment in the railways. One morning, neatly groomed and dressed, I started out to meet this man, putting on as mild and look as possible, already imagining myself lording it over the station masters and traveling in a saloon car all over India freely. The gentleman was bare bodied.
With an oil coating as he prepared himself for a massage. He blinked several times to make me out, as oil had dripped over his eyes and blurred his vision. He met me halfway across the front veranda of his house, where no man in his senses would let himself be seen by a visitor in that messy state, and unceremoniously shouted not who, but what. All my best efforts at grooming were wasted, for I must have looked to him like a photograph taken with a shivering hand. I explained my mission, citing my father's friendship with him. Oh, he cried, looking outraged through his half closed eyes. What a notion! Impossible! Your father was always a dreamer. This is not a job for you. What was your optional subject for BA? History, economics, and politics. He looked at me with disdain. No use, he declared. What class? What rank? I trembled inwardly at the question and dodged a direct answer. They have not announced the classes yet. He waved me off and resumed his impatient pacing like a greasy bear in its cage. My father next sent me on a similar errand to another friend who had retired from bank service. I did not take to this suggestion with any zest. I had no misgivings and about traveling in a saloon car as a railway officer, but I had grave ones when I thought of myself as a bank official. I never felt at ease with figures, but I still went to this friend as my father desired another morning, well groomed and properly dressed. This man, though not oily, was also bare-bodied. Seems everyone seemed to be shirtless in Madras. He was fanning himself with the palmyra leaf, sitting on a swing, while I kept standing. It was difficult to carry on a conversation with him as he approached and receded on his swing. I had to adjust my voice in two pitches to explain my mission and also step back each time the swing came for me. Like the previous gentleman, this man also figured in a group photo of select friends, framed and hung in my father's study at Mysore. He also seemed to load history and economics and said, "You must pass some bookkeeping and accountancy if you wish to try for a bank job." How does your father spend his time nowadays? He used to be such a fop, he said. He wrote to me that he has retired from service now. Now it is up to you, young fellows, to take over the family's responsibilities. Well, well said, I thought. But that precisely is our problem now, sir. Why don't you put your shirt on and do something about it instead of swinging back and forth in that silly manner advising people? My father had retired from service a year or two before, and it had meant all sorts of readjustments at home. His pension was meager, and we had to move on to a cheaper house in Lakshmipuram, leaving Bojana lines, where I had spent the dreamiest of my years. The Lakshmipuram house was smaller, less roomy, two small hexagonal rooms in the front part, separated by a short veranda. One was occupied by my father, and the parallel room by me and my elder brother. As usual, well, we had the advantage of watching a very pretty neighbor as she bent over her studies in her room upstairs, clearly visible from our window. That she was not distracted by our attention was proved when eventually she won first class in several subjects in the BA and received medals at the convocation in the same year as I took my degree, lost in a back room. Our room had a broad wooden staircase which led nowhere. I used its top landing for storing a monstrous typewriter that I'd acquired at Madras and had brought with me in captious linen basket. Since it was presented to me without a cover, it looked like a computer. It had separate keys for capital and lower cases, and its carriage moved.
Sat on the landing typed a play called Prince Yazid, story of an independent-minded Mughal emperor prince who was tortured and tormented by his father. After several decades, this was recently returned to me from the office of my literary agent, David Hickam, where it had been discovered among their disobeyed papers and many judges of its career from this simple fact. The entire staircase rocked and boomed when I was at work, and my father sometimes protested against the noise. Whereupon I would have to haul the machine over to the roof of the house and type there. My brother Sinu has ever helped me with typing the play and often quoted lines from it admiringly. If I'm not mistaken, he was the only reader of Prince Yazid. All this amount of desperate competition was to allow me to earn money and help the family. My father still had three of younger brothers at school, and Sinu himself in MA. Sinu still remembers his first day in MA, when his professor teaching Indian culture began. Culture is of different kinds: agriculture, physical culture, circle culture, and and so forth. But we must distinguish between cultures and find out the common characteristic and difference. All culture is one. In spite of this teacher, Sinu persisted in his MA studies, as they would mean a better market value for him than a mere BA. My elder brother worked in a radio repair shop and then as the manager of a bus service and was away the whole day until midnight. He added 50 rupees a month to the family budget. My father occasionally inquired of me, "What are you attempting on the road roller, my typewriter?" He gently suggested that I should not be wasting my time thus. Having nothing to do in Mysore, I moved off to Bangalore and stayed with my grandmother, who was there to recover her health, and so back again under the care of my grandmother after many years' interval. I wandered about the streets of Bangalore, dreaming and thinking and planning. On a certain day in September, selected my grandmother for its auspicious, I bought an exercise book and wrote the first line of a novel. As I sat in the room, nibbling my pen and wondering what to write, Malgudi, with its little railway station, swam into view, already made, with the character called Swaminathan running down the platform, peering into the faces of passengers and grimacing at dreaded faces. This seemed to take me on the right track of writing as day by day pages grew out of it linked to each other. In the final draft, the only change was that the Malgudi station came at the end of the story. This was a satisfactory beginning for me, and I regularly wrote a few pages each day. At about this time, one of my father's efforts to place me bore fruit. I received a government order appointing me as a teacher at a government school in our old Chennapattanam, where I used to spend my vacations as a schoolboy. So I was going back one fine morning by train from Mysore to land of my grasshopper collection. I was seen off at Mysore with great enthusiasm by everyone in the family. Everybody was happy that I was to work in Chennapatna, familiar ground only halfway between Mysore and Bangalore. It would be like being in both places at once. Many were the benefits and blessings of being posted to Chennapatna rather than anywhere else. And of course, I got a part of their enthusiasm and had pictured Chennapatna as heaven of pleasant prospects. But the memory and impression created in the childhood could be very misleading. My train arrived at Chennapatna at about 10:30 in the morning.
I had to climb into a jeepka with a roll of bedding and my trunk and drive straight to the high school in order to report for duty before 11. The government order had said, "You must report yourself in the forenoon on the 1st of December." This was the 1st of December and forenoon. I paid off the jeepka and left my baggage on the school veranda and went to the headmaster's room, announced myself, and signed a register of service. The headmaster gave me a few words of welcome and advice and sent me off to a sixth form class to teach Tennyson's Morte d'Arthur. I had no notion how I should teach. An old servant of the school, whom we used to call Venkata, followed me, uttering advice in a menacing undertone. He had survived since the days of my father's headmastership. He said in a warning manner, "Take care that you don't let down your great father's reputation." He used to escort us when we were children during our evening walks, and now did not seem to recognize that I was a grown up and a teacher appointed by the government. He warned me, "If you don't maintain the reputation of my old master, I will not let you off lightly, remember." While I took my seat in the teacher's chair, he stood at the door surveying me with great satisfaction and nodded his head approvingly. When I tapped the table with my hands and cried, "Silence!" somehow it had an effect. An eerie silence ensured that the boys studied their new master with interest. Page 70. I hope all of you have your copies ready. Never come to the class without your books, I said. discovering a new principle for myself. I am very strict about it. Yes, sir, said a few voices in chorus. I didn't like it. Perhaps they were being ironical. There was a tall Muslim boy in a last row. I looked at him and said, "You read out a page 70." He got up, too old for his class. He was slow in taking out his book and turning the pages. The boys looked around with smiling faces. I didn't know why. The tall boy was also smiling without reading now. I felt I had committed a mistake. But how could a teacher go back on his command? "What is your name?" I asked. "Anveruddin." "Anveruddin," I said. "I hope you have your poetry book." "No, sir," he said. "Then what is that book in your hand?" He held it up for to see. I could not make out at this distance what he was displaying. "Begin here," I said. He stepped forward and walked up. The class was enjoying the scene. I could hear giggling and whispers. I took it and said, "Why don't you try and fetch the right book? I don't like people coming in without their books." I had enunciated a principle and had to stick to it. Moreover, old Venkata's words about living up to my father's reputation still rankled in my mind. I was going to prove who was the real master here to his speaker, and I said rather firmly, "Now you may go and fetch the poetry book if you have left it somewhere."
And turned on his heels and went back to his seats. Giggles and whispers and a mild excitement running through the class. I felt victorious. On the very first occasion, one should establish one's superiority. If that was delayed, one would forever be taken for a minxo. In spite of the giggling, I felt relieved at the prompt manner in which Anveruddin had obeyed me. Now, he came back from his seat holding up the right book. I didn't ask for any explanation of his conduct. It was not necessary. I met his challenge by briskly taking the book, turning to page 70 and saying, "Now read aloud to the class, face the class." Still with a leer, he took the book, but instead of reading said, "Please let me go out," and held up his forefinger, which indicates from time immemorial that one wants to be let out for. Number one. I had done the same thing at Lutheran Mission whenever I wished to leave the classroom, and the worst teacher in the world cannot reject that request. I let him go. He walked off majestically, but before the class could continue in this mode of entertainment, I read out. So all day long the noise of battle rolled until King Arthur's table, etc., etc. A few boys listened to my reading, a few talked among themselves. I raised the pitch of my voice and, "This poem by Tennyson," two more boys stood in their seats holding up their forefingers. "Yes," I said and announced, "whoever wishes to go out may go, but don't disturb the other classes." Half the class walked out and never came back, and I read on about 20 lines, wondering in what manner I should explain the meaning to whoever cared to stay. They didn't seem to care for Tennyson or anyone, but they were chatting among themselves. Luckily, for me, the bell rang, and thus concluded my first experience of teaching. It was also perhaps the last. Soon, I got into trouble with the headmaster. He sent me next to a fifth form to handle a physics class. When I pleaded that I was a history man, he brushed aside my objection and said that since the physics teacher was absent, I should take on his duties and keep the class engaged. It sounded silly to me, but I obeyed him. The fifth form juniors were more disorderly crowd than sixth form boys, whom I had taught first. The boys kept pouncing on each other, grabbing, flinging their caps in the air, shouting challenges, and denouncing one another. It looked less than a classroom, more like a festival cloud on rampage. I wondered if the physics class purposely kept away rather than deal with these young devils. I resented the headmaster's devilry in sending me into this confusion on my very first day. I hammered the table with my fist several times and shouted, "Silence, silence." That produced silence for a brief second, while the boys paused to stare at the teacher with wonder and contempt. Then they resumed the hubbub, which rose like an ocean's roar. 50 boys jabbering away at different pitches. I watched them for a while and said, "You must all write a composition now. 10 lines on how you spent your last holiday. Now out with your notebooks and pencils. Come on. A handful displayed some response and took out their notebooks and turned pages and bit their pencils points. But many others, watching these conformists with interest, made no move to start writing. I repeated the theme of composition and then added, whoever has finished writing may show it to me and go. This was a good incentive, as presently they all came over to my table and piled their notebooks on it. I felt smothered to read 50 compositions. I quickly added, take away your notebooks and leave. Show them to me later. When? Someone asked. And before I could muster an answer, they left their notebooks on the table and fled like a flock of released birds. I painstakingly collected the notebooks and left them in the custody of the school clerk at the administration office. I spent the rest of the day in the room of a colleague who was trying to guide me in this wilderness. We went for a walk in the evening along the bazaar and dined at a restaurant, which was the dirtiest in my experience. The food being served on a dried banana leaf spread out on the floor of a dusty back veranda.
Being served on a dirty banana leaves spread out on the floor of a dusty back veranda, I bore it patiently, my friend saying, in a week you can ask for a room at my school hostel. At the moment, there is no vacancy. Next morning, I was back trying to teach English to the sixth from again when a servant brought me a register to sign. I thought at first that it might be some routine office memo, but when I looked carefully, it said, you are hereby warned that your letting off the fifth aid was unauthorized and is likely to affect the discipline of the school. If there is a repetition of such act, matter will be reported to the higher authorities. This is the first warning. It was signed by the headmaster. The servant insisted on signing it. I pushed it away, saying, no, I won't. When the hour ended, I stormed into the headmaster's room. He said, you have returned the register without signing it. It's your service register. And he pushed it towards me. I signed it with anger for a flourishing. Is there anything else? I asked. Give me anything, I'll sign it. I am only a day old in service, and you want me to start my career with a black mark, is it? Oh no, don't take it to heart, my young man. It is a formality, a formal record. It means nothing. I don't care either way. I want a 50 days leave. You are not entitled to any leave yet. Leave without a pay. You can't take any sort of leave. This irritated me, and I said haughtily, I'm going away, and you may do what you like. The headmaster softened. Don't be rash, and young man. You must learn the experience. You will understand in due course that these things do not matter. You must do your daily duties with consciousness and diligence. Of course, we are here to help you if you have any difficulties. We are interested in seeing you prosper. Don't do anything rash. These days are difficult from Brahmins to get a job in the government. I know Mr. Wadia, and he was my professor and my father's friend. I can ask him for a transfer. The mention of this name shook the headmaster. He became pale. Wadia was the director of public instruction and at the apex of entire educational advice. Don't do anything rash. If you would like to go away on a Friday afternoon, I'll make some special concessions and see what I can do. Spend 2 days at my home.
I will see that you have no class until noon. He was scared out of his wits. He felt I might complain and get him into trouble. I did not wait until Friday afternoon. After an hour, I stood at the bus stand with my trunk and roll of bedding, waiting for a bus to take me to Mysore. I felt a little nervous lest my colleagues should discover me under the tree on the roadside by which the bus was to pass. Some people passed unnoticing. A few students of the high school passing looked at me curiously. Suddenly, Hefty Anvirdun turned up with a couple of his followers and stood before me, his eyes full of surprise. I could not pretend not to notice him. He saluted me courteously and grinned. I asked, what are you doing here instead of being in your class? We had no class, sir. The teacher was absent. You had to teach us at this hour. He appeared grateful that I had helped him to wander about freely. Why, sir, where are you going? To Mysore. I'm not coming back. Go and tell the headmaster that you saw me. Go away. Anverdin looked unhappy at the parting and he mumbled something. He lifted my baggage and placed it on the bus when it arrived and stood aside morosely until the bus started. Goodbye, sir, he said, rather subdued, and made a deep salam. Back at home in Mysore, I became an object of much speculation. They seemed to suspect my sanity.
I spent most of my time lounging on a canvas chair in my room for fear of being asked to explain myself. I was tired of the subject and avoided people. My mother, who could always be counted upon to be sympathetic, said, "Your father's very worried about you. Chennapatna is an inexpensive place. I'm sure if you stuck on, you would get a higher grade and save enough to make you comfortable and spare for others too. Your father will speak to Vadaya and see if you can be transferred to a Mysore school soon. It will be helpful to everyone, but you must be patient for some time." She was persuasive and it disturbed my complacency a little. I went back to my brooding chamber to think it over. I avoided encountering my father by staying in my room. He was not the kind to intrude into our domains, but one afternoon he suddenly called, "Kunjappa, come here." He was in the hall. He looked up at me with some amusement and said, "What do you propose to do?" He jingled his key bunch. "Give Chennapatna another trial. Not a bad place. I've spoken to people and they will treat you with special consideration. I've also spoken to Mukund Rao, who has his brother at Chennapatna in a bank, and he'll put you up at his home until you get used to the place, until you can make some other arrangement. Good people. You will feel at home." His attitude seemed to have changed. He never sounded more friendly in his life. So I decided to give Chennapatna another trial. Mr. Mukund Rao, a minor official in the revenue department, practically my father's devoted slave for 30 years since his student days, saw me off at the railway station with many words of advice. I was received at the end by his replica, his brother, in a close coat and lace-edged turban, who took charge of me without a word, placed my baggage on a coolie's head, conducted me to his house just 15 minutes from the railway station. Oh, that is a pleasant discovery not too far ago if I wish to take a train back to myself. This man and his young wife occupied a small house, mud walled, lime washed with a low tile roof, smoky and ancient, in a side street of Chennapatna town. You can see the school building too from his little window. Their house.
Room and the back room which served as a kitchen. Those two were the neatest pair I have ever met in my life. The wife was orthodox and would not come before a stranger except to serve food, and would not look at you or speak. That was understandable, being a part of a lady's good behavior. But what I could not understand was why the gentleman was equally meek and speechless. He seemed to have surrendered his only room to me and kept himself mostly on the front steps leading to the street. I was perhaps the first guest in their life, and they looked panicked, concerned, and overwhelmed. I seemed to have shaken the equanimity of the lives and caused them a profound disturbance. The man left after our first meal, no word being spoken before or after it. Soon after eating, he picked up a coat and a turban, went to the kitchen, and came out dressed for his bank. I sat on the floor leaning against the inevitable role of bearing that I had carried with me. He whispered timidly an adieu and left. His wife concealed herself in the kitchen. I was oppressed with the thought that I had perhaps imposed myself on his life, bird-like couple. I had still an hour for the school. I dressed and left, announcing my departure by pulling the street door behind me with a bang. The lady stole up softly from the kitchen and bolted it. I imagined that she might now sing and dance to celebrate the exit, though temporary, of a guest. At school, a repetition of my previous performance. Old Venkata demanded to know where I had gone, and I told him I had fever. The additional worry this time was that I was asked to conduct drill for some class at the end of the day. I protested. The headmaster said every member of the staff is expected to handle drill classes once a week by turn. I don't know any drill. Never attended any class even in school board. Keep them engaged for an hour. Don't let them know. We are trying to teach them also Surya Namaskar. I know nothing about it. We will help you to learn it by and by. Today, keep them engaged. Take the roll call and make note of the activities. And so I found myself in the drill surveying an array of 50 boys standing in two rows under the evening sun. The sun hit us from the west. Many others, including teachers, stood around to watch my performance. I inspected the boys closely, like a commander reviewing an army. Right, left. Marched them and made them perform high jumps, long jumps, swing their arms, kick their legs in the air. I engaged them as long as I could. Still no bell rang to indicate the end of the hour. I cried, stand at ease, and then dismissed. The whole crowd vanished in a second.
I slept in my host's house in the hall, the bleak man curling up in a corner, and his wife sleeping beside the oven on the kitchen floor. Perhaps. I feel guilty to be separating the theaters. In the morning, it was especially embarrassing to get started with one's washing and toilet since they had a minimal arrangement for such activities. The latrine was the backyard, four dwarfs, mud walls, screening wood, but without a door open to the sky. You were visible outside, over the short wall, until you scattered down. I had a fear of being seen by the lady in the street. For my bath, I had to go behind a thin screen. My host and hostess keep themselves rigorously in the background while I was getting through my ablutions. But still, I felt extremely nervous and exposed to public view. I got ready for the school. The man left for his bank. I suddenly felt it would be impossible to spend another day at school or in this house. I knew the bus would be coming in half an hour under the tree. Got a trolley to carry my box and roll of bedding. Banged the seat until this lady came up behind it. Mentioned to her I was leaving for Mysore and caught the bus for Mysore again.
Chapter 8. That settled it. After the final and irrevocable stand I took, I felt lighter and happier. I did not encourage anyone to comment on my deed or involve in myself in any discussion. I sensed that I was respected for it. At least there was an appreciation of the fact that I knew my mind. I went through my day in a business-like manner without with a serious face. Soon after my morning coffee and bath, I took my umbrella and started out for a walk. I need the umbrella to protect my head from the sun. Sometimes I carried a pen and a pad and sat down under the shade of a tree and the foot of Chamundi Hills and Road. Some days I took out a cycle and rode 10 miles along Karapur Forest Road, sat on wayside culvert and wrote or brooded over life and literature, watching some peasant going his field with a canal flowing gingerly in the sun. My needs were nil. I did not have any. I did not have plans. There was a delight in being just alive and free from employment. That was a great luxury. I returned home at noon in time for lunch, read something inconsequential and for an hour or two. I took care not to read too much or anything that might influence my writing at the moment. I was trying to progress with my first novel. At 3 o'clock, after a cup of coffee, I wrote. Day by day, Swami was developing. The pure delight of watching a novel grow can never be duplicated by any other experience. I cannot recollect how much I wrote each day, perhaps a few hundred words or 1,000. Swami, my first character, grew up and kept himself alive and active. The novel was episodic, but that was how it naturally shaped itself. A series of episodes, escape, escapes, and adventures of Swami and his companions. Each day, as I sat down to write, I had no notion of what would be coming. All that I all that I could be certain of what the central character I reread the first draft at night to make out how it was shaping and undertook until far into the night. Corrections, revisions, and tightening up of sentences. I began to notice that the sentences acquired a new strength and finality while being rewritten, and the real final version could emerge only between the original lines and then again in what developed in the jumble of rewritten lines, and above and below them. It was, on the whole, a pleasant experience, which is later lost to some extent when one becomes established with some awareness of one's publishers, methods, transactions, the trappings of publicity and reviews, and above all, a public. I had to have an objective test of what I was doing, and so I gave my manuscript to Sinu as usual, who offered not only to read but also type it on the elephantine machine. He became quite engrossed in the characters and said several good things about the book. That was most encouraging. But still I wanted other tests.
So I summoned my neighbor, a very warm-hearted friend named Purna, who is no more, to come up and listen to me while I read out the chapters to him each day. He went on crying, brilliant, brilliant. He knew no lesser expression than brilliant, and that was very sustaining. It shielded me against the sly attacks from my father's friends when they meet me in the street. Unwisdom, unwisdom. One of my father's friends would say, Anna.
You must not talk all this worry to your father. This is a time when you should help him. Why don't you join a newspaper if you want to be a writer? Most of my father's friends did not know the difference between a novel and a newspaper, yet I explained. I want to finish my novel, and when it is published, it will solve all problems. Until then, one has to wait. I still had no conception of myself as an economic entity. Unwisdom, unwisdom, the gentleman cried. You could write as a hobby. How can you make a living as a writer? The notion is very unpractical. This was more or less the tenor of everybody's advice to me, but it was impossible for me to acquire a view of myself as an economic entity. I did not have even a rupee at my command. The only luxury that I indulged in was smoking 2 cigarettes a day while walking in the evenings. Gold flakes cost in those days only 2 paisa each, and if I had a couple of annas for my expenses each day, I was quite satisfied and did not look for more. From time to time, an uncle, my mother's younger brother, known as Junior, the one who brought me up at Madras being the senior, visited us and stayed at our house for weeks on end. We always felt happy at his arrival. He was an automobile salesman and his pockets burst with cash. He took us to restaurants and for long car drives bought us whatever we asked for clothes, shoes, odds and ends. He loved eating and brought baskets filled with vegetables and foodstuff and fruit from the market. He was very devoted to my mother and kept us free from financial worries, at least when he stayed with us. He always carried a tin of cigarettes, and we had the use of it. Although it was inconceivable that one could smoke in an uncle's presence, one could have his cigarettes and the uncle would only joke about it. But he drank a lot every evening and behaved wisely. He would insist on our company in the evenings while out driving his car, but he sat till 10 o'clock at the bar, and when returning home threatened to run over every pedestrian and scare him off the street, argued with every policeman at traffic points, attempted to take his car up the steps of the Maharaja statue at the palace gate, and came home late. My father discreetly kept himself in his own room at such moments, since he knew that my uncle had much regard for him. My father was very puritanical, and though his adversaries alleged, because of his fair complexion, flushed red when cycling down to school, and his gruff voice, that he came to school drunk, he was a teetotaler and tolerated a drunken brother-in-law only out of consideration for my mother.
After dinner, this drunken uncle settled down to a nice chat with the family and insisted on having everyone around. He enjoyed teasing me and seeing, but left alone my elder brother, who would spurn him at such moments. He would ask Seenu, "Did you buy betel leaves at the market?" which he would want for chewing after dinner. "Yes, Mama." "How many leaves were in the bundle?" "100, as you wanted." "Did you count the leaves in the bundle?" But the woman who sold it counted. "You mean to say that you took her word for it?" "Haha, very well. Count it now. Go on." Sina would be bullied into counting the leaves one by one, loudly, watched over by the uncle. If the bundle contained 99, he would glare at Sinu and say, "Now go to the market and get the remaining." Or, if Sinu counted 101, he would be ordered, "Take the extra one leaf and give it back to him. He must not cheat." "All right. When?" "Now this minute. It'll teach you to be careful when you buy anything in the market." Market being 2 miles away and the time being near midnight, this was a reckless suggestion. But my brother said yes and vanished, quietly shut himself in his room and studied his lessons. Uncle's teasing of me, however, took a different turn at these assemblies. He would suddenly say, Do I hear all right when people say that you plan to be a writer? I could not say yes or no. There was danger in either. I wish that I could leave the scene as my brother did, but uncle would feel outraged if he ever abandoned us and become theatrical and upset my mother, who needed our presence at this moment. When I confirmed his suspicion that I wished to be a writer, he would demand to see what I was writing. Urged by my mother, who somehow felt that it would help me in some way, I would show him the type sheets. He held one to the light and read out. It was Monday morning. Oh, oh, Monday. Why not Tuesday or Friday? He glanced through the others and said, "What the hell is this?" You write that he got up, picked up tooth powder, rinsed his teeth, poured water over his head, just got up, catalog. Hmm. I could also write a novel if all that is expected of me is to say that I got up, picked up a towel, rubbed the soap, dried myself, shook off the water, combed. I could also become a novelist if this was all that was expected. But I have no time to write a detailed catalog. And what's this Malgudi? Where is it? Why do you write about some vague place not found anywhere, while there are millions of real places you can write about? Don't write about unreal places. You must read Dickens' novels. You chaps think you're all very clear. I have read every line Dickens has written. There you have a moral. Write like him. I bore all this patiently. As a reward for my patience, he offered to introduce me to some persons in the writing line so that I might take some money, even if I wasn't going to be a good writer. During his next visit to Bangalore, he took me along in his car, determined to help me in spite of my notions. In addition to my novel, I had on hand about 20 short stories written mainly to see if other subjects than love, which appeared to be the sole theme for every novel.
Short story, poem, or drama in existence could be written about. I wish to attack the tyranny of love and see if life could offer other values than the inimitable man-woman relationship to a writer. I found in the short story pages of John O. London's stories which appeared to me themes centering around a human or a mood with a crisis. I found in the life around me plenty of material. The atmosphere and mood were all important. Life offered enough material to keep me continuously busy. I could write one story a day. I noted in a diary possible themes and developed them at my leisure whenever I felt that the need for a change from the novel. In addition to this, I also wrote in about 200 words each day a little essay of impressions or ignorance. These were often flimsy, affected, and self-conscious, echoes of something I had been reading. But it was a good ex- but it was a good exercise and a daily discipline. Thus, I had a quiet handful to show any publisher who might take an interest in me, a novel in progress, short stories, skits, and essays. My uncle took me here and there in Bangalore. Mysore is no good, a sleepy place. If you want to get on, seek your prospects in a city like Bangalore or Madras, he would say. He took me out with him every morning in his car. He drove his demonstration car nearly 100 miles a day, saw dozens of persons, subjected them to his sales car, and booked at least one order a day and celebrated his success with four drinks before lunch. He kept me in his company throughout, and I acquired valuable experience and familiarity with a variety of human types, their styles of talk and outlook. Above all, my uncle himself was an inescapable model for me. His approach to other human beings, his aggressive talk, wherever he went, his dash, recklessness, he had the unique record of taking the Maharaja of Mysore and absolutely inaccessible reckless heads in with security and protocol for a demonstration in his car, especially his abandon to alcohol in every form all through the day. I portrayed him as Kailas in the Bachelor of Arts, and he provided all the substance whenever I had to portray a drunken character. Once, as a result of imbibing a full bottle of George IV whiskey during a motor trip to the Nilgiri mountain, he flung the bottle out into a valley, crying, "What the hell is an empty bottle doing here?" And later had a conviction that he was turning into a tiger and snarled and stalked behind strangers in the hotel corridor the whole evening until sleep overcame him. Now at Bangalore, he mentioned a crony of his whom he described as one interesting in all sorts of art, writer and journalist, and a man who has published many books and articles. I'm sure he will help you, unless you get in touch with other writers. How can you hope to get started? But I gathered later that his literal chief source of livelihood was through acting as a broker. For every prospect that he introduced to my uncle, he received 50 rupees and a couple of drinks if he happened to be around at drinking time. He was addressed as Prince, as he claimed to be a member of the Cochin royal family. He sat beside my uncle in the car, and I heard their talk in back seat and learned much about life and something. At a party, my uncle once got into a fight with his prince. During the scuffle, the prince tugged and tore my uncle's shirt. My uncle immediately left in order to search for an iron rod, swearing to crack his skull. Sensing danger, swiftly the prince fled by a back stair and ran for his life down the road to his house and shut himself in. With the iron rod clutched in his hand and finding his prey gone, my uncle ran down to his car, started it, drove up, and rammed the gate of the prince's house with a car. Demolished a portion of his wall and challenged, "Open the door, you bastard prince." The man kept himself in determinedly, whereupon my uncle turned his car around and came home and slept, waking up to find his shirt torn in tatters. Next morning, the prince was back at her house and joined uncle at breakfast as if nothing happened, only saying,
Do you know what your uncle would have murdered me last night? What a scare he gave me. How come my shirt is torn? Asked my uncle, and they both laughed. He broke the wall of my house, and your head too, if you had dared to peep out. Your fellow thought I was drunk? Not necessarily. This man was frail and without front teeth. My uncle, when he was not addressing him as prince, called him poet or editor, and appointed him my literacy guru, urging me to meet him at his house and take his advice. All the advice he could give was this newspaper was like to have coverage of social news. Watch paragraphs describing a marriage or social function and cut them out, and the model of your writing on those. Next, get invited to all weddings and social functions. After a month's stay at Bangalore, my uncle returned to Madras, persuading me to go with him and try my luck there. So I was back in Purashalam. Our old house was still there, but much changed. My uncle, senior, was married and had many children. My grandmother was bedridden with cancer, and her garden and space had been parceled and sold out to meet the expenses of running the house. My uncle had given up all the activities on principle and dedicated to bringing out a literacy weekly to revive Tamil classics, and all his resources were utilized for it. I was introduced to another character at Trust, who was planning to bring out Maritimal Gazette. His editorial office was situated at an obscure and inaccessible spot in Georgetown. This man, sitting at a desk cluttered with dusty bundles of paper, straightway came to business. I hear from your uncle that you want to be a writer. Good, but don't expect to be a millionaire in a day. Remember that the world is now waiting to read your stuff, whatever it may be. People have better things to do, but you must work hard and sheer persistence draw their attention to yourself, which means write. After the gracious advice he gave, he made this offer. At the moment, I have no notion what you write or how, but your uncle is a dear friend, and I'll take his word. He paused to sweep aside the papers on his table and shouted through the window, "Hey, bring two colors immediately!" And immediately on his table were placed an urchin, two bottles of red aerated water hissing like a cobra. You must be thirsty. Drink that color. It's good. He set an example of tilting his head back and practically sucking the water out of the bottle.
He put it down, left loudly, pressed his nostrils with his fingers, and said, "I want to start a magazine story devoted to matrimonial themes. Marriage is the most serious situation everyone has to face sooner or later, and many are the problems that arise before, during, and after a marriage. Two strangers come together and have to live for the rest of their lives. Our journal will be devoted solely to this subject. We want jokes, tones, philosophies, and reflections all on this theme of women who suffer, of men who are careless, and so on and so forth.
You may write anything on these lines, come back with some material as soon as you can, and then we'll talk further. My head was in the clouds, and when I returned home that evening. For the next 3 days, sitting beside my grandmother, I wrote and soon proceeded several pages of interesting anecdotes and variety of imaginary stories centering around matrimonial life about wife beaters, husband beaters, and a live and lived life couple who face some calamity, young run away, elopers and elopees, and every kind of premeditation and combination of man and woman. The tone, for some reasons, emphasized mystery, if not tragedy. It seemed so hard to find a happy couple in this world. Probably I felt that there was monotony in a content, harmonious married life. Nothing to write about. It was only a broken marriage or one at breaking point that offered literary material. I had no facility for typing and wrote everything with best calligraphy I could manage. Pinned the sheets neatly, wrapped them into a package, and carried them to the editor with no doubt that he would accept them with a joy. My junior uncle was hardly at home, but was in and out at certain specific hours for a wash or a change of dress, admonished me constantly, which passing to write suitably and try and please the editor and forget all that damn cool stuff about Marbury and such things. So one day I took the literary package to Georgetown and placed it before the editor. He offered me a seat and glanced through the sheets. I had managed to fill about 30 or 40 pages. After studying them, he said, "You have a flair for writing, definitely, but you will have to understand our needs and aim at satisfying them. We should first take you an apprentice in our office." Suddenly he had switched on to the royal, the although I didn't notice a second person in the establishment. During the prob- prob- probationary period, you will not be paid. In fact, we charge a fee generally for training people, but in your case, I extend you being a nephew of my friend. I put you through every branch of the journal, and after 3 months, will consider paying you an honorarium mensurate with your aptitude. What about these? Of course, we will use them as and when we find an opportunity after editing them suitably. You will pay for them, I asked timidly. Of course, by and by, but not at present. I didn't understand what he meant. All that I could gather was that he was looking for a free assistant, or probably an assistant blackmailer, as I found that he was proposing to subtitle his publishing True Tales of Matrimony and needed a research in social life. I had to drop this man and look for other possibilities. I offered samples of my writing to every kind of editor and publisher in the city of Madras. The general criticism was that my story lacked plot. There was no appreciation of my literary values, and
I had nothing else to offer. Marguerite was inescapable as sky over her. You have a command of the language, but was almost a routine statement made. I stayed in Madras for 3 months during that year and pursued the editors of newspapers and magazines indefatigably. My junior uncle was at first wildly angry with me for letting down his matrimonial gazette friend, but he helped me to meet and to talk to whom he thought to he would be in a line. Although most of them had writers and so forth, most of them being my uncle's associates, my senior uncle devoted most of his time to editing his literary weekly. He sat up all night in his attic, where I had once concealed myself, and wrote 75% of 75% of 80-page weekly himself under different pen names and in different styles. Edited and rewrote other contributions, corrected proofs, prepared copy, and studied voluminously. Ancient Tamil poetry. Also, he conducted night schools for slum children and left his desk for a couple of hours in the evenings of the session. A hard-working intellectual who spurned the idea of earning money but somehow carried on. He had, of course, discarded his whole hobby of photography. His cumbrous camera lay gathering dust on the table of the top of the shelf.
along with many other discarded things. I showed him some of my writings. He read them and said, "Good start by you. But but you must study a lot more. Shakespeare, for instance, and above all Ramayana and Vaikundam. Try to read his version and try to understand it with the help of commentaries you will find in my journal. You will profit by it. Your writing will gain seriousness and weight. There is no hurry to see publication yet. Keep writing, but also keep reading. I could not quite accept his advice. I was getting out to be modern story writer, and he tried to make me spend my time poring over tough old classics. I listened to his suggestions out of politeness, but rejected it mentally. He wrote himself He wrote himself out of trying to establish his journal and was on his deathbed in 1938 from a damaged heart. After, after running the weekly for 8 years single handed, I was in Mysore at that time and I was summoned by telegram to Madras to, to his bedside at General Hospital. He lived for a couple of hours after my arrival but had clarity of mind and speech. He gave me an advice with his last breath: study Kampan's Ramayana. I will. Yes, I will, out of consideration, but with no conviction that I would or could ever be interested in Kamban. We were poles apart. I was an elastic fiction writer in English, and Tamil language or literature was not my concern. My third novel, The Dark Room, was just out in London when I was leaving Mysore. The postman had handed me an envelope from my press cutting agency containing all the first reviews, which were most enthusiastic. There was no reason why I should perform a literary atavism by studying Tamil. So I rejected his advice as being the fancy of dying men. Strangely enough, 3 decades later, this advice, having lain dormant, was heeded. I had totally forgotten my half-hearted promise, but in 1968 I became interested in Compton, spent 3 years in reading his 10,500 stanzas, and found it such a delightful experience that I felt impelled to write a prose narrative of Ramayana based on Kampan as a second volume to work of Indian mythology.
Strangely, I'd completely forgotten the words of my uncle until Marshall West, my editor at Writing Press in New York, asked us before I left for India if I anyone in mind with whom I would do a little book. We had completed all the editorial work on my manuscript and it was ready to be sent off to the printer. I suddenly recollected my uncle's injunction. I wrote out the dedication and handed it to Marshall at Kennedy Airport where he had come to see me on. My freelance efforts at Madras were through to the extent that I was given a picture review. Its title was Development of Maritime Laws in 17th Century England. A most unattractive book, but I struggled through its pages and wrote a brief note on it, and though not paid off, it afforded me the thrill of seeing my works in print for the first time. The same journal also accepted a short story and paid 10 rupees less money out of it. My first year income from writing was thus about 9 rupees in 12 hours, about a dollar and a quarter. In the second year, there was a slight improvement as a Hindu with a story instead of 18 rupees less money for charges in the year following. The children's story brought me 30 rupees. I handed this check to my father and he was delighted. He remarked with first and last check I suppose. I objected to his saying last and he at once apologized. I don't know what made me say last, don't mind it. Chapter 9. Lying over a pretty face and form seen on a balcony, or across from the street or in a crowd longing for love. In a social condition in which, at least in those days, boys and girls were segregated and no one spoke to anyone but a sister. I had to pass through a phase of impossible love sickness. Perhaps the great quantity of fiction I read prepared my mind to fall in love with all in sunlight. All one-sided, of course. Any girl who lifted her eyes and seemed to notice me became at once my sweetheart, till someone else took her place, thus I had become a devoted girl in a green sari with a
Passing down our streets when we are living at Bojan Lines. She lived in the next street, the sister-in-law of an engineer, and I would have missed anything in the day rather than miss a glimpse of her. Sometimes I followed her quietly, like a slave, until she reached her gate and disappeared into her house without bestowing a single glance in my direction. I longed for some engineer business that might warrant a visit to her brother-in-law, and then a gradual development of their acquaintance. The relationship matured until I could really propose to her, a la Victoria Cross or Marie Corello. I was obsessed with her night and day. I had no doubt that she would receive that impact of my thoughts, as Maria Corello has taught me to believe that true love recognizes no boundaries or barriers. I lost sight of this girl suddenly, but found another, a little farther up, starting off the chairs of her home decorating her hair. I noticed her at first on my way to the college, and then looked for her constantly on the way to and from. Sure enough, she would be there, a squat, lumpy girl, but I loved her nonetheless. I think she was a flirt in her own way, calling at every passerby, not necessarily only me. I lost interest in her as soon as the bistring came on, and therefore going to Harvey's college, who used to give me a smile and pass on. All this love for someone was necessary one-sided and unspoken. And it had no difference. It gave me a feeling of enrichment and purpose. Among an inner circle of friends, we always discussed girls and angels and little jokes and enjoyed all immensely. The blind urge to love went to fantastic lengths. I even fell in love with a lady doctor who had come to attend my mother because she spoke a few words to me whenever I greeted her. She was a British lady, well past middle age, tall and married, but I saw great possibilities in her and read a sideways in every glance. Love, especially one side, can know no bounds, racial or age or distance. My most impossible influence was for a pen friend I had in England. We exchanged letters every week. She sent me her photograph, I sent her mine. I kept her photos in my breast pocket and hoped she likewise would mine 5,000 miles away. Even if I wished to reach her, it would mean E and O, words of 4 weeks. I wrote impression love letters which rejected her right. She wrote back impersonal letters describing a holiday in Britain, all her letters collecting of stamps. Although she protested against the tone of my letters, she never stopped writing, and that seemed to be a hopeful sign. I continued to send her my unmasked love in every letter, and treasured her cold, impersonal replies that set up her stretching for years until I was married and I threw them over the wall. After the fall starts, the real thing occurred. In July 1923, I had gone to Corvette escorting my elder sister. This stayed on in her house. There was no reason why I should even hurry away from one place to another. I was a freelancer writer and I could work whenever I liked. Be at a particular time, one day I saw a girl throwing water from the street and immediately fell in love with her. Of course, I could not talk to her. I learned later that she had not even noticed me passing and repassing in front of her while she waited to fill her brass vessels. I cried to get a clear face, mental impression of her features, and I was handicapped by the time factor that she would be available for steering and only until her vessel filled when she could carry.
Nothing of again until the next water phenomenon time. I could not really stand and stare. Whatever impression I had of her would be through a side glance. While passing the tap, I suffered from a continual melting vision. The only thing I was certain was that I loved her, and I stuttered the ugliness of resistance imposed by the social conditions in which I lived. The tall headmaster, her father, was a friend of my family, and often dropped in for a chat with the elders at home while on his way to the school, which was a corner of our street. The headmaster's daughter, and school were all within geographically reach and hailing distance, but the resistance imposed by the social code created barriers. I attempted to overcome them by befriending the headmaster. He was a book lover and interested in literary matters, and we found many common subjects for talk. We got into the habit of meeting at his school after the school hours and discussing the world, seated comfortable on a cool granite wall in front of his little shrine of Ganesha in school compound. One memorable evening, when the stars had come out, I interrupted some talk we were having a political matters to make a bold, blunt announcement of affection for his daughter. He was taken aback, but did not show it. In my answer to my proposal, he just turned to the god in the shrine and shut his eyes in a prayer. No one of a social commission could dare to proceed in the manner I had done. There were formalities to observe, and any talk for marriage proposal could proceed only between the elders' family. What I had done was unheard of, but the headmaster was supporting enough not to set me up immediately. Our families were known to each other, and that class, community, and caste requirements were all right. He just said, if God wills it, and left it at that. He also said, marriage are made in heaven, and who are way easy, yes or no. After this, he explained the difficulties his wife and woman called. At home were not consulted, and my parents had to approve, and so on. So the fourth and then the matching of horoscope. This is the last great hurdle at the end. He came down to the particular level one day by asking me what I proposed to do for living. Luckily for me, at about the time, a small piece that I had written how to write an Indian novel lampooning Western rights to visited India to gather materials had unexpected had been accepted by the Punch and brought me six things. This was first the thesis published under editor rejection time everything I sent him subsequently. And it gave me a talking point with my father-in-law. I could draw a picture of my freelance writing for London papers and magazines and explain to him that when my novel was finished, it would be income all my life. And 50 years after, he listened to me with the apparent interest without contradicting me, but often suggested, I'm sure if your father used his influence, he could fix you in the government job at Bangalore. Won't he try? This always upset me, and I immediately explained my economic physiology, how I suffered the idea of sharing rupees, and I expected my wife to share my philosophy. Not every political statement to make to the beloved and hesitant father of a girl, but I became had strong of my conviction. However, while it persisted, then the gentleman did not material affect but progress toward Mahatma. What really mattered was not my economic outlook, but my stars. My father-in-law himself adept at the study of horoscopes and had a consultation with one or two other experts and came out to the conclusion that my horoscope and the girls were incompatible. My horoscope had the seventh house occupied by Mars, the seventh house being the one that indicated monumental aspects that astrological texts claim star that Mars in seventh house indicated nothing but disaster unless the partner's horoscopes also contain the same flow. In a same flow as a case which two wrongs make one right.
Next few weeks, we try to figure out the master would have intelligent terms, express my projection of will and also recognize to the search of it. Since it seems to be secret in my favor, I asked for food and made a second sister's house and doing his kitchen. My mood was not as noticed by the other was simple though. I was thinking I was enjoying a certain amount of self-realization. Did my all the was when class took on, I avoid going out to the direction of sleep. I am a headmaster at this school. Late in the evening, when it became dark, I this school would let go and daughter cooking. Even but a long but totally black blue. In fact, just in time, it left to smoke to look and roll with cigarettes and little food. My sister being husky, trying to cheer up me various ways. My Venus was just to her knees. At this period, I remember writing her bill. It kept me busy all over. The name was called Home of the I was quite tragic in the world which are the principal characters are struck dead by lightning. The place ended black and physical examining the evidence of the organization and the return which are deleted great I great hope is the future and the few percent around our times of bodies. When characters and the evil every part of civilization what existence of till a few months ago. I mean, and David had offered a discovery of return to the magical world of Stars soon became matter of discussion among the astrological group. He sorted me out, sent me here his colleges, and talked over with them, bring their opinion and conclusion. Finally, he sent them to me the oath. You have brought from us the back of the broken ground. He was next to Chillapasi. I don't know why, perhaps he was a retired teacher. And he said to be an expert. I went to his house and explained my questions. He snapped at me. What do you want to do? I'm a man. Just ask. He looked angry for incredible reasons. You know, if that headmaster one thing I don't care about is daughter getting married. I rolled my eyes. I had spoken that not again, but he is still full of doubts. If he knows better astrology though, then I would he should have been trouble with this. If he listened to the reason, he should go here. It's a day for everybody. Person. I see no harm in it. He hasn't noted that no preserves position is daughter law school. Lies the marks. But the man expected me to give his guarantee to the marks. Will not harm his daughter. I think he was such a guarantee that he raised me the voice of shrinking pitch. Repeat. I don't care whether the man is a non-hunter is married or not. He spread all the punctuality and orders. My marriage came up for a few months. Started with the promising shows, festival, exchange of gifts, the whole world. But my parents decided on excited. Soon after my marriage, my father became bedridden and with a stroke. The time was spending with side up upstairs. The entrance into the family, my wife Ram and the deputy was a deputy doctor and
Brothers, who was still at school, a cook in the kitchen, and a general servant, and a good black and white Great Dane required by my elder brother, who was a dog lover. She kept an eye on the stores, replenished the foodstuff, and guarding them from the being spoiled or stolen by the cook. Rajan was less than 20, but managed the housekeeping expertly and earned my mother's prize. She got an excellence with my brothers. This was one advantage of the joint family system. One had plenty of companies at home, yet with all the group life, there was still enough privacy for me and my wife. We had a room for ourselves, and when we returned into it, we were in an ideal world of our own. Within 6 months, she proved such an expert at housekeeping that my mother left her in a complete charge, and we found the time to exchange stationery and intimates only when she looked time off during the day and came to my room or at night after everyone had retired and the kitchen door was shut. Presently, I did not find it too much time to spend at the home either. In an order to supply my income, I became a newspaper reporter. My business to be rather Mysore city name and sent to the daily to a newspaper published in Madras called the Justice. The daily was intended to be demoted the force of the non-Brahmins to suffer from the dominance of the minority Brahmins class in the public life, government service, and education. Through the Justice was a prophetic paper against the Brahmin class. It somehow did not mind having me as a pulpit in Mysore. I left home at about 9 in the morning and went out news hunting through the bazaars and marketplace, all on one foot. I hung about the low courts, police stations, and the municipal buildings and tried to make up at least 10 inches of news each day before lunchtime. I returned home at 1 o'clock, boiled down a lunch, sat down at my typewriter, and typed the news item with appropriate meetings. I now had an old cement portable, the double bulb on one having been given away for 20 rupees of setting the bill of cigarette and sweets shop, which was present from my younger sister. It took me an hour or more than type the items, and then I signed it and sealed the report in an envelope and pushed it into the Chamrajapuram post office before the postal clearance at 2:20 p.m.
If my youngest brother, Lakshman, now a famous cartoonist, was available, he could be ready with one foot on the pedal of his bicycle to ride off to the post office for a tiny piece of a Coca-Cola.
Trip. But when he wasn't there, I practically sprinted along with my press copy. There was really no need to rush like that since most of the news items could wait or need not to be published at all. But we were in a competitive society. I feared that other Madras papers like the Mail or the Hindu, whose correspondents had telephone and telegraph facilities, might get ahead of me. But those correspondents were lofty and did not care for the items they valued. After the dispatch of the coffee, I relaxed in my room. That was also the time when my wife could give me her company. I described to her day's events, such as traffic accidents, suicides, or crimes, which were the grist for my mill. Then I sank into a siesta for an hour and was ready to go out again at 4 o'clock after a cup of coffee. This time it would be a visit to the magistrate's court before closing time to take down the judgment in a counterfeit case or murder conspiracy. On Saturday afternoons, I sat at the municipal meetings, watching the city fathers wrangle over their obscure issues. All through the evening, it would go on. In those days, there were always a couple of lawyers on the council, and they never permitted the business to proceed beyond an examination of the procedure and by the laws. No more than a couple of items in the voluminous agenda would be covered at the end of 2 hours. After a coffee break, I would suddenly clutch the agenda papers and leave, afflicted with a headache. Some days there would be academic matters to cover, a distinguished visitor lecturing at the university or a senate meeting. In those days, there was a local League of Nations Union, which strove to establish peace in this world in its own way. Secretary of this union, who was a history professor, decreed that our report should be scrutinized by him before we filed them. I resisted his order as an encroachment on the freedom of the press, and he threatened to disaccredit me as a correspondent, which would in effect only mean denying kitchen facilities, whereupon I declared that I would report him to our journalists association, pass a resolution against him, and syndicate it to all the world's press and denounce him as an autocrat, an enemy of freedom. He said, "Do you know that I have powers to smash you and your papers?" I walked out of the union meeting in protest, and so did a couple of my colleagues. Began to ignore the union meeting in protest and boycotted its functions. I realized soon that this did not affect the prospect of world peace either way, nor provoke my news editor to question why I was not covering the League of Nations Union. Murders were my standby. From Najagat, at the extreme south of Mysore district, the police brought in a steady stream of murder cases. On such occasions, I let myself go. I hung about my mortuary for the post-mortem verdict and the first police report. As long as I used the expression elect liberally, there was no danger of being held up for false reporting or contempt of court. I knew a lot of police officers, plainclothesmen, and informers, apart from presidents and secretaries of various public bodies, including the Pinjarapur, a home for aged or disabled animals, who craved publicity and sought my favor. Quite a few wedding invitations came to me from fond parents hoping for a report and a photograph of the bridal pair in the paper. I should have gladly given all the space available to whoever wanted it. But my news editor, when he did not reject it outright, titillated and decanted my copy. He compressed my most eloquent descriptions into 2 lines. What did I make out of it all? A contract was that I would be paid 3 rupees and 8 annas per column of 21 inches. I fancied that the news I sent would cover at least 15 inches each day and fetch me at least 25 rupees a month. But thanks to the news editor's talent for abridgment, I had to crawl up each day by fractions of an inch. I measured my total in each with a scale at the end of the month and sent my bill. And they would invariably doubt and disallow my measurements and send me some arbitrary amount, never more than 30 rupees, often less.
But I enjoyed this occupation as I came in close contact with variety of men and their activities, which was educated. It lasted for about 1 year and might have gone perhaps indefinitely. But for a letter I sent to the editor, which scored our relationship, they had withheld my payment for 3 months. I wrote to say I'm a writer in contact with many newspapers and periodicals in America and England. Who makes his payment on a precisely? I'm not used to delay in payments. To which the editor replied, if you are eminent as you claim to be, you should not mind a slight delay on our part. If one, on the other hand, you could realize after all that you are a correspondent eking out of your income with such contributions as you chose to publish, the tone is unwarranted by your circumstances. I reasoned the tone of the reply and decided to give up this work as soon as I could afford it. Money was a big worry. When a check was delayed, it caused all kinds of embarrassments for me. My budget was precisely paid. I had to find money to share of the expenses at home, also for the face powder or soap that my wife would ask for. I grandly promised her even a sari and bought her a green one on credit costing about 60 rupees. The shopman agreed to take the installments of 10 rupees on the 4th of every month. If I delayed, a bill collector would appear on the morning of 6th of our gate, demanding the installment. He was tall, gaunt man with sunken cheeks and expressions faces of a corpse. When I heard the clicking of the gate latch, I would tell myself, here it comes, my lord, echoing Hamlet. I rushed forward to stop him before my wife or anyone else could see him, and turned him back with a soft words promised, and a small tip for coffee until I liquidated the debt. I felt guilty whenever I saw my wife in the green sari, as if I had given her a stolen present. I continued to send in my report of the turbulent city of Mysore and off the received check from the justice. But I voluntarily stopped this work on the day I received a cable from my friend Purna, who was now at Oxford. Note taken. Abraham Green responsible, my friend and neighbor Purna, who used to hop over the boards and come to listen to my reading of Swami and Friends. I left in August 1931 for Oxford, promising to find a publisher for my book while he was there. When I had completed the novel, I faithfully dispatched to it Allen and Unwin, and when it was returned to another publisher and then another. I got used to getting back from my manuscript with unfailing regularity once every 6 weeks. 2 weeks onward journey, 2 weeks sojourn on a publisher's desk, and 2 weeks homeward journey with the rejection slip pinned to me. All in all, it provided me with 6 weeks of hope. I had got used to this an almost mechanical process, and I had shed all the emotions surrounding a rejection. The last publisher to return it was Dent, and I had advised them in my covering letter to forward the manuscript and rejected to Bernard at Exeter College, Oxford. I sent a parallel letter to Purna advising him to weigh the manuscript with a stone and draw in it the kings. Purna, however, seems to have spent much of his time visiting London and carrying the manuscript from the publisher to publish. After trying them all, he wrote to me, to the Thames. No need to hurry, Meg.
We never do not despair. This went on while I was spinning out miserable news for the justice. Graham Greene was living in Oxford at that time. Purna, by some instinct, approached him and gave him my a manuscript. An introduction thus began established. A personal interest and a friendship between us that continues to this day. Graham Greene recommended my novel to Ramesh Hamilton, who accepted it immediately. Purna's cable made me gasp with joy and surprise. I saw myself in a new role as a novelist. I could see the relief in my wife's face, although she did not want to be too demonstrative. But the first thing I did on receiving the cable was to write to the justice that I could not be able to supply them any more news from Mysore. Although the advance from the novel was 20 pounds, plus 50% tax. Swami and Friends was published in the October of 1935. A few reviews were enthusiastic, but it had no sales. It appeared in the company of record-breaking best sellers such as Man the Unknown and Inside Europe, and was simply flushed out of sight. In the delay so much of so that Miss Hamilton rejected this option on my next novel, Bachelor of Arts. With the word Swami and Friends, I was a sad failure. I did not think Chandran, the Bachelor of Arts, is going to do any better. I hope someone will prove me wrong someday. 20 years later, I met Ramesh Hamilton in London.
at a party in the office of the Spectator where Graham Greene had taken me. It was a very interesting and cordial meeting. Great on my Green. Hamilton remembered his comments on my literary future, joked at his own expense, and then remember, I was your first publisher and I always feel happy at the thought of it. Next morning, he sent me a copy of his majority, which has expressed to celebrate 30 years of his publishing firm generously inscribed for me. Thanks again to Graham Bay recommendation. The Bachelor of Arts was published by Nelson, fulfilling a fancy I had entertained several years before when a Nelson representative had come from Edinburgh to see my father about the supply of books for our high school library. I had confided to this salesman, if I write a book, will you ask your company to publish it? Undoubtedly, he had said and given me his card. Soon after February 1937, my father lived up to the last date of the month, as it as if to satisfy a technical need, and died leaving us to draw his pension for the full month. That was all the resource we were left with. My father had never believed in savings, property, and such things. Now we face a total economic collapse, but we managed. My elder brother, now back from Madras, as an experiment, had opened a small shop in a new extension and called it National Provision Stores. Tenu had a government job and moved to Bangalore. Mine was still a pure glamour. Sometimes I wish that I had not given up the justice, but I was sustained by the gambler's instincts too. Hope and aim. It was the anticipation of something turning up, with a second novel published and a daughter added to the family. Life seemed to be not so bad. Short stories were being accepted in India as well as abroad. Graham Greene helping me in London. So after all, my claim to the editor of the Justice about Unvex with London editor was being fulfilled, although it had perhaps been pronounced the Great War soon to the past, present, and future, as one bloke would have realized I had not been froze. My brother and I shared the household expense. He looked after the supplies and miscellaneous items expended, and I had to see that the house rent was paid.
All aspects of shelter were to be my responsibility. Rama Villas in which we lived was to be retained at any cost. There could be no question of our moving to another house. Fortunately, our house owner lived in Bangalore and only came down to Mysore once a month to collect the rent. I told him once the rent is my responsibility. I have no fixed income. If my books sell, the royalty will come in only in December and June. So please permit me to settle the rent once every 6 months. Although I will pay into your bank account whatever amount I am able to earn, meanwhile he was good enough to accept this arrangement. Now I had a steady fitful income from various sources. In addition to other items, I had to find money for baby food, drink water, and toys. I did a variety of writing, humorous article every week for a Mary magazine at 10 rupees a week. A more taxing experience for me to perform a 1,000 word literacy clowning week after week. I had also begun my third novel, The Dark Room. I took a pad and pen and disappeared every morning for 3 hours. I found it impossible to write at home. Now there were far too many worries, distractions, and also the baby. She was just a little over a year old, and I found it impossible to remain at my desk. When she was around, since my wife often left her in my care, while she was busy in the kitchen or in the garden, gathering flowers for my mother's daily worship. I had also a routine duty to carry my daughter to let her watch the pink bougainvillea flowers over the compound wall of Reverend Sardis Baglav at the corner. She would gaze at the bunch of flowers for about 10 minutes with rapt attention, and then I would have lift her up to give her a glimpse of a white terrier, then bark and frisk about inside the Reverend's compound. Only then would I be afraid to deposit her at home and leave before sending me out. My wife would give me a cup of coffee and sometimes whisper a warning. Don't make a fuss. Not enough coffee powder at home. Get some at the store when you return. I set out to do my writing at the college uni. When the secretary had given me a room, I shut myself in for 3 hours, gazed on the green football field outside, across the sea, and spun on the face of Savitri. The heroine of the dark room, I was somehow obsessed with philosophy of woman as opposed to man. Her constant oppressor, this must have been an early testament of the women's slave movement. Man signed her secondary place and kept her there with such subtlety and cunning that she herself began to lose all notion of independency. Her individuality, stature, and strength. A wife in an orthodox milieu of Indian society was an ideal victim of such circumstances. My novel dealt with her. With this philosophy broadly in the background, I wrote nearly 1,000 words before I went back home for lunch, exhausted but also feeling triumphant at having done my quota for work for the day. The Dark Room, once again read and approved by Graham Greene, was published by Macmillan in 1938. I had unique experience for having a new publisher for each book. One book, one publisher, and then perhaps he said to himself, hands of this writer, Hamilton, then Nelson, now Macmillan.
Had produced the dark room attractively. The reviews were favorable. I was buoyed up by them, but my wife did not share my optimism. She preferred to await the royalty statement, and when it did arrive, it revealed an unearned advance. The advance was Euro 40 less tax, rather than a check. I dashed off a letter to Macmillan, suggesting that they should have made the existence of the book better known to the public. Their depots in India had no copies, and the literary pages of newspapers and magazines carried no advertisements. I had naively expected the publishers to seize upon the reviews and splash the boards all over. Macmillan replied that they had advertised the book as best they could under the circumstances. What did it mean? The message typed in purple copying ink and pressed out possibly on a wet sheet of paper looked jittery and cheerless. Presently, I had to set aside my principles and settle down to hack work. At this time, my friend Purna, who had introduced my Swami and friends to Graham Greene at Oxford, was on the personal staff of Sir Mirza Ismail, the Prime Minister of Mysore, and was in touch with the state guests coming to Mysore. At this time, Mr. Somerset Maugham was staying in one of the Maharaja's mansion. He was attended on by the Maharaja's private secretary, Sir Charles Toadhunter, an encrusted British administrator who had made it his mission in life to keep Indians properly occupied and out of mischief. It was his belief that what the Indians urgently needed was not political freedom but social graces. With this aim, he patronized